expectation there. So again, 228,000 the number. Week over week, 1.879 million. Meanwhile, on the continuing claims, 1.895 million. The expectation for continuing claims last week versus a print of 1.91, remember, going back to last week. That's really it as far as economic data. There's some wholesale inventory numbers coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. We get natural gas at 10:30, and then I was just mentioning to Sharif, all of the Fed speakers coming through tomorrow. I'm not even joking. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Fed speakers due to make some comments tomorrow. So heads up for that. There's NVAX, big pop to the upside here, 32% right now. They just reported earnings better than expected, beating right across the board. Ton of things moving around individually this morning. I was keeping an eye on Tesla was trying to get going through 280. Yeah, we're above it now and trying to tick a little bit higher. But if you missed it, big headline this morning, US-UK trade deal is apparently done. We'll hear more about it coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Semiconductors to the upside on that note we got late in the day yesterday. These restrictions going to be lifted, apparently. We'll see if we get, I'm sure if there's any kind of question and answer period at this press conference this morning, of course there's going to be questions about some of these restrictions, but there's Nvidia 1.8%, big move late in the day yesterday on that headline. I mean, all of them up here, AMD. Intel has its own news today, but also nice look here, 2.75%. Lots to deal with.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions I want answered about this chip restrictions. Which ones are going to remain on the banned list, Brenda? Are they going to be able to export the H100? Is the H20 back on the table? So a lot of questions I'm sure they're going to ask him. So lots to talk about today, guys. As Brendo mentioned, Intel with its own headline today, looking at making a deal with Microsoft. Microsoft might be interested in getting into the foundry business, at least on a partnership basis with Intel. Bitcoin knocking the door of 100,000 yet again. I think it breached it momentarily overnight.
You still have time.
For my bet with Joe. There it is. ARM reporting, Brendo, down 8%. Lots to talk about. Carvana, AppLovin as well did report, and Fortnite also downside here. A lot of earnings names still.
Yeah, it's not all good. As you mentioned, ARM, better part of 8% here to the downside, well off the lows though. I mean, it's gone $5 back higher right now, back to 115. NVAX still flying around here, I'm hearing as well, back down a little bit. Yeah, $8 rejecting here, but huge move, 30% for NVAX to start things off here, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's not just NVAX. You've got the quant names going too. QBTS, D-Wave up 27%. So look, it's not an all clear for the chips, but it's.
I just want to play Fortnite now.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know Fortnite reported.
Fortnite's better than how Fortinet ended up.
Yeah, Fortnite down 9%. That was funny when Sharif's mentioned.
Yeah, well, I'll probably say it a couple times here today. But hopefully we'll say 100K a bunch of times today.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to. I'm very, very surprised. I really thought this was going to break through. Like, how are we getting there in the pre-market and then we're not breaking? It was like 99.91 something, I think might be the local high. So Sharif, just got up, but I don't think we can get to 125 for his birthday because that's literally in a week. So that's probably not happening. But a couple of weeks. His
birthday was near the end.
A couple of weeks. But either way, this break is very impressive on Bitcoin. And once you get through 100, again, it's just this 109 top that we've got left in there. So shout out to Michael Saylor. He's got to be a very happy man. The only people not happy this morning are ARM shareholders, like me. No, I am in a good mood, but ARM not too good.
Yeah, ARM and Google. Google battling back a little bit there last night.
3 points.
The double Toronto wins last night. I was at the girls' game, and then so they won as well. That was a packed house, 10,000. Oh, the food is now here. All right. I saw Sharif with the eggs yesterday. I was like, where did all the eggs go?
Oh boy.
This guy's too much, man. I don't even know how many there was there, but it was good. Glad to hear. We do have an issue here today as the water in the building is being the plumbing is being worked on. Yeah. So I don't think it'll last that long.
Well, it's still on right now.
It'll probably be fixed as soon as they try.
They did it before. It was only a couple hours.
Yeah. So we've been warned that if we're going to use the bathroom, we have to run to Tim Hortons. That's not happening.
We could do with the old school. We could do in the old school. You fill up some buckets while the water's still working, And
Flip
then
some buckets. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not. This water will be completely fine.
it keeps it real.
I'll just wait. I'll just go to the gym, I guess, if I have to go do something. But that's
No, whatever. It'll be done. By the time we're done the morning show, they'll be done. So.
4-3 Maple Leafs are over. Of course, hits. And I said thank you to Joe. I want him to keep on saying the Leafs are going to lose, and that we've already talked about it.
Yeah,
so he's down with
good.
that.
He was solid.
Yeah, no, it was solid. I mean, I didn't. Like I said, I just saw the highlights, but they were down 1-0, 1-1, down 2-1.
I saw the
2-2.
third.
Yeah,
they're blocking half the shot attempts are getting blocked
is,
anyway. The defense has been unbelievable. That's one of my favorite things to watch in playoff hockey. It's the biggest difference when things are when everything's on the line is the blocking of the shots. Like in the regular season, dudes aren't throwing their bodies recklessly in front of the slap shots, but it's just a different. It's like they're just out there taking.
It's the hardest championship
I love
to
it.
win.
I love it. In the heart's there, and the city's going to be happy with it. But the market's looking fantastic as well. So it's all
the market's
systems
pulling
go.
back now, up 1%. But yeah, it's going to be a good one there. I don't know. I was thinking about I saw that Denver OKC game. It was 40 points or something in the fourth quarter. I was just like, yikes. It's nice to go to a game and have your home team win, but I'm thinking it's already over at halftime and you paid all this money. I mean, it's great. I mean, you'd rather go to see your team win than lose.
Yeah, it's better the other side of it, right? Imagine.
I was saying to Marissa, I was like, this will be a fun game to be at in the beginning but then the whole second half, you're kind of just it's like going to a Jays game, and letting that bullpen get in there. I saw Hoffman yesterday. That guy got rocked, didn't he, last night?
Right, overworking overwork your pen early, which our manager was not smart with them. He was using and now all of them are already.
Because Hoffman's great, isn't he?
He's great,
right,
but overworked and he's being beat up. But that's what happens, man.
Are they going to be a 500 team or what? More than 82 wins? What do you think? I think they're 5 under.
They hit basically I think they're a barely 500 team if the hitting performs the way it should, which it's not holding up their end of the bargain. Yeah. That's sort of it. They're good enough to maybe make the playoffs. They're in what's a good example?
They're in purgatory, right? They're not really that bad, but they're not that great.
Not really that good.
And then they're in the AL East. I don't know. It's so much. It's nice when the Jays are a competitive team, and I think they will be eventually this year. So
you're right. That market.
We don't have a very good. We don't have a very good farm system right now, do we?
No. We have one guy that'll be legit though.
Okay. Do we have that Indian guy?
Dude, Arjun is going to be legit.
Yeah.
When I was at spring training, all you had to do is hear the sound off this kid's bat. 19.
How come there isn't more South Asians in all of sports? I was actually thinking about that. Hockey, we had that Manny Malhotra. We have this guy in baseball. There's not really anybody in basketball. Anyways, maybe that's
cricket's the biggest sport.
Oh, yeah. No, soccer. No, I just meant I'm just thinking about it on top of my head. We don't, because we talked about that Blue Jays guy, and I know that he was one of the first ones drafted, I think.
Exactly.
From the regions.
It's only a matter of time before you get that expansion of talent.
For sure.
It happens in all the sports. It just happens at different paces. But,
apparently Neil's
I wasn't
mic
meaning
is
to
not
go
great.
I wasn't meaning to go to Palantir, but
anyways, we'll fix your mic.
No, well, my mic is bad again.
Okay. Well, apparently some people saying your mic is having some issues, but that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. So look, we're excited today. There's going to be some small cap runners going around. We do have Luis Barbado coming from Barcelona, so we're always excited to hear that gentleman. And again, you want to talk about somebody. These guys have built up their own sort of algos, their own systems to scan for stocks, to trade stocks, to look at different opportunities, and this is what's really required. Honestly, this is why Luis, he could tell us probably 10, 15 years plus maybe running his office, and it's about the consistency and getting a plan and getting a strategy down and knowing what you want to trade and sort of sticking with all of that, and it's been working for years and years and years. I have to say decades probably for Luis there. So a good friend of mine and a good friend of real trading for sure. So he's going to be coming up momentarily, talk about some small caps, what's running around. I was just looking at the NASDAQ right here, and I don't know, we're falling out of bed.
Really falling here.
Right now. So I'm not sure if we did have the number came out. There wasn't too much reaction to that, but there it is. Now we're making that move down. I was trying to watch out for AMD and see, what was slipping up. Yesterday we had some dramatic moves in Apple midday as their $20 billion that they get just a check written. See if my charts don't change. Apple gets a check written to them by Google for $20 billion, which is a fifth of their service revenues.
Yeah,
and that's basically gone now, apparently, according to some sort of a judge over there. Let's just keep on hating. Let's just have American judges hate on American companies. That's the best way to do business, I think.
Let's just hurt them both in one stroke of a pen.
And then, of course, DJ Donald John, I keep saying DJ TJ because that's his son, but he comes out and calls Powell a fool again. So here we go. So, last week he was something else. This week he's a fool. And I'm sure he'll like everybody in England, wink, wink, potential trade deal coming at 10 o'clock as they cut rates. So now they're all friendly. And then Mark Carney and Trump are sitting around, and the guy's like 51st state. Carney's like, nope, that's not happening. He's like, okay. So I think this is fun, man. I think Donald is having a great time doing all of this, and I can't wait to 10 o'clock today. We'll hear about this announcement with the UK, so that should be really good. The market was reacting positively to it, and it still is.
We're still up, but yeah, you know what? I actually wish you would do it in the afternoon, but 10 o'clock is fine. It's just, you get right out of that morning rush and you get that headline risk, because at 10 o'clock, you're always in that's the time that you're usually in some stuff. You don't want that shock. You'd rather be riding a wave and it's already trending as opposed to just working into positions. But we're expecting, and he could still say something about this, about the chips. He could say something about China.
Oh, yeah.
That's where we want to.
At all times, he's going to be saying something. But look,
what if he talks trash about this recent Apple Google nonsense?
He's supposed to like Apple. Remember the 500 million.
It'd be interesting if he did. If he opined on that, saying it was unfair, like anything along those lines could move those stocks.
I mean, Google's up 3%, which is really nice. I'm probably going to be selling into some strength here if we can get it for Google. I think Google, the day of their reign, I think is over. I think it's still a really strong company. I still own it. I haven't sold anything, but that's a big change, man. That is a big change. But look, to Donald's credit and to the United States and what they're doing, if they can get some trade deals done, fix the trade balance. I mean, this is exactly the point of what this administration is trying to do. So I applaud that. If they can get some deals done, that is absolutely fantastic. And the market seems to be fine. I mean, we're not even that far away. I mean, we're still, what is it, 8% away or something from all-time highs? So we still have some ways to go. But honestly, to get this all corrected back makes sense if that's what they're trying to do. So congratulations to the United States and to Donald Trump's administration for this first deal, which apparently is going to get announced at 10 o'clock. So I'm excited for that one. Google now up 3%, looking like it wants to go a little bit here through 155. So, all right, that's a good couple minutes there. I hope you guys enjoyed some of that. And now we'll go back over and enjoy the real stuff at the big desk.
That move down there in the market as a part of this U.S.-UK deal. CNN reporting the 10% U.S. tariff going to stay in place as a part of this deal. So that caused that move down there in the market. Again, U.S.-UK trade pact will leave the 10% U.S. tariff in place, as the guys are mentioning there. We shall learn more coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Let's bring in Luis Barbado from the Real Trading Office over in Barcelona. Good morning, Luis. How are you?
Good morning, Brendan. Very good. Thank you.
Good to see you. Lots to discuss here. Lots flying around both directions, actually. I want to get your take on a few of these that are downside this morning that have been up the past few days. We'll start with one that's leading the charge here so far this morning. What is the actual company called? Asset Entities Incorporated. I just realized this is actually not a small company. I mean, the market cap is relatively small, but 12.5 million float on this, looking at a day two type of thing here.
Yeah, as you say, day two type. It was a runner yesterday, also ignited by the Halfest. Remember, it closed below 70 cents the day before. So yesterday we have a halt policy. So it was halted every time it moved 10% or 15 cents. So we were in a halt fast. It was all the way up, halted. It was very difficult to trade, actually. And that was probably one of the reasons, together with the high volume and rotation float and news and everything, because it was going up so much. Today is gapping up, but we see a little bit of weakness pre-market, and it's trading below VWAP for the first time. So let's see if shorts can take the power here and trade below VWAP during the pre-market left, and of course after it opens. If it fails VWAP and we don't see any more momentum coming in, we will look for shorts. And if you check at the chart on this one, I'm sharing the screen. I think you can put it on, guys. Look at these levels, right? You can see here 550 is a big resistance from November 2023, March 2024, May 2024. So we have these spikes as resistance, and it's working quite good so far. So let's see if we see some fading this stock below VWAP.
It's one of those at this point, and apologies, we'll see if we can get your screen set up here, Luis, but it's one of those that at this point really needs to, as you said, show that it wants to go down, because it hasn't to this point. I think a lot of people fall into a trap from time to time where you start looking for and maybe picking tops instead of waiting for it to actually show you it wants to go down. Yeah, as you say, most of the people are trying to pick the top, and it's going to be very, very difficult on this one. We might see the last squeeze maybe over 550, 560, but if we don't see it, let's say short sellers are not going to come in until the movement is confirmed. They are not going to go here front side against the high of the day, because the probability is much lower. Probably they will sell once we lose $5, $4.70, which would be confirmed the movement. It's a worse price than now, but a higher winning ratio and a lot of movement down. It could go to $4, $3, $2, $1. Check out the charts from, as I say, from 2024. It did it several times already. 3.5% short float, which is not huge. I mean, there is some there, but not huge, definitely. But 12.5 total on the float. All right, let's go on to a couple other here. Sorry, but sure. 11 gaps since 2020, I think. 11 gaps, 27%, 25% red close probability. So it's quite high for a second day at least. Right. Good one to keep an eye on here. All right. Already showing some weakness here, I would say. ZKIN. What are you thinking here? ZKIN. Oh, yeah. This was already losing 180, 175, which was the key entry point. We will not take any shorts here long unless it retests the VWAP. If it retests the VWAP 165, 170 maybe, for a small break of the VWAP, we'll go short there. It is true that you have to size pretty big here to make some profits, because the movement is very, very tight. All right, let's go on to some of these quantum stocks. A lot of people talking about this group again as we get some headlines this morning. I mean, the big one here, Rigetti taking out highs as we speak. QBTS, another one taking out highs as well, back to $9. I mean, strength across the board here. Is this a long today? Yeah, QBTS is the main one to look for sure, because Rigetti and QUBT are a little bit farther from the highs. So let's see if we see some sympathy there. If this stock start to spike up, we might join the trend with following the QBTS, which is, as I say, the main stock to trade within this quantum momentum. We had, I think, was a 9, kind of resistance there in 9. So let's see how it reacts there. It is a little bit overextended, at least for my kind of trading. I tried not to join the trend so late. It would have been a very nice trade to buy the VWAP in $8 or the 840 even break up, which I know Sean and Neil trade very good this kind of setup. We don't, but this $8 round number above VWAP was a very nice buy. Anything else catching your eye here this morning, Luis? Well, you talk about NVAX as well with earnings. I think it was 850 as a resistance to try to look for some shorts. As the market right now is not so strong, we have a spike down on NASDAQ. Now it's recovering a little bit, but let's see NVAX against these 850s as a resistance. And let me check if we have something else in the scanner. We had JZeta, but locates were quite expensive for a movement, but it's an interesting stock as well. Great stuff. Luis Barbado, have a fantastic Thursday. Lots to look at today. Best of luck. Thanks for doing this, as always. Thank you very much, you guys.
All right.
Oh, hopefully my mic is better now. But hopefully QBTS does give you some chances a little bit later on. Maybe we'll see at the open. Like a lot of times you gap up this far, you might see like a reasonable pullback because it gets so far above VWAP in the trend, as Louis said. Like it's one of those who's really going to be chasing it up here, up that 30%. You want to see it withhold some kind of a dip that it's already done a couple of times. And I think that I would agree that that's the one to watch because that $8 level is key. The accumulation on this, as you can see, holding trend, holding that $7 before. So yeah, primed to make a better run. It looks like that's a little bit better than NVAX here. The other thing worth noting is the futures were able to just creep back up there. We're able to get back to 2020. We're up 1.25%. Nvidia was, I mean, it wasn't like a big move down, but it was some resistance at 119. It kind of pulled back almost $1, and you're coming back a little bit higher. So that little dip that we had at 830, looks like we've recovered most of that on the NASDAQ. Still waiting for Bitcoin, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, not, it's still, we're just very slowly gliding down on Bitcoin. It's just not really doing a lot. Kind of little consolidation, but lower highs, lower lows, very slowly holding under VWAP. Before obviously I think there's going to be a 100K test today. I think it's unlikely that we don't see a 100K today. I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, so I just want to show you that also on Sticky Note, which is now out here. We have a bunch of stuff coming. We just had the initial jobless claims. Postal inventory is coming as well. But there it is right there. I have QBTS written as $8 long as well. So I really like that level. So good thing that, Luis also is mentioning that there. But yeah, here's QBTS. Just have a quick look at the chart. See, I mean, I know we just looked at it with him. But there's $8 and $8 on the weekly. Pretty good, right into there. So we'll have a look at that right there, QBTS, as it's trying to bump right through now. $9 on great earnings, man. It's only up 30%, right? I mean, wow. Nice day for D-Wave and some of those other quantum names. All right, I'm sure some of them have been upgraded today. And the only way to find out is by looking it up for yourself, or we can go over to Adara and see what's on her upgrade and downgrade board.
Interestingly enough, Sean, one of the quantum names is on this list, but it's not an upgrade. Let's start with the names that were upgraded, including Uber, up slightly today with a DA Davidson note. Then we get Dayforce upgraded by BMO Capital Markets, Paycom with a Piper Sandler upgrade, and Sandstorm down on the day, but getting upgraded here by HC Wainwright. On the downgrade side of things, starting with ARM, pretty weak to mixed guidance across the board for ARM, and they're going to get downgrade from TD Cowen to boot. Then we get Fortinet, another earnings loser from last night, at least from a trading perspective, with a BMO Capital Markets downgrade. IonQ, the quantum name that we were mentioning here, up on the day, but getting downgraded by Needham. And last but not least, Kiros getting downgraded here by HC Wainwright. Some earnings names as can be expected on the board today, guys.
ARM.
Well, ARM will be on the board because obviously it's got earnings, but Uber, don't want to forget about how relatively strong that was off the bump in the morning. Obviously, it was gapping down on what actually was a good quarter. And ultimately, sometimes that happens when you make a fresh high. So it wicked that 86 high, couldn't really hold it. But I love the fact that we bounced. It held that $80 level. That was the only trade. Didn't even trade it post-Fed. It didn't move enough. But now all of a sudden, you've got the close right back above prior resistance. They're at 82. I think as long as it can hold on to 82 today, well, dips were at 83. As long as we can close above 82, looking pretty good on Uber, and still wanted to take out that 86, like that prior top. Love it to get back there, but not a lot of volume and volatility. I want to make sure I have it up just in case it does another dip and rip scenario like it did at the open. But yeah, don't want to sleep on this bad boy. ARM actually caught a bit of a bounce just recently, so it was when the market caught a little bit of a bid. ARM, oops, and of course I type AMD. Muscle memory is a wonderful thing sometimes, and other times it's like a pain. ARM catches a nice bid. It was the guide that was the problem there. So I think they could get a little bit of chip relief rally because their guidance is all assuming that no deals are done. If they are, we can imagine that's better.
My daughter's going to be riding during one of the intermissions. They let the kids ride on the Zamboni, so she's going to be doing that.
That's sick.
Yeah, so that's going to be fun. IonQ there with the downgrade, so that's a little bit interesting there. 31 and change, up to $32. I mean, I don't think the downgrade we would really be looking at that today. because of where we are. But interesting to see that note and maybe look at that if you are involved with IONQ and why they got the downgrade there in the quantum space. So for me, I mean, we saw D-Wave upside there. We just talked about a little bit of Rigetti as well, but this would be interesting to me if I was holding this. Why downgrade it on a day when when the whole sector's up and it was a good earnings play from D-Wave, and the other name reported too, right? It wasn't just it wasn't Rigetti. It was, hold on a second, Quantum Stocks, D-Wave. Oh, it was just they. Oh, and IonQ also reported. Yeah, smaller than expected loss per share. So interesting that came through as a downgrade there today. So we'll watch out. I'm not really seeing anything on the daily. I was just going to say, like, if you do fall back into this area, I think that's a really great buy back into some of this, especially if we think quantum computing is going to be a thing. And then also, Google was supposed to be leading the way in AI. That didn't work out too well for them. They're supposed to be leading the way in quantum computing. I'm not sure what's going on there, but they're getting also that bump up from some of the quantum rally, I would assume, today as well. So, I think they're leading all of the Mag 7, being up that almost 3% there. Yeah, Meta, the next one, 178. Microsoft chilling out as well, greater than 1%. Now it just fell down a little bit. You can see the volume is not here really in any of the other names. A lot of it is just going to be related to Google and some quantum, and then Apple today, 0.62. So if you're looking to sell and get out of some Google shares, which I kind of am, I think this is a decent spot to do it now, up 3%. Giving some of that back, down 9 yesterday, give some back today, get some back today, 3%. We'll see if it wants to go. So, all right, look, we have a super busy watch list. I mean, it's full of tons of names, earnings names, Shopify, more talk here about chip plays that are going to be going on there today. Yeah, you know what, Virus? I didn't put the TQs on there today, but I am interested in it. The reason why I think the NASDAQ is going to be an interesting trade is we do have that deal going to be announced at 10 o'clock, so we can wait to see if anything does happen there. For me, I would be looking long back into this area here, 57.50 or so, which is a little bit of a pullback, maybe 58. I just kind of, when I look at the futures, I look at, the tops and the bottoms. Well, we're not going to be getting down to here, and if we did, then that would be a problem, and I would have lost already because I'm going to try to buy dips into weekly support, that resistance that may now turn into support. So I think 58 or so for the TQs looks like a decent buy area, but we're going to wait. I mean, the market just dipped. We'll see what happens now. Still up 1.1%. So looking long for sure today.
Oh, man. All right. Just real quick, the 10-year, back to the upside here. Some of the yields moving higher. Just heard the dollar as well back higher. We're back to 4.3 on the 10-year after 2 days downside, including yesterday with the Fed. But really, I mean, it's just chopping around inside the range here at this point. Even if you take that high, 4.8 down to 3.6.5 or so, we're basically dead in the middle. So that just means things are still kind of up in the air and undecided as far as what the economy is looking at. Peloton, worth noting, 7.3% downside here on their report. There was also, it was Beyond Meat we were looking at. I haven't looked at this chart in a really, really long time. Beyond Meat's $2.50. This is a weekly chart. So pandemic era, if you were around, remember this thing got to above 200 a few times. So Beyond Meat, $2.50 this morning on a pretty disgusting report as well. Let's get a look at the market here and we'll get going.
Absolutely, Brendo. Looks a lot better than Beyond Meat's chart. 56.50, boys and girls. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. We did breach that 5,700 point level overnight, with the high being 57.17, but we're below it right now. You can see we're trading at 56.93. So we're going to continue to use 5,700 as a resistance until it clears. Simple one for support today. Yesterday's closing price at 56.50.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take some time. Jump down to the description of this video. Hit the top link. That will take you to the sign up page. And then all you need is your email address, and we'll send you the watch list every day for absolutely nothing. It's free. It has everything on it you need to know in the pre-market and what's moving and why. 1.4 here for Nvidia. Huge move up for all of these. If you missed it late in the day yesterday, no, that wasn't the Fed. This actually went down on the Fed. The Fed move actually looks pretty small on this chart comparably to what happened after the fact. Again, this was yesterday. Trump reportedly planning to roll back the Biden-era AI export curb. So we'll see what happens today with this, but the entire group benefiting.
Yeah, they're all up, Brendo, except ARM, obviously, because it reported. But yeah, Nvidia shares are up, and as well as the other group as well, after reports that the AI diffusion rule will be rescinded. The rule was set to take effect on May 15th and would have heavily restricted the AI chip exports to numerous countries. Removal of the rule removes a major overhang for a lot of these U.S. chip makers, like, you know, the usual suspects here, Nvidia, AMD, and Intel. And the policy shift is, shifting from control to expansion. So now the Department of Commerce spokesman confirmed that the Trump administration plans to do the following. They will remove the Biden era AI rule, which they say is overly complex, overly bureaucratic, and would stymie innovation. The new rule, they say, aims to unleash American innovation and ensure AI dominance. The original policy sorted countries into 3 tiers, Brendo, each with a different export restriction on high-end chips. Now, the strategic implications are the revoking of the rule reopens access to a lot of these key global markets, notably China, and ensures U.S. top-tier chip makers continue to ship advanced GPUs and AI accelerators everywhere. And I got to tell you, this is being applauded by everybody. Nvidia releasing a statement, loving this. Lisa Su all commented on it during their earnings report. So being well received by a lot of these chip makers.
Yeah, that said, we are fading off a little bit here, guys, with the overall market on some of these.
Yeah, arrows up for the group. Arrows up for Qualcomm. You can throw them into that group as well. We'll get to ARM a little bit. They're just a little bit different, clearly. And apparently, we'll separate Intel out of the semis rally. It's a lot of semis on the board today. But 115 and 117. Prior close 117, and then that 115 supply zone. If we're going dip buy hunting, which I'm only looking long on this, once you cleared 115, it's looking long until at least 125. So that's what I want to try to respect here on NVDA. So that was that prior high on Nvidia at 115. You've now cleared it out, and we had that close at the 117 level. It does seem like the market's trying to pull back, not super rapidly, and we've seen the dip and rip in Nvidia. Like, it was a dip at the open yesterday. It was a dip at the open the day before that. We've seen it time and time again, so you want to be a little bit patient when it does happen. But the first look is at that prior close. Bounces anywhere in front of that, looking long.
Look, yesterday Nvidia was a dream. So this is us buying the $12 area that we had written down between 112 and 113. So we were buying that. That was great. And then the news came out, and we just YOLO'd this. We just went long. Well, I mean, we missed the first dollar. I didn't even care. And then we just punched in, and that was a 115.50 punch or so. I think it was 115.70, something like that. And then it just ripped up, and our quotes were going insane. And I was just offer, letting it rip. Then it came all the way back down, and then we reloaded it, and then it went again. And yeah, absolutely fantastic movement to the upside there on Nvidia. So it's not on my sticky note there today, but obviously, well, it's the number one name, but not for punching long. I had written down that we had 120 as a possible, sort of supply zone again to the upside. The last time we had broken through, we had gotten to 121, 122. Like it wasn't, it's super dramatic or anything like that. I don't know if this is enough news. This is just a cancellation of whatever Biden was going with that transfer of chips. This is not anything that is changed for Nvidia. It's just a cancel of what was going to happen today, what was going to go into effect today. So this hadn't affected Nvidia until possibly today. Now it won't. So that just lifts the veil a little bit of some of the protectionist powers that they're trying to invoke, basically, on shipping chips over there to China. So for me, I wrote down basically 115 to 116. Yesterday we wrote down 112 to 113. That was perfect. Today we'll see if it can dip back into this 116 area. If it does, we're a buyer. Until then, probably not. I'm just going to let Nvidia sort of chill out, see what this reaction to this is. Again, I'm debating, honestly, getting out of some of these names. I like it. It's just the rally over the last little while has made me think that maybe it is time to get back into a little bit of cash and then see if there is a movement to the downside. Remember, May 28th, these guys are going to report. I can't imagine it's going to be a huge guide or anything like that until we get some more clarity, especially with China and whatnot. But yeah, look at that rally, man. That's $96 back on April 21st. So it's May 8th. So maybe you have 10 trading days, and this thing's up about 25 to 30%, which on one of the major market caps of our current day, that's a huge move. And competition's definitely ramping up. We've heard it from Huawei. We had a good number from AMD. AMD shares going higher as well. So there's a lot of kids in the yard, so to speak. But Jensen holds the magic, I guess, with these chips right now, right? And so if you're going to buy high quality, you're still buying Nvidia, as far as I know. I just wonder, holding this into May 20, like I actually felt great about their last quarter and it wasn't that great. So maybe it's the opposite right now. So anyways, I still like Nvidia, but it's a nice move. Nice move back to 120. I mean, I can show you sticky notes from a couple of days ago, like 103, 104. So the fact that now it's at 119, I feel like that's a win already. Especially for traders that are playing swing. So maybe 120, there is some sort of resistance. But all right, Shopify earnings, Canada,
that
but not today. As we'll wait. But it's had a big move again, so a little bit of a pullback for Shopify. Let's go find out about the numbers.
I mean, overall, not bad, guys. I mean, it was a miss, but ever so slightly, 7.25% here. Meanwhile, for Shopify downside, we just bounced off 87.5 once again. Pretty red. Yeah, it was just this, 25 versus 26. Everything else on the green side of things here for Shopify, they were a little bit cautious looking forward here, but I mean, this is another one that's been up huge.
Yeah, they missed on EPS, Brendo. They did beat on revenue, so it was kind of a top line beat, bottom line miss. A couple of concerning things here. The net loss continued to widen, guys. $682 million they lost on the quarter. Compare that to last year when they lost about $273 million. As I mentioned, revenue did increase about 27%, but it was still one of those ones where it was kind of still up in the air. Revenue for their outlook for Q3 expected to grow in the mid 20% year over year. Analysts had been expecting 22%, so not a bad miss there. We'll have to see if this ends up moving back up after the bell, because it wasn't really too bad.
Yeah, I mean, trying to bounce right now here a little bit for Shopify. As you said, kind of not that bad.
Yeah, not that bad, but didn't necessarily think we'd be losing that 200 period moving average so easily on Shop. So I have this up on the daily because ours, like, they went from the New York to NASDAQ, right? So after that change, I want to make sure you can see the past data. If we do gap further down, because we're sitting at like 88, like we're already down here in the pre-market. So if we gap further down, you're talking about the 80 level, and then you'd be looking, well, I shouldn't say you, I should say me, because then I'd be looking for an SSR bounce. Like, I don't think it was that bad. If it gets down 10%, I think it's a reversal long, like a mean reversion play. It's doing really good volume, but a lot of it was like the old dark pool dump. So it's still good relative volume, but I probably need to see this one come in, do like a 10% down, go extend itself a little bit too far, and then try to catch a bit. Otherwise, we'll stay away from it. There's so much moving today. Like, we're going to get to, there's more chips to talk about. There's still Apple and Google, and of course the quantum names out there in play. So yeah, it might be on the back burner, but if we break that low, at that point I start looking for an SSR bounce, and the 80 level is like the ultimate place.
I think that, right here's a good point. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. We want to thank you for being here. This one, Wet 64, something like that. I don't trust Shopify yet, neither do I. So I was just going to say, I think that's a good point here. It's too thin. Like, it's going to really move off the open. So to me, it's a little bit of a stay away situation there until we do find that bottom. On the daily, we're down here, right? It's $88 right now, $87. So yeah, that $80 seems pretty good. We only spent 3 days underneath there. But again, when you miss on earnings and now you break below the 200 period moving average, is not a buy at all until it breaks back above $93. I do not want to dip by this name because you could get a lot nastier, right? Especially if we are thinking that this economy, here in Canada, things aren't the greatest. So, if we do come back in, and they have a lot of business outside of Canada, that's for sure. But coming back into here, $68, $69 is not out of the realm of possibilities, especially if we do get that move in the market, right? So I would say you want to stay away from companies that miss. And they've lost 53 cents. Like, they're not making money. So I don't love the name, and I think it's had a really great run off that bottom. And right now, today, you're big candle to the downside. So I would wait on Shopify, let it get going a little bit. I mean, I always compare them to Block, and I know it's not going to be the same, not even really that close. But this name again, if you would sort of try to catch this, you had some big moves to the downside, right? And this can happen at any time. Now you're on a 3-day winning streak. I would always say let these correct and come back up to sort of earnings levels that we've been at before. So like for me, this is not a buy until we get above 60, and the same thing would be for Shopify above 93. So I'm staying away from Shopify. ARM, Intel, and then Quantum. So yeah, all better plays in my opinion today than Shopify.
Speaking of ARM, almost halfway back here from the low we saw after the close yesterday. This gets all the way down through 110. It was the forecast that was the issue once again. Not good at all for the forecast. This kind of interesting though. The CEO basically saying tariffs can't touch their core business, and the build out for AI continues to rely heavily on ARM's products specifically. So back to 117 already here for ARM.
Yeah, it was not a bad quarter, Brendo. The guide was kind of disappointing, so let's talk exactly about that. EPS beat 55 pennies. The street was looking for 52. Revenue 1.24 billion. Street wanted 1.23. Net income did drop 6% year over year, but at least they're making money. $210 million was the take-home money, and the revenue grew about 34% year over year, up from 928. So they're above $1 billion level now. The royalty revenue, which accounts for a substantial portion of the revenue, 607 million, up 18% year over year. But this is kind of where it all falls apart. The guide here, no good. Revenue outlook dropping, obviously, quarter over quarter, 1.0 to 1.1 billion, below the estimates of 1.1, with the EPS also missing here on the guide. 30 to 38 pennies is their guide. The street was looking for 42, which signals what could be a slower licensing momentum or margin pressure that's weighing on sentiment. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. And their business model, guys, their core revenue models are basically twofold here. Licensing fees for their chip designs, as well as the royalties per unit sold by the amount of customers. For example, Qualcomm, Nvidia all use their technology, and they get a cut of every one they sell. They're also claiming here, Brendo, 99% penetration in the premium smartphone market, which obviously means a very mature market or a mature segment that really doesn't have too much to grow.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I was just hearing Coinbase moving around here once again. There was a story out earlier. We just came back in a little bit, but got above 207 there very briefly. If you missed it, Coinbase going to buy crypto options platform Deribit for $2.9 billion. That's according to Wall Street Journal. Again, Coinbase deal for Deribit to be announced later today. Executives from the company apparently are saying so. Coinbase up here as well, 5.3.
Yeah, up with Bitcoin, of course, Coinbase. So like that actually has a pretty interesting breakout level of 210.5 on coin. ARM might have already given you the bounce. We sort of talked about how in the aftermarket show, we talked about how, look, the guidance bad, but then you could be in a totally different environment from what they were projecting on, which would be positive for them here. I really did think we'd get a test lower. Whoops, I wanted to show this chart. Yeah, I really did think we'd get maybe a test underneath 110, and then there'd be dip buys down into 107. But at this point, it's already rallied off of the 50-period moving average. So you might have already had the move here. That was 112. So I'd look to be a dip buyer on ARM. It's just like when it's already like it rallied $5 from the bottom. Kind of already did the move here off that 50-period moving average. So I guess a look back into VWAP is what makes the most sense if you're going to go for a continuation play. Might just be other semis are more on the radar if we do start to come in. Because I'm looking at Intel and their deals, and that's one for sure I'm going to trade today.
Yeah, so I do the same kind of thing. When you have a gap like this, you want to look to VWAP, but this time it's already above it. So I think you want to do the same thing. So that's 114 to 115. 115 is the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. That's what I try to use for momentum and things like that. And then, if you really were going to try to dip by this, I think 114, but that's going to come in off the open. So you better just decide if you want to take it or not. That's my advice, and I'm not. So I would say this is the trade, and we'll look back, and it's going to, I think this hits 114 off the open. So if you want to take it, sit there and get ready for it. And then, if you're going to drop it out, I would say 112.50. That bottom is 112.30. So I think ARM retraces a little bit here. It could go it could rip. I don't know. But my thought here is that's a really nice move off of there. I think there'll be some profit taking now back in. It's had one of those big moves again to the upside there for ARM. So, huge move from $80 all the way to 120. Now, giving back off earnings, which the earnings weren't even that bad. It's just, coming back in on the guide. So I like VWAP down there at 114. So 114 to 115. If you're going to trade it long, that's where I would sit there. But just get ready to get filled. Like, I'm not bidding there. But if you want that, I think that's going to come through. Not confident enough to short it though, to make that $2. But I think that's going to come in. So for me, if you like ARM, for sure I would wait on this, because we always say about the gap to VWAP, and right there it is where it is. It's $14. Normally when you're down, you wait for the gap to come up and then re-short it. But in today's market, with some positivity coming around the space, the short is probably not the right decision. I think dip buying is probably better. It's just I'm not willing to do it at 114, and that's where I think it's going. So watch out for ARM down at 114. If you're short, I'd put a bid there.
Intel up here, we're along with the rest of the semiconductors. Some deal making getting done apparently as well for Intel on the foundry side of things with Microsoft on the 18A chip process, but apparently Google and Nvidia next.
Yeah, Brendo. A lot of conversations here with Intel. This could be very interesting. So let's talk about what's going on, guys. Nvidia reportedly exploring, as you mentioned, Brendo, Intel's 18A node for future gaming GPUs. That's being reported by Tom's Hardware. Microsoft as well apparently has signed a major foundry deal with our friends at Intel for, again, that 18A chips. Reports Chosen Sun. Also talks with Google that are apparently underway, signaling growing traction, obviously, among U.S. tech giants. This would mark a milestone here under new CEO Lip Bhutan and a potential competitive boost, obviously, versus TSMC and Samsung that are their major competitors. Just to give you an idea here, Intel is the largest U.S. fab, has the largest U.S. fab present, I should say, among the foundry competitors. A key edge, obviously, with the tariff talk now in full force. For example, their Arizona plant, they committed $32 billion investment to 2 fabs there. New Mexico, they got an advanced packaging expansion. Oregon, they've got that 300 millimeter logic and a foundry plant. Likewise with Ohio, $28 billion investment in 2 fabs, which have been delayed to 2030 and 2032. And it's not just the United States, Brendo. Ireland, they've got Fab 34, Israel, Fab 38, and Malaysia. They got a lot of fabs, Brendo. Doesn't matter if it's global or domestic.
They need some orders for those.
That's what they need
fabs.
now.
Possibly coming here, guys, for Intel.
This is the kind of thing that maybe gets it going off this 20 again, which has been happening for a while. But like this, I love this descending. Well, it's just more of like a wedge pattern. It's a big descending wedge from the high, but then the most recent one from this low, nice little tight range that you're now gapping out and above. So that's a setup to look for a long. I mean, ultimately, the trend would tell you you can look back into 2050, looking at that daily chart. But I go a little bit different here. Just going right into the 15-minute. I think the buy zone, I said 60 to 80 in the note. Like, that's where I want to be buying the dip off the open. So I like Intel. And the thing about that move on the daily is I think it can go for multiple days. Like the last time it rallied from this kind of a move, it's gone to 25 to 25. So I think that's the kind of thing that can happen here. There's a lot that needs to happen positively for them in the long run, but a good step and a good support level. So I'm looking longs, 2060 to 2080 buy area, mean reversion trade to the upside. Only want to be long Intel today, unless it breaks the bottom of that wedge.
Yeah, look, I have Intel on the note today for sure, and whenever we have it on there, it's definitely an interesting play because I'll be in this 2050. So I have a little lower than what Neil does. I'm going to wait to see. A lot of companies interested in this 18A process, so we'll wait to see, again, the new chip manufacturing. We'll see if that produces anything for Intel, but we've had a nice move up. So yeah, pull back into 2070. That is where the 200 period moving average is. I'm just looking here a little bit lower just to see if we could get into 2050. Again, 2060 looks fine to me. We'll wait to see where it goes, but I was just sort of waiting for these tops. Yesterday, we kind of closed right there. We got that nice bump up at near the end of the day. So I think that's a little, frothy there. And then, because I'm not sure how much that really affects Intel. And then, so now you're getting the bump up today, which is real nice, man. 3.4% on Microsoft interested, Google interested in 18A. So, yeah, good. I think that's what you want. And then plus American company. So we really like it. The foundry's being built here. So yeah, I like the stock and it might not even dip. So, when you're looking for a little bit of a longer trade there, the 50 period moving average is 2150. So that could be maybe where we stop, but that would mean you're up probably 5.5% or so. So I would think that's probably a lot, but we'll wait. That 2150 is a great area. I'm hoping that we can get to there and then hold it. Then maybe I'll use that as support and just try to go long off of 2150. But either way, 50 cents upside, I think we're interested in. For me, 50 cents downside, I'm already bidding. So right now I have a decent position waiting at $20.55. So if that comes in, then I will be long. That'll be that. So Intel up 3.5%.
Today has this entire thing to the upside. 26% right now for QBTS. Every single one of them, though, to the upside. There's Rigetti as well, 7.25 benefiting. I mean, it's ARQQ, QUBT, as we were speaking with Luis about, all rallying here today.
And I reviewed IonQ, Brendo, which also did okay, beat estimates. As obviously as a quantum sector eyes earnings season, as you mentioned, everybody reporting here. Revenue for IonQ, 7.6 million, beating the 7.5 expected by the street, but they were flat year over year, down, guys, 35% quarter over quarter. Not sure if that's seasonal for them, but keep an eye on that. They continued to lose money, not unexpected there, $32.3 million loss versus the almost $40 million loss last year, so a slight improvement. The new CEO, Nicolo De Masi, called it a strong start to the year, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. Their guidance, kind of okay. Q2 revenue forecast $16 to $18 million, with the full year 2025 revenue outlook being about 75 to 95 million. Still no timeline, though, for profitability was mentioned in the release. And some strategic developments here for the industry as a whole that were actually for Ionic. They acquired a controlling stake in a company called ID Quantique, which is a Swiss quantum cryptography firm. They also secured a $22 million deal with a company called EPB, which is a municipal telecom provider in Tennessee. And last but not least, Brendo, they're pushing forward on quantum networking alongside their hardware and cloud access.
A lot of these still with very high short floats as well. Remember, Rigetti, according to Trade Ideas here, still above that 20% mark, 23 even for RGTI. So briefly touches $10 here for RGTI this morning, guys.
Yeah, and hopefully qubits or D-Wave QBTS can touch $10. That would be fantastic. Look, we talked about this with Luis, or right after with Luis, and he mentioned this as well. Prior high was dead on, just holding $8 over and over and over again, and it's trending up. So the chance you get an 8, you got to lose VWAP to get to $8 at this point, which is always tricky on a small cap runner. If you lose VWAP off the open, you want to be a bit patient about getting in and not catching a falling knife. So it's either we actually trade under VWAP and get that trade at 8, or we play above VWAP at the open. But I need to see the opening range. It's on the downtrend going into this open, so I want to try to respect that and just be very patient with any trades in QBTS. Actually, not that I plan on going short, but posterity. Yeah, on the off chance that it sets up as a short, we have free locates on it today. I wanted to get to a super chat because we did get a couple here, and the Corleone family, ASST, that was that big runner yesterday. Thoughts on it? Crazy accumulation here at $5. So, yeah, I like the gap up is fine. The volume is good. The accumulation is good. But I think if it loses the $5, just be wary of a gap fill. This was at 330 at the close yesterday, like right around. Actually, it was in here, like 339, it actually says. So I'd be a little bit concerned if this lost the $5 level, just the way that it's accumulating here. There's way too much buildup, and I feel like you'd almost rather be breaking out and making new highs and playing a trend at new highs, as opposed to, I guess you have a tight stop here, but buying underneath that 5, I think, will be really tricky. So just be very careful there. And Arsis in the chat, appreciate you as well. I do have my fruit, and it's a lot of watermelon in there today. Not as much pineapple, but a lot of watermelon. We always eat our fruit every day, brother.
Yeah, watermelon is one of the greatest fruits. I love grapes. All right, so right here, shout out to my guy Nimit. Shout out to Nimit Penbalia. It is your birthday, so congratulations to Nimit, one of our original sort of OGs. This guy's been here for a minute. Has been Nimit, so happy birthday. Nimit friend. Good friend Nimit. So I think he'll be visiting here shortly. He was mentioning. He was here just recently. Anyways, I actually have one of the. There was an extra bottle opener that he brought from Singapore. Oh, I must have maybe I took it home. It was around here somewhere. I don't know where it is.
There was one on that desk.
Oh, maybe that's where it is. Yeah, anyways, thank you, Nimit, for that, and we look forward to seeing you, and happy birthday, my guy right there. And thank you for always the kind words. Look, I wrote down QBTS down here at $8. So for me, it's just really that simple. That's where the 200 period moving average is. That's where possible support is. We actually looked at this back here. That was resistance. We didn't break through $8 until just today. You know, it's been a minute, right? It's been since March 28th. So we've been a while to get going again. So there it goes. Now Quantum on good earnings up 26%. It's hard to say, like, let's go long on something up 26%, but we still have a couple minutes here. Let me just see what's going on as far as their short float. You see I had ASST up there as well. QBTS, not ST. QBTS right there. So let's go and just find out what their short float is. So 17% short, decent float of 300 million shares. So 18% short probably gets this thing going. That is for sure. Conference call has concluded, as it says here. So that's good to know. But there it is. A nice move up there for QBTS with 18% short. I think it continued to go. I was looking at $8 for those exact reasons. We just said, you know, it was the top right there. We had a problem with it a couple of days ago, actually back in April, and then just a couple of days ago right there. And then now we open up to a bigger print. So yeah, back down to $8. So I am bidding right now. Let me just go over what I'm doing. I'm just doing everything that's on here because nothing's changed. So I'm bidding QBTS right now at $8.11. So join the party if you want that. I'm also bidding Nvidia down here at $116.50. I don't think that's going to come into play, but that is where yesterday's close was. So we're going to do that. Then we're also on Mara, a name that we didn't even have crypto on that board.
Well, we did just, yeah, which is weird.
Did
we talked about Bitcoin in the 100.
Not really. We just talked about, yeah.
We didn't have it on the board, which is weird.
Very strange. But, okay, Mara I have on the board as well. This is going to be on my note, $13.50 for Mara. Any kind of a pullback on this name, we're going to try to get long right into yesterday. It's just we'll wait to see. I don't think Bitcoin's going to fall too much past where we are right now. I mean, if you get into 98, maybe, but I don't, you know, the fact that we're at near 100, the next move is higher. So that's fine. It's already, next move is already happening. That's that name. And then we have Intel, which I'm bidding. I'm just going over the plays of where I'm looking right now. So I have an Intel bid right now at $20.55. And then the biggest and the baddest of them all, hopefully, will be Palantir. And this is not even that far away again. This is kind of where we were on earnings day. And then we had that move up to 124-ish. And then we touched 130 on the release. And then the flush the very next day. So you're just kind of back to where we were about 4 days ago, if we can get to 115. So that's going to be a play for me, but I'd written it down here on the 111s. So we're coming into that right now. I mean, if that hits, we're not coming into it, but there's 111 right there into 110. So I want to see if we can hold some of these levels. You know, we've seen Palantir obviously drip a lot off the open and rip, depending on what the market's doing. So we do have those imbalances that are out right now. Not much on here. T-Dump right there is on here. Bombardier, Big Bear AI up 3%. So that's nice. Oops. I just saw Google right there. Google L with a bid, although that's coming back in just a little bit here as the market trying to find its way. It's looking like a short right here off the open, being underneath VWAP and all that. But there's some good news in the market. And we have that trade deal apparently that is coming through in and around 10. So.
That's a big thing. Like Trump at 10 o'clock, you know, there's going to be a deal announcement. We also know anything can get said on another topic or another related topic. So 1 minute to go here.
Whoa.
The only thing I didn't mention was Apple. I'm not changing anything with this Apple 200 to 201 area until it breaks out 201 change. I think it's still a short up into that. It's underneath VWAP. I mean, relative to the market, it's doing more or less the same thing. Slightly weaker than the NASDAQ, but if we do get enough strength to pull it back above $200 level, that's been a short on AAPL. So we have Intel dip by, we've gone over Nvidia. I didn't mention IBIT, but I want to play if we break 100K. That's simple. On IBIT, it's like 56.90 something. We'll have Bitcoin up, and if it fails an initial break, I don't mind trying it a second time, but that 100K break, I feel like we're going to see it at some point in today. And we've been slowly grinding down with the market here on Bitcoin. So you got to be a little bit patient with it. If it's a one crazy wick out, want to have a tight stop early on any breakout trades. It's just like breakout trades in this market, they're either working right away or you want to load up for the second salvo. So with the bell coming in, it's Thursday, it is post-Fed, and we didn't even talk about them. Why? Because the chips are in play, a deal's getting made with the UK at 10 o'clock, and we'll see that announcement. And Adair is going to ring the bell in 2 and 1. Let's go.
We forgot to tell you also, Fed doesn't really matter right
we did
now.
say that.
No, I say that. I said that yesterday. I said that today. All right, so 118. I thought that was Powell over there. All right, so 118 right now. Nice move down. So here comes Nvidia. You know, we said that this was a very good possibility. This is why we're waiting at 116 to see what happens down here at yesterday's close or in and around there. 116.50 if it does come in. It's not like the market is bleeding completely here or anything like that. Palantir saying what market as it's going higher right now. Looking to take out pre-market levels right now on Palantir. If I was more bullish, generally speaking, about this market, I think I would punch this long.
Google's tank. Well,
Google. Well, I said we would try to sell Google today, and of course, there it goes. What a surprise. So there goes Google down. Yeah, Intel. Okay,
Intel's up. Apple's not moving.
No. Okay.
Qubits. D-Wave, QBTS, that's bouncing rather nicely off the open. Doesn't even get to the volume-weighted average price, almost at $9 as well. And asset, whatever the ASST, there it is. It just wicked that $6. So it actually failed a breakout at 6 and is coming back in. Just be careful with that $5 level. Like that's where there's a ton of accumulation. You get under there, and I think you run into a little bit of trouble. So yeah, not looking great for now on that 6 break of ASST, but it's still holding $5 in the short term. What is Intel doing? Coming back into 21. Maybe VWAP's the only thing to work with there. ARM as well. ARM had already done its move. ARM hit 120 and just pulled back. So I feel like the bounce in ARM has already happened.
Yeah, we're into Palantir. We took something out there at 50. We're just long right here at 113.20. Oops, that's Google. 113.25. I just want to take a little bit. I said like if I really thought the market was going to rip, then that would be a great take through 113. But I waited for 113.25 and then actually got out of half up there for 25 cents, just trying to make a quick scalp because there's the market dripping back in again. We want to be patient with what we're trying to do as well. You know, no point in sort of getting crushed right here, right off the open. VWAP is 112.50 right there. So I think if we break the low of the day there, then we'll just wind up waiting for our 110 to 111 area. So that's 112 clean. So let's buy a little bit more right here just to see if it wants to dance a little bit. But other than that, we'll wait for it to see if it gets a little bit lower and buy some more shares here on Palantir. But right now, quick little dub there, but now turns into an L. So we'll have to wait to see if we do break 112. And I'm just going to give that not too much love. Like if we break down below it, we'll go get out at 111.89 and then just see about averaging in around 112.50 and then let it fall, rip or fall at this point. Look at the market really giving back. We said that we were looking or thinking about a short because we started the market underneath VWAP. Well, here it comes in, man, and it's probably being led by the name that I said I'd wanted to sell.
Google is by far.
And I should have just done it in the pre-market, being up that 3%. But yeah, there it goes. So average price right now of 113.10. I don't think you've been in anything yet. Fresh open right here.
Right now, like only now is Intel starting to lose the bid. I mean, I won't say AMD. Nvidia almost filled the gap into the prior close, but we're in this downward trend, so I'm trying to be patient with it. There was one thing I forgot about. It was Nike at $60. Nike has a seller in front of 60, and 60 is that breakout level on the daily, and it's not really falling down that far. So I'm going to take a shot at this. It looks like it's okay for now. As long as it holds out the opening range, I'm going to put the breakout bid for Nike in there, and that is the wrong. I want to use an Edge A because Edge A is better for breakouts. Yeah. Sometimes I use like the NASDAQ scan, but
I just use Frex all the time.
You like Frex? I like the Edge A stock. Fox River is pretty good too.
Fox River.
117 is what I'm looking for on Nvidia. I don't think we're getting this dip on Intel, and I see in the chat people are talking about AMD.
What?
AMD 104. If it was 103, it would have rhymed, but it's at $104. It's absolutely flying here. So I guess this is the one. What about Micron going?
We already have the one.
Micron, no, that's going to the downside. So it looks like it's only Only AMD flying.
Yeah, right now, and Palantir is trying to go a little bit now. We just bought 112.60s. It's at 113.25, and we still have the full thing on pretty much. I mean, so I'll get another piece out right here at 13.30. We've done nothing but let this thing rip. So let's wait to see. I mean, look at the market. The market is tanking, and Palantir is ripping to highs right now. Let's go, Palantir. This is a monster trade right now for me. So here we go, nice move to the upside one more time. Let's get comfortable. You know, like I said, you're never comfortable until you are. And I mean, you know, unless you start ramping your stuff up, you're never gonna get to that level. So I'm trying to let this go a little bit here to see if we can do it, because right there it is, man. It's a reverse dollar club on that dip buy. So here we go, man. Palantir's already ripping, day goal met right there. So let's just keep on going to the high side right there. Like if we had to graduate, we'd be close, just hitting these goals. There it goes, 113.90, 113, 114 right now. Neil, we found the ripper, and it is right here right now. It is Palantir ripping now to highs, 114 and change. It's $1.20 in the money. That's what we're talking about. Happy birthday, Nimit. Happy birthday to all. It's a monster right there for Palantir as we continue to get going. Let's hope for good luck there with Nvidia as well. But Palantir right now $1.30 and still going. There we go, man. We're getting heated up. That is for sure.
Yeah, great look over there with Palantir as the market continues to bleed, everybody. So first shot, we held above 117 on Nvidia. Just made a bit of a bottoming tail at 117.3 over. The overnight lower high was 117.30, so it just managed to hold on to that. But when it gets them out in front of 118, because you can't, even though this was part of the plan, you got to acknowledge it's AMD that's just way stronger here and stronger than everything else. And I like Nvidia and Intel today. Intel's also dipping in, but I got to wait another 1.5% for Intel. I want it in front of 2060. That's the area that we're going to play. Google's falling. The only short idea I wanted was actually Apple. And I don't know that that's really setting us up here. It wicked 198, but there's no breakout that's going to get us to that 200. So for now, it's just Nvidia. We'll see about QBTS and some of the other small caps after we get more of an opening range. But let's see if this can get first to the 118, make a test of VWAP, and then we can go from there on NVDA. Because it's going well, it's not counter trend to the market. I'm counter trend to the other chip names like an AMD. Which is much, much stronger right now. So I want it pushing through VWAP, retesting that 119, and then we'll feel a heck of a lot better about this NVIDIA dip buy. For now, it's looking pretty good. Jay Lee talking about Tesla. We didn't even talk about Tesla in the pre-market. That's weird. Nope. Tesla, 285. 295 is that massive resistance on Tesla. That I know without looking, because we've all seen it on the chart. So that would be a spot that I would consider a fade. No catalyst on Tesla that I know of, but yeah, flying to the upside. Great look over there on TSLA.
$1.80. And like we're not messing around. Like this is a big trade here for me today. So I mean, congratulations anybody that sort of was looking at this. And again, you're gonna look at different names. And for me, I said, like, if I thought the market was going to be strong, I really liked this 113 break. And the market was oppo. So, like, how far is Palantir actually going to go today? This name has a huge, like, we're already $2 in right now. Okay, here comes QBTS. So we just got long on QBTS right now. I'm not going to let this thing ruin my day. That is for damn sure right now. So I'm going to get out if this breaks too much below here. Below $8. So we'll wait to see. We're now long right now at 8.11. I'm going to actually just take a little bit more out right here on Palantir because that move was pretty insane. I don't really know how far we're going to go on this name, but I was just trying to look at it, and then QBTS came in. So this right here, this little drip is 115.50. That little level right there, and we've sort of gotten back up there. We did have that gap fill back down to the downside. That's just on yesterday or 2 days ago. So nice move down there. Obviously, we've seen earnings, and now you're making all that back up a little bit there. So yeah, 115 looks to be an area. We're at 115 right now. So hard to complain about what's happening right here as we are now $2 in, and there's 115 right. Wow. Well, it doesn't matter about 115 anymore. It's Palantir. It's on the sticky note, and so is D-Wave. So 2 for 2, well, 2 positions in. I don't know if D-Wave is going to work out or not, but that was quite a dramatic move down into $8, which is kind of what we were thinking about.
Yeah.
Right there. I don't know.
There's not a lot of size on that bid at 8.
By the way, what price did we say ARM was going to get to at some point today? 114. Well, it went 120 to 114. So there's that huge drip down. We called this whole move down, but we didn't call this move up, so it doesn't matter. But if you were sitting there at 114, then hopefully you got that fill. So there it is. It's a nice move down in. I would still look out for this, but yeah,
it had gone too far. It had
gone way too far. That's what I mean. So now coming back into 114.
Just a heads up.
Might be the bid.
QBTS broke 8.
Yeah,
I'm out of it.
Same.
Yeah, position board's still showing, but I'm not in. There it goes. It just updated because we also lost the low.
Nvidia?
No, both of those. Just come to my chart for a second. It was a little bit delayed, but Nvidia came up to 118, couldn't break it. You guys saw it live, and then it just broke that low. So we're out of that one. And then QBTS was the same thing. Like it came right into that $8. I had 6s, as you guys would have seen there, and it came right through. There's just no curl. It looks like it wants to fill the gap in at this point.
Where's Adara?
Nasty.
There she is. Is there anything on in Palantir or anything? Like this is going nuts in a down market, Neil. Down 0.75% right now. Palantir is absolutely moonshotting right there. So we'll wait to see, man. There's that cash register being run out right now. And yeah, so I don't know. And the only reason I asked for that is because the Nvidia dripped down on you there, obviously. And
everything is dripping
exactly.
Down. And there isn't a single stock outside of Palantir and Tesla. Well, AMD is. Check that. AMD's also up, but Tesla's getting the high.
Crushed.
Apple's getting smoked.
Google is okay. But anyways, I'm just
going to sell Google.
You know, a pig in, you know what, right now with this trade. We are over the moon. This is now $3 in and righting the wrongs of the past couple days. Was that a call for Adara?
I heard something.
Then let's go.
There is a story in Palantir, but it doesn't seem to be anything super big as far as I can tell. This is, I guess, a partnership it announced this morning. I'm seeing this press conference just before 8:30 a.m., so this is by no means brand new breaking news. But basically, apparently the Joint Commission, which is just a healthcare company, and Palantir are announcing a partnership to elevate patient safety and healthcare standards. So yet another partnership or deal here for PLTR. Another name that was pretty strong here early was AppLovin, but it's kind of giving back some of that as of right now. APP was one of yesterday's biggest earnings winners, guys. Back to you.
Like,
all right. All right.
So,
thanks.
I mean, yeah, that's...
I don't know, man.
Something. All right. Nvidia's trying to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, yeah, the only one laughing here is Mike, is at you, Mike, I guess. Palantir is a $50 stock. So then I'm going to tell you to short it then. And then I'll talk to you in a couple weeks. And then maybe we'll see what that position is looking like.
Well, it's $115.50 50 stock. Anyone can believe a valuation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he thinks it's going to go, if he thinks it's a $50 stock, that is cool. I mean, the market doesn't, and that's fine. So I will be, Amazon, I did think about selling some Palantir, right? Especially after the fact that we had that 130 mark. I mean, I do agree. Like when anybody's, right now, we are officially, we're $3 in the money over there, Sharif, my guy. No, I don't disagree with you, Mike. I'm just saying that's probably a little bit aggressive. And anybody looking at valuations like PEs and everything like that, 100% agree. Like this is not a stock to be held with if you're looking for, you know, value play.
Well, neither is ARM for that matter, and I own that stock. Like ARM is a ridiculous PE as well. Like
no, I mean there's lots of stocks. I mean
Amazon was terrible. Tesla was
you would have lost out on millions of dollars if you had that same thought about Tesla, about Nvidia, about Amazon, about any of those stocks that are growth stocks.
What's going on?
I mean, Tesla right now, what is going on with Tesla? I have no freaking idea. But right now, I know what's going on with Palantir, and it's just straight hot fire right now. Intel is not coming in to our level, but it is right at this level, at the 200 period moving average. So this could be it. We're now at 3 times daily goal. So, I mean, it's starting to go upside now for Palantir. I'm going to get out of one more piece right now in the 20s, or I just offered, I get 17s. So now we'll wait. Now we'll just wait. We only have about, I'm going to say about 20 to 25%. I'm not even sure how many shares we had there, but about 20 to 25% left as we continue to get up. So there you go. Sean taking some off after 5 or 10 minutes. Yes, what's up right there? I think that's a good idea. I should have probably held and not gone out all the way up, but I feel like I've done well doing that. And yeah, that's about it for me on Palantir. You were talking about Tesla. I don't know what else.
I had no plan of action on Tesla today. Yeah. It wasn't like I didn't see anything that made me change the tune. on Tesla, so I didn't really have any plan. But Nvidia looks like it's still holding that 117, so it made a fresh low, but you actually got reversal candle. I didn't get right back in, which sometimes I would, but you're still losing VWAP. And as long as that happens, I wait for it to retest the low and make a better rounded bottom. Intel is starting to come into that $0.50 level. I do think that is going to come into play. But Tesla wasn't part of the plan of action outside of the 295 resistance. But it's clearly super strong. Don't know really what's going on with it. I think you work back into the prior resistance, which is 283 when playing a trend. I like to join trends. That's under VWAP though, that 83 level. So we'd have to wait for that. Let's go to Adair. Apparently we have some news.
This is Warner Brothers Discovery. WBD on watch here. Not only is it a day one earnings play, which it is, they reported this morning, but CNBC reporting that the company is moving towards splitting up. So WBD on watch with earnings and a reported consideration of splitting up the company. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, well, that's interesting right there. That was Warner Brothers, wasn't it? Warner Brothers Discovery? Yeah, okay, so interesting play there. Well, you can look at Netflix, Paramount, all of that. Again, just trying to break that up. We'll see. I think they can unlock some value there. There's the streaming side. There's the production side. All right, so QBTS battled back. So I was like, let's try it again right there at the 200 period, right, on the 1 minute chart. That was at 810. So we actually took some 810 and then it just dripped down again. And I think I got 803s or 801s. So average price rate now on QBTS still out of the money, but 808. Oh, sorry, not out of the money. What am I talking about? 808 right now for QBTS. But what's running back upside? Look at Palantir go. I'm going to take another piece out. This name is like really getting going now as there it goes, man. We are now $4, Neil. Like, I don't even understand what is going on right there with this play, but there goes Palantir, man. You know, you dress for success and you put on these trades. So there it goes, man. It's a nice move higher there for Palantir. Now let's see what winds up happening with QBTS. We're still waiting. I still have my bids on Intel, but that's not till 1650. We talked about that. That's struggling right now. Sorry, on Nvidia. Intel's bid is down. Me and Neil are looking for the same kind of fills. So
I'm at 61.
Yeah, when that comes in, that will come in hopefully.
I just moved it up.
Right there, yeah. So I've always been in that area for Intel. I'm actually right now at 55, so I could move that up. And then the other one was Mara. So Mara, Ola.
Bitcoin's doing nothing.
Right. So this actually, what did I write down for Mara? 1350. Okay, well that 200 period's right there. I would have wrote down 1350 because of the 200 period moving average. That's where it was at 8:30, at 8, you know, and we're writing this down here, 8 o'clock-ish. So, you know, as it starts to rip back up there, we can see if Mara wants to do anything. But there goes QBTS. So that's going to be a nice little trade there. We'll make back what we lost, and then we'll see if it can get going even more now. QBTS, get some out now, and then we'll see if we can fly just a little bit higher. Offer some outs here, 27s. We're also at 29, but I'm there on BATS. As you can see, that's BATZ there. I don't know why I'm on that. But there it is. We'll see if we get a fill. Anything else would have filled, but there goes BATS as well. So that is another one. So we're very, very happy with today's trade, but Palantir is having a little bit of a problem upside now. I'm gonna get another piece at 93 and just try to hold on now. Now we have about 15% left. QBTS, a good little runner as well.
I want Apple short, but I'm not getting it. It looks like Apple's about to go red. So there hasn't been a pop when the market's not popping at this moment. Nvidia is retesting the low, so I think patience was the right call on Nvidia. If it breaks this low, then we just wait again. Looks like this is not the one today, so I'm not going to compound it. We took our first shot at the bounce, and it kind of went to 118, but now it's breaking lower. So if you like the long, you're just going to have to wait a little bit deeper. There is some support. We kind of hung out in the aftermarket at 116.50, and if you get way deep down there, remember 115 is that's the Amazon. Sorry, that's the Alamo. Level, because that was that prior break. Amazon we haven't even looked at today. So 115 is a big level. Intel's starting to look a little bit better, so it might. I'm sitting here at 64, but at this point I'm just going to cancel that order and watch it a little bit more closely. It's trying to bottom right here off the pre-market low and is breaking trend. So there could be a nice little trend break play here on Intel as Nvidia continues to drop. Glad we're not still long that one because it's going with the market right now and the market is falling heavily. I just can't bring myself to chase Apple down here. It's too far from resistance and I'm not seeing any great short setups that are part of plan. Nike didn't break 60 either, so that one's out the window. Kind of disappointing. Thought that was happening this morning, but not with this weakness. Maybe they don't like that jobs number after all. Maybe.
No, just the market in general, I think, is not like.
That would be strong.
We're waiting for some deals, that's for sure. Okay, here comes Nvidia, just came in, so we'll see about Hydration Nation, huh? All right, so we'll see what's going on now. Nvidia falls right into our lap. This is the price that we said we were going to be bidding here today, between 115 and 116. So there it is. We told you we were at 116.50. So let's take out 10% right here if we can, for 20 cents. Then we'll take out another 10% for 30 cents, and then this is just how we do it. Wild right there as a quick little scalp there for Nvidia as it starts. Okay. I mean, did we just nail the bottom again here on Nvidia? I don't know, but we're sitting there. This is what we talked about. This is why I review the trade. So there it is, man. 20 cents, 30 cents, now 40 cents. We take 3 outs there on the upside, and we're out of half. So just like that, man. 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents right there on Nvidia like it's candy, but we don't know where this is going to go. So I'm going to get out of half of that and now wait to see what's up with that and what's up with this right now. Oh boy, are we on a hot dog kind of cannon kind of a day right here again, Mr. Roberts. There it goes. It's a nice move upside now as there she goes, man. QBTS now 30 cents in the money. Let's take something out at 36 as if we can, and we can. And there it goes, man. So far so good here today. It's Nvidia with the banger. Not really, but we'll see where that goes. It's Palantir. Let's go on Palantir. Half out at 14.50. What's left if that comes back in? And then QBTS. We make it back with that little bit of a move right there. We are in the zone. We're in the zone every day, man. The only day I'm not in the zone is when I'm with my lovely wife and family on days off. But every day I'm sitting in this chair, I feel like I have a responsibility to myself and to you guys. Try to put on some good trades. Try to bring the energy. Try to have some fun. And on that note, you want me to go get you a coffee? Because I'm going to go get myself one.
If it's still working.
It's working.
Good, because we definitely need some coffee up in here. Look, the water's supposed to be off, but I don't think they turned it off just yet. Bit of a bottoming pattern. They just wicked the low, so I'm jumping in for the first time on Intel, and I want to be in. We like it to 2060, so I don't mind taking some 70s in here for sure. And if it breaks trend, I need my tool. If it breaks trend, then I want to be adding to this, and it's real close to doing so. So the market did bleed in, and it bled pretty much on point to yesterday's tops. If you go into yesterday's highs, that's where we wicked. Like the high right in here on the NASDAQ, and then the morning high is where we're basing out. So I think this is a place that you look for that turn, at least in the NASDAQ, and if something is still setting up for that long trade, that's where I want to be. So once we close above that bar, I want to be adding to Intel. I want to add to this position into VWAP, and Apple, this could be the opportunity if the market bounces here to play the fade in Apple. It's either VWAP or we let it get into the high. I still want to be short that name. Along with Google, they were the two big bleeds pretty much all, well, not all day long, but you saw what happened just before 11 o'clock, of course, on both those names. Got absolutely woodshedded. Google's bringing some back. Apple's bringing some back. But I do believe both of them are looking incredibly weak. And I would favor shorts, but it's Apple that I like a little bit better. Come on. Just give me the chance to get in at VWAP. I don't want to chase it down here and be holding it $1 against me. Because I don't think you necessarily have, that kind of juice scalping it. It's got some bids down here that are starting to work. I didn't want to be back into Nvidia until we tested a little bit lower or broke the trend. But if we get back above 117, that'll look a bit better. And right now, like the trend is way up here, too tight to VWAP, so it's not really setting up the way that you'd want it. The other name that I want to watch for you guys is that ASST. We talked about this yesterday. Going to halt a lot of these names. Halted to the downside. I said, watch out for this thing at 5. Well, it's going to open right at $5, it looks like. That's like an instant test of the biggest level. If it gaps underneath that, I think you're in a world of hurt. Intel did not break 70, so I don't know why I'm out of it. I'm going to get right back into the same price. Why not? Because it did not break the 70 level. So ASST is tapping 520. So that is down, but not down by a heck of a lot. So I think it opened above 5, and you're going to look okay, but just okay for that particular name. All right, here comes Apple. I think this market bounce can give us a little something, but it's already back into the downside. If this is all we get, then I try to get my beak wet, as Sharif would say, with the first lower high available. And that push only got you like 30 or 40 cents. So I guess I'm into Apple short, but we're doing it in the consolidation bottom. Thanks there, Sean. We're in the consolidation bottom, which is away from VWAP. That means I got to give it to that local high. At that point, I wait for VWAP and try it again. But we are into Apple short. The market is headed down. I don't know if the market's going to go red, but Apple is red in a couple of pennies. here, down 0.16%. Doesn't look all that great for a couple of these Mag 7 names.
Just a shout out to Andre. I don't have I left my earpiece somewhere. I have to go find it. All right, so if you need me, just tell Neil. Okay, there goes Nvidia right now. I'm gonna go get it in a minute anyways. There goes Nvidia again. We'll props it up, man. I mean, this is the day. We're having the day, like right now. QBTS is up in, wow. QBTS is up into 40s, okay. We'll take a 42. We'll take a 42, Phil. Right there, as that's going to the upside right now. And you know, really the only one that I'm thinking about being in a little bit of trouble here is Nvidia. And it's always so easy when we make plays that we believe in, right? And I mean, and I said this about Luis, and this is why I'm saying to everybody, everybody's style is completely different, right? This is why we put out our notes. And like, this is the trade that we're looking for. Nvidia long, we're looking for Intel long, we're looking for Mara long, we're looking for QBTS at that price, $8. I mean, it's now at $8.50. Palantir, we're looking long. So it's like all of these plays are things that we're looking for. Now, are you ever going to get the exact price? Are you ever going to, like, no, but you have to have the strategies in place. And that's why when we go over to a guy, like Luis there, and I say, you know, this man's been in business now for a decade,
It's easily long.
however long he's been in there, is because there's strategies and because, you know, there's something in place there that has been working, right? And I mean, here it goes right now, and it's just about sticking with what you're doing. And you know, we waited for Nvidia. We've done the work. I've stared at charts literally, not literally, I guess that wouldn't make any sense, but almost my whole life. So, you know, to pick levels and things like that, I have a lot of fun doing it. And, you know, this is just something that I really enjoy doing. And if you don't, like, look at Nvidia right now. I mean, this is like, it's like the casino's open, but the odds are forever in your favor if you do have risk management and you do have, you know, an idea and an eye for this game. Because right now it's 1 Joe, 2 Joe, 3 Joe, 4 Joe. Right now in the money for my guy over there, Mr. Maple Leaf himself, Joe Wilson, getting ready to fire it off right there, back to the upside, as your namesake, Joseph Wall. A good performance there. But there it goes, man. There goes Palantir. Wow. Again, like as I said, to each their own. Everybody's strategy is going to be their own. I wish I would have held it all. But guess what, Neil? I know you tried Nvidia early, but we got a little bit of a good bottom take right there to the fact that it's also going to the club right now. And there goes Nvidia all the way up to 117.50. So we're going to take out another piece there. It's only 90 cents in the money, but we'll take out a piece right there as well. 50 cents on QBTS, $4 on Palantir, and $1 on Nvidia. So like I said, man, I'm not here for the looks. I'm here for the trade. And there it goes. It's a nice move to the upside. I'm going to go find my earpiece.
Yeah, go ahead and get it. Great trade over there. Apple just bounced off LOD, so it just bounced low of the day. And it's also prior close. So got to watch out for this one. It's the first short we had available on the stock that we wanted short, but prior close is holding on Apple. That means no reload, might even get it all out. You know what? Play with your gut. My gut says hold off prior close and it's breaking the trend. Just jump out of the trade and wait for the better opportunity. We did that 2 days ago with Palantir. And I remember it was the right thing to do all afternoon 2 days ago. We're like, no, that wasn't right. Just jump out. So I'm going to go with the gut here. Even though I like the short, it looks like we're breaking trend, and it just held. It was trying to go red. You wicked the bottom by 2 cents and then held the prior close. To me, that's going to be an out. And I'll go right on over to, before I hold this sneeze. I tried to hold.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, I tried to hold that
You
one.
tried.
IBIT, still no break of 100K. Can't get above the volume weighted average price. I want to be long Bitcoin today, but there's nothing about it that's setting up. So I can't force the action on IBIT as much as I want to be into this one. I can't will it. Well, nobody can will a stock to do anything. And it's essentially riding VWAP at this point and looking incredibly weak. What is happening, however,
What about Yoda?
well, Yoda could do it.
Okay, there you
There's a bottoming tail candle on Intel. So I gave it a really tight stop before, 75 to 70. Better setup here with the bottoming tail candle. All you have to do is close this one green above 2075, and then that sets up the long. So I think it was the right decision to get out of Apple, just based on the gut. If it breaks low, we can always jump back into that short. But the market caught a bid off that prior high. So I want to give us a chance here. So once we close above 75, I'm taking that break and playing it into VWAP, sticking with Intel, which was part of that plan. I'll look back on AMD at some point and maybe decide that that was the one. But for now, Intel's at our price.
All right. Oh, Intel's at our price. Okay. Are you just waiting for lower? What is it? Oh, 70s. Okay.
No, it
yeah.
bounced off 65 just now.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, we're at 55. So okay, so we'll wait for that one. Yeah, so it's getting close for sure. All right, Intel. Okay, so we did get some more out there on QBTS at that level, but we do have numbers for 10 o'clock. So let's go over to Adara.
Just waiting here at wholesale. Inventory is about 10 seconds till we get that number. This is going to be a print for March. 0.5% is expected. 0.5% was also the previous print. Wholesale sales month over month, I'm also seeing here 0.9% expected, previous 2.4%. Numbers are in lower than expected for both. So for wholesale inventories month over month, we get 0.4% versus estimates of 0.5%. Wholesale sales month over month, 0.6% versus 0.9% expected. So inventories and sales there lower than estimates. NASDAQ here trying to push the low of day. We are awaiting a trade announcement from President Donald Trump. This announcement, according to indications on Trump's Truth Social account, probably going to have something to do here with the UK when it comes to trade. But we're going to have to wait and find out exactly what comes. No stream has started yet. I'm seeing some streams just kind of show the exterior of the White House. So we don't have that meeting started. But you guys know I'll keep an eye on it and let you know if there are any updates. Here, I want to talk about, we had a lot of earnings names today, but I'm going to talk about some earnings names we haven't really discussed as much, including AppLovin. AppLovin, I'm going to move this here so you can see it better. Really strong here on earnings day one. They did report a double beat, and it's worth noting here, revenue up 40%, advertising revenue up 71%. And then we have Krispy Kreme looking the opposite, though nice bounce here off this double bottom. DNUT, inline EPS, missing on sales, lower than expected Q2 guidance, and withdrawing its fiscal 2025 guidance, citing macroeconomic uncertainty. So DNUT and APP telling two very different day one earnings stories. Make sure to like and subscribe and get ready here for that Trump trade announcement, whenever it may come. Back to you.
So not at 10.
Oh, wow, it's 10 o'clock right now.
It's 10 o'clock, but it's a press conference, so it's like you'll see it all live, and you can follow along. And Derry's going to have anything for you. Apple does. The market just bounced off the lows solidly, and Apple broke the lows. So that was a bad signal. That was a false bounce on Apple. It's continuing to go lower. This and Google are in trouble at this point. I'm not chasing it down here. We'll wait for the next opportunity. But the difference is even Google bounced. You look up, Google bounced, market bounced, everything else bounced, and Apple made a fresh low. So sometimes that kind of an indicator gets you wrong. I'm not going to jump over to Google or anything like that. We'll stick with looking for the Apple short. And there is another bottoming tail on Intel. So that's INTC. Say it out loud. Whoops. Why would ICG even come up in my dropdown? That doesn't even make any sense when I typed INTC. So there's your higher low. Bottoming. It just did another bottoming tail, but this time even higher. So the trend is now broken on Intel. There's your trend line. It's broken. Don't care how you draw it. We give it to the low. We want to play this one back into the volume weighted average price. But Apple, the short might be gone on Apple. The next cluster of any green prints, we'll try to short back into that one because it's looking incredibly weak. I know we didn't really talk too much about crypto. Coinbase had a deal, and it's not doing anything at all. Bitcoin, Coinbase, all of these are not nearly as exciting as we wanted them to be. But you are trying to break out VWAP. It's IBIT that I'm watching, and that's IBIT that I want long, and you have a nice reversal happening on IBIT. If it can start to creep above the volume-weighted average price, this is something I want to start to get long in now that it's looking a little bit better. Just had to be patient with it. Not a lot of volatility. And I guess there's a lot of sellers in front of 100K. I guess that makes sense.
Okay, so I just want to say a big shout out. First of all, look at QBTS, whether or not you're trading $8 names. I told you, like runners, whatever, man, whatever your style, I'm all over everything right now today. Like this QBTS, thank you to Adara, and thank you to our whole team for building up that watch list, because QBTS has definitely added to our P&L today. But I'm about to do something right now. If we get 1.5, like first of all, we have 10,551 right now watching. So my hat's off to you. I say bang, and I say awesome. But this little like button over here. 961. Let's get to 1500 and then we'll do some roll call. I'm going to shout everybody out who's in the chat, but we need to get to 1500. So then we'll start. Okay, well, we're already at 1K, so that was fast. Let's just get that going up to 1500. We'll do a little bit of a roll call. We'll have lots of fun there. Shout out who is with us right now. And if you've got these on, man, put your mitts on because it is diamond hand time. There goes QBTS, man, all the way up into 70s right now as that's starting to get going. So there goes QBTS. Thank you guys for watching. No matter what stock you're trading today, I hope you're trading one of these ones, man, whether or not it be Palantir, which is still $4 in the money and at day's high, or whether it's not Nvidia, which is that move right now into the money, whether or not it's your boy Tesla ripping up right now either. I mean, huge move today for Tesla, 280 up to 286, although it's better in my guy over there as well, Palantir. And then here's another one that we're getting excited about. Let's go. Hit the like button for this guy. What's up with the biggest of the bears, man? There's Big Bear AI is trying to go. Nah. Don't wave to me yet, my guys. You're not getting the roll call yet. We're at 1.3K. You need to get a little bit more to that, and then we'll start the waves. But I say hi to everybody who's out there right now because this has been a fantastic little run for us. Still 10,500. So you guys hit the like button and we'll go off on our roll call. But that's what's going on. I mean, you're into Intel now, so that's going to be good. I'm waiting for a little bit lower on that one. A quick little check in on another company that's reported right there today, Shopify. Good little look there for Shopify, bouncing off of those lows. So that was a nervous Nancy trade there, down to 85, back to 91. I just got filled on something. Oh. Wow, 10% trade right there on QBTS as we take 75 cents, let's call it 9%, on an $8 stock. So, so far so good there for QBTS, but good. Let's see if Intel can go.
Well, it's starting to go. It's just rounded into the 80 level. Every 5, 10, 15 is where you take it on. Well, usually that's what you want to do on Intel because that's the kind of range that it puts in. The number one thing that I want right now is a way back into Apple that doesn't have me FOMOing into the short at the low of the day. At this point, it's so distinctly different from almost every other tech name that at least I'm watching right now. Like the NASDAQ did just pull back up a little bit, retested some lows, and Apple did absolutely nothing. Except continue lower. So I got tricked out of it, and you're going to see it continue to go. Intel it's making that rounded bottom. I'm going to get some out into VWAP, and if we get to 21, at that point, I want to be out at least 70% and then hold on to the rest for the high because that's a failed breakout at 21. So I want to play this as like a mean reversion trade and scalp trade. So I got my offers out there lined up and ready to go. I just looked over at Nvidia, and it's still in that lower high trend down. Like I want it to either break the trend or give us a shot at the 115 level. And while we're looking at the chips, AMD is just holding the line right now. Like if anything, the market breaks lower, AMD is looking like a trend reverse. Like I hate to say it because I wanted to be long the chips today. That looks like a trend break on AMD if we lose the volume weighted average price. Let's go to Adara, see if we have any updates from the Trump conference.
Wish I did, Neil. I do not have anything. The stream has not started. In fact, they literally have the moderator in the stream saying he was supposed to start at 10. We will let you know when he starts because it's just at this point still showing the White House. But there's another conference happening right now. You might have seen it. I believe I put it on our second stream, economic data. But basically, we have some AI CEOs testifying in a Senate hearing on AI competition. Right now, it just looks like it's going to be Sam Altman, who is the CEO and co-founder here of OpenAI. So I am listening to this testimony right now. I will be redirecting my focus to Trump once President Trump's press conference begins, just to let you guys know there's a lot of talking from a lot of people on Watch today, and I'll be giving you all of it. Back to you.
Chinese names are...
Yeah, maybe they were hoping that there was going to be a Chinese deal coming. All right, yeah, it's going to be the deal with the UK, so that's going to be good. I'm sure they're just getting that lined up. So I'm just going to use, I have 10% left of Palantir. I mean, we just kept on getting out, and our best out is 1670 right there. So again, my stop was breaking through $12. So we gave this one about 50 or 60 cents, maybe 80 cents worth of a stop. Remember, we put the stop in, it was 11.89. So let's just call it, where am I long at? So about 80 cents worth of a stop there. You know, it's well cooked now to the upside, especially, I mean, we're not going to sit here and watch this happen to the market and not think about where our stop would be on some of these names, right? And so I don't think this is going to fall out of bed or anything like that, but what about a 115? So that's where I have half of what I have left coming out. I don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, that is what it is. I do have an offer at 116.80, which would be that top again, and then through 117. So if it goes there, great. All good. Neil's in Intel, so I'm just going to look at it myself. So it's not quite ready for me to get cooking yet on that one. Netflix right now, I mean, QBTS, just so everybody knows, I have 20% left. Wow, we just got, oh yeah, that's right, we got that 74, right, that was the big one, yeah. So we only have 20% left of that one. I'll pause the stock. We're 3 for 3 here today, and it's been a good day, so I'm not trying to like lose everything, but on my next trade, so we're gonna have to be very, very careful, but I'm not afraid to do anything. We're waiting for $20.55, which is what we wrote down here on Intel. So I do like the fact that you know, it's giving you these dip buy opportunities, but we just have to wait for that. So $20.60, we'll figure it out for that one. And then oh, Netflix, I don't know if I just called it up, but I wanted to. $1,150. So it's down today, you know, but what a name, man. This name, I just want to check in on it to see what the temperature was over there. And then Google as well, temperature check. Holding, you know, doesn't need to see a doctor yet today. Still only up 1.5% after being up nearly 3%. So it's given back just a little bit there. Wow, this market, man, what a great tank off some of those levels.
I'm not happy with that getting shaken out of Apple there. Saw the market bounce and I got myself shook out of it. Apple's now down at 195. It's red. It's looking bad. AMD is a trend break. So it's a simple, they closed underneath the trend line and broke the prior bar. In this case, I'm ignoring VWAP for the bigger part of what I'm seeing here, but I got to give it only to the prior bar high. It's the same rule as always, and I mean, Intel's still kind of doing the same thing. So the way I see it is, you know, you break the prior bar, you can get out of Intel. We break the prior bar, get out of AMD. It's always possible that both of these can take the paper cut. But if they start trending away, I need to get back into the one that's working. Right, so you have a trend reversal. Even if I get wicked out, if it sets right back up to a short, then I jump back into the short. And it's the same thing with the Intel long at this level. I did want to at least look at ASST. What just happened?
Palantir just bumped $1.
Okay.
As if it wasn't even. Anyways, go ahead, guys. I just got filled out.
No, the other thing I was going to say is ASST opened up and bounced exactly off of $5. So it's holding the line closer to $5 than even I was expecting. So this is a key level here. Obviously, if it can break away from 5, I think it's got a good second salvo. So here's your test of the $5 level coming on ASST. Fortunately, right now, I'm looking at these chip names because if we break this on AMD down under VWAP, then I got to be adding to this position. Right? Like it's broken trend. The market just made a fresh low. Intel just came out to the downside. If we lose VWAP, I want to be adding to short in advanced micro devices. 195 even on Apple. You gotta be kidding me. SPY is taking it on the chin.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I know it's been a little rough on some of these names.
The key is try to make the loss. Like I haven't had a single. I'm 0 for 5. Not a single loss is half as big as my best one yesterday. That's how you stay green, everybody.
Yeah. 0 for 5 is what will happen, right? We'll go through.
Actually, that's not true because I'm up on Apple.
Right. Okay. So 1 for 4.
No, but I consider it a fail because I got out of a great short. So I don't grade that as a positive stock when I had a huge short and I got it too early.
Yeah, exactly. So we just had a huge, I don't know what just happened there with Palantir, but that absolutely, come on, pro day trader. We've got, thank you so much for everything, man. Neil is always eating. Yeah, that's probably true.
It's true.
And shout out to me, no show, no Sean. Nah, there's a show. I wasn't here on Tuesday, and there was still a show. Shout out to Obi, who's not here today. He wasn't here yesterday either, but I think he's trading remotely as well. So thank you so much to everybody for today again. So I just got out of some Nvidia. Oh boy. What is QBTS even doing now? Yeah, we're living. I feel like living the life. Being sitting here, being able to do this, man, with other people's money has been great. So that's the only way I've ever traded, which is probably why I have some of this, kind of feeling here about being able to do some of this on different stocks, being able to trade different strategies all the time, right? And adapting. I think that's super importante. All right, so what else you guys want to talk about? All right, so SPY, SPXL, Tesla, Meta, Mara. Let's go check out our next one. So I canceled, by the way, I canceled my Intel there. I don't, I'm going to wait. Like we're having a really big day, so I'm just going to wait on that one. We did talk about Mara, and unfortunately I was bidding 13. I mean, I wrote down here 1350 long. It looks like it gets as low as 1376, and we probably should have done something about that, but we didn't. As Bitcoin's still doing absolutely nothing today, 99.2, which it's great. I mean, it's a great level, but when we looked at it earlier, it was 99.4. Mara, I was at 1360. So a little bit of a miss there. I'm going to start to now cancel some of these bids, right? And that's what I did on Intel, because these are trades that I have ideas for early, you know, and when they don't come through, I don't now, like now my opinion has changed on Intel. You know, now I'm looking short. I would be looking short. So for me to sit here and take a long, I don't think is going to be something that I'm going to be pleased with, because even coming back in and giving up 10% or something like that of my net, just because I'm trying something that I thought was going to be good at 8:30 is different strategy than what I'm thinking about at 10:30. So for right now, that's the look. If you are following me, I want to thank you for that, because right now we had, you know, most of these, all of these plays, first of all the longs are all written here, all the ones I've had today, Palantir, QBTS, and Nvidia. So they're all on there. And I want to thank the 3,200 of you for viewing that with 45 likes. So thank you for doing all of that on the sticky note. I mean, it means a lot to all of us that we support the whole show. So again, thanks for hitting the like. Thanks for the subscribe. Let's keep everything going. We did get out some more. Did I get some more QBTS? I did. So we did wind up getting some more QBTS. It's quite obvious that $9 might be a stopping zone there. So I'm going to put out some more shares at 885, and then we'll put something out at 896, and then we'll almost be out of everything. So I only have 15% left. A lot of the outs were rated around here. VWAP 840 to 850. Those are pretty significant. We did run that because we were like, wow, that happened pretty quick. So we did get a lot out there in the 30s as well, but the majority of them at the 40s or 50s area, putting us green. So green on QBTS, and then Palantir, we did take advantage of that move higher. We said we were sitting there at 80, so we get that fill, and that came out of absolutely nowhere. Someone must have hit the buy key there. Probably Kathy is in there buying. So, you know, I'll talk to her on Mother's Day, and then we'll see what's going on. But there's Kathy Wood. What's up, Kathy Wood? So we'll figure that out. But I bet you someone came in there and just bought, like that was doing nothing. And then it ripped up, and we did get out some more more Nvidia there at 117. So this was my lightest position out of all three, was Nvidia, because it didn't come into me. So yeah, that was that. It came in, but not enough. It came to 1650. I told you that was the bid. Our bigger bid was at 1610, and that didn't hit. So we're waiting for that one. Yeah, just sitting on the hands right now. Thank you, Jorge and everybody else there for the nice comments about the trading today. And I mean, this is what we're doing. You have Joe and Tariff coming on the midday, which has a completely different style. And as you just heard Neil say as well, in and out of a few trades. So we're pushing keys today, man. I mean, the market's moving. Tesla, by the way, Neil.
Tesla came all the way back in. Look, we just, Apple just mean reverted off 195 with a bottoming tail candle. You're going to see, if you missed the move, which obviously I missed a short because I was in it and I took it out earlier, and I'll probably talk a bit more about that later. Mean reversion off 195. I'm not going to chase it down here. I said I didn't want to chase it. I had to set up a short. Instead, it gives you a little bit of a long setup. It's not really pressing through to the quarters here. So it broke. There it is. I thought I was actually offering 25. All right, it doesn't want to go. We punched long through 195 and got sevens on the way back up of that prior bar, and then it immediately stalls at the quarters. I want to be short this name overall, so I'm looking to be short back into VWAP or the even dollar. The second the tape reverses, I want to get out of this and start thinking about a short again in Apple. And I heard CoreWeave, but I didn't catch the news there. And
just that was moving higher. That's what I heard. I'm not sure if there was.
You know what? CoreWeave is not as correlated to Nvidia as you'd think, because if that's breaking highs, it did this the other day. I think it was the day you were gone. CoreWeave was really strong, and Nvidia was kind of in a downward trend. So a little surprised by that, but I'm going to be watching Apple for reversion. Going to punch out if I see heavy tape in front of 96 and look for a place to be short because I want to be shorting pops on Apple. But it's set up a mean reversion trade, so I take it. It's that simple. If it's only a $0.50, 75 cents up here where it turns, then I don't mind getting out because the idea is to be short the stock overall. It's weird that it'll work so cleanly to the long side, but that's a bungle. And that's why I don't grade that. Like you heard me say, I'll go 0 for 5. But I was up on Apple at that point. But you can't take that trade, make a gut decision to get out for a small win, and then immediately it flushes. I'm not going to grade that as a winning trade. That's, to me, makes no sense because then you just do it again. And that was a wrong thing to get out. So I don't want to, in my head, think that that was good when obviously it was the wrong decision. Grade your decisions, everybody. That's what matters. So tape still looks pretty good on Apple. Struggling a bit at this $0.50, like the 195.50. But for now, they're still at least bidding it up whenever someone swipes this ask. And apparently we've got some breaking news and the small cap
Apparently we're
recap
going to have
coming
some
up.
small caps coming up very soon. So it is 10:20. Thank you to everybody again here. If there's any, okay, let's just go now.
Oh, we'll just go now.
That's okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. If everyone's cool, I'll start now because I actually also have an answer for you guys about CoreWeave and why that might be on watch. I mentioned earlier that Sam Altman was testifying in front of the Senate Committee on AI, but he's not the only AI CEO there, though it's been, if you look online, you look at the YouTube videos, you think it was only him because it's really been touted as Sam Altman testifies. Lisa Su of AMD is also testifying today for the Senate Committee, as is the CEO of CoreWeave, which might be why that one's on watch. Brad Smith of Microsoft is testifying as well. He's not the CEO, but he's the president. He's been involved for a multitude of years. But just be aware that these individuals are testifying as we continue to await President Donald Trump and his trade announcement. That was supposed to start about 20 minutes ago. I still have that stream on. I'm waiting for it to start up. IWM, lower highs, lower lows, much like what we had with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, a gap up that it is really struggling to maintain. Let's see if it has any kind of support here at this 198.50 level, which is a little bit of resistance if you go back to yesterday. Here is Pony AI, PONY, about a $4.5 billion market cap on Tuesday morning, announcing the strategic partnership with Uber. This one's been really strong as of late and does get an ample amount of retail attention. Here's GPUS. This is another multi-day player. On Monday morning, they announced some preliminary earnings, which are pretty well received here. Hyperscale Data has a 15% short float. And last but not least, SEZL, like Pony AI, it's not strictly a small cap. Sezzle Inc. has about it was a $2.5 billion market cap. So $2.5 billion market cap. Earnings beat, sales beat, guidance well above expectations here for fiscal 2025. And Sezzle has a 20% short float, more or less. So lots of these heavily shorted names that retail traders are enjoying here on the small cap list today. As I continue to listen to this testimony, back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And the second I saw that weakness, I just got out of Apple. It's underneath 196. It got right to the 70 level. Well, 75, actually, the 3/4 mark, and then a little bit of a tape reversal. Remember the idea, I want to be short the stock. I'm favoring the short in Apple. So obviously on this move up, while nice, I'm looking for the curl into 96 with the volume weighted average price. Last time we had it short was 196.5, so it could just get right there. But I'm starting to now look for a reversion back in the other direction, and the prior close was 196.25. So as long as it's red or under VWAP, we want to give it another shot. I like a mean reversion trade, but I'm only going to give it so far. Intel's still doing the exact same thing. Like, it's actually holding the bid. I keep taking like these little shots at it, but it's starting to look a little bit better. It's holding the line very nicely. I'm going to jump back in here. Give it to the actual low of the day, which oddly enough I didn't last time. It's strange.
Yeah, we just we take a banger, hopefully a banger. We take a little bit profit there. Who knows where it's going to go? Here comes Tesla coming in a lot, so it's a good thing. I was just gonna. That's why we hit that alarm, man. Tesla, good move there, up to 281.30s. 281.15s. We want. Here it comes. I'm getting out of Tesla if it takes that low. Like, I don't know, the futures just had a little bit of a bump. We're long Tesla right now at 40s. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher now, back into the 70s or so. But if we lose this, we'll lose 80 cents or so. If this breaks that low, it's 279. It's 279. I put 279.50. So it looks like we could take this L right now. I mean, we could get out right now and take 40 cents of a hit, but we are underneath 280. Let's just see if it wants. It's not going to go. Let's just see if it wants to. Nope, there it goes. I was going to say, let's just see if it wanted to bump back up there. But again, like, Smaller hits, but bigger. Okay, now it's trying to go back to the upside right here. We'll try one more time against that same out, as if we just punched the very bottom there on Tesla. That's too bad. But okay, we got
Tesla's
some.
at 280?
Yeah, it just fell. That's what I was trying to buy the 280s right here.
It was so strong.
Yeah, it was. I mean, definitely was strong, but not so much now. What's up, Adara?
So keep an eye here on the market. I am still not seeing that this Trump conference has begun, and I do have a stream open for it. But I'm seeing Telegraph, which is, I believe, a publication based in the UK, reporting some of these tariff-related deals that apparently the US and UK are going to announce. Again, I would like to clarify they have not yet announced them. But so basically, we're seeing here a US reportedly set to cut tariffs on UK cars to 10%. We're also seeing apparently beef tariffs will be cut to close to zero. That's what I'm seeing here from Telegraph. Looks like the market got a bit of a move on, whispers of tariffs, but this is just a report from the Telegraph. We, again, do not have any talk from Donald Trump yet. Lisa Su, Dr. Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, currently testifying at the Senate hearing on AI after Sam Altman completed his testimony. Back to you.
And maybe that's why Tesla's moving, but now we're in $1 again. What's up, Ozan? So there it is, man. We're going to be positive on Tesla. We made the bottom there. Like we literally, as my kids would say, Dad, you literally punched the bottom right there because it breaks and I get out. And then we just bought it right back to the upside right now. So now we're sitting in $1 there. But yeah, we'll still be, well, we're flat on Tesla right now because we lost 70 or 80 cents. Plus we have this position pending still. So let's see if it goes back to the upside. But you've got that Apple on your mind, I guess, over there.
Well, Apple did the reversal like I expected, but it's actually holding up pretty nicely. So I don't want to be long Apple. The idea is to be short Apple. It's not getting into VWAP. Intel did hold the line, so we're into that one, actually trying to add on the way back upside. But you know what, everybody? Traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big.
79.
We're talking about 5,300, 15,200, 36K, even $29,940 on a single trade. Here's how it works. Pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. And that's your total risk. Trade real shares, no CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital, and you keep 70% of the profits. No margin calls, no account blowups. Check out Trade the Pool and scan the QR code in front of you to get 10% off and start your journey. Shout out to TTP Trade the Pool.
Yeah, man, I would destroy that Trade the Pool. Oh, wow. Now QBTS is now $9 right now. So there goes Tesla right now to the upside, man. We are now $2. I mean, come on. $2 in the money on Tesla, $1 in the money on QBTS, $4 in the money on Palantir, and $1 now on Nvidia. So yeah, man, this has probably been, I don't know, just a pretty decent day, needless to say here. And, you know, like we keep saying, man, everybody, thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying the content, man. And, you know, this is what it's about. It's about, you know, the positive vibes, having some good feels around here. We've got a great team of hosts. And, you know, this is what we continue to do. You know, like we said, man, we could still have, and Neil just talked about his Apple trade there. He's, you know, put on a bunch of different trades here today. We'll go 4 for 4. And it's just, this is what it's about. Having a good time, being able to sit here, play the markets, have a different market every day. Like this guy is supposed to be, like, look what's, like Tesla's now it's 2 and still going. Let me get out a piece. Let me get a piece of 75. All right, so we're gonna, I mean, if I just didn't get stopped at the bottom, I did have more shares back then, but we'll turn this one green there as well. I know you guys want me to look at everything, Robinhood and all that. I can't put the magic touch on all of the stocks. I'll do it on these 4. For now, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day, and we're pretty proud of it, obviously. As there goes QBTS. QBTS is now $1 on an $8 name. So we're not just doing this on $200 names, man. We're doing it on $8 names. So it's been a big day here, needless to say, for everybody. So just congratulations and thank you for watching. And you know, we're not going anywhere. So enjoy us after this show is the main show here on the midday with Sharif and Joe. That should be good. Adara's going nowhere. She does the news for us. A big thank you to Andre. Thank you to Bears versus Bulls as well. So here we go, man. We're breaking through 282 right now. We're $8 in the money in total on these positions. So Neil's back long into Intel there. So there's lots of stuff happening. And thank you again to everybody for doing this, man. I can't manage a Discord. Come on. All right. You want to talk about your Intel?
Yeah, it's starting to get through VWAP. It'll get more exciting when we bust through VWAP. It's done a nice little bottoming tail. Took a few like small cuts in there. It never pulled down all the way into the 60 level. So it didn't really get to, here, I'll show you 15. That'll do a little bit more justice. It didn't get into like what I called like the best buy zone, which was down into here. Like I wanted it filling in this gap and accumulating down in here with a low of like, that's like 55 or so. I said 2060. It's kind of like that midpoint. So it didn't get all the way, but if we can get back to 21, I'll hold on to 20% for the dream and then try to work into more longs. If we go full V-shape and break out, then there should be more opportunities, like buys off VWAP, like buys on a higher low break, like breaking out and then putting in higher lows. I want that trend trade as well, and we can stick with that to the long side. I said I prefer short in Apple. It hasn't even moved since I got out of it, like up and down, maybe 15 cents or so. So we did take a mean reversion trade long. I wish that was a hold of the short the whole way. The next play, I'm thinking still look short in front of the volume weighted average price. Google is actually a little stronger than Apple right now. So it looks like Apple is the weak one of the Mag 7 names. So I want to stick to thinking that one's going to be the short. So try to keep it in the pocket there. Still no trades in Bitcoin. So I came in thinking it would be a Bitcoin kind of day with 100K in play. It's only now holding above the volume weighted average price, and it only took an hour. But it is. There's your consolidation. There's your break. So now I want to go long in front of VWAP on Bitcoin. Yeah, sometimes you have to be a little bit more patient than you thought. I thought Bitcoin would be so much more active today. Like at least a failed break of 100K would at least be something. But now it's above the volume weighted average price. That's your first. There's your close and breakout. Now we're long. VWAP actually sits right at 56.50. So if you lose a $0.50, it's kind of an easy out there. But first trade in Bitcoin. And the market's trying to get back upside. We're still green on the NASDAQ, but it's trending down for now.
Palantir, I mean, Palantir, QBTS, Nvidia. Palantir is like, it's just like, did you buy the dip on earnings or what? Back to 117 right now. All right. All right, let's go back over now. It is Adara on crypto. Put some names in the chat, guys. You guys mentioned Tesla. We went over there. I'm very, very glad to have done that. So, let us know if there's any other names you want to look at. ARM, Shopify, things like that. We'll do that when we get back from Adara. And Neil was just talking about this. So it's your crypto minute. Let's go see what Adara's up to.
Here is Bitcoin. I mean, this has really been quite the story we had. I'm just going to zoom out, talk about a little bit wider term for Bitcoin, if I may. We had this double top around that 108,000 level. Then once we made the second high on Inauguration Day, we had that descent to the downside. But really, I would say this bounce back started with that double top just below 75,000. From there, then we made a bull flag, and we're actually trying to kind of come full circle, do this rounded bottom, if you will. We have not been at this level near 100,000 since February 21st of 2025. And we haven't been above 100,000 since much earlier in February 2025. So big level here for BTC. Let's see if they're able to kind of stay here. But as far as I'm seeing here on TradingView, again, there's always going to be slightly different metrics depending on where you're looking at Bitcoin's price. Right now, I'm seeing a high of day of 99,919. So we have not yet broken above 100,000 today. Let's see if we end up getting that push today. But a lot of these crypto names are going to be being watched too, with Coinbase and Marathon Digital reporting post-market earnings. Bitcoin 2% to the upside. Ethereum, we were just talking about this being back above 1,800. Now it's knocking on the door of 2,000, up 8.5%. XRP up 3.5%. Solana 6%. Dogecoin and Cardano both 7%. So great look here for crypto. We were talking about this being trading kind of tightly lately. That is not the case today. It's been a great look here for any of these crypto plays. Like, subscribe, and join us every single day. Back to you.
Yeah, obviously Bitcoin's trying to make a run at 100K. I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen this story before where like the first test of the level is like a failed breakout. So I don't know that Like, I don't want the break of 100K. I think I'd rather let it break, let it fail, buy back into the volume weighted average price and let it run a second time. That's why I prefer going long into that type of break. It's so much different if you just break out right away at 9:30 and go flying and go ham. Because that's a different play from, hey, let's break out in the middle of the day while Trump is talking when any move can get reversed. I don't want to get caught in that kind of a trap. Like, it could be like an 11 o'clock 100K break, and I think that's more of a buy the dip opportunity. But for now, we're offering out, I believe it's like 56.90, something like 91 or 92. That's actually 100K, or maybe it's closer to like 89. It's somewhere in the high 80s, low 90s. That's going to be 100K. So scalp out into that, and then buy the dip back into VWAP if we fail that move. And speaking of the volume weighted average price, Intel still can't punch through the volume weighted average price. It actually just wicked it there. So wick the volume weighted average price. I'm going to get one more out there. Then we wait for 21. So Bitcoin and Intel both continuing to work, and Apple, now it's powering into the volume, into VWAP. So it's looking strong in here. Remember, it just only now went green on the day, and it's still underneath that opening range top, which was about 197. So if it can curl and revert, I still want to look for the short opportunity in Apple, but it's into some strength now. So got to be careful with that.
So the 50-period moving average, Palantir is still going, but it's too, like, we got out of a lot of that trade. Like, have like 7 or 8% left. All right, so I was gonna do the same kind of thing right here and just think about getting some out. This is the 50-period moving average. We still have about 30% or so of Tesla, so that's pretty good. It's been barcoding here at 282, and so what I mean by that is just it's like going back and forth, up and down. Right now, having the low of about 50 and the high of about 8 now. So, excuse me, if we can get that break, that'd be good. I feel like QBTS has gone like a lot already. I mean, obviously there was earnings there, but I just took some out on that top. I mean, I sort of zoomed back out and we saw $9.40, $9.35 right there. So able to sit there and get some of that out as well at this $9.20 area. So right into there. Very small left. The only thing that we have significant piece on, I guess, would be Tesla, but this is coming up to an area where I'm sitting at 282.40, so hopefully that will come out, and that will put us into about, we have about 30%, so it'll be about 20% left or so if we do get that fill, and that's momentarily. Palantir is just, like, I keep getting out of small amounts because it's all good. You know, this one for my stop was, I'm gonna get another piece here at 62. Like, my stop was about 70 cents away from this level, right? And so now the fact that 70 cents to give us 5 is pretty good, but we're gonna take on another piece. We're getting lighter and lighter. It's been a great morning. It's already 10:36. So yeah, that's a name that's been going too. ASST is one that we talked about. I'm going to throw it to Neil in a second. I just want to have a quick look for people. Ray, oh, you're going to look at this one? Okay,
it's fine.
Yeah, so I just saw it in the chat. So 640, couple halts, then a reopen right there at 640. Now trying to go back up. ASST.
And if you're going to find names like ASST or D-Wave or Palantir or anything that's moving, you're going to want a platform that allows you to trigger into the right trades, look at the right indicators, all in one spot, and that is eSignal. Best part, still a first month free, everybody. So take it, get it while you can. You try it out. You have highly customizable, adaptable, and versatile, reliable charting platform. Tick replay is fantastic. We have level 2 access, the imbalance locator. Pretty much anything that you're gonna want, you're gonna be able to get. And guess what? You can link it up to multiple brokers, so you can even trade directly through the eSignal platform. Get your alerts, set up your trades, back test your strategies, and do it all with the first month free. I did have ASST up here, but Coinbase, it might as well say this, if we break 100K, this is what we were looking at earlier on Coinbase. It was simply on a daily chart. Whoops. It was on a daily chart, and I'm going to go back. I just pulled it way too far away. A 210 break. Well, it's more like 210.5 breakout on Coinbase. There's your level 2 access there. You can throw up some screeners, which I was like trying to set some new ones up. I'll do that at lunchtime for sure. But nice little breakout opportunity on Coinbase. Already breaking through prior resistance and trying to get through 100K. I actually think that might be closer to the low 80s. the more I look at it. But there's the push. We actually got close to the pre-market high. The pre-market high is 99.9, and that's 56.81 on IBIT. So it just tagged 74 and started to come back into VWAP. So I want to be a buyer off the volume-weighted average price here on IBIT and see if we can't continue that trend back into 100K. I think you break 100K, things like Coinbase and Mara and probably MSTR are certainly going to be working. Right now, Apple getting into this VWAP here and starting to curl. I don't want to get trapped in too early. I'd like it to set up a little better. Like when it pulled back before, like you had a good 10, 15 minutes to like the short. I don't think it's the kind of moment where I just jump in willy-nilly when the market's still been bouncing. I want to give it a chance to really challenge and get into the level that we had before, which is another 70 pennies from here on Apple. But I am looking for that short. We are reloading on IBIT if it does pull back into VWAP. If it doesn't, well, I guess that means we're getting to 100K first.
That'd be nice for sure. I was looking at some Cardano. I saw some Ethereum. I was thinking about getting some of that out and just flipping it into Bitcoin today. So I'll think about doing that, and I'll tell you if I do it during the afternoon. I probably will. I just believe in Bitcoin so much more than Ethereum. But although Ethereum's only at $2,000, and it's
the high is like 4.
Yeah, 4,200 or something like that. So there's a lot more to go in Ethereum, but I just don't know. I don't really think smart contracts are a thing right now.
It's too expensive, what people say.
Yeah, just no one's, I mean, I don't know. When's the last time I used like a D app or anything like that? I don't think people are doing that. So anyways, I could be completely wrong. So, and if I am, that's fine. At least I'll be transferring over into Bitcoin. I do have, whatever, I'm not going to talk about the positions, but I'm building a decent one in Bitcoin. So leave it at that. The last time we bought was 84, one at 84, then one at 86 dip buys there for crypto. So we did get, that was Bitcoin. I didn't get anything in the 70s. So there it is right there. You know, there's that 40 fill for us, giving us $3 there. Sorry, 250, almost 270. I want to be exact. I got Shreve beside me here, the professor. So I got to, if I'm going to be right, there it is. Yeah, so it's in the money right now, 265. So professor, we're sitting in some decent trades. But you know what's been coming back down right here is Nvidia. So we've taken $1 on that one, but this has come right back in. And I told you this was our lightest position. So here it comes back into 1650. I'm going to stay away from this, honestly. We've already cashed out on it. On Nvidia. It's been a good trade, but you know, I don't need to worry too much about it. We have less than 5% left of this position, and it's come right back in, and it's just not working out today. So we'll hold off on that one. QBTS looks like it was a decent out up there at 925. I mean, we zoomed out and showed you some of that level. And then, you know, we want to talk about some more things. Yeah, what's up to XRP Army? I mean, what is that even at right now? I'm long that at $2 as well. No, just 221 right now. So that's a small one. Cardano is, you know, rocking my baby on the treetop. When the tree breaks.
When the wind blows?
When the wind blows, Cardano will fall. I don't know, but anyways, if Bitcoin goes down, that stock, that went up to 110, by the way, during its heydays there. But we talked about this, man. You can go rewind to the show, and I was like, this will probably get to 114, but it got to 120 first. So that call was wrong, but there's a good level right back into their VWAP ARM. I don't know where it was VWAP at the time. Now, obviously, it's adjusted. ARM hanging out to the upside, which has been really, really nice as well. Shopify, what a day for Shopify. Let's go Canada right now. Trying to get green right now on the day. So there we go, man. Good move there for Shopify. Were you saying something about IBIT there?
No, I was saying buy that dip.
Buy that dip. Buy that dip, yeah. I don't know why, Will. I used to really think that Cardano was hype, but again, just building all the smart contracts and stuff like that, I just think Bitcoin is something that, you know, for the store of value and for something that if you're going to put some serious money in, I think Bitcoin's fine.
They keep printing money, and there's only going to be so much Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That's enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the reason, right? I mean, some of these other coins have unlimited supply, so you do need a case, a use case.
You know what else there might not be as much of? Weight Watchers shares. Today, it's supposed to, no, they declared bankruptcy yesterday. So they're delete today. At some point, I'm going to get into this short and pay for locates. They're supposed to be getting deleted. At least from what I saw, they could be getting deleted today.
I should get less sleep and trade better like
potentially heading to, I don't know if they're going to go to the OTC soon or whatever. But yeah, Weight Watchers, we didn't really mention it because everything is bullish, and it's actually up 5%, but I'm only looking for something like it did yesterday, where just it trended up, and you wait, play a trend break, and then play the short. We're going to go to Adara. I did not just get the VWAP dip buy on IBIT. I guess it didn't really come down far enough there, so we'll just have to be patient and wait for it, and go up to Adara for an update as to what is going on with this press conference that's not starting.
I have an update, and it's not the conference starting because it hasn't, but it's this comment coming from a UK official. So I'm just going to read the comment. This official here from the UK just saying that apparently President Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK, held a, quote, warm conversation on Wednesday night, and they will speak again this morning. Now, that does not answer the question of whether or not we're going to get a trade announcement this morning from Donald Trump. And just to clarify, this trade announcement, which was scheduled to start at 10 a.m., was heavily speculated, mostly because Donald Trump posted about it on Truth, to be about the UK. So this does not really give us a lot of answers here. Sounds like there are conversations between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump, but it's unclear if these conversations have led to any actionable trade announcement that Trump can give at 10 a.m. as scheduled. He is almost an hour late now. That stream has not started, but I am still listening to this AI Senate testimony from CEOs like Lisa Su and Sam Altman. Nothing really market moving of that, but I'll keep an eye on that. Here is this board of stocks. Health technology really weak here. Eli Lilly, AbbVie, Merck, all to the downside, but the rest of the market pretty strong. We are still slightly green on the day here. So Google, Palantir really helping out this technology services sector. Electronic technology being aided by AMD on earnings day too. Retail trade kind of mixed, but Amazon holding up strong. We have producer manufacturing looking good. Energy, minerals, consumer durables, transportation, commercial services, and process industries. So there are some bright spots, but again, health technology pretty weak. Nvidia red, and some of these retail trading utilities names also to the downside today, guys. If I have any updates on Trump, I will let you know right away. Back to you.
The market will let
I mean, there's Nvidia 116, Neil. I mean, there it is, man. There's a nice 50 cents. Let's go to the upside right now again, man, as we're just burning through shares right now. You know, we talk about this with gambling, man. When you're seeing the board, like we nailed that over, by the way, yesterday, Mr. Wilson, on that one. So that was another one. We'll props up for that one. Over 5.5 on the Leaf game, hit 7. But there it goes, Nvidia. Again, another big move upside. I don't necessarily believe in this name today. It had a huge move yesterday, obviously on that chip news, and it's kind of given it back today. Not the whole move, but we had punched long yesterday at 115.50 or so and ran this thing up to 117.50. Now here comes the pullback. So yeah, man, it's been a ride for Nvidia shareholders and the stock, especially day trading this thing. So I'm going to get some more out right now, 37, 38, 39, 40s, just to get this thing out, top up of the day. This is going to now be, again, it's the same trade, but like, you know, we're just sort of piling on to what we've been doing, and it's been great. So there goes Nvidia, nice move there to the upside. We did have a quick look at Shopify. As you guys know, CVNA, Carvana, another one of those names reporting. I remember when Morgan Stanley put this thing at $1. It was about $4 or $5 back then. And now it's a $300 stock. So whether or not you're invested in Bitcoin at 0 or this name at $1, these are been great investments, man. I mean, think about if you just put 1,000 shares into this thing at $2 or whatever it was when. I don't think it got that low. That was their price target. I think it got to like $3 or $4. But
I think it got under 3, I thought.
Yeah, so if you buy 2,000 shares there, right now you are $500,000 in the money on an investment that would have been $6,000. So nice move up there for Carvana. I mean, to have believed in this name, wow. I never even thought about buying look what I did, CNVA.
They said they were going bankrupt. I mean, it's like.
Yeah. And then you had, and then like I was saying there, then you had Morgan come through right there and downgrade this thing. Yeah, so there it was right there, $6, $5 or so. But I mean, it has a huge drop, right? So down there, about $3. That was back in, I'm trying to see that date there. So it's early 23. So, early 23. Anyways, let's say $5. Let's say, $3.55, I guess maybe was the bottom there. But we're gonna have to zoom in to find that exactly. So just what a ride for Carvana shareholders. Like, you probably never would have thought you could have got back up here, nor did I. And then now it's right back up.
Nobody thought that.
Nobody thought that. Well, yeah, I don't think so anyways. I mean, if you did, I mean, you would have sold anyways at some point. I don't think, like, if you're long $5, man, and this thing goes to $100, you know, I mean, I think I'm doing pretty good here, going 10 to 120.
I've never traded anything that was in the penny stock phase and not covered at when it goes double. Something. It cover half when it goes double. I feel like that's probably what a lot of people did, and then you hold the rest for the dream, because like Carvana is different. Like, it's not like buying an early stage company. You were buying something people thought was going bankrupt that came from $3.50 to $2. Like, it's a little bit different at that point. Like, you're hoping for like a squeeze. But with the market trying to bounce off the lows, right, IBIT's going to make a run at that high again. We didn't actually break this trend line. I did that thing where it broke heavily. So I got some in at 25 here, well, 27, doesn't really have the quarter, but it didn't really close underneath the trend line. So now it has a chance to close underneath that trend and underneath VWAP. If it does on Apple, then I think it makes a little more sense to add. Meanwhile, IBIT is making another run at the high. I'm trying to get in at VWAP again, but the high right now is about 99.7.5, which works out to 56.75. So next time it gets in the 70s, I'm going to get an offer out there, and then we'll go over to Adair again. We've got another update.
No update. I am eagerly awaiting any news on the press conference. But until we get any news in the press conference, let's talk about some money, shall we? This is the US dollar. I've talked a little bit about these attempts to kind of hold this bottom around 98,000 with higher highs and higher lows. And we're continuing that. We're also back above 100. So great look here for the DXY just one day after the FOMC meeting. Now, speaking of the FOMC meeting, I want to take a moment to look at the Fed funds tool to see what we're expecting for the June meeting. Currently pricing in about 80% chance here of a rate hold. Same thing we got last meeting and the few before it, but a 20% chance here of a 25 basis point cut. Now, this on its own is not interesting, but there's one aspect of this tool at the very bottom. I've talked about this a lot here. This bottom portion showing what the odds were a couple different periods ago. So 1 month ago on April 8th, 2025, no one was pricing in a rate hold. In fact, 50% of people were factoring in a 25 basis point cut, another 45.5% pricing in a 50 basis point cut, and a shocking 3.9% pricing in a 75 basis point cut. So when you compare those odds to today, when we are overwhelmingly seeing a hold of rates, pretty interesting how things can change in just a month. I always like to look at this aspect of the tool because it gives you not only where we are currently, but where we've been leading up to the current odds. So that is my take here on the CME Fed Funds tool. If I hear anything about this conference, best believe I will let you all know. Back to you.
Oh, man, it's too funny. Okay, so President Trump is now on the phone call with somebody from the UK. I think he's talking about quantum, because look at this play right there. QBTS continues to go higher. So we do like that one, and we do have to remind everybody that if you are gambling, I mean, I put on a trade yesterday on that over-under there at 5.5. If you are interested in also, you know, trading and then more trading, this might be the one for you. If you're looking for unbeatable odds in our biggest game, switch over to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines, man. You make whatever line you want. It's like crafting your own strategy like we do right here, like the sticky note. With real-time trading tools, secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive, like betting on OKC last night. I don't even know how much they won by. Experience total control at every step. ProfitX Sports Playing Reimagined. Use the code TRADERTV to get 2% off. Wow. Like, we just reloaded, right? I mean, and again, this is just a sticky note trade. Go to Adara. Breaking news. And let's go.
Trump is finally here, about an hour late, starting this conference. He basically said that they've reached a breakthrough deal with the UK. We did hear earlier today, Telegraph reporting that some of these tariffs could involve a cut on car tariffs and almost 0% tariffs on beef. But let's find out what's going to happen here with the official announcement. Trump just said that the UK is going to be reducing non-tariff barriers. I'm keeping an eye on this. I'm watching the conference. I will let you guys know what Donald Trump and co have to say. Back to you.
Let's go, Nvidia. But I mean, maybe he's going to talk about what's for lunch. All right. So here we go. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Today we did have chicken chorizo with a like an omelet style sandwich, which was pretty good this morning. Oh my gosh, it is one of my favorite lunchtime treats today. The proper lunch, some might say. Wow.
That means
this
it's got to be
Nvidia is
fish and
going-
chips.
Close. Yeah, that would be cool if it was fish and chips.
You said
because
proper, that's
there's no
English.
tariffs on fish and chips starting today, apparently.
Exactly.
With that. Oh, by the way, man, the fish and chips I had in London were.
Well, that's-
I went to the oldest fish and chip place in London. I'll find the name for you and put it there for everybody in, that's from across the pond. Hey, what's up, Brando? All right. Hey, today it's assorted sandwiches. So, I mean, for me, that is a props up right there. That's what lunch should be. Tuna salad, turkey for my guy over there with some cranberry relish, and then some Montreal smoked meat.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the
That's
one.
turkey.
Crudité, we found out what that was, with buttermilk ranch and
overrated.
hummus. That is, some celery, some carrots, maybe a little bit of cucumbers. I love the
Whoa,
cherry,
that was a turn.
tomato. Yeah, because this market's going to fall down because this deal is going to be nothing. And then dessert squares and cookies. So as you guys noticed, we were starting to get out of this play there on Nvidia. So okay, so they're just talking about the deal, but here comes this move down. If Nvidia does break 116, we're out. We've already sort of talked about all of this. And this is the fear about any of these deals that we hear about, right? And that is that, sure, we get excited for them coming through, but what exactly are these deals? How are they helping these nations? And we will soon find out all about that. So I'm going to get out of another piece here on Tesla just because we've had that. Wow, I didn't even realize we got up to 284. I should have been up there waiting, but I was not. So here's a nice little drip down here on the S&P futures, including everything. So we don't have much left of anything, which has been a really good sort of blessing in disguise here. But we're still in. So here we go. Oh, now Switzerland wants to make a deal really badly. The only people that want to make deals really badly, I feel like, are going to be the United States, with all good intentions, I hope, there, because they want to get this figured out just as much as anybody else. Let's hear what Adara has to say. Steel, apparently a factor here.
Yeah, he's just mentioning here steel protections. He said that U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent's upcoming meeting with China will be, quote, interesting. And he also, he said many meetings are planned and every nation wants a deal. But I want to mention here, apparently the details here with the UK have not yet been finalized. He said the details of the deal are being written up in the coming weeks, but, quote, almost everything has been approved. Sounds like we're getting some kind of commentary coming through right now. I'm going to keep you guys posted. But yeah, Donald Trump here talking about this deal. Back to you.
So there you go. I mean, he pulled the rug on everybody again. I mean, why say you have a deal and then now, once it's time to announce the deal, you delay it an hour and then you come out and say, no deal?
It's not funny, but I know it's not funny, but sometimes you just have to be able to chuckle about it a little bit here. So, whatever. We'll leave the comments aside about that. It doesn't mean that there necessarily won't be one, but there's just nothing's finalized. Hopefully we get the consistent deals done. But here's some of the wicks that just happened in the market. Like I was punching out underneath VWAP on Intel and didn't get it. I'm like, no, we reversed. So I basically punched out just above break even. And then Apple did a topping tail candle du jour, like the first trade, which didn't break trend. It did that topping tail candle. I was able to get in, but above VWAP. If we continue this move down, then it needs to hold under VWAP. Right now, we're in the adjust to what we just heard from Trump mode, which is crazy whipsaw action. So I think you want it to settle down a little bit here. And then if we work into the short, let it be underneath the volume weighted average rate. That's a heavy volume candle and a topping tail at 197. So I want to be in this and look for places to add. IBIT, obviously, like everything else, like Bitcoin pulled right back. I was sitting at 60s. It just barely held the 50 level now. So I had just gotten some out there in front of the top. If we hold and close above VWAP, we can resume going into the long. But yeah, that was one heck of a turn. I don't wonder if ARM, ARM already broke this trend to the upside. Because ARM couldn't break 120 and put in a lower high. This one could be headed lower. But it wasn't a part of the original plan to be short that anyway. So Bitcoin's the only thing I reloaded long.
Okay, nice. We're almost done. So thank you again for everything, man. And remember, we're not... we're not trying to celebrate or anything here, any of these deals. We're just talking, it's not a political show. It's just that, if you're going to be trading off of said movements or whatever, you should be aware of all of this stuff. And just understand that like some of these stocks will just continue to trade the way they're going to trade. And that's why I think Nvidia right now on all of this news is definitely not a long. We just made some money back though on picking something up. And we're long at 05s right now. And I've just been scalping this out in the 20s. Here comes more outs right now. I'm taking like 15, 20 cents on these and then I'm going to scram. I got 2 minutes and we'll go put some work in at the gym. Then we'll come back and we'll hopefully see Nvidia at 118, 119. Palantir, again, we got out of a little bit. We're very, very light on all of this. I'm just going to continue to use VWAP, which now I have to change the stop. It was at 1490. Now our stop on Palantir is 1570. So if this breaks down below, we have enough. Everyone's share size is going to be different. I have enough shares to still do some good moves here, but I'm still going to get out 115. What did I say that was? That's 115.70s. So we'll go 115.69er. We'll get out of a Hyundai P on that one if it does go back in. Tesla, quantum name. Like, look at QBTS, man. We're now $1.40, and I'll leave this one to the expert to my left there with Sharif, but QBTS, it's an $8, Sharif, this is an $8 name, and we're $1.40 in the money right there. But I have to tell everybody, like, we got stopped out. Like, once it broke $8 right there, we bought it, we stopped out. But then when it took $8 again, I was like, let's go. And then we went back into it, believed in this trade, believed in this idea, and that's what happened. So there it goes. Look, here comes Nvidia. So again, a good talk about getting out. Like this is not a long, in my opinion. So we'll get out of that one, and that's that. So let's see. I'm even going to get out right now at 10s. Just take 5 cents because it keeps on bleeding lower. Look, if it rips, it rips. But right now, I'm only in 20% of my reload. So we're going to get out if this takes 115.80. We're out. So there it goes, man. I mean, Palantir, it's been a great day. I don't know if you want to recap.
We just wicked 20,000 up down on the NASDAQ.
Right.
Sorry, what did I type in SMCI? I had a reason for that, but it doesn't really matter. But we just wicked the top on Apple. I said we're in the malaise where you're deciding what's going to happen. So it didn't break VWAP down. No, I don't want the short above VWAP. We didn't break down. We ended up with a flat trade because we got some out under VWAP and then at 1-to-1, and then we got out again above the top. But I'm going to settle down and just get out because even IBIT, which was so strong just there, just lost the volume weighted average price. So that's where it's been holding. VWAP, 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 and now you're underneath. So got to get out when you're underneath VWAP and wait to get the next opportunity out there. So right now the market's continuing its downward trend. I know I like Apple short. SMCI was something that I had written down this morning for a fade, but it's nowhere near the prices. I mean, I guess it did it at the open. So look, there's your tie after the Nvidia. It's not the Nvidia news, but the chip news, and it kind of did that wick. But it's not up there now. It might be a VWAP trade or something because look at the range it's giving you. I'll probably leave you with this. Like, it's giving you the exact range that it put in the afternoon, where the lower high is your lower high and your wick top is the same wick top. So that would favor the short trade, and it could be a bit of a flat bottom break on a very weak trend here in SMCI. So very weak uptrend. If it breaks that, I'd look for a short. But we get back above VWAP, which we are. I might jump right back into IBIT. I think that has a chance to get to 100K, and if it does, I'm going to be long into 100K one way or another, as I know Joe probably will be as well. So we'll be back at 2. For now, you've got Joey options and you've got Sharif. Go get them.
Boom! I can't with this guy. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. That is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. Is he frozen? No. I can see the screens moving behind him. Get it together, Joseph. Come on now, man. We got a show to do, baby. Let's go. Who else we got here? We got Yannick, Juan, Charlie, Brian, Pitch Bull. We got Omera and Super yes, Vern and Drop Straight 6-0V and 2 New York cents. How about Mike K, Nolan Mendoza, my man Bovin, Unlimited Potential. He's laughing up a storm. We got Anish, we got Justin, we got Charlie, we got Why Not, and Stevenson ATN. And we have Lai Yi, Ray 2885, and Rev Boo. Shout out to Cass M and Maxi Jr. Grateful for Bitcoin. Bang. Just Living and Mew Life. Shout out to the OG Darwin, always dancing up a storm in the chat. Charlie and Mary. Who else we got here? Ja L Press. We got Rahman. We got Mark. Stefan. We got, who else? We got two Stefan. We got Stefan and Stefan. And right back to back right there, baby. Okay, I like that. Gladys G. Peach Bonbon. Brian Denali and Soul Queen 88. We got your Huckleberry and BF Triple X. Okay, I see what you said they were doing. Pizza Rat. Who else, man? We got Chad. Who do we got, man? Oh, yeah, that's your boy right there. Ron John. We got Rami. The Nightcrawler. Get it. You get it, bro. Sia Klon Mix. Who else over here? Pro Day Trader and Benjamin Wiki. We got Holly. We got City Boy 305. Shout out to Miami. And Cute Me and Steph Furness. Last one there. Shout out to Steph. Hope everybody is having a fantastic morning. It is one of those markets, man. We're up, we're down, we're all around. A lot of great catalysts today. You thought maybe, you know, the microchips, especially like the likes of Nvidia, would start running. Not the case, guys. Very interesting day on the markets. We'll keep an eye out on everything. I'm already hearing that Adara's got breaking news. We got two different live conferences right now. We got the Donald talking to Keir Steimer on speakerphone, and we also have Altman and Lisa Su and the bunch testifying before Congress. Adara, what are you telling us now?
Yeah, I'm covering both right now, focusing, of course, on the Trump conference. But yeah, basically what's happening here is apparently the 10% tariff stays on, according to Howard Lutnick. Not super specific as to what, but we do have a push lower here in the market. He also said that this deal that they're going to be having here at the UK will add $5 billion of opportunity for U.S. exporters. So more talks on the U.S.-UK trade deal. I don't think any reporters have asked questions yet. Right now, Trump's just calling on members of his team to discuss and opine on the deal they just announced with the UK. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK, was briefly on speakerphone at one point, but Donald Trump did hang up on him, and that part of the event is over. Back to you.
Dara, yeah, I see Howard Lutnick right there with him on the TV over there. Joseph, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, guys, I mean, I was shooting it. I was shooting today. Unfortunately, I'm red now. It is what it is. So you can see that we took a long, caught the bottom really nice, and then that's the crazy thing. I was heavy. I was double size than I was here, and then we get that move above, and then we just get that dump, and then we climb and establish some new highs. And I'm like, that is so frustrating, but that's all right. And then NVDL as well too.
Jeez.
Just absolutely smoked on NVDL here. So yeah, I'm not going to try to trade this thing anymore, but we're going over to Adara.
Bang.
Boeing rocketing up here. Howard Lutnick, who is, of course, the U.S. Commerce Secretary, he said that Rolls-Royce, they're still going to let Rolls-Royce engines come in, and they're going to be able to put these engines in these Boeing planes tariff-free. So it looks like some of these Boeing engines from Rolls-Royce, which I guess is how they build things, that is not going to be featuring tariffs. So tariff exemption for Rolls-Royce engines for Boeing planes, specifically mentioned, pushing higher here for BA. Trump also just posted something on Truth Social, so I'm going to take a look at that. Yeah, he's just posting here about their first trade deal. He's still sitting at his desk, so unclear if he posted it or someone from his team did. But either way, Trump on Truth Social, not anything we didn't know. BA to the upside on these Rolls-Royce engine tariff-free news. Back to you.
Take it.
Yeah, thanks for that, Adara. So there we go, Boeing climbing out of turbulence, and
love it. It's not only Adara that can punt around here, baby.
Gaining in altitude here, Sharif, as well too. So looking really nice here at 188.92. Let's see if we can break through some of these resistance zones. We're going to zoom up the daily, and here you can see it right here, folks. Punching through that with that volatility, that's a positive sign. Now you're clearing a lot of areas. So there you go, Boeing continuing to climb and fly higher there, guys. All right, good look. Let's see if we can add into this IBIT trade. Going to be aggressive, guys, and you're going to see it here. Live. So
Are you doing it live?
I'm doing it live, man. I'm back into some IBIT. I agree with what Katina Man was saying earlier. I don't think that NVDA is going to be a long just yet. It can't happen today. But also pull up your options chain and take a look at the supply zones through 119 and 120. I was talking about this last week. We were waiting for those contracts to roll over and to see what was going to happen. And then sure enough, though, as you can see from a strike price standpoint, we were sitting in the lower teens. And then now those contracts have lifted to 119, 120. And then when we got that volatility spike yesterday on the exemption of some of the chip exemptions, there you go. You can see 119.48 was that high. Couldn't get through that 103,000 current open contracts at 120. And that was displayed completely today, and you have to listen to what the market was telling you. And I'm trying to long this name. It doesn't matter. It's a short today, in my opinion. Have to follow and listen to what the market is telling us. And that supply zone through 119 and 120, it definitely came into factor, Sharif.
Absolutely. We're trying to go long Boeing here for a breakout. I just got 191.50s. Looking at wetting the beak at 192. Anything below 191, I'm gonna flatten out. So I'm gonna risk 50 pennies here on the pop up. We got a 2-candle retracement on the one right now, with the current candle a little bit higher than the previous area low. It did hold 191 last time around. Here we go again. We're trying to make an attempt at 192. So let's see what happens here. We're stuck at about 191.50. Not going to give this that much room. We're going to have to basically manage risk because this is not my specialty, trading these large caps. But we'll see if we can take a breakout here. I'm also involved in another small cap gapper at the moment. It goes with the ticker JBDI. I'll get to that one in a second. I just want to see how this Boeing trade resolves. As I mentioned, we had a bit of a pullback. Here we go. Now we're moving back up into the upside right now, but I'm still not getting any prints south of that 192. So we've got a breakout. Boom! To the high side. There we go, Joseph. All right, we'll wet the beak there a little bit again. So if we can get a little bit more, we did get that nice move up, but we're still not getting continuity through that higher level. So the spread here is about 20 pennies. Yes. Right now. I'm unable to really kind of get that next one. So I had multiple outs there waiting at 192. Only got one, didn't get the other. So still packing my patience right now. We're about 10 pennies out of the money. As I mentioned, anything below 191, I'm going to have to flatten out. And it does look like it is losing the bid a little bit. So it's got a 3-candle pullback now. If I'm used to use the initial candle on the 1 minute at 11:07, that one was the first one that went red. Yeah, so here we go. We are going to stop out over here. So we'll give back a little bit there. A little bit of a tougher one here on Boeing. You didn't really, you win some, you lose some. We'll keep an eye out on that. This one we're doing well on though. JBDI, taking out my levels over here, 17, 18, 19, 20 still eludes me despite the fact that we've got 20 here on the ask side of the level 2. Alas, it is a 2-penny spread. 18 showing up on the bid. So I've got bupkis from this one so far. Still keeping my eye on this one. A great V-shaped retracement off the volume weighted average price, but still waiting for that print at 20s. Lots of small cap gappers, guys, to talk about today. Just allow me to load up the chat. Where did my chat go, man? It like evades me. I don't know why. Anyway, that's okay. We'll load up a new one here, Joseph.
Breaking the law.
Yeah, I know, man. It's a bit of a bamboozler there, much like Boeing was there to me. So
Come to me,
it's
please.
all good. All right, Adara does have more news at the big boy desks, or in her case, the big girl desk. What do you got, Adara?
Indeed I do, Sharif. So we do have the Q&A portion of the event starting here with Donald Trump being asked some questions by the press. I'll let you guys know if anything of note is happening there, but just be aware, Q&A portion of Donald Trump's trade announcement with the UK has just begun. Back to you.
Clan there behind him. I like how he's sitting. Everybody else has to stand. No. Look, bro, he's the only one that gets tired. Everybody else has got legs of steel. So you guys stand behind me. I'll sit down. I'll be comfortable. The cameras will be over here. And then we will worry about you guys later. Maybe I'll leave you guys a tote bag or something like that for visiting. So shout out to Donald. No, in all seriousness though, guys, I'm quite happy that we're starting to get the ball rolling. As I made very clear yesterday, I was not very pleased with the pressure that he's constantly under to get deals done. I think it weakens his negotiating hand. By his hand, I'm talking about the United States' negotiating hand, because China's certainly not dealing with their media in the same way, constantly under pressure. Where are the deals? Where are the deals? You know, they can just tell them to shut the hell up over there. Here, we can't really do that. And so I think there's a bit of a power dynamic difference there, Joseph. So we'll keep you guys apprised of that, guys. If I could show the screen, we're looking now at a 1-penny spread here on JBDI. Still waiting for that 20-penny cross and pop, but not getting it quite yet. We're going back to Adara.
Not Trump related, but eBay here, EBAY, really strong. Josh Brown, we know, Josh Brown pump right now for EBAY of Ritholtz Management and the Compound podcast. He just said that eBay is his new long idea live on CNBC. So Josh Brown apparently down for being long for eBay. Also, Donald Trump saying that his trade deal with the UK is a conclusive deal and they can grow it. It is worth noting again, earlier today he said that they're still going to be ironing out details in the next few weeks with regards to the UK deal. Back to you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, guys. All right, guys. So we had Bitcoin knocking on the door of that 100,000. I believe it was 99,900 at one point overnight here. So we're looking for the breach of this high day. If we don't get it, then I'm just going to have to flatten out this position here. So I think this is going to be potentially the move, a couple liquidity grabs, and then now we're looking to kind of breach that high day, and that will put us right at that $100,000 price target. So yeah, it's not looking too good. I mean, one thing to note is that it's healthy. These big moves up are relatively healthy, but these breaths don't seem. We need the market to participate. These breaths?
Oh, yeah, that's what. My bad.
You thought okay.
No, I didn't think anything. Okay. I'm just wondering, brother. That's all. That's all. You know what I mean?
All right. No, yeah. So the breath here, because that's what these things need to do. They need to breathe, right? So you can see the ebbs and flows of what's going on. So hopefully the volumes continues to dwindle here on the 1 minute time frame. Bang, and we get another pop. We need to break through this resistance zone, 56.70. Come on, let's pop through this, guys. I'm punching heavy here, to be honest with you. I told you I'm red. Finished the nice day yesterday, but again, want to make this move, want to get this crack of the high day. I mean, Bitcoin can really start to move, and this is what I want to see. You're not in it, are you? Are you in the dollar?
No. We're
flexing.
10 pennies off being in the dollar club,
Let's
Joseph.
go 10 pennies. All right, I'm just gonna be a smart trader here and just take about 20% off right here. Bang, that's that. We'll lock in some profits here, but we're gonna hold off for the majority of this position. I still have 80%. We're looking for this breach of that high and into that $100,000 level here. Pizza Rat, I told you, when things are working, you have to continue to let them work. I look at my phone yesterday and I'm like,
what happened?
I'm like, what's going on? Yesterday, Nvidia was this, and then I come back from working out and my run in the outdoor gym, and I look at my phone and I'm like, Nvidia 160 or 119, let's go. Bitcoin ripping. I woke up in the middle of the night, see it at like 98,000. I'm like, let's go. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, it's time to party. And then I came here and then I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm really ready to party here. And then sure enough, some things don't always work out. So you want to humble yourself, be calm. Sharif was sitting next to me. He's like, bro, go for a walk. I'm like, it's too late for that. I can't do it.
I tried, and then he punched back in.
Yeah,
I was like, Joseph.
Yeah. I'm like, no, but I contained it. No, that's the thing.
You did.
I contained it. And now we're still live, and then this is what we're doing. We're going to take another 10% off here at the break of this high. 56.75 is going to be that target. Let's go Bitcoin, 100K. Pizza Rat to you, Sharif and I even said 100K by Friday. It's Thursday. Let's see if we can get to those levels.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Here is VEEE, guys. So VEEE up 180%. Boom. We went long there at 6 1/3, and then I wet the beak at 7 1/5. So I'm happy with this trade, but we're exhausted our shares. So now the deal is there's a seller here at 20. They just got taken out. So now we can get the micro pullback. So the seller at 20 is gone. Do we get continuity? I'm going long again. There we go. I don't know what we got. We got 26s. Looking for the mid 30s for the first beak wetter there. Let's layer the orders possibly here. Now there's a seller at 22. What the hell is this? This is new. Okay, so we're going to give this to 7. Not going to risk too much over here. Looking for that seller to get taken out. 27s now. 30s. Boom, boom to the high side. Here we go again. And boom again, Joseph.
Oh, my days.
Boom, man. Boom and freaking boom. VEE. It keeps going. So get the micro pullbacks, baby. That's what we're talking about. When it explodes in this fashion, when it's basically parabolic to the high side, what you're looking at doing is getting that small retracement. It hits 780, drops down to 750, you hit the buy button super quick on the way to 8, okay? So that's what I mean by these micro pullbacks. You got to be super fast. It's obviously a little dangerous. Let's just call it spade a spade, okay? Because it doesn't have to continue. Can turn $1 on you in a second. That's just the nature of these beasts. Get it, Tisha. All right, man. I see Tisha there. She's lighting it up in the chat. She was yelling about VEEE as well. So I know she's looking at this one. Wishing you a very, very successful small cap day, Tisha. Let me know how it goes. All right, so we're watching this one approach 796 high a day. We're taking out the sellers there, guys. There it is, 798 high a day. Here comes 8. Expect a little bit of resistance here, man. We've been parabolic since 5. So we are really getting extended, and there goes 8. 812 high day. What I was about to say there before I had to interrupt myself is we're getting quite extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And what I mean by that is as I use the 10 EMA on the 5 for these small cap gappers as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions. When we're too far away from the 10, I look for a retracement a little bit closer to the 10. And now we're real far away. We're $2.50 away here. So it's a proportionate thing, obviously. Not $2.50 on every stock is going to mean that you're far away, right? Everything is relative. So here we come down to 8. There's a buyer here at 8, right at 8 and 801. So the shorts having trouble dropping this below 8. Is this an invitation to get in? I don't think so. Not for me. We're too extended. I need a pullback. I want a 7. I want a 6.5, something like that. I wouldn't want to chase it up here. Maybe it goes, maybe it doesn't. It's pulling back aggressively into 7 3/4 here. We're looking like we're going to lose 7 3/4, possibly down into 7 2/3. We're holding up at the 4/5 of a dollar, knocking the door of the whole dollar again. Alas, we are below 8. 210% is the percentage up on the day, and it just occurred to me that I didn't tell you anything about this stock. Trade Ideas says a float of 1.03 million shares, so needless to say, that is quite small. And by virtue of that, it can become parabolic. Short float, kind of negligible. There's another high day, 834, kind of negligible here. 3.16% is the amount of or the percentage of the float board for short. That's not big, and we keep moving up into that 8 1/3. Again, it's an 834 high day. We're zigging and zagging right now at the $0.25. It's been a fantastic breakout here, Joseph, for VEEE.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Let's go, Bitcoin, as we continue to climb here, guys. So, yeah. We're waiting for this crack. Hopefully we can get some volume and momentum to step in here and we just go absolutely parabolic. That would be fantastic, and your boy would be more than giddy than he already is right now. But Gorb, I'm gonna DM you on that. I'm gonna tell you some stuff too. It's just basically what Kramer just says all the time: own it, don't trade it. I told you guys that I've been swinging IBIT and NVDA, and I'm gonna elaborate to Gorev on that a little bit later. I'm gonna DM there, my guy on X. But I mean, here we go. We're continuing to move. This is exactly what we want to see. I'm gonna take another a fraction of a percent off right here, another 5% at this high a day. There we go. So this is working out really well. We're just slowly chiseling away at these losses that we endured earlier in the session. So let's see if we can get this thing to move. I mean, Sharif and I said Bitcoin, but 100K by Friday. It's Thursday, so we got time on our side for that front. And I'm liking this, guys. But I wish I could read my numbers to you. Okay, so I think I have the 110 calls. They filled me on Tuesday. 110 calls. I put my bids out on Sunday, and then I got that filled. So I'm in NVDA 110 calls. My shares are, my shares are an average of 107 in NVDA as well too. Trim some on that front. Shares in Bitcoin average $47. Contract at 49 or 50 or something along those lines. And here we go.
Get it.
We just broke through that 100K. This is what I was saying. Man. We just broke through that 100K, and I said we need that volume, we need that momentum to step in. My camera's kind of being fidgety, so I'll look maybe over here. Is this where we're at? We're doing it live. We're absolutely killing it. It doesn't matter which camera we're looking at. We're live. We're printing up storms. It's a good time. It doesn't matter the time or the day. Catch us here every morning, 8:30 till 4:30 every single day, putting on these monster trades. You've seen Katina Man doing it. You're now seeing Sharif doing it. I'm doing it. I just pieced them out there for you guys. Let's go.
He's got, you know what you got?
What?
You know what you got?
The zoomies. Yeah, but now that Bitcoin just dumped on your
We got to go to Adair. She's got breaking news.
Man.
I do. So Donald Trump here being asked about tariffs in China, asking if he'd ever lowered them. He said, could be lowered if the tariff talks go well. He also said basically that, well, they can't go any higher. They're already at 145%. So it sounds like he's not looking to raise these tariffs. He said if the talks go well, they could be lowered. But he did indicate yesterday or a couple days ago that he's not interested in lowering the tariffs as a negotiating tactic. So it sounds like these tariffs are only going to be lowered if the talks in China are friendly and they go well. He's expecting a friendly meeting, apparently, because he's mentioned his past friendship here with President Xi of China. Back to you.
All right, guys, we're getting fired up, man. I hope you guys are having a good time with us. You know how the Bash Brothers do, man. We're just full of energy, and we got coffee. So that kind of helps.
2 days. Monday and Tuesday, I drank coffee. But, yo, I'm going to be honest, man. When I'm on the show, I don't know. It just affects me too much. I can't think straight.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, everybody gets hit a little bit different there. So
let's go.
Get it, man. What's going on over there?
It's going right back up. Right back up, man.
Well, you got to anticipate some profit taking at that level. People are going to be taking profit 100,000.
Oh, well, your boy did. So.
Yeah, exactly, right?
So there we go.
Exactly.
Yeah, good stuff there, guys. We love you all. Sharif and I were having a great time. You know what? I'm going to be a smart trader right here. I'm going to trim a little bit more off here. What do I want to take off? Okay, I'm going to take 33% off right here. There, Sharif, bang. So we'll lock that in there, guys. Oh, bang, and there we go for another big move. Man, 125 by your birthday may be in the works.
I don't think so, dude.
Again, it's a little bit. So what is it? The 25th, right?
Yeah, the 25th.
Dude,
yeah.
we got time. There's a lot of time still left in your favor, and I mean, it's nothing for this to put in. I guess like if we hit that 100K mark, it is 25% away. But Bitcoin puts in $7,000, $8,000, even $10,000 sessions. So if you get a couple strong ones and some healthy pullbacks around like 1 to 2%, you're sitting pretty good. I think it's going to be a neck and neck race up until that point. Yeah. I think it's going to be relatively close. But I mean, let me pull up the Bitcoin chart here, guys, and just kind of what I was thinking about, and it correlates with what my thesis was on NVDA as well too. So I'm going to pull it up here, and we're going to see what we had cooking up. We're going to go to the daily.
And Neil's making a good point too, Joseph.
Saying,
he's talking about that 109 level where we double top. No, can we? Thank you.
Yeah, right here, right?
Yeah. That's gonna be a tough level to clear.
Absolutely, we're gonna want to see. We're gonna want to see this. Oh my God, it's going parabolic right now.
It's parabolic.
Oh my God, let's go
Bitcoin.
Oh my God, let's go.
Let's go Bitcoin, man.
Let's go, man. This is insane. It doesn't even want to film me. Oh my days. Let's go, man.
Okay, Bitcoin,
oh my God. I don't even know what to say, Sharif. Take it. I got to manage this
Bitcoin is going to zero, Joseph. Stop misleading the people, bro.
Oh my.
It's going to zero, Joseph. No, I'm being obviously very facetious right now on purpose, guys. I happen to be a big believer in Bitcoin now. I'm a convert. It took me many years, but here I am. All right, guys, we're still keeping an eye on VEE over here, or VEEE, excuse me. It's zagging with that $8 area. It's unable to clear it quite decisively. But I'm looking back now at my JBDI trade. We're out of half the position. Now we're 1 penny out of the money. So we're right back at VWAP. Here's what I'm doing. I'm moving up my stop to the breach of 110. So I have to actually manage this one quickly over here before we go back to V. So I'm just going to throw in my stop there. There we go. Now I can keep my eye on V. So now we've got a 2-candle retracement here on VEEE. We're all the way back down into about 7 3/4. The previous candle has a low of 751. What does that tell me? That tells me that it defended that area psychological support. I'm talking about that 50 penny level, aka the $0.50 level. That was on one occasion. Here we are again, down into 2/3. Do we find support again at that 50 penny level? Do we even make it back down? And if we do, is it a long, right? Because then it'll be yet another lower high with the same area low, being that $0.50, aka, we could get a flat bottom break. Here we are at 52. Someone's buying up a storm, and we just lost it. So there's another lower high right now. Lower high and lower low. I wasn't wrong with that. Lower high and lower low on VEE. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Look, the 10 EMA that I use all the time is at 6 2/3. Above that, obviously, is the psychological area of support, $7. So let's see, number one, does this give up the ghost at 7? If it does it hold up at 6 2/3? So I'm all eyes right now on VEEE, looking at getting back in. But my man Bovin was also telling me that KIDZ is also running. Where the hell is K? Oh, I didn't load it up, Bovin, because I was busy trying to trade Boeing, which I'm not supposed to be trading. Here it is. So KIDZ, Bovin, working up it's to 6. It's got trouble with 6, though. Multiple times it's rejected 6, but here we are on the door of 6 yet again, 5.99 with a high day of 6.10. It's been very respectful of the 10 EMA as well. So KIDZ is a bamboozler, though. It is a former convict. It has done bad things to me in the past. So this one kind of like the one we were talking about yesterday, bull. If it's shown you its propensity to false breakout or false breakdown, it likely will do it again, okay? So if you've seen that once, you might see it again. So just keep that in mind, and I remember that on KIDZ. Joseph, you good over there, bro? What's going on over there, man? The breakout's on.
Yeah. It's
the
big time on. There we go. I'm posted up there again, man. What a monstrous trade. We got to clip this. Andre and Fabian over there. We got to clip this breakout because when we went parabolic there, that was absolutely insane. Let's go. Now what? 5%. What are we actually trading on this underlying?
What?
This is crazy. I don't know. I'm actually curious. Like what we're trading at 100,000, just like that, man. In a span of a couple of days, we're absolutely amped and hyped. Now all we need is Nvidia to kind of stop sucking. But here we go, and we're still continuing to climb, man. We're going to a dare. We got to hear about some news.
Oh yeah.
We have Donald Trump talking right now here. He was asked about the China talks. I think it's interesting. They were asked, are they actually going to have some negotiations? What is this meeting going to be? And he said, the China talks will be substantive. We're not going to be meeting just to have a meeting. So it looks like they're trying to at least get some kind of deal here. He says that, quote, China wants to do some things. So basically, of note here, as the market pushes higher, it looks like Donald Trump and his team are aiming for substantive and hopefully, some talks that result in a negotiation here from China, at least according to Trump's answer in this Q&A. He wants substantive talks with China. He does not want to have a meeting just to have a meeting. Back to you.
Oh, baby. Get it, Donald. Get it, Donald. Sorry. We're on one today, baby. We're on one today. Nobody said anything about
but see, the thing is, though, it's such a... See, Sharif, you know me already. It's already a love-hate relationship. Yesterday, I'm cursing Donald. I come back from my workout, look at my phone, and I'm like, yes, Donald, I love you. Like, you know what I mean?
I told you, bro.
Yeah,
Look, I said it one time. I'm not going to say it again. This man will flip the switch on you quick.
Exactly.
So get ready. You got to be on his good side.
You got to be on his good side. Man. But, man, honestly, guys, we got to... Andre, Fabian, please, let's clip this breakout. Let's clip this trade. We got to make a YouTube short about it. It's going to be one of the best YouTube shorts of all time ever. The best one ever.
No.
Next to the VWAP.
There you go, bro. Don't disrespect the VWAP video like that.
Don't disrespect the VWAP video. But that breakout was absolutely insane. I told Sharif how many shares I had, and he's like, yo, let's go, bro. Yeah, well, it's a good time. Let's see if we can continue this breakout here north of 100K, or we just decide to give it all back. But great stuff, man. Having a blast with you guys. What a monstrous run there on IBIT.
Yes, sir. I'm still keeping my eye here on V. I see you, Tisha. Tisha says nice curl there on V off the bottom. It is, Tisha, but it's kind of a candle of indecision right now. It still hasn't made a new high above the previous 5-minute candle, Tisha. That previous one has a high there of exactly $8. Donald Trump is making news, and that is why we have Adara at the big desk. What did he say now, Adara?
What he said here is that the 10% baseline is set, but it's not a template for future deals. So sounds like we're going to have any number of tariff deals. It sounds like it's going to be kind of on a country-by-country basis. It is worth noting, I want to mention again, earlier today, we did have Trump say that he is open to bringing down the 145% tariff on China, provided the talks go well. He has obviously already said he's not going to lower it as a negotiating tactic. He's not lowering it unless we have some good results here from these talks. But yeah, Donald Trump saying that this 10% tariff is a baseline, but by no means is that the rule. Back to you.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see something, I think it's fair to say at this point, we're going to see something below 145%, which is currently the China tariffs on most things. Yeah, I hope so, Neil. Yeah, you never really know with Donald Trump, right? Yeah, obviously he has to have a baseline there. Otherwise, why the hell did we do this entire thing? He's got to take some money off them. I think that's why we're going through this entire process now. So it would make absolutely no sense if things went back to normal before that. But don't forget, guys, before this whole thing happened, 25% tariffs were the baseline on China that he's had in play since Trump 1.0. Biden kept the same thing in for the 4 years that he was in power. So we're already taking 25% off the top. The thing is, what really irks the administration is, for whatever reason, under the World Trade Organization setup, China has still got developing nation status. Huh? Does anybody understand that? They're not a developing nation. Has anybody seen the cities in China? Yeah, they're developed. And so I think it's a fundamentally asymmetrical relationship between the two superpowers that needs to get straightened out. How it gets straightened out and the methodology, I think reasonable people can disagree on that. You may not like a style, but I think definitely it was asymmetrical and needed to be straightening out. So we talk about that obviously while we're trading here. Joseph, anything you got on your side?
Oh yeah, man, we're having a great time over here now, guys. So right back into the game. Shooters shoot. That's it. That's what we do, man. I'm reloaded on. Well, actually, I'm not reloaded on this, but what a great trade here, guys. Playing that break of the high here. You've seen us do that live. You've seen that breakout. We've seen that volatility stepped in. If you go back and rewind what I was saying moments before we seen that breakout, I'm like, we need that volume and the momentum to step in. And then it just went absolutely crazy. So shout out Michael Saylor and company. It's a great day for the crypto space, man. And you know what, guys? I'm going to be honest with you. And I was thinking this last night. I take into consideration what everybody in the chat has to say. I love everybody's opinion.
Dang.
And one thing that I was just, again, a shower thought, I was like, okay, if you don't believe in Bitcoin, that's fine. But what if I were to just eliminate the name of it, and just hand you statistics, numbered statistics on a certain underlying asset? You had no idea what underlying it was. And if you've seen those numbers, would you then be interested in investing in that? Oh. Ask yourself that question. So eliminate what it actually is, whether you think it's a store value or there's actually no specific use case in it. Eliminate all those factors and just go from a historical standpoint to see what this asset class has done. And if you still say no, then by all means, that's good for you. But I was thinking that earlier, regardless if it's Palantir, Robinhood, Bitcoin, whatever, if you show me numbers that are statistically proven that they increase year over year and go through crazy returns, I'm going to look to get involved in this, Sharif. In this case, that's Bitcoins.
And you and I talked about that. You remember that discussion we had? Like, what were the amount of people that that invested in the markets in general? It doesn't, not just equity markets. That that made that kind of 10-bagger in record time, so to speak, or minted millionaires, so to speak. And we were talking about Bitcoin being one of those asset classes, right? There's been others. There's been Nvidias. There's been Teslas. I'm sure now Palantir obviously has minted several millionaires who have been involved in that.
Absolutely.
Right? So we've been talking a lot about that.
We've been talking a lot about that, and that's the thing, right? So Emma Hamanda says, I would say no from assuming it's a tulip bubble. But how are you going to assume it's a tulip bubble? You don't know what this class is. I'm handing you a blank piece of paper with specific numbers on its year-over-year increase and other statistics of how much a percentage it's gained overall, and you're going to say no because there's the tulip? No, tulips are... That was obviously insane, but I don't think this is anything relatively close to the tulip bubble because, again, the ledger...
This is a bubble, bro. We've been over a decade on this thing. What are we saying here?
Exactly. Over a decade with this thing, 13 years or 14 years, whatever it may be in existence, and then look who's buying it. BlackRock, Grayscale.
It's a different game now,
It's a different game.
Don't talk to me about 2017 anymore. I don't want to hear it.
It's a totally different game. You got the likes of Michael Saylor. Now you have all these publicly traded dedicated Bitcoin miners. You got some of the largest asset managers starting their own ETFs in this name. Forget what it does. Forget you not believing about it. If a lot of people believe in it, get involved in that. People say Palantir's evaluation is way overblown.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
Boom.
But you saw a lot of companies grow into their valuation.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Multiple expansion. Again, bang. Forget that stuff.
Agree 100%
Start
with that.
participating. Start participating. We're here to make money, and that's exactly what's happening.
There it is, man. My man is going on a rant. I love it. And I happen to agree with like everything he just said. So, look, we're not going to convince the Bitcoin skeptics to like Bitcoin. I just don't think that, I think, most people, they've set their mind up at this moment. So that's the situation. Let's see over here what we get. I'm in now at $7. If this loses that 7 or that 690 area, we're gonzino on this. I'm long at 05s. Let's see if this one does meet some buying at that whole dollar level. Here we go. Are we popping up? All right, we took out some there. Let's set up now in the 20s. We're going to wait there for a pop up. This is a retracement trade, guys. A bit of a dangerous one at that, because this is very volatile at the moment. So de-risking a little bit, 10 pennies in the money, nothing to write home about. Now that I've de-risked a little bit, anything below 7, we're gonzino on this one. Not going to let it go against me. So keeping an eye on that. Here comes 7. We'll drop that, and we'll take about a 3 penny loss on that last little amount, which is fine. We're able to extract a little bit there. So this one, I'm talking about VEEE coming into that 10 EMA and may hold up. So it didn't hold up at 7. The 10 EMA is a little bit below 7 right now. So let's continue to watch. We've got a 4-candle red setup now red setup on the 5. So lower high, lower lows on 4 candles in a row. I'm talking about VEEE, still up 175% and above key technical areas of support. I'm talking about that 10 EMA. I'm talking about VWAP. So it's in play at the moment. Obviously, no really big pre-market high level to talk about there, because it really wasn't trading much in the pre-market. In fact, it didn't even have that much volume at the open. The volume started coming in more at around 10 o'clock. So VEEE in focus right now, but south of $7. I'm reluctant to even take my eyes off it because there's so many opportunities. JBDI is the other one I'm involved in right now. It clearly has a seller at 119, and it's had that seller for a while. Now, the thing about this one is I perceive this to be an ascending wedge with higher lows and a flat top. If that is the case, and only if that is the case, then we could get a big boy parabolic move that would take out all my beak wetters that are set up there right now on JBDI. Alas, that 19 seller still unshakable right now by the current buyers. Back to VEEE, we're still zigging. We're still zagging with $7, and by extension of that, we're obviously above the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA south of that whole dollar by about 15 pennies looks to be about in the mid-80s. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one, looking for a breakout, a bounce off a key area of technical support. Now, 834 is the high, but I'll submit to you, we had a lot of trouble clearing 8, and we've seen this story many times before, where we have a lot of trouble with one specific level, despite the fact that we've made higher highs above that, and that's normal, right? A lot of people taking profits at those levels, so let's see exactly what we get here. We still haven't made that decisive 5-minute candle to make a new high. We still haven't got that, so I'm packing my patience for that, Joseph. That's what I'm looking out for.
Beautiful. We don't want that order rejection. All right, we're going to take a little bit more off here. Ladies and gentlemen, just for, there we go. And then we take another
We're almost
move
at
to the top side.
1,000.
Yeah. Like,
we're almost at 101 now.
We need to clip that. Yeah, we have to clip that breakout. We caught that live on here, Sharif. That was insane, that volatility spike. Bang. We caught that fill. And then we're going to get another one all the way up here, guys.
Where's it going?
I don't even know anymore. It could go to the moon. It could go to Mars or join Elon over there in Mars for all I care. Because at the end of the day, Sharif, a $100 bill is a $100 bill. You don't want to get it in a sketchy way, but again, money is money. There, we got some more breaking news. Sorry. Apple is going absolute parabolic.
What is
if
happening?
I pull up the NVDA chart and it's gone parabolic as well too, I might have to leave, to be honest with you. All right, we're going back to Adara.
So Trump just said, and I quote, "Better go out and buy stocks now." So Donald Trump once again encouraging us to buy stocks. As he says that, the market bumps. Not as trading related, but I do want to mention here as well that he talked about Powell once again. We did have Donald Trump saying here, a Fed Chair Powell, that he would talk to him, but it'd be like talking to a wall, and he called him too late. So we definitely have more comments here on quote unquote too late Powell, but we also have market pushing to the upside as Donald Trump announces that everyone should buy stocks. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Holy man, it's 40 minutes and the show just went by like that. I don't feel, hey, there he is. Get it, Donald 1.0. We need a Donald 2.0 dancing because there was plenty of him dancing on the campaign trail last time. Wasn't there? There was plenty. Remember he was dancing with the sword? And like he was trying to cut the cake with that sword that they gave him, and he's did this little.
Oh yeah.
It was so good. It's like, Donald, don't poke anybody's eye out, man. Take it easy there,
Go to
Donald.
buy stocks, guys. That is insane. I don't know if that's even legal. I don't know.
I don't even know, bro. He's the president. I think he's got immunity. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Sharif.
Yo,
look
what
at this
happened,
chart, man.
Yeah, you're
oh my
tripping,
God, I
man.
got it. Yeah.
You're tilting in the opposite way.
Yeah, I'm in the opposite way. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna need a breather, man. I gotta hit the gym or something. Just to blow off some steam. What is it, Thursday?
All right, bro. Look. Just pause for a second.
Breathe,
all right.
right?
You talked about that run yesterday, right? You talked about that run. What the girls in the chat want to know, was it tarp on or tarp off?
Tarp off.
Boom! That's my man. Okay.
First tarp off of the season there. So yeah, we're getting into that. We had a good time soaking up the sun, and your boy needs some sun. So
that's the way it is, Joseph.
That's the way it is.
Yesterday was a banger day.
Man,
anyway, it was ridiculous in Toronto. It was like 24 degrees.
It was nice.
Celsius. Sorry for all my Americans. I know the metric system's very hard.
My God.
But
pull up my screen. Yeah,
go ahead. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's going absolutely insane. Again, just taking some more off the top. What an absolute beautiful move here. But yeah, we were tarp off yesterday, Sharif. The market has gone absolutely parabolic. One thing to note, guys, just pull up your options chains and take a look at Nvidia 119, 120, and there's a massive amount of supply. But I mean, if the liquidity steps in and we have that demand north of those strike prices, oh baby, we can really get the ball rolling here. So this is fantastic stuff. Let's go, Epic Strategy. Rivian Millionaire is tarped. Everyone knows now. I'm tarp on right now. I'm tarped off last night on the run. Jay Lee. Let's go. Yeah, my guy Jay Lee, a fellow Ontarian.
Oh yeah.
There we go. A lot of shout out all my Toronto people and my Canadians. Shout out to my fellow Americans as well.
Bang.
Hopefully it's getting warm out, you guys, and you guys can start running. Hit those outdoor workout gyms. Come back the next day and just put on crazy fun trades right here live on air. We need that snipped. I'm gonna say it one more time because it's gonna be hot.
All right, thank you. Assassino on the Chilean Nightmare. I've heard you by now. Yeah, but they're good. Adara, what were you asking?
They said the tarp on, tarp off.
Yeah, I'm sure you know what it is now, right? Yeah, sure.
It's not that bad. Tarp on.
Just shirt on, shirt off, Adara. That's kind of what it means. Yeah. So look, was he running with his top on or top off? That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
No worries. I know tarp. It's not a boat tarp or anything like that for anybody who's wondering.
No, Alex Carp.
Oh, okay, tarp. Yeah, he's not running with his tarp off.
You never know.
He can't get his hair through that thing, bro. It blocks the head hole. I know you don't watch Seinfeld, but there's a hilarious episode about George like expanding someone's sweater head hole because he's got a bulbous head, bro. He's like, I don't want you expanding my sweater.
That's funny.
You know what I mean?
You know that one kind of that iconic picture of Elon Musk standing on like the yacht? It's
of course. Yeah. He looks really bad.
With tarp off, and then someone like made a video on it, and they just like took the outline of his body, and then that's how he constructed.
That's so mean.
Yeah. And then
what did they construct with that?
The Cybertruck.
No, they didn't.
That's how they got the model.
That's hilarious.
It was absolutely hilarious. I was dying laughing.
All right, man.
You left, and I was gonna show it to you because I think you went for your walk.
That's not true, bro.
Yeah.
Stop trolling Elon, man. I love Elon, right?
Like,
he's a good sport about it too. I don't think he got trolled hard after that boat picture. Hard. And that was like the only time I've ever seen him take a vacation. Mind you, like, you know what I mean?
After that, he never took it again. He was just like, I'm never doing that again.
Guys, I'm still waiting for an entry here on our friend VEEE. It's still not putting in a 5-minute candle to make a new high. It's still lower highs and lower lows all throughout. The shorts are currently in control, in my humble estimation, of VEEE. I don't want to get in here. I don't feel this is the right area, despite the fact that it's still above the 10 exponential. I'd like confirmation that we are going to start making higher highs and higher lows, and hopefully we'll get some after we get back from Madeira.
More comments here from Trump, this time about rates, and he's saying a little bit more about Jerome Powell, who he called too late once again a couple of minutes ago. He said that the U.S. is doing really well, even without the Fed cut, and that if Jerome Powell did cut rates, it would be like, quote unquote, jet fuel. So Donald Trump, once again, trying to encourage or nudge the Fed here towards a rate cut as the market pushes even higher. Back to you.
Higher.
So high. Oh, oh, oh. We're going to keep winning. No.
Turn it up.
No,
Turn it up,
Mr.
man.
President. We don't want to win anymore. I'm going to say no. We got to keep winning.
We gotta win more, man.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
So much winning, man.
All right, here we go, Joseph. I think we just got the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Now it's either going to be a breakout or a retracement into a newer low, because this is either going to be a false breakout right now on VEEE, or we're going to continue to move up. I'm trying to gauge this, obviously. A lot easier said than done. Trying to keep my eye on the level 2 to see if there's going to be any big buyers at any level, or any level keeps getting rejected over and over that I need to be suspicious. There's a seller of note at. So here we go. We just took out the $0.50. Could we get a little bit more up here? There we go. We'll take out a little bit at that $0.50 right now as it zigs and zags. Let's take out a little bit more here. Boom. All right, here we go again. Now you know where I'm waiting, man. All right, so we have already posted here at 69. Oh, crap, Joseph. Yeah, I took out all my shares. I'll get back in. All right, here we go. So we'll focus on this one. Let's see if this one wants to continue right now. Let's see. We just took out levels at 69. Can we get a move up into 8? We're still technically putting in a bit of a downtrend, despite the fact that the new 5-minute candle to make a new high kind of changed that lower high situation. But if you were to draw a trend line, it still would be a downtrend. What we need is a break and take of $8 on VEEE right now. So trying to pack my patience on this one. Don't want to get into too much too quickly, only to have it maintain that same downtrend of lower highs. And here it is. It's having a lot of trouble taking out 60. So let's see if we can get in here. Okay, now we're breaking out a little bit into the 70s. Micro pullback right now into the 50s. We go long over here. We'll set up some in the high 50s. Boom again. All right, here we go, and we're going to set up some more in the mid-60s here. So if we can get something possibly at around 69, looking for this one to hold the $0.50. Let's see if it does. Anything below that 745, I'm gonzino. It's holding up at the $0.50, but it's really having trouble taking out 60 pennies. Adara, what's up?
Donald Trump was just asked here, well, you know, the market dropped pretty sharply on Liberation Day, and then it rallied back, and Donald Trump cut off the question and said, well, now it's really going to rally after this one. So Trump, once again here, trying to encourage to push the idea of buying right now, saying, here is Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who has also taken some strays here from Donald Trump's talk today. Back to you.
I'm not surprised by that. Of course, he's going to catch a lot of strays. I mean, that's just... He already started this morning, Adara. I don't think he's going to stop. You know, he already started with the, let's just call them insults. So they are what they are. I took several prints, guys, to the high side over here. I've got one beak wetter left. I'm long 57s, break even on it right now. I did take some in the high 60s and low 70s when it did pop up. So one out left on this one. If it loses 745, I'm out. There's been a buyer at the $0.50 here. So I don't want to paper hand this trade because he's been backstopping up where we're losing the bid. So I'm getting out here. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I'll get right back in if it does hold that $0.50. Oh, there it goes again. Here we go. So let's see if we can get back in on this one. Sorry, my chart looks super convoluted. Let's flip to the 1 so you guys see this a little bit better. I think that should be a bit better of a look. I think I'm going to pack my patience on this one until it clears 8. Right, because I still feel we are having trouble in the high 7s right now, as well as, in the high 7s, essentially. And by extension of that, obviously, we're having trouble taking it. And this is what I meant, but we're still in a downtrend. So even though we took out that 5-minute candle high, if you were to draw simple right now a trend line, you can still see it's still lower highs. So don't want to wax poetic too much about this because the more you analyze, maybe you kind of suffer from analysis paralysis. I just want that break and take of 8. And then I can see what we can do around there. But there is still that buyer. Here we go. That buyer at 7.5 is still buying it up. It's unable to drop for the moment below 7.5. It's always at 50, 52, 51, 50. There's a buyer at literally every level close to that $0.50 right now on VEEE. Joseph, how's Bitcoin doing?
Bitcoin's doing great. Look at Apple as well too, my friend. I know you love Apple.
Oh, yeah,
I love-hate relationship there. But it's really knocking on the door of 200. Junior in the chat was asking me, Joe, can that see 200 today? Absolutely. With this volume stepping in. But again, take a look at the chain. We do have a supply zone right at that 200 strike price. Again, at that whole dollar. So just be cautious on that front there, guys. And Jay Lee, he's already like, get those shorts in. He's saying get those shorts in. I'm like, dude.
Well, Jay's permanently bearish for a while now. He already made that clear.
That's fair. I mean, but I don't know if you short this right now, to be honest with you. You're going to have to be patient a little bit and be a little bit patient here and wait for this volatility to really cool off. But yeah, fantastic stuff, man. Again, we're calm now, Woosah, because see, the thing is, though, you see how much fun we're having right now and kind of how excited we are and giddy about things moving. It can honestly turn on a dime.
In a second.
Right? On a dime. So we can go from being like, we're partying for the next couple of weeks or something like that, and then to the point like, oh man, like where you lose hair and stuff like that, right? So we want to calm ourselves a little bit. We want to center, try to stay, I guess being humble is we're already past that part, considering how excited we were earlier. But yes, you can see, guys, volatility is really in right now. Big dump here on IBIT, giving up a lot of what we just gained. So let's see if we can hold that 100K level in Bitcoin and see if the market can hold up here, though. But Apple has gone absolutely parabolic there, guys.
Parabolic.
Yeah, paradise. Remember that song? Who sings that? Coldplay? But
I think it's Oasis.
No, yeah. See, but that's my default, though. I just go, if I don't know the band, I just say,
I'll play it, bro.
Yeah,
is that you, Assassino?
Yeah,
Assassino, because he knows, bro.
I trust Assassino. It's Coldplay, right? Yeah. It's Coldplay. Give me the pass. Can I get the, if it's Coldplay, give me the GTA Pass 99 Plus there for me.
What does that mean?
You know the
Mission Pass.
Yeah,
Mission Pass.
Let me get a Mission Pass.
Yeah, I think he deserves that if you got it right.
I'm still waiting on it.
He's looking for it, bro.
He's looking for it. We can't find it. All right,
wow,
that's okay.
Joseph demanding.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Highly demanding. We got to find that one there quick. So if I can get that Mission Pass.
Roland, Joe, I was joking, bro. He said Oasis for a different song last year, so I was just trolling him. I have no idea who sings the song. I don't even know the song.
Coldplay, you better. There we go.
I know Coldplay. I know who they are, obviously.
Paradise.
Of course. Yeah, I do know
that's
that song.
Coldplay,
Sorry, dude. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Or are you just saying that?
We'll find out right now. Where's my Spotify?
Pull it up.
Paradise,
Yeah, it is Coldplay.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah,
it is.
There you go.
Yeah,
Mission passed 100.
This guy, he's like, give me my, what's it called? My due regard there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, before we get demonetized,
we're
going to send it to Adair.
Donald Trump here has said, he said, thank you very much. Looks like he is leaving the podium, or at least that the press looks like they're trying to leave here. Donald Trump is done his press conference where he did announce this trade deal with the UK and twice encouraged us to buy. First, he said, better go buy stocks now. And the second time, he said that the market's really going to rally now. So those are his comments there. This is my quick summary here. He also took, as we mentioned earlier, some shots at Fed Chair Jerome Powell as well, using his new nickname, Too Late. Quick summary here of the Trump conference. It's just RTX. He mentioned RTX again here as a potential contender for his planned air traffic control reboot, where he wants to only use one contractor. He's mentioned IBM and RTX as possible contractors here, but he's thrown the names out pretty flippantly, and there's no confirmation there from either company. But either way, RTX at day's highs, like a lot of things here. Back to you.
Don't be so flippant. Get it together.
Anything for you, Maxie Jr.
You demanded the glasses?
Yeah, what was that Law and Order? I think it was like Miami or something. Law and Order in Miami, and Buddy
I
would
can cut in here if you like.
Yeah, of course.
It was not Law and Order. It was, in my opinion, inferior. CSI Miami. Horatio Kane, who was like the least cool man on the planet, would put on his sunglasses all the time.
Always, like it's like at the end of every scene.
I just love how she shuts the door.
I love it though. It's fantastic that she knew it. Every scene, he's just like.
Is that what he did?
At the end of every scene, you would just be like this. I remember watching that before
good vibes.
Going to school. Yeah, good stuff here today, guys. Yeah, we're gonna just let this ride. I don't know how much higher we're gonna climb in Bitcoin today, but we've had a fantastic ride on it so far. So we'll be patient. We'll sit on that. Am I going to add to this position? Maybe so. I haven't decided yet. We'll follow the price action and follow the tape, but that volatility spike was absolutely insane. I believe we're trading north of 100,000 now, so that's a positive sign. So if the ball really gets rolling, and Sharif's going to be reporting tomorrow morning about the mass liquidations that's probably happened to all the short sellers here in Bitcoin, especially on that volatility spike. So that's a really positive sign. But again, we're going to sit on to this. I literally have 3% left of my position, so I'll let this ride for the remainder of the day. Maybe we'll add a little bit as well too.
Good luck, Joseph. Good luck, man. Yeah, we're gonna see the data when it comes in tomorrow, but the mass amount of liquidations likely that did take place. We always have that for you, and what we talk about is ETF inflows and outflows. I'll have that information for you in a little bit once we do the news. I'm still keeping an eye here on VEEE. Shout out to Tisha, who brought Pony, Pony, Pony AI to my attention. But Tisha, I think V is on yet another breakout. Still, we're still in a consolidative state because we're still south of 8. The last 3 5-minute candles do feel like a very sideways chop with very definable lows. It's essentially $7 to the low side and about $7.75, maybe at the high point there, $7.80 to the upside. So here we go. We're still holding that $8 area, or sorry, that $7.50 area at the moment. Just give me an opportunity to get rid of these trend lines. Yeah, so I don't want to punch in here quite yet. I'm still waiting for that 8 break, but as I watch this more, I lament not having held my position at 7. So I've gotten into this several times while Joseph was dropping hot lines. I got in at 7, what to beak up to 740, so we're still involved with it, but the breakout trade still eludes us. Here it comes though, man. It feels like the breakout trade is coming now because this candle's got a higher low and a higher high. Alas, it's still south of 8, but for how long? Are we met with aggressive selling at 8? We weren't initially. I mean, at that 11.15, 11.20 pop when we got to 8.34, 8 really didn't hold us back all that much. I think it becomes a little bit different this time around. The shorts are ready. They got the key level off which they can set up their shorts. Profit takers are seeing the range that I'm seeing, that 7 to 8 continental dollar range. So they may be wetting their beak up there for some profits to get the hell out of there because, you know, these ones are around for a good time, not a long time. So we'll see if $8 can get cleared. If it can, I'm very interested in buying. I think I will get into a position as well if it does come in to 7. And I'm going to try to hold it this time, likely with a bit of a tighter stop. Here comes 8. All right, so 797. There is selling at 8. Big selling. Unable to shake it as I anticipated. The shorts are ready this time around. Here comes 8 again. It's being met with aggressive selling. So not surprised by that. Let's see if we are able to clear 8. We're kind of rounding a little bit, like in the sense that we put in the area low, I would say around 11.30, and then subsequent to that, we've got a few higher highs as well as higher lows. So that rounding effect looks like it's taking shape right now. Whether or not we get the big boy breakthrough 8, we'll keep an eye on that. Adair's at the big desk.
The market is at or near day's highs here after a very eventful press conference from Donald Trump. He was about an hour late, but certainly better late than never in this case because he gave the market a nice little push to the upside. He twice encouraged people to buy stocks or said that the market was in a good place to buy stocks here. Great look here. He also talked a lot about Boeing. BA here with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying that Boeing is going to be able to get these Rolls-Royce engines tariff-free and that the UK will be buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes. Then we have Carvana, one of many earnings names today, but CVNA incredibly strong. Shopify strong as well here. Carvana at day's highs. That was a strong report, about over 30% year-over-year revenue increase and a double beat for Carvana today. More earnings after the bell. You can check those out with Sean and myself on the market recap, including DraftKings, MSTR, and Coinbase. Back to you. Oh, and Neil and his lesson of the day.
The lesson of the day today, false breakouts. Also, play the trend. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends, but that doesn't mean every breakout is going to be good. I'll tell you on IBIT, we were talking about that 100K all day long, and I'll get to a breakout that also happened on Nike as well, but there's a lot of things that would have broken out the highs. I can't promise you they all did this, but a lot of times when there's a big anticipation on a particular level or on a particular break, everyone and their mother is going to be trying to, and their second cousin and all that good stuff, and there's, say, a few other things out there. I'm sure Sharif would have said like 8. I got 2. everyone's going to be trying to take that break for the continuation of momentum, but there's going to be other people that are playing long into it that want to use that exit liquidity to get profit. And sometimes you get the false break. And all the way into IBIT, I'm like, I'm going to be long in IBIT into 100K. We're going to be long into 100K, not at 100K. And if you look at it, it was VWAP. Look, we took a hit on the way back in. Unfortunate because it didn't hold VWAP there, but you just jump back in, long into VWAP. This right here, I put it to a 1 minute candle, which I don't normally use. This is a 1 minute candle. Look at the volume spike on the break of 100,000. It gets right up, and it ended up being like 56.8 something, whatever it works out to. And then instantly hammer candle back in. Now, if your plan is to buy that dip and not to punch long, suddenly you're watching it go right back into the prior high like a hawk, and you can just punch in long and get a better price. Instead of buying up here, save yourself a third of a point or a quarter point or whatever it works out to be. Get long into it. When everyone else is panicking, you're able to take profit, get out, play continuation, play into it higher. Now, ultimately, I'm going to be a little bit upset with myself because I didn't get any ads in here on Bitcoin. What I decided to do, sometimes it's like if I'm going to put a trailing stop in, and I actually got this from, and I want to shout out to Max for this, even though ultimately I don't think I executed this the right way, and that's if I'm going to put a trail in on something, but I want to buy more in the trend, then just buy it in front of where your trailing stop is going to be, and then that's a way for you to add in. Ultimately, I wanted to add here, but it doesn't really matter. Like I decided I'm going to trail out of it here, so why not add to it in front of that level? But the timing of it was it breaking the trend. So I don't mind getting long again in Bitcoin. We're going to continue to take shots. I don't want to sleep on secondary moves, but the big action was right around 100K, and you can get yourself a better price. And then don't let it off the hook. Like continue to take shots at it. I'd rather have tight stops up here than anything else. Like we already trailed out of everything we had, and then tried one here for about 7 or 8 cents. If we pull back to VWAP, we'll take that. And it even happened over in Nike as well. Now, I don't think Nike's done yet, but it's on the other side of that 60 break. So when Trump says buy everything, we know Nike's been trying to get through this $60 level. Yeah, was I long into it? Of course. We had a trend break at the low. There's your double bottom. There's your low. It breaks the trend. It breaks the high. Jump into the long to the high of the day. That's one trade. But don't let it off the hook. Want to make another trade here. So I took the break of the high into 60, but it doesn't work. That's a case of now we're in the other side of the trade. If I had waited for the fail break, I might be in already, although I think I'm waiting for VWAP or a little bit closer. But I show you one that does work, executed perfectly because I wasn't taking the breakout, but it cuts both ways. You can take the breakout, doesn't work, and now you're trying to get back in to make the money back. Depending on the situation, sometimes you predetermine you're not taking the break and you want the dip. For Bitcoin, I've seen it too many times. In the case of Nike, because of this level on the daily, and we've been talking about it for weeks now, there was no chance I wasn't going to have it the first time through because I felt like it could just quote levitate and we'd be up $1. So I wanted to make sure that I got it, but be willing to have a tight stop and then jump back in, which I am willing to go. So I think a lot of times going into that big level, pick which lane are you in. Are you buying long into the breakout price and then waiting for everyone to get stopped out on a fake and get underneath it at the risk of not adding on that big 100K break? Or do you want to be on the other side of it like I was with Nike that didn't work? You're taking the breakout regardless and putting a tight stop in because you can't afford to miss that boat because it's been such a long level. Figure out which one you want to do. And also, if it trends away from it, do not let it off the hook. There's not much of a reason as a trader. And again, if you're under PDT, I understand that. But if you're an active trader, like at Real Trading here, we can trade as many times as we want. If you're an active trader and you see it trending up, why would you be doing nothing when it does this dip? You know what I mean? Why was I doing nothing when it gave that consolidation? Don't let it off the hook. It's trending up. Make sure that you're joining that trend. Find other places to execute trades because when it's going higher, until it breaks this trend here, ultimately you have lots more that you can take. It's great to have long at VWAP. That's fantastic. But it's like, how could you want to miss that buying opportunity or that buying opportunity or this one, which I would argue was like 10 times better than that. So don't let it off the hook when your breakout works. But the real lesson of the day is when you have a big level for a break, Have a plan before how you want to play it. And it doesn't have to be Bitcoin breaks 100K, I'm getting 100K in 1 cent. You don't have to do that. Sometimes you can anticipate the fail, buy the dip, and then play the rip. But you have to know what you're doing because it happens so fast that if you don't have a plan of action, you can find yourself caught in the middle and doing nothing. So to execute your best, have a plan, especially on those big breakouts, and go BTC. Let's get that curl and go back to the highs.
Let's go BTC. Yeah, I mean, let's see if we can curl back over here, guys, and maybe continue this trend. We're going to be patient. I do like this indecision print here on the 3-minute. I'm going to pull up the 2-minute here as well. So slowly curling over, that's a positive sign. I mean, if this market really wants to get moving, then maybe we can look to participate in there. So what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to just free roll. I told you guys about the free roll method. Is just using your unrealized gains to acquire more shares. Let me sit up straight. Make sure I sit up straight from here on. So that's going to be the goal, right? So what we'll do is we'll free roll, and then we'll just risk the unrealized gains that we're currently sitting on, and that's fine. It's either we can appreciate in price or we just come right to our break even. So going to wait for a little bit of a pullback here before I get involved. 57.20, I want to get to the lower end of the range, and then that's what we'll look to do is we're just going to free roll that position. So there we go. Guys, Palantir, I forget who said it to me yesterday, said, Palantir is the new Nvidia.
Oh.
I'm like, yeah, you're honestly right. Like, this is one of the hottest in-play stocks. Remember that run for 2 years that Nvidia went on, Sharif?
Yes.
Now, obviously not going to compare the two from a fundamental standpoint, but from a technical trading standpoint, Palantir is the bee's knees right now, guys. Like, this thing is continuing to climb. It's touching near those all-time highs, trading at 119 and change, and continuing. Like, it's funny because for multiple days, I'm like, trade the strongest stock, long the strongest stock, and ask me how many times I've intraday traded Palantir.
How many times?
Once, and it was the one day that I put in a down day on Monday, and I'm like, obviously that would happen, and I obviously didn't trade it anymore after that. But here we go, 120 in the works here for Palantir. Fantastic stuff. We're having a great day today.
Shout out to my man Bovin telling me kids, KIDZ, upward channel. I just realized, Joseph, that I didn't even show my side charts. Before I do, I got back into VEEE over here, got in at 7.5, went the beak up into 780. This one is putting in higher lows now. And the wicks are respecting the 10 EMA on the 5. So you are getting that technical area of support on VEEE. It is respecting the 10 exponential on the 5, not on a wick. Yeah, I mean, the wicks breach it by a skosh. The closing prints are all closing above that. So again, you can kind of see like my entries are all higher low, higher low, higher low, right? You can kind of always see that. So just by virtue of looking at my entries here, you can already see that this is in a bit of an upward look right now. So VEEE looking good, 842 high a day. That manifested, guys, at 12 o'clock, right at 12 o'clock, or the 12 o'clock 5-minute candle, that is. It popped into there, but lost 8 again. So as I've mentioned several times on this name, it is really having trouble holding 8. It breaks through it. As you saw, it's been twice now that it's broken through it. Really, though, having trouble holding it. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. ASST2, Tisha, I don't know if you're still in the chat, Tisha, but ASST is continuing to run real well here. What the hell, bro? There we go. There. What the hell is happening here? All right, whatever. Let's just zoom in. Allow me a minute, guys, to make this a little bit bigger. Wow, V is losing it. It's dropping into 7 right now. It's losing 7. VEEE is on the way down. Wowzers, that was aggressive. But again, being bought up in and around 7. So this looks like a bull flag here. So all the volatility aside, this is a bull flag, is it not? Big move up. Sideways consolidation. That's what I see. Now, obviously, you can trade the flag component of the bull flag as a range, right? That's kind of what it is there. So 7 to the low side, I guess 8 and change to the high side here on V. So anyway, ASST, again, Tisha, this also looks like a bull flag. I don't know how you feel about this. Big gap up there. It did halt at around 590 at 10:20 a.m. It was a 5-minute halt. Gaps up, never looks back. and now we're kind of ranging here, kind of in between 7 and 8. Well, what the hell is going on? We're 7 and 8 today as a level, both on VEEE and ASST. So both of these guys in play at the moment. Looks like VEEE, though, might lose $7. That's an aggressive pullback down. So that's my look there. KIDZ, shout out to my main man, Nimit. This is an upward channel if I've ever seen one. I mean, there it is. You can kind of draw it from there and even goes all the way back to the pre. So shout out to my man, Nimit. You're going to have to trade this. It's not a range in the strict sense of a consolidative range, but there is a range here. It's just an upward channel. So you're looking to wet the beak at the top, get in at the bottom, or if you're a short seller, you're looking to short the top and cover at the bottom. We're talking about KIDZ, guys, multi-day runner, and today it's got another good day, 30.5%. Just to make to show you guys exactly what we're looking at here, this is the hourly chart on KIDZ. This one really started moving May 1st. I was involved in this one on the breakout day. Since that time, though, as you can see, it's been dropping lower lows and lower highs. Today, we're still south, believe it or not, on KIDZ of yesterday's high. So the high from yesterday took us to about 6.5. Today the high is 6.25. So we are still locked into that lower high, lower low on KIDZ, irrespective of the fact that we're still putting an upward channel. So again, looking back at V here before we send it back to Joseph, that $7 continues to hold, man. Generally, it's not a strict $7. Like, it's in and around high 90s. You see what I'm saying, though? I mean, like, look. From every single candle. And we knew that 7 was going to be a problem. Number one, because psychological resistance, right? Number two, because you got this inverse hammer candle here right at 11 that got into 7 and then reversed all the way back down to 6. So we already knew 7 was going to be a level. We didn't really kind of need proven there. And now it's right back at the lower end of the range. So if we're going to hold at this range, let's have a look here. Are we going to lose it? Yeah, we are losing it here. We're dropping aggressive. Okay, so kind of a tougher look here for VEEE. Is this the area to buy it? Is this the area to buy it? I'm going long, and I'm going to give it to 675. Here we go. So that's what we're going to do now. What do we got on? We got 87s, Joseph. So let's set up some beak wetters up here, and then let's throw it in order here for the stop. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to give it to that. So do we get the beak wetter or not yet? So into 90s. There we go. Up into 95s. Unable to cross, so we'll take it out here. Ooh. Cancel that order. All right, now let's put it to the north side of 7. So I got long there. Wet the beak at 95. Here we go. Now we're going to use 7 as resistance. Like the French resistance.
That's what
you remember?
When I think of resistance, I always say resistance.
Yeah, because we got French culture, obviously, in this country, so we had to do a little bit of learning. Get it, Adara. Obviously, Adara is part Quebecois, which means French-Canadian for all my Americans out there. Not fully, though, right, Adara? Because you've got some other cultures in there. Yeah. Okay, get it, Adara. All right, so now we're holding this, guys. I'm looking for a break of 7, but yeah, as I suspected a little bit, this one is now using 7, Joseph, as resistance, so we'll flatten out for a 10-penny winner. Nothing to really write home about, but this one is dropping right now. I'm talking about VEEE. Now, my next look at VEEE will be at $6. The volume weighted average price on my chart is $6.05. In other words, at that basic area of psychological support being the whole dollar. So we'll keep tabs on that.
Good look there, guys. Yeah, so I'm posted up here. If we pull up my screen, thank you for that. I'm posted up at 57.30s, and then so I just calculated free roll, and then I'll just get, unfortunately, I'll get stopped out just a little bit below there, because you don't want to have too tight of a stop on this volatility, right? Because it can just fake you out, grab some liquidity here, and then continue to the top side. So it's either going to continue to climb, or maybe we might catch a fill. Not going to chase it all the way up here, even though it is definitely a strong underlying asset. And if we zoom in here on the 1-minute time frame, you can see we're hovering right around this resistance zone. I know there is a lot of liquidity up at 58s as well too, so we're just going to be patient. Like, what an absolute fantastic trade. I'm going to get that clip of that for sure and post it on X. Oh, I also posted the Nvidia options chain just after the open as well too, guys. If you want to check it out, I told you I'd be posting just high levels of liquidity, etc. On X. So go and check those out too if you want. If you're curious on.
Yo, the Pope is elected.
Oh, let's
They
go.
elected the next Pope, bro. It's over. There's white smoke coming out.
Let's go.
It's all over.
Who is it?
That was quick.
Francis.
We don't know who it is yet. But that white smoke, guys, coming out of the pillar there, it was black smoke before that. So they've officially elected the next pope. Very exciting.
Yeah, very, very exciting stuff. So yeah, guys, here we go. We can see this, the strike prices here on my post, on my X post, 103,000 current open contracts. Look how large that is on the call side. And then all the way through, 119 and 120, just massive supply zones. And you can see on that volatility spike last night that we rejected 119.58 or something like that. So just massive, massive amounts of supply right there. Hopefully we can get some demand and just punch through those. So go check your boy out on X. I'm going to be posting these large amounts of liquidity and the options chain on it every morning, so go check me out, follow me, and I also post my trades and everything along those lines. But there we go, Pope Trump, everybody's saying.
Well, the
Trump,
dude,
yeah.
you know what he said? He's like, people were asking him about it, right? What's going on over there, Katina man?
Hey, my guy is back. Let's go.
The Katina man, $7. Which stock, bro?
It's 10 on Tesla.
Wait, 1 second. We have a correction. $10 in the money on Tesla.
Not a correction. 7 is Palantir.
The 7 is Palantir.
My guy ran back too.
Well, he saw the markets were going up.
He ran back too.
Adara,
He's buzzing.
what's up?
So we have news here coming from Donald Trump. He's done his press conference, but he's now speaking at an event for military mothers with Melania, First Lady of America. Trump said that he's not surprised if they reach a deal with China on trade. He said they have, quote, tremendous things happening on trade. So Donald Trump continuing to speak positively about their trade deal prospects, specifically with regards to China. I'll let you guys know if anything else said at this event.
Thank you very much, Adara. I just love when there are press conferences that Donald can drop hotlines at. Obviously, no, I'm being facetious. Obviously, I do like that because we are day traders and we need intraday volatility. And that's what he's providing us here. So, yeah, good on him. All right, Joseph, I'm continuing to watch this V trade over here at $7. I'm waiting for a liquidity grab down into 6. I'm going to set up at $6. In fact, I'm going to front run it for up at 611. And the reason I'm doing that is because the volume weighted average price is there. So this one is kind of bull flagging. I feel we may get a liquidity grab into that VWAP area. And if that is going to be the case, I'm going to put my order there. Shout out to my man Nimit letting me know about QMMM. Let's have a look at that one. I did see that, Nimit, on my side chart, my scanner, excuse me. Let's load up the 5 on that. What a great looking day chart that is. Wow. That's a stuff of legend right there. No, I'm being very facetious there. I hope nobody thinks I'm being serious. So QMMM, just allow me to throw that on there. There it is. So this one was a penny stock, started out the day at around 72 pennies, just cleared that dollar. Yeah, it's a different trade north and south of a dollar right now. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. Could definitely take a move back into that dollar, but if we clear $1.13 and continue putting in higher highs and higher lows, this might be a breakout trade. My man Ozan's back in the chat.
Back, baby.
There he is. Send me a McDonald's gift card, and I want to thank him here, Sean Katina. All right, man. Look, he's in a $10 winner, man. He'll send you 20 McDonald's gift cards.
Whoa.
No, I'm playing there. Yeah. Maybe 20 10-cent gift cards. $20 in the money in total. And he just got back from the swim or the walk from the swim. Get it, Katina, man. Great look there. Shout out to my man. He comes back and he finds these markets making newer highs. That might be a good feeling there. Shout out to my man Nimit as well. Happy birthday, my guy. I heard the Katina man call out today that it was your birthday. Seriously, there is another Nimit also here as I didn't ask for the chart. Okay. Well, he's definitely not you, Nimit. I know who you are, Nimit, because you have the same you've had the same username there for a long time. So don't worry, I will not confuse you with the other one. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. I'm still keeping my eye on ASST as well, as that has been an absolute banger on the day, up 128%. We've got a few triple-digit winners today. ASST, we got VEEE as well. Lots of good ones moving here, Joseph. What do you got on your side there, my man?
Yeah, we're still sitting. Yeah, happy birthday, Nimit, as well, too. So shout out to you. Let's go NVDA. Let's climb back towards those highs. We just filled that gap, and then now we're just climbing higher and higher again. So it's unfortunate I didn't grab this reload on on IBIT here, but we'll be patient. We might be able to get another opportunity to get some more shares involved in this. And then I'm reloaded. I don't have that one, but we'll hit the siren for that there. Oh, someone hit the money on that one. I didn't do that. Who hit that there? Dang, siren. All right, so yeah, let's go here. 57.50 here on Bitcoin, or IBIT, sorry, I should say. Palantir starting to pull in a little bit as well. Just glad to have put this monstrous. To hit that volatility spike was so cool, and to do it live. Yeah, Sharif, I know what you got there, man. Don't think I'm getting involved in that.
Oh my God, this thing's
Wow,
falling
what
apart,
is that?
bro. Katina, man, I'm gonna have to take one of your Kleenexes over there, brother. Because this thing's, it was doing that to you too, Neil?
And one thing.
See this cookie over here, Joseph?
I see it.
You see that cookie?
What kind
of a cookie is that?
Chocolate chip.
No, they had oatmeal this morning. You didn't get any of those oatmeals?
No.
How's that?
Because bro, come on, it's summer
Tarp
season,
off,
man.
bro.
It's
Tarp
season.
off. You can't be eating cookies.
Can't be eating cookies. And what's this here? What's this pastry?
I don't
right
know,
here?
but Neil, was that chocolate or was that nougat in that thing? Was it chocolate? You didn't eat it yet? He ate it, but he doesn't know.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't.
It wasn't chocolate?
And nothing else matters.
It looks like a nougat a little bit
It
over
looks
there.
like date to me.
What is it, Adara?
It looks like date.
Date?
In
Dates.
my opinion, it could be date.
Dates is
but I
fair.
have not eaten it yet.
I love
All right, yeah,
Just
pull up,
shuts the door in our face every single
time,
time.
because
I
she's smart.
absolutely love it.
Okay, pull up my screen
Get it
here.
there.
Pull up my screen here, guys, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm trying. It's not letting me. Dang it.
You got to click YouTube, brother.
YouTube?
Yeah, you got to click
That's
there.
all right.
There's usually a thing there to
That's
go
all right,
to
but you can
YouTube.
see that's what's for lunch. We're eating today, man.
Oh, you took videos of that?
Ramin did. Ramin.
Yo, do you see that there's no algo team back there, but there's enough food for the algo team. So you know what that means, right? There's no food? There's no tuna sandwiches there? It's all individuals, right? But the algo team's not back there, so they may lose their food, Katina, man. No, there's no food. Oh, there's no food for them. I see.
Okay, well, maybe we won't rub it in too much, but I mean,
it's too
there we go. We're eating in the markets and we're eating good here as well too. So having some good times today. And I messaged you. I didn't message you. I told you guys we're being fun and we're having a good time today. And tomorrow it could all come to an absolute complete halt and the world could be on fire. I'm not saying necessarily, but things can definitely turn around on a dime in this market for sure. You've seen it go one way, go the other, back the other way. So we just got to keep our fixated on the primary goal, try to stay as humble as possible, and just be prepared for it. Obviously, how's the saying go? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what we're going to do. And that's why we have the ability to take advantage of some of these trades. We're preparing for the best, and we're obviously, there we are, putting on those monster trades.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Well said there, Joseph. Yeah. All right, we just took a quick trade here on ASST for 30 pennies. This one did break the high of the day. Tisha, I don't know if you're still watching this. We got a new HOD on ASST. It's at 820. It breached 8, I think. For the first time of the day, I'm not exactly sure. It looks like it was rejecting 8 prior to that. So I did get in on a micro pullback, but we're not getting that continuity quick as you like through 8 as I anticipated. I thought we would get a liquidity grab to the sell side now that we breached 8 and everybody was taking profits. Here we go again above 8. Do we hold 8 now? No. Well, not in the strict sense. Here we go. We're long again on this one. Let's see what we got. 09s. Bang to the 40s right away, Joseph. There it is, man. Big boy breakout, 840 high a day. Can we get more? Can we get more? There's a seller, a huge seller at 40. Huge. We're unable to shake him. We shook him. Boom! Joseph freaking Wilson, man. Into ASST. There goes the top on this name. It's still going, man. We got an 850 now high a day. Can we shake it? 852 now high a day. Let's grab these micro pullbacks that we've talked so much about. Let's see, maybe 8 1/4, 8 1/3. Let's see. It's not even giving us that, Joseph. It's just on one right now. Right back into 8 1/2 right now. So keeping my eye on this one. Definitely looking for a micro pullback. You're getting tape teleportation right now. That means the tape is going crazy, just like me. It's talking even faster than I'm talking right now. Big seller at the $0.50, Joseph. We can't shake him. 852 technically the high of the day, but every time we move into the high 40s, low 50s, we're met with selling. So keep an eye out on this one. Looking for the micro pullbacks. What do you got? Joe.
Yeah, sorry, brother. I was watching the clock. Yeah. Anyways, we're back. We're doing it live. I'm still sitting in this position. I do believe that we're going to be catching this fill momentarily. So yeah, I'm gonna be patient on that one. We're gonna send it to. Oh, okay. So yeah, 1 second. We'll get that ad read momentarily. I don't think it's e-signal just yet, Ozan. So be patient. I think it's Profit X. We might be doing. We got it. We're doing Trade the Pool, guys.
All right, traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking 5,300, 15,200. 29,940 and even 36,000 just on one trade, guys. And here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. You trade real shares, guys, not these CFDs, and you use up to $200,000 of the company's capital. And guess what? You keep up to 70% of the profits. There's no margin calls. There's no account blowups. If you're into that kind of thing, scan Trade the Pool's QR code right now on the bottom right of your screen to get that 10% off. And oh boy, start that journey, Joseph. Shout out to my man there, Michael Katz, the CEO of said Trade the Pool. Good dude, and I happen to like Mitch, and I can't do my Trade the Pool speech without Mitch.
Shout out Mitch.
Come on now.
And shout out to my
Money
boy.
Mitch.
Shout out to the our other friend there, Money Mitch Marner last night.
Oh, he scored finally.
Yeah, he scored finally. Is right.
He's been dry. That's the second one.
Second, I think second or third maybe there, but a nice goal to put the boys ahead. I think that was the go ahead or maybe a tying goal. But yeah.
What were you telling the Katina man yesterday about the Leafs though? Why don't you tell everybody what happened there?
You want me to be honest with you guys?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I said win game 1, lose 2 and 3, win 4, lose 5, 6.
Remember when Patty heard you say that?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
He said,
told you to take it back.
Take a walk.
He said, you're right. He didn't say take a walk. That was me this morning.
Yeah, but I mean, we're looking good. You know what's crazy?
Yeah, we're looking real good.
But hear me out. So on the first game, I might do this, and I honestly don't bet that much on sports.
Okay.
But the Leafs are paying plus 800 to win the Stanley Cup. So for me, if I put $500 on that, that's a nice 4K.
Easy.
You know what I mean? And so that's my style of risk to reward right there. So I might do that.
Are you too emotionally involved in that to make?
Oh, absolutely. It would make it so much
right?
better, Sharif. During the Raptors run downtown, were some of the best bar nights I've ever had.
Really?
Like, it was so much fun. Going through the Eastern Conference Final, watching Kawhi hit that three, that buzzer beater three against Philadelphia.
That was crazy.
Yeah, and then them potentially winning down here as well before they won it in Golden State in Oakland there. But man, it was some rockin' nights, and me and the boys are prepared to absolutely go on the town in Toronto if we make the Eastern Conference Finals. But we're looking good. We're up 2-0 in this series, and I think that's a positive sign. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Yep. Katina Man, Neil, they've been Leaf fans obviously significantly longer than I am, but I played this game my whole life. My room was blue, everything was blue. I was raised on the Leafs, and this is honestly the best decor that I've seen this team have.
Seriously, huh?
Yeah. They're really good at it, and I like our goalie tandem as well too. Those are two solid guys.
He's been stepping up, man.
Yeah, Joseph Woll, that's huge. Like, I mean, he was the primary guy.
Can I say something to you though? The team helped him out. A lot of block shots yesterday. Did you see the comparison between the block shots by the Leafs versus the Panthers? It was like 20 to single digits.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Crazy.
So just like a great team effort, man. It's either feast or famine with the Leafs. We need Austin to get the ball rolling, but go Leafs, go. And yeah, I'm really excited to hopefully for these boys to reach the Eastern Conference Finals because I think it's been 20 years or something like that.
I'm pumped about that, man. Yeah. I tell you guys one thing. If we get a cup or we go into the final, this city is going to be chaos.
It will be on lockdown.
Chaos.
I promise you, it will be on lockdown.
Oh, yeah, I'd be pumped about that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, shout out to Tisha, man. I see you, Tisha. We got right back into 8SST, so we took the 8 breakout all the way up to 840. Got back in when 840 or 850 got tested. Took it out right again at 8 3/4. So we're doing it live here on your boy ASST. It's up 150%. We've got a couple of triple-digit winners today. I'm talking about VEEE and ASST. They are the gift that is giving right now. I don't know if they're going to keep on giving, but they're giving right now. So keep your eye out on this one. Are we going to Adara? I heard her call. All right, Adara, what's up?
What's up here is Donald Trump, his second set of remarks here. It looks like it's ended here at the White House. As mentioned, he did make a couple trade remarks earlier at that event. I've already kind of gone over those, but he's very enthusiastic about China and a deal resulting from this meeting that U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent are going to be having. Also, it is worth noting we do have a bond or an auction coming up here. It'll be the 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m., half an hour on the dot until we get said auction I'll be keeping an eye on everything up here for you. And what's been actually a very eventful news day? Back to you.
Obviously not trading related or anything, but apparently the Pope at any moment now will come out onto the balcony and reveal himself. So they've chosen a new Pope. We still haven't seen Brendo. We still haven't seen who he is. And it could be any moment now that he comes onto the balcony and we get a gander at who the Cardinals have chosen in the, what did they call it? The conclave? The conclave, yeah. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Thank you, Adara, for that information. Obviously, Donald Trump's been talking all day. Some tells me he's going to keep on talking. And here we go again on ASST. We're working our way back into that high day. And Katina, man, we just took out the high day again. It's 880 now. Every single time I look, we're a little bit higher, zigging and zagging. This is still the buyer's trade right now. The sellers are continuing to get overwhelmed. They're trying to short at key levels, but it's not working out for them. Maybe on the micro side it is. General trend, though, they are in trouble. I'm talking about the shorts right now on ASST are getting squeezed. It behooves me to keep an eye on the short float, which could be a little bit lacking accuracy here. And the reason I say that is because this one's been running for days. So a lot of people may have covered already. It's telling me a 12.5 million share float with the percentage borrowed for short about 3.5%. So definitely not that big. Nothing really to write home about, and nothing that I'd really say, oh yeah, this is a short squeeze candidate waiting to happen. Not really. So ASST, Joseph, up a nice 154%.
Nice look there, my friend. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these chip names. See AMD consolidating relatively well. I think this can be a positive sign. Gaurav was right about the volume by time profile on Palantir, and we'll talk about that momentarily. One thing that I've noticed about Gaurav is that he's really nice at sniping some of these VPA signals and just the correlation between volume and price, obviously, that is. So, yeah, just absolutely been killing it as of late. So, nice work there, my friend. But here we go. One thing that we'll note here, guys, we like this pullback volume. Hopefully we can continue on this trajectory here and break through this high day on AMD, because that's just going to send the chips higher. If AMD is moving, then most likely that Nvidia is going to continue moving as well. And similar patterns here. One thing that we do have to note is just watch out for this lower high, right? If this sticks, we want to sit on the backside of this downtrend here for us to possibly go and test this high day. So that's just kind of thinking out loud and what potentially can come into play there. So let's take a look at NVDA as well too. Really missed out. I was accumulating nice on NVDL there, but unfortunately that one didn't work out for us. But we'll do the exact same thing here, right, guys? So we'll just go from a pivot high and see where we're currently sitting at. If we can sit on top of 118.42, we'll call it 118.50s. And then hold that level, then maybe we can continue to climb. But up at 119, 120, lots of supply there, guys. So we're going to need a lot of volatility to step in or a large enough participant in order to absorb all of this and then continue to be north of that. But again, tomorrow is Friday. So that's what I was referring to before, okay? So I just caught a reload fill here on IBIT. We'll talk about that momentarily. But what I was referring to 2 weeks ago, so for a span of 2 weeks, I mentioned this before, through the teens, we've seen high levels of liquidity. But one thing that I noticed was that, like, okay, so wait until the rollover and let's see what happens. Are those strike prices going to be lifted? Are those large amounts of open interest going to slowly start to decay? Or are they going to lift them higher? And Sharif, it was a prime example because we were seeing at 114 through 115.16 high levels of open interest on last week's expiration cycle. But then come Monday morning, you've seen those high levels of OI being lifted on the options chain, now going into the higher teens, 119, 118, and even 120 with the highest amounts of OI. And you can see how it had that Magna effect. Even though we did reject it, we were attracted to those levels and then now came back in. So just using the options chain to gauge trades and possibly take out some profits. So yeah, really good stuff there. I'm going to pull up my IBIT now for you guys because I did catch a reload on this there, Sharif. Yeah, so we had that bid there right at 57.30, and we're looking for this continuation as we're continuously forming these higher lows, which is a positive sign. Let's see if we can break through that $101,000 mark here on Bitcoin. And this key pivot is going to be really important for us to get through that. Then maybe we can roll into that 58 level. That will put a top for me approximately because there is a lot of open interest at that 58 strike.
Joseph.
Yes.
May 25th.
Yeah.
2025.
Yeah.
Scenario. Bitcoin hits 125,000. You wake up 7 a.m., 6 a.m., May 25th.
Yeah.
You open your eyes.
Yeah.
It's hit 125. Is it a good day or a bad day that day?
It's a great day. It's a great day. It's a great day.
I like
Every
that.
day is
I like that. Every day is a great day.
Every day.
But that one would be a really good day.
Oh, it would be a really
I think
good
you'd be
day.
elated before that because it'd be at 115, 118.
I would give you an extra share just because that's how excited I would be.
Yeah, and let me just tell you guys, like, we don't discuss share size, especially on the swings, but my man is loaded with shares on Bitcoin, or not, excuse me, IBIT, right?
Loaded.
So I think, even if he's got to cough up a couple there, in the grand scheme, it's a drop in the bucket, right? And if you guys are wondering what we're talking about, him and I have a bet that by my birthday, midnight, by my birthday, Bitcoin hits 125,000. I'm obviously on the losing end of that bet right now. And that's why I was asking him that, because he'd have to cough up money. Say it again, Katima?
No, I'm on the winning end.
Well, I don't think it hits 125,000, Katima. I still think there's enough time. Me. So he would... I'm on the losing end. That's what I mean. Yeah.
I'm winning right now.
He's winning right now.
Doing a whole lot of winning right now.
He's doing a whole lot of winning. I like it.
A whole lot of.
All right, guy. He's all in on it, IBIT, says Cristobal. He is, man.
Absolutely.
He is. Yeah, he's been all in on it.
Absolutely, man.
Guys, I got back into ASST on that liquidity grab, so hit that 880, dropped right into 8. I bought it up immediately, and we took it right up to 835. Here it is again at 8. And so $8 here, kind of very close, overlapping with the 10 exponential. And I happen to love when that happens because it kind of gives you, I don't want to say certainty because that's the wrong word, but you're always wondering, oh, should I be picking it up off the whole psychological level, whole dollar level of psychological support, or should I be looking for the 10 EMA? So when they both conflate, they're both overlapping. It makes my job a little bit easier there. So it's it's still holding the 10. In addition to that, we all saw what happened with $8 earlier. We were rejected to no end. Every time we got into 8, we rejected until we cleared a big boy there. So what I'm trying to say is now it's not just psychological support, previously resistance. We rejected there, so it's price action support now. Formerly, again, resistance. So let's continue to watch. It did dip it into 880, and there it is right back above $8 again with a hammer candle manifesting here on the 5-minute chart, up 136%. It's a good look right now. I'm going to wait to see if we can clear that 8.25. Wow, before the word was even out of my mouth, this one jumped up into 823, so we'll pack our patience. I see you, Tisha. Tisha's continuing to watch ASST, and by good reason, with good reason, I would say, because it's the #1 gapper right now. Well, VEE is still a little bit higher, but I would say it's not setting up as well. So we'll keep eyes on all these. Shout out to my man, John Del Segno. Beautiful inverse head and shoulders forming on Intel. Looks very blasty. Guys, I think Intel has been beat up a lot lately, but I think the winds of change are coming for this company. Every time I'm reading a headline here, it's awfully positive. So let's have a look here. John, what time frame are you looking at, my man? Because I'm not seeing no inverse head and shoulders. Are you seeing it on the 5 or something? Is it like an intraday? Is this what you're looking at, John? Because I'm not seeing, I don't know what you're seeing, brother. So let me know. Tag me again, John, so I can have a more thorough look at this for everybody, and we can do some charting here. Shout out to Tisha. She's looking at V. I don't blame her. Tisha, we're right back above 7, and now we've got a 4-candle higher low pattern and higher high as well. So we're taking a possible break from the downtrend, but still, Tisha, unless we get above that 8 decisively, I feel a little weary jumping into. Oh, Josh Brown just pumped eBay right now. Shout out to Josh Brown and the famous Josh Brown pump. Let's have a look at EBAY right now. He's looking at the 10-minute on 90 days. Okay, we're going to go to Adara in 1/2 second here. Let's just load up the chart for everybody on eBay. Big boy breakout. Adara, what do you say?
Here, yeah, I'm just seeing the headline right now, but I was seeing this headline earlier on Josh Brown and eBay on X about an hour ago. I mentioned it at the time. So it looks like there was, I guess, some foreign knowledge. I think it was around when we got this right up here on eBay that Josh Brown was going to mention it. I guess now the segment airs. It's called Josh Brown's new pick, eBay. But again, I do want to clarify, I mentioned this earlier as well. This is not the first we're hearing today about Josh Brown getting involved in eBay. So interesting stuff here. It looks like this was maybe publicized a couple times. I'm going to see if I can find the timing of the initial tweet. But EBAY being a Josh Brown pick was a little bit foretold to us earlier today. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Money Talks 914, my guy, fellow Yachty still. All right, Money Talks, Joe, my guy. I realize you like to trade iBit. Take a look at BitX. Moves rude boy. All right, $49 entry.
Love it.
All right, loving it too. Big respect on that one there. I'll take a look at BitX because I'm not too familiar with it. I don't know if is it leveraged or anything like that. Much appreciated for that.
BITX?
Yeah. I'm gonna take a look at BITX.
2 times.
2 times. Okay, so it's a 2x. The fund seeks daily investment before fees and expenses that correspond to twice the daily performance of the index. Okay, I really like that. Thank you. I'm gonna have that on my side here. I mean, it's $50, is significantly cheaper, but if we can leverage our system even more throughout the day, then that's a positive sign. Good look there, Money Talks. You're gonna most definitely start seeing me more in some BitX. I like that 2x leverage there because I guess they're getting more and more popular. What was it? What was the one that Robinhood has a 2x, and we're like, why?
Oh yeah, what was it again? I forgot what it was.
I don't even know.
There's a few that shocked me. I'm like, why are there even ETFs?
Yeah, why do you even have that one?
They're clearly trading ETFs because there's really no reason. There was like a $10 difference between the ETF and the share price.
You know what I mean?
You could tell, yeah.
And this one, right? Like BitX is trading at 50.61 in Bitcoin, and iBit's at 57.53. So there's no like drastic, but I mean, for a move that we just caught here, guys, using BitX would absolutely just be insane on that one. So Money Talks 914, much appreciated for that one. Catch me in Clarendon, possibly in October.
Your boy Nimrod's just gifting everybody the memberships, man. He just constantly does this, man. I don't know how many 10 live Trader TV memberships by our very good friend Nimrod. Thank you very much, my man. Enjoy your free membership. Benjamin, Honduras, Carla, Michelle, Powell Delivery, and Ricardo. Shout out to you guys. Enjoy the free membership there. Good look. All right, guys. Here's what I'm still looking at right now on my small cap side chart over here. It is still these two that are very interesting to me. I'm talking about ASST as well as VEEE. I also don't mind setting up something possible here for kids. KIDZ has been kind of above the volume weighted average price. Don't name it. I don't know how you feel about this trend break. We got a decided break of that upward channel that we had been on. And now here we go. Nimit, what do you think, brother? Or, I think it was Bovin, not Nimit. Bovin, what do you think, brother? You think we curl back up, maybe test 6? So from 580, we make another attempt at 6 and then fail. So, let me know what you think about that one, Bovin. I'll wait for your thing in the chat there. Shout out to my man, Urban Trader. He's looking at Pony. So let's look at Pony AI. It seems to be in the news a lot lately with their AV. Software or I think they're doing business with Uber, actually, believe it or not. I was reading that in their report yesterday. So PONY, let's look at this one. It's a very familiar one for us. A bit more expensive now. There's certainly a buyer here on Pony at 16.5. Everybody's waiting for the Pope to come out onto the balcony. $16.5. There's certainly a buyer there. It looks like the resistance level for the most part is 17, but true to form, there are these outlying prints that clear 17, then all of a sudden we're met with aggressive selling. So I'd be a buyer on Pony at 16.5. I definitely wouldn't be looking to take a breakout trade above 17, given what happened before, where you get up to 17.5, then you retrace quick as you like. So I'll keep an eye out on that one. Good look here on PONY. Not interested in getting into it at the moment. ACAD. Not your typical small cap gapper, but giving you that upper channel kind of look over here. I just put it up because it was up big on the day. Not that I'm really interested in trading it at the moment. So Pony, a new one. Thank you for pointing that one out. We'll certainly keep an eye out here for Pony if it does set up in the right way. Bovin, I believe we test 560s, then go up. Shout out to my man Bovin. So my man Bovin there is of the opinion that we do make our way back into the volume weighted average price. That's exactly where VWAP is sitting. In fact, it's not exactly 557. That's where we're sitting here on my chart anyway at the volume weighted average price, and that starts populating at 4 a.m. Shout out to Jedi. What's DOP in currency? DOP currency. What is that?
$5.
Let's find out, man. Dominican pesos. Shout out to Jedi. 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you very much for that, my friend. He says CONL. has a HAA leveraged ETF. Let's load up that bad boy. Have a look at what our man Jedi there is talking about from the Dominican. Shout out to Vladdy and his boys there. Isn't he Dominican?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. All right, CONL. That's coin long. Isn't it? Yeah, it's a 2 times ETF on coin. Yeah. All right, so good look here. We were kind of stuck in it looks consolidative, right? But upon further inspection, I see higher lows and higher highs. Not by all that much, but every successive area trough a little bit higher than its predecessor. So not a bad look here on CONL. Not exactly my cup of tea, but reasonable nonetheless. Obviously been respecting VWAP here the last few attempts. The retracements into VWAP have been holding. Let's see what it does with 19. Got a high today as we're speaking. We printed that high today, 18.99. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about over here, let's throw in the ticker CONL, which is a 2 times leverage ETF for Coinbase. So that's what we're looking at right now. Shout out to my man, what's his name? Jedi, for the super chat and for calling out Coin L Joseph.
Yeah, there we go, guys. We caught that reload here on Bitcoin, and we started to piece them out. Took 33% of the position off right there, and then I took an additional 10% off right there. So really, really nice reload there. And you can see my averages lifted. So FIFO first in, first out there. And that was that. So 57.30 right on that precise entry right there, and it's continuing to climb. So I mean, after I took that first partial, I guess it doesn't necessarily count as an ad. But I mean, here we go, guys. Like, there we go.
Here we go.
Took a loss. Here, took a small loss too, surprisingly, on that one. And that was a really nice trade, but because I got stopped out just below my break even on about 65-70% of my shares there, and then boom, as soon as we seen another opportunity arise, we took advantage of that one there and traded it nice and heavy, and then we caught that volatility spike, which was crazy. I'm going to be posting that on X as well too, so yeah, good stuff there. I see Neil in the chat say he was looking at AMD. Yeah, he wants it to break this wedge too. I'm looking at this. If we can sit on the top of this trend line, then maybe we can get that continuation and then go test that high a day there. So yeah, good luck on that front from Neil. Nice price compression and wedge there. So hopefully we don't break down or anything along those lines. The volume profile is relatively low, so some nice good pullback volume, and let's see if these moves can be sustained throughout the session. Havana Woody, same issue that caught me in EG, just put me back in the green today, 20 to 21 RS when I got ETH on the, yeah, nice work there, Havana. I know you've been killing it too. I mean, the work is in the money's in the details, and you definitely have that stuff there. So congratulations, buy volume stepping in on IBIT, says Gorev. Yeah, really good look here, guys. We're gonna let this ride. We're starting to pull back a little bit. We do have a little bit of a cushion here. How much do I have left? Just a little bit. About 45, yeah, about 45% there, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, we'll call it 50% even of that remaining position here on IBIT, especially after I added. But if there's anything you guys want me to look at, put it in the chat. I'll go over some of these names, but first we're going to send it to Adara.
Keep an eye here in AAPL. I'm seeing reports circulate on X here that apparently the company is developing specialized chips for glasses and AI servers. And apparently the smart chip for glasses would allow them to compete with Meta's Ray-Ban. So keep an eye here in Apple, and I guess also Meta here, as Apple reportedly is developing a specialized chips. Meta and Apple not moving much here, both of them near high of day. Back to you.
All right, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, Apple definitely at the high day. I haven't looked at Meta today either. Just kind of too expensive. I wish there was a 2x leverage ETF on Meta. That would be nice. Something that we can trade to have it so it's slightly cheaper. So there we go, 607. And surprisingly, Meta's never split. So at what point is this stock going to? I mean, Netflix hasn't. I don't know if it has before, but we're still waiting on that split at $1,000, now north of $1,000, and the same with the likes of Costco, right? So some expensive names and good names too that we would like to see some splits in, and I would definitely like to see that in the Meta and the other two names I just mentioned. Let's take a look from a daily standpoint to see what we got going on, and we're moving really nice. I still think we're down just a little bit north of 20% here in Meta, but a good recovery off those lows. And they're okay. So yeah, so a little bit less now, guys. 18%, we'll call it there, from that peak to where we're currently trading at on Meta. So I still think this name's going to be at a solid discount at this price, Sharif.
See Zuck dunk on Timmy C yesterday?
No, what did he say?
So I heard about it, but I didn't actually see, because CNBC had it this morning, but I was doing my workout, so I didn't get to hear what they were saying. So Zuckerberg apparently reignited his long-standing feud with Apple and CEO Tim Cook, delivering pointed criticisms. In a podcast interview, he characterized Meta as the opposite of Apple, highlighting fundamental differences in their approaches to product development and the company culture. Let me just make sure. I'm asking chat, was this from yesterday or before? I'm just make sure, because he did dunk on them on the Joe Rogan podcast. Just want to make sure that this one is giving me the criticisms or the news from yesterday. Bro, it's so slow. Yes, okay, he did make his pointed remarks May 7th, 2025. During Stripe Sessions 2025 event, he expressed a clear preference for Google CEO Sundar Pichai over Apple CEO Tim Cook. In a conversation with Stripe CEO John Collison about App Store regulations, he commented, "Tim's had a bad week," referring to recent U.S. court filing. Bro, kettle, man, you're doing the same thing there, buddy. Recent court ruling in the Epic Games versus Apple case that mandated Apple to loosen its stringent App Store regulations. He added, "I'm not going to pile on, but I like Sundar," signaling his approval of Pichai's approach. Yeah, he should have a look at the stock price there. This isn't the first time Zuckerberg has criticized Apple. In a January 2025 appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience, he stated that Apple hasn't really invented anything great in a while, suggesting the company has been resting on the success of the iPhone introduced nearly 2 decades ago. So those are the comments he made yesterday. I'll get more details on those. Yeah, he talked about Meta versus Apple's innovation philosophy, stagnation in innovation. He critiqued the App Store, and he called the Vision Pro headset comparison no good. So yeah, I happen to think he has some very valid points. I'm talking about Zuckerberg, but I also think that, you know, he's talking about them as a competitor now, because they're competing. Yeah, they're not. In different sections, like you could say they were prior to that, Meta, social media or social networking, Apple devices. No, they are now competing. We need to see Meta getting into the device business, right? Yeah. Little by little, whether it's through their Quest, Ray-Bans, all these other products that they have. So they're competing. Yeah, absolutely. I think, but to add to that point there, Sharif, yes, I still think that Meta is most definitely going to be heavy reliant on Apple, because, the iPhone is the most popular phone, and what everybody has. Instagram, how many Instagram users worldwide on their iPhone, right? So I think even though they may be in competition right now, I think one needs the other. And well said. That's my sense. But we're still cooking up here in Bitcoin, guys. We're climbing back towards that high a day. What a nice add-on to this position. Obviously, we could have put some more size on this front, but that's okay. We'll take it. Some is better than none. We just learned from this, and we'll just ride this out. I only have a little bit left here of that remaining spot, so we'll just let it cook up, maybe get that test of that high a day. And if we get anywhere close to 58, then I'm going to look to start selling some shares in that swing position as well, too. I was talking to Katina Man earlier. I said after the show, I'm going to start to lock in some of those profits, because it's been a nice move. But I want to kind of get on to NVDA from a daily standpoint. We still haven't got that move that I was necessarily looking for, I guess with the exception of last night. But here's that channel that I was referring to, and just sitting on the back side of it. Sorry here, guys. So now I believe that we are sitting on the back side of it. You get those couple of whipsaw moves, wherever you want to, whatever has the most touches here, right? So I forget how I drew it, but something along those lines. And now we're sitting on the backside of this channel, and you can see that we're slowly starting to climb. And I do believe we can get into the 120s. I'm waiting for this week's expiration cycle to come into play to see if those large amounts of OI start to continue to lift. In the options chain. So that's that front. Similar thesis on Bitcoin. So I'll pull up IBIT. And and that's what I was talking about here. Disregard that, and just sitting on the backside of this downtrend, and then now look where this underlying is sitting at. So really, really good stuff there. Loving it.
And yeah, there we go. Hopefully we can continue to climb. I'm going to piece a little bit more out right here, Sharif. What else do you got going on?
All right, man. Someone just told me about CEP. Here it is, guys. A bit of a spreadier one, 12 on the bid, 28 on the ask. It just got a big boy breakout there. It's still about, I don't want to say it's light on volume, 3.5 million shares on a $38 name. Not too bad, very bull flaggish. It really was moving nicely all day, but it just got a volume spike now. I want to say the volume started coming in at 1240, so we're about 14 or 15 minutes deep into this latest breakout. I'm not really seeing a catalyst to account for the latest breakout that we got. CEP, this is the 5-minute chart on it. Up nicely, man, 20% and going here. 38.55 high of day. Yeah, I don't want to be punching in at this level. It's just not for me. It's got to pull back into maybe 37 at the 10 EMA or something like that. There was also very good support at 36. You have the implied balance high reject 36, as well as the double top there at 11.55 and 12 that rejected 36. So that could be an interesting level. 37, the 10 exponential on the 5, 36 price action support. So that's what I'm looking at. I see V, Tisha, big boy curl up here still, though, putting in lower highs. So if you could connect these little area highs, we're still putting in incrementally lower highs. Would like to jump into this, but it's got to set up a little bit better. This one I was going to jump into, though, ASST. It looks like it is finding support here at the 20. Not something that I had been planning on trading off the 20. Nonetheless, that's what's manifesting to me now. So it does look like it may have made a bottom there at around 7 2/3. And here we go with 8.15. Can we get a print above that 8 1/4? If we do get that print above it, 8 1/4, it'll be another higher high and a higher low on the 5. And that's what I'm looking for there. The reason I say that is because the previous candle rejecting at a level, it rejected for a reason. That means a seller was there or an aggressive profit taker was taking it there. So by virtue of making that 5-minute candle to make a new high, you're already knowing that for the moment, that seller or that profit taker has been taken out. Momentarily, doesn't mean that they won't get back in. Again, it's a statistical thing, guys. We're trying to put the odds on our side, not be certain about everything. So anything above 8 1/4 here, I'm likely going long again on ASST, up 140% and not a bad look at all. ZKIN Urban Trader says, I see it. Tisha brought it to my attention. We're still not above the pre-market high, nor are we above the aftermarket high from yesterday at around 5.15 when we breached $2. So what I've done on ZKIN, guys, I put an alert at 1 low 80s to alert me to the approach that we're getting to the pre-market high. Again, if you're a newer viewer or you haven't watched me trade these small cap cappers, 2 simple rules: trading above the volume weighted average price, and if it traded in the pre-market, it's got to be above that pre-market high. So that's what I'm doing right now. I put an alert for ZKIN. Nothing for me on it yet, but definitely keeping the move here. I see it, Tisha. I see V. V's making a move. So is ASST. Now it gets into that 8 1/4, and lo and behold, it is having trouble. Just like it had trouble on the previous candle at 8 1/4. It happened for a reason. It's happening again until we can shake that seller or that profit taker, that beak wetter, who's been taking profits on ASST at 8 1/4. So good look here. Not a parabolic trade. Here we go at 8 1/4 again, and we're unable to shake them. Now we're shaking them. All right, so now is there a liquidity grab here, or are we breaking out? Let's have a look. Let's see exactly what we get over here. So 833. Keep your eye on the ask. Are we making higher numbers on the ask on every successive ascent? Or is there a level that we keep rejecting? I'll tell you, right now, it feels like we're making higher highs on the level 2, on the ask side of level 2. Here we go. 38s has been rejecting. Can we get another print above 38? A zigging and zagging here. 36s, 37s. All right, we're not popping into 38s quick as you like. Keeping an eye on this one. Certainly interested in on a dip trade as well. So let's see if we can get something maybe a little bit lower. 38s again showing up. Wowzers. Okay, so now 40s. Man, there's people posting sell orders at like every level on this one. Very thickly traded, and I submit to you likely will be until we take out that high day at around 880. Let's start a starter position here, Joseph. We're going to get in here. I think I got 33, 34s, that is. I don't mind DCAing into 8. Very small size over here. We're going to set up a beak wetter into the 40s for profit takers. So let's see if we can get some more in the teens. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, good look there. All right, so Neil, hopefully you're still sitting in that AMD. We are breaking through that that downward slope there, or that trend line, and sitting on the backside of that channel.
Backside?
And Nvidia is starting to climb as well too, guys. So there we go. We're liking this. Getting a small pullback here in Bitcoin as well. No. We're only sitting on 33% of this, and we're going to hold it for that high day and maybe into 57.80. So that's just my game plan. If there's anything you guys want me to review, just put it in the chat and I'll be more than happy to do so. So yeah, that's the tech space. Oh, and I know you guys were referring to METU, the Meta 2x leverage. So I pulled it up, METU, and there's just big time liquidity issues. There's no, this is not something that you would necessarily want to be trading just in case you get trapped or something. Yeah, so I personally never even traded anything that illiquid, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, good look out there. There is that 2x leverage, but obviously it doesn't seem that popular because you can see that there's not very much liquidity in that. So yeah, good luck there, guys. Thanks for pointing that one out. And yes, the Playmaker pool. All right, we'll get right into that. What are we going? 78% long. Sharif and I were going to document that. We got stopped out yesterday. That's okay. That's life. Yeah, Sharif, let me know when you're ready, my brother.
Yeah.
Are you busy?
Yeah. Well, because we're in a position. But it's okay. We're a small size.
Okay,
570.08.
I'm not ready.
What's so funny, Katina, man?
So
570.08.
We're doing it 90.
Yeah.
90. And data entry number 9. Sorry, one more time.
570.08.
08.
Yeah.
What's so funny, Katina, man?
I don't know. He's chuckling at us.
All right. What's our profit target? 572.08. And then we're going to get stopped out at
569.08.
569. Big number. You like that one?
Stopped out at 69, bro.
08 there.
And then we're taking profits, Joseph, at 572.08.
All right, there we go, guys. We got the profits in and everything along those lines. We're going long here today. It's 1 o'clock on the dot. 1 o'clock on the dot on my drop top.
Uh-oh.
You know that song, right? What was today? The 8th, right? You're lying.
Yes, sir. Of course I'm lying, Joseph. I told you I'm 100, bro.
Yeah, that's all right. So good luck there, guys. I don't know what's going on here. I was trying to add these all up yesterday, and it wasn't included in the cumulative P&L. So I'll have to figure something out there.
I know you love that chart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, guys. Like, take a look at this here.
Here we go.
Wow. Look at this.
I love when you go through and admire all the data.
Yeah.
This is the best part of the show. That and the video, bro. I gotta tell you the truth. I go back and forth about which one I like better.
The VWAP video?
Yeah.
Sharif, we're gonna have a hotter video coming out here once we clip that.
I know you clipped that.
We got Andre. Yeah, we'll get those sent to you immediately too there, guys. But this is all of us combined. Nice work here. Look at all this data collected, and this is exactly what we want to see. Positive sloping equity curve. We were on a bit of a downtrend, but some solid days were put in here. So we're gonna add that in. So a good look here. Entry number 90. That is crazy right there on the Playmaker poll there, guys. Good work there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Still holding this ASST position. Kind of consolidative here, a little bit on a 2-candle basis above the 10 EMA. Both candles currently are doji candles of indecision with very small bodies, but the upper and lower wicks aren't much bigger either. So I'm kind of unsure exactly how this trade's going to pan out. It seems to be defending the 10 on a 2-candle basis right now, but it's not exactly blowing through that 8.5 where we had previous area of resistance. So we've got 29s on at the moment. I still have my dip trade to basically defend, that's the word I'm looking for, that 10 EMA on the 5. We still haven't gotten anything in and around there, so I'm trying to pack my patience. What I'm trying to observe is, on the ascents, when we do pop up, are we popping up at 1 penny lower? Like, are we rejecting 1 penny lower, 2 penny lower, 2 pennies lower than the previous area high? If we are, then I can know the algo that whatever that's trading this is stair-stepping down and likely to drop a little bit here. But I don't think that that's what's happening. Seller at 40 over here. We're going to wet the beak on some profits. Let's see if we can break above 40, waiting for that 50 print. Let's go ahead and wait at around 49s, and then we can set up another one north of 50. Still rejecting that 40 penny level. There's a huge seller at 40. Can't shake them. So yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that random level there. But we were rejecting at 38s prior to that. But we did take out whatever seller there was at 38. got into 40s. Here we go, 40 again. Still unable to shake it. And there's not too much size either posted on the actual level 2 itself. So I'll submit to you, likely a hidden seller at this level. Here we go. We took out 40. Now there's levels everywhere, man. 41s are rejecting now. So lots of different selling after, you know, having a good move up over here. Let's wet the beak on some more profits now that we keep rejecting that area, about 10 pennies in the money on ASST. It's a good look. It's got a 3-candle green setup, but you know how these ones are, man. They're around for a good time, not a long time. So let's see if we can get something proper on this one and not just 10, 15 pennies here. Let's see if we can take out that 8.5. And then maybe after that 8.5 goes, we can take out that 880. But you're going to have shares on to realize the profit. So don't take out too much too quickly, but also respect your stops. If you're going to dollar cost average to no end into these, you will hate them very quickly because they'll drop $2, $3 against you, like maybe 20, 30% in a second. And you're going to be hating them very, very quickly. So ASST in focus right now. That's what I'm looking at, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. All right, Jacques Des or Mari. Sorry if I'm assuming it's French. I'm not very good or fluent in it. But Sharif,
yes, sir.
Joseph, today is my birthday. I wanted to tell you how much I appreciate what you guys are doing.
You, man.
You are the best.
You're
Happy
the best.
birthday.
Him and Nimit have the same birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday. Happy. All right, I'll stop there. But yeah,
you're
happy
good.
birthday to Jacques.
Jacques.
Yeah. Much appreciated, and thank you for those kind words. Everybody wish Jacques a happy birthday in the chat. We don't know how old you are, but we'll say you're 20 years young. Bang, 20th birthday there for Jacques. So good luck there, guys. We're starting to pull back in IBIT, still sitting in this position here, up 5 and a fifth on the session, so that's a positive sign. Again, we might be forming a head and shoulders pattern right now, so I have to be cautious on this. If we crack this neckline, maybe I'll just lock in the last 33% that I'm holding on to right now. So again,
I can take over if you want to send Andre tickets.
Yeah, absolutely. Take it over.
I can't take my hands off the keyboard.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, guys, we're still watching here. I added on that pullback into the 10 exponential, looking at wetting the beak in the high 30s over here. So it's still putting in higher lows, but this current candle has a lower high. So the previous area high was that essentially that 41 technically on the 1 o'clock candle and 40 on the 12:55 candle. So rejecting those areas. Let's see if we can hold up above 8 though. That's what I'm looking at right now. Right back into the 10 we go. Let's see if we can get something over here. Still waiting for that beak wetter up at 833. That's where I'm waiting for there. We got 22s on now. We ride on 22s and hopefully we'll be able to get something well here on 22s. 822s that is on ASST. So good look on this one. Still up 140%. But I am kind of concerned about this lower high situation that we're now seeing on the 5-minute with that 850 or that 840 break eluding us, technically breaking through 840 by 1 penny. That doesn't really account for much there. So holding on to this one, looking for a hold of 8. But if it loses 8, Joseph, I'm Gonzino.
All right, nice look there. So guys, make sure you get those votes in. I sent those tickers through, and then make sure when they pop up, you get your say in on the poll there, guys. So yeah, happy birthday. A lot of love for Jacques there, and my guy Mike the Rider, always showing pure love in there. What's going on? What is the Piper? Yeah, we'll figure that one out. But we're still sitting in this IBIT trade, guys. It's cooking up nicely for us. We'll just review it. And full disclosure, that's the thing. I didn't want to look at it too much because I would have probably made significantly more money on my NVDL trade than I did right here because it's 2x leverage and it made that massive move. So, but that's okay. We're happy to be in this and we're happy to have caught that squeeze there because that was a wild, wild ride. And I hope you guys enjoyed watching that.
Wild thoughts.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. Where's that? That's the Real Jerk, right? Where they filmed the video?
Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Something along those.
Yeah,
they filmed it in like a Caribbean restaurant. I stopped by
right?
there. Yeah. So I stopped by there. Okay, I'm voting IBIT there, guys. So get those votes in. But yeah, still a good look, nice reload. And then you can see when I took off my last bit of this position here, my average just drastically went all the way up here. But so we're sitting in this. I do believe that we can run into 57.80. It might be more of a slow grind, but that's okay. No, slow grind. All right, anyways, yeah, we got to stop this music reference. Maybe not, though. All right, but yeah, here we go. Come on, AMD. It's holding this shelf relatively well. 103.50s, acting as a nice floor there for AMD. looking to sit on the backside of this trend and then hopefully continue this move to the top side and go and test that high day. I totally think that's possible, especially with what we've seen from a volume standpoint stepping into the market. So just got to be patient. There may be more slow grinds. When we see these aggressive moves to the top side, don't forget the market needs to breathe, so we can't just go parabolic all the time. So yeah, good luck there on AMD and Nvidia, looking for these big names and these big semi companies to crack through that high day, and it's definitely going to drag the market higher. Apple's been monstrous, still hovering around that 200. I mentioned the open interest right at that $200 strike price, and we're hovering around 199.62 right now. So again, a lot to absorb. Maybe we just hover in this specific range throughout the rest of the session, or we climb higher, or we break down. There's a couple of scenarios, but just have those risk measures in place and be patient on that setup.
Yes, sir. All right, here we go. Still waiting on a print here on ASST. Looking for that area to hold up. I did get into another trade, though, here on VEEE. Let's see if this one wants to take out the top finally here at $8. We're up into 760s and change. It's up over 200% on this one. Wow, there it goes, man. Good trade here. Happy with this one on ASST. We got 803s. It's into 820s. Let's wet the beak here on this one. Good look. Moving up nicely here on ASST. I added aggressively on that 810 area, and then so we had a much better cost basis. So let's wait for some more here. I'm going to layer into 30s. I put my stop really tight below 8, okay? Because there was a reason for that. Every time we dipped into 8, there was a monster hidden buyer at that level. I just don't know for how long. That's the thing. So I'm thinking maybe you flatten out here. I just don't like to give back. I don't like to take it out if we have an opportunity to move up. And I always kind of blame myself, be like, why did you get into that trade? Was it emotion or was it logic, right? And right now, what I'm seeing is respect for the 10. Right? And so if I saw that buyer at 8, it ended up manifesting into a hammer candle, what logical reason is there to get out? I just don't see one right now other than wanting to lock in profits. And I don't think that that's a reason, right? There has to be a technical reason to get out of the trade. Here we go, ASST, right back into that $0.25. We're going to take out more here. Let's see if we can move up into the 30s now. It keeps rejecting that $0.25. Here we go with 24s yet again. Resisting at the $0.25 is ASST. So up 142%. Let's see if we can shake that seller at the $0.25. Can't do it right now. And now they're okay. So we took out 26s, 28s. All right, we're taking out all my orders here. Good look on ASST. Let's see if we can go up a little bit more. That 30s order still didn't get printed. We're showing 30s right now on the ask. Can't shake that level either. Again, so many different sell orders at all the different levels, given the fact that we went up to 880. So let's wet the beak a little bit more over here now that we're getting that area rejection. Back now to VEEE. Here we go. Now I'm waiting in the high 80s. Okay, boom to the high side. We're gonna wait a little bit higher over here. We're gonna wait 95s. Oops, that's not where I wanna wait. Excuse me. 795s, that is, not 895. There we go, we'll set up there, and we'll set up in north of 8 as well. See if we can get anything there. Back to ASST, back into the $0.25 we go. That's fine, because we got 803s on it, and anything below 8, that will be the end of the trade. VEEE fills me on both, but then stops me out for the rest because it was a huge liquidity grab. Pops up into 8, drops way below my entry at the $0.50. I think I gave it way too much, or I gave it too tight of a stop there. That's kind of on me. So let's see if we can kind of get back into this one, if it'll let me. Let's see over here. Are we breaking through 8? The liquidity is crazy right now on VEEE. 775, here we go. This one, I feel the money fills are on the dip trades. If you're trying to take the breakout trade on this one, I feel like, you know, you don't get the best price, obviously, but it's always like, where are the money fills, right? So I'm going to punch in small share size over here. Going to set up again into the high 8s for another beak wetter, and I'm going to set up again on the north side of 8. Let's see what we get. We got 79s on, rejecting 77s for the moment. Back to this one, though. ASST coming back into 8. I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me. We've got 4 more beak wetters on this one, and we're going to flatten out here as it comes right back into my entry. Now let's focus on VEEE. I'm going to add into this one if it does drop into the $0.50, because that's where it end up finding support again last time. So let's go ahead and wait with a resting order at around the $0.50. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, we're still sitting in this trade here, guys, working out really nice for us. The market is starting to pull back in, and AMD bouncing off that 103.50 level once again. So holding up steady. Let's see which way or which party is going to win this battle, either the Bears or the Bulls. And it's looking like the Bears are kind of slightly in control right now until we see that volume step in and we crack that that downtrend. Then maybe we do break down a little bit here. But a nice solid run. When Donald says buy, I guess you buy. It's the second time he said that now. So, I mean, this guy, I don't know. Is he allowed to do that? I don't know. I guess so. But there you go. You can't fight that market, especially when someone like Donald's status tells you to go out and buy stocks, and then you see this monstrous run, the market goes on. So yeah, let's continue this move here in Bitcoin. We're going to be patient. I don't know if this is another ad opportunity. I'm not going to chase it or anything along those lines. I would like to make it a little bit bigger.
Get it, Joe.
Considering we only have 33% of it left. So yeah, it's still a good ride. This was a really fun trade, especially sitting through this was just like, let's go. And then the patience here. This is a potential ad right here, right? You can see those higher lows consistently being formed. And then boom, volume steps right back in. Yeah, actually, let's zoom in here. We're going to go kind of just by, not a bar by bar analysis or anything along those lines, but just a nice breakout, okay? So we sit through this. You see a big volatility spike step in right here. But then look at these engulfing candles. So boom, we put in this massive range right here. This is about a 30-cent candle, 50-cent candle roughly here on IBIT, and that's fairly hefty. So you get this big move here, guys, and then the volume is just being sustained. And then on the pullbacks, you can see the selling pressure slowly start to stair step down. And then as soon as we take those additional legs higher, the volume steps right back in. So that's a positive sign of strength. And these are the things that we want to be able to identify. So yeah, really nice look. That's an ad opportunity. I'm going to write that one down in the books for next time, especially when we see something like this that wants to break out and go and touch those all-time highs. So are kind of going for those all-time high moves. I'm going to be patient in that. Add opportunities. That's going to be documented in the notes. Hey, when we see this, add opportunities here, here, and here. And sure enough, we did get some of it, but there was other there's other scenarios where we could have added more aggressively and got a bigger of a move. But can't complain, Sharif. Happy with this trade, no doubt.
All right, man. We're doing it here on VE, man. VEEE. Here we go. Took 8. We wet the beak at 8.5. Took 8.5. Wet the beak at 9. Here we go. We're above 9, guys. 924 high a day. Are we defending 9? That's the question. We did once. Can it be twice? All right, so we're defending 911. Let's see. So we're going to go ahead and wait for this one. It is losing 9, though. So if it loses line for any period of time over here, let's see if we can continue to move up. Let's set up some orders at the high 9s, but it is having trouble maintaining above 9. And this one is a repeat offender. Trouble with the whole dollar. So let's see. Can we get that continuity on this one? Let me throw out my stop on this one. There we go. So we're going to wait all the way down into here. For that one. Having a lot of trouble with 9, Joseph. Can we zig and zag a little bit higher than 9? Right now, the sellers, the short sellers, the profit takers, they're all keeping this one south of 9. It's trying to go on the ask side, unable to on the bid side. So ASST, can we get that big boy 9 push up over here? Doesn't feel like it, at least not maybe with a liquidity grab to the downside, up 253%. I will give this a little bit of room, but not that much room because we are very extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and I think that this trade will be a bit of a loser here, so we'll take a bit of a loss on VEEE. Yeah, you can't win them all, baby. At this $9 level, it's being kept down. It's being kept down unless there's going to be a monster buyer pushing this up, just like that. Boom, to the high side. All right, so we'll take that one.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you. This is exactly what you need there, Sharif.
What?
Nimrod. How many super chats is my guy throwing in there for you? There we go. Another spike in Bitcoin. This is crazy. 15 shekels,
Everything's
Sharif.
crazy.
15 shekels from Nimrod. B, that's all he says. Another 15. E is all he says. Another 15. E is all he says. And then another 15.
You're lying.
E right there from our guy Nimrod. Nice. Thank you very much, brother. Much appreciated member and has been one for a very, very long time. I'm going to piece him out here. We also got one more super chat, sorry, that we forgot. And that's going to be my friend Marcus Steven Johnson, CDE. He said it multiple times. All right, I got you covered, my friend. Let me just take a little bit off right here, doing it live. Can we catch that fill? Bang, there it is. Nice look. We got that crack of those specific levels. This is exactly what we want to see. But my friend says CDE, told you guys the other day. This is a mining company. I looked into it briefly. But I mean, trading really, really well. Let's zoom out. Good look there. Marcus Steven Johnson. We're going to zoom out for you and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And hey, that's some breakout stuff. I mean, this isn't pretty at all. If I were to be scrolling through my list, I would put this to the side. But this engulfing candle right here, that is a positive signal. And I mean, if we sit on top of this range and this momentum is sustained, you might have a good breakout stock right here, Mr. Marcus, on CDE mining, brother.
All right, man, we're going to get back in, I think, here, because we're taking 9 again. All right, I'm long again here, I think, at 05s. Let's set up something. Okay, all right, we're already taking profits on this one. Okay, let's see if we can get some more into 15s. It goes. We got 05s on, didn't trigger quite yet, so packing my patience. It dipped below 9 aggressively. It was able to reclaim the level really well, so that's why I got back in there, waiting for this one. I'm going to give it to 877 or so. If it is losing the bid now again.
Yeah,
an American guy.
Yeah,
Katina Man says they chose an American guy for the Pope. All right, where you don't know which city? Which city is from there, Katina Man? Is he Boston?
His name will be Pope Leo.
His name will be Pope Leo. That's awesome, man. All right, good to know that. Yeah, because our TV shut over there, Katina Man, so I wasn't able to watch it.
Winning.
Right? Yeah, I know. So keeping an eye on this one. It did. Oh, wow. Oh, Donald. I was going to joke about this one earlier because his wife said he looked cute. I was like, Melania, what are you talking about, man? Like, he's wearing the Pope's outfit. What is happening there? Yeah. Shout out to our man, the orange one there, Joseph.
To the old Vatican there?
I haven't, man. Right. I have not, bro. I have not. I didn't go. I should go, though.
Maybe we head over there, man.
All right, Joseph, what do you got on that side?
Yeah, I'm still just piecing out this IBIT, man, guys. We've been cooking out this throughout the whole session with you guys doing it live. But we got another $5 super chat from Marcus Steven Johnson. Thank you very much. You didn't say anything behind that, so if you want to put in a message, I'll be more than happy to take a look at it again. But we need a doing it live animation or something like that. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. We need a weaseling animation. We need a doing it live animation.
We need a, but you got the He-Man though one real quick. It was like same day delivery. Shout out to Amazon.
Special delivery.
By the power of Grayskull.
Oh, look at all the money.
So good.
But let's not.
So good.
Let's not beat around the bush here, Sharif. It's been an absolute money storm today, guys. Whether it be in your swing, personal, even an intraday standpoint. Yeah, it's great storm. All
right, my man.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the deal, Joseph. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. And at ProfitX, you can see the order book just like on a financial exchange. You pick your spot and you customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easier to play on the go. ProfitX, guys, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Use that code TRADERTV to get the sign up. Offer of 2% cash back on up to $300. Shout out to the great folks there at ProfitX. And we already know, we've seen the Katina Man, we've seen the Neil. They take trades live on it. What were you guys on the Leafs? Was it on the Leafs? Yeah. It was on the Leafs.
We had over 5.5.
Say it again, Katina.
Over under, we had over 5.5.
The Katina Man had on the over under, he had over 5.5.
That's all right.
Yeah, which is really good, right? 69 years old from Chicago. We're talking about the Pope. The reason I ask about Boston, obviously, because we know Boston's got a lot of Catholics. So Chicago, very interesting as well. Definitely want to look more into that. I don't know. Did they have an American Pope before?
I would have no idea, man.
Never. Adara says no. First American Pope confirms the Katina Man. So interesting there, bro. I don't know. I don't feel it took that long. Like yesterday, they had one black smoke. That was it, right? I remember they had one black smoke thing.
I'm not.
And then today, it was like, I think today was the second day. That was it. So
is black smoke the representation of no Pope?
Yes. Okay. And then white smoke is the representation of, we've chosen one.
Bang.
Right. Ed Calderon saying he's born in Wisconsin. My man Ozan. Can we get Shara animation, also a Shara? She-Ra. He wrote she equals Ra, so I was like, what? Yeah. I remember, of course, She-Ra and He-Man, obviously same cartoon. Shout out to my man Skeletor. I'd like a Skeletor animation though.
No,
Fabian.
man, we're getting
He's so sinister. He's good.
Getting too carried away.
Yeah, yes, Fabian knows exactly what I'm talking about. Fabian, that was like 20 years before your time, brother. I don't even know how you, usually only Adara punches outside her weight class like that, but.
Yeah, no,
say it again?
Getting too carried away with the
what do you mean, bro?
the He-Man animation.
Why are you bringing me down?
I'm not.
I'm having a good time. Look at this, bro. See what I'm
going
gonna do right now? Look, we're gonna go He-Man number 2. No, He-Man number 1. He goes in the top corner.
Yeah, you like that one, man.
You like that one? You don't like him covering the whole screen, eh?
That one's a little bit better. I mean, what
So
year was
good,
this
bro.
cartoon made?
80s, bro.
80s. Yeah, that's
yes,
crazy.
Yes. I'm old.
Shout out to Jerome Powell, though. I'm curious to Katina, man. I know you guys might have, and Neil. What is the Leafs? Is it still plus 800 for the Leafs to win the cup? What is it now?
Well, let's find out. Plus 18, even after the win yesterday? The Katina man has him at plus.
right.
Okay.
Before the playoffs.
Hey, bro, look, I'm going to have to side with Katina on this one, bro. I mean, like, you were talking bear smack about the Leafs. You had Patty chiming in from all the way wherever he's at.
The
Katina man, the first thing he said when he walked in this morning was, "Where's Joe?"
Where's Joe?
That's the first thing he said was, "Where's Joe?"
Listen. I talk smack, Sharif, because I care. Right?
That's fair.
Right?
I get
want
that.
Them
I
to
can
do
get
better.
that.
So I talk smack about them because I care and I want them to do better.
All right.
Obviously, when I say they're gonna do this, and this, I'm at home watching it on my phone or anything, and I'm snapping because I play the game. And I love, and no, I'm gonna be honest though. I'm gonna be honest, all right?
Fair.
I love the logo.
Plus 550
That's
says
all right,
Katina
all
man.
right.
Okay.
So maybe we'll hop in there. If Florida does win a game or two, we'll hop right onto that and take them for the Leafs. But I'm going to be honest.
Yep.
I care about the logo on the front. I don't care about the names on the back.
Yeah,
right?
that's my old man is exactly
you know
like
what I mean?
that. The players roll. But
They
the
roll,
team, yeah.
right? It's what's on the front here, and the names on the back have frustrated me for a long period of time because our expectations is like typical Toronto media.
Of course.
We're through the roof, and we've
Especially hockey.
we've underperformed essentially every year for 8 years, right? So it's just like it gets frustrating, dude.
More than that, man. We're going.
Well, yeah, if you want to go back, I'm talking about
the
the current tenure
Fair.
and this core group that we've had.
Yep.
Like we've should have and it's tough because I can't compare them to the likes of the Chicago Blackhawks, Tampa Bay, and LA
original
when Chicago.
six. Yeah, well, not Tampa, obviously.
But Chicago when they had Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane, these guys had 3 cups in their first 4 years in the NHL, and I'm like, what's going on here? Why can't the Leafs even get past the first round, right? So I love that team wholeheartedly. It's just the names on the back. It was the contract negotiations at the start with Kyle Dubas and everything, et cetera. I thought they were overpaid. And it put the team in kind of turmoil because if you have, the cap wasn't as large, and if you're paying your top 3 guys like 60% of the cap, you have no depth, and therefore you can't win. So rant over.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, well, I think that all salary cap leagues have that issue.
Exactly.
All right, so you talked about a good result. Let me talk now about a bad result.
Ooh.
Arsenal is out of the Champions League final. They were eliminated yesterday by Paris Saint-Germain. And I got to tell you, Paris deserved to win. Full stop. All right, so let's talk about what went wrong here. First match, we had a couple of suspended players for getting a couple of yellow cards into the build-up. Then the yellow cards reset at that stage. So specifically, I'm talking about Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey in the midfield is obviously very important because it allows Mikel Merino, the makeshift center forward that we've got, to actually play that number 9 position. Now, I thought that was actually going to change the dynamic of the game because that's not what we had in the first game. And it did for the first 25 minutes. But then Donnarumma, which is the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper, is next level shot stopping, okay? He's not a great ball distributor because he's like 100 feet tall, so he's a little bit immobile. But as a shot stopper, this guy's next, maybe Sommer on Inter. because Donnarumma single-handedly is the reason Arsenal was not more competitive. He did it in match number 1, in leg number 1. He did it again in leg number 2. We could not pass this guy for the life of us. The shots were coming in fast and furious. They were coming low. They were coming high. They were coming from the left. They were coming from the right. The dude is insane. He's an excellent goalkeeper, and I think he's really one of the only reasons that Paris beat us. But hey, he's part of the team, so we take the L. And, you know, obviously I'm very disappointed, to say the least, because I really want to see Arsenal in the Champions League final. Alas, they had the better goalkeeper today, or yesterday, on the leg anyway, or in the matchup. And we're going to have to set up for next year, because, you know, I was super disappointed because obviously there was no chance to win the Premier League, and our Premier League fitness, or form, I should say, has dropped off substantially because there was no way we could win it. And you could tell the team didn't care about the Prem anymore. They were really focusing on Champions League, and boom, all of a sudden that's gone. So we've got nothing to look for now until next year. We're out of every other tournament. We were in 4 tournaments. We're in 0. Ooh. So it's, yeah, because that's how it is in Europe, right? You play there's 2 cups. Domestic cups.
Yeah.
One's called, I think they used to call it the Carling Cup. I don't even know. It's called Carabao Cup. And there's the FA Cup. That's like the bigger cup, right?
Okay.
The one at the end of the year. So you're playing those 2 cup tournaments. And then you're also playing Champions League. And then you're also playing Premier League. So you're literally part of 4 tournaments at the same time. We're part of none now.
Oh,
right?
dang.
So, yeah, it sucks. It sucks very much. But that's kind of the situation. And, yeah, you can't win them all. The Leafs brought up my mood a little bit yesterday, though.
Yeah, bang. That's all we need, man. That was a monstrous game. Guys, we got to pull up these charts here, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Go
Bitcoin is
ahead.
continuing to climb. I talked about 5780. Like, look at this reload. This is a whole additional trade in itself right here, guys. 5730 all the way up to here. Like a 5 and 2/3 sitting on the session. Absolute monstrous day here in IBIT. It's unfortunate that NVIDIA and AMD can't get the ball rolling, but here we go. We're in some of the strongest names, and that's what we want to be in. So we're positioned really well. I have to zoom out drastically for us to take this trade, to take a look at this trade. And I mean, here we go from this whole trend with that additional add-on there, guys. So yeah, happy about this one. Really nice trade. And I told you guys, I was heavily red on the day, now green.
Okay.
Shout out to Bitcoin. So yeah, we were red on the day, just trying to push NVDL, and then sure enough, it ended up working, but it just wicked me out. I'm like, okay, let me concentrate on something that I know can have some potential strength, and we were fortunate enough to be sitting in this when we got that breakout and that full volatility. Yeah, is that him?
That's the man.
All right, so there we go. Bing. There we go. Yeah. Still wrong one. There we go. We got it this time.
That's the dude.
And there we go.
Yeah, that's the dude right there. Yep. What again? Poplio? Poplio. Thank you, Katina, man. Yep. Robert Francis Provost, that's his former name, has been unveiled as new Pope Leo XIV. What's XI? X is 10, right?
Yeah.
14.
14.
Yeah, so IV, so that means 1 less than 5. 5 is V, right? V is 5, so when you put the 1 before the V, it's okay.
Oh, cool.
14. Ayo Lewis dropping money.
What's that? What's it called when the word is spelled the same backwards as it?
Palindrome?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Like tenant.
Adara,
right?
what is it? Palindrome? Palindrome. Right? Yeah.
So,
thank you, Adara.
416 in Roman numerals is kind of how that is, right?
Right?
Yeah, palindrome. Yeah.
Let's shout out to Ayo Lewis, even though he's trolling the hell out of me here. I'm going to still give him love. It's okay, Sharif. You're used to losses. Like this Arsenal is the Dallas Cowboys of England joke. Let's go, PSG. Fly, Eagles, fly. I did it for you when you guys won the Super Bowl. I'll do it for you again, my man.
I have that clipped.
Yeah, you have that clipped. I remember. I remember that. Do you espouse the idea of cheering for the team who eliminated you?
No.
I hate that.
Yeah, I don't do that.
I want them dead.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
why would they ever want them to win?
Why would I want them to win?
Yeah.
Like, my cousin's telling me, he's like, you gonna cheer for Paris Saint-Germain? I'm like,
yeah, right, buddy.
I'm gonna cheer for them. No,
Yeah,
absolutely no way. No way. All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye on a couple of small cap gappers here. They're all pulling back. ASST still putting in lower highs. It is really KIDZ that just took out recent area highs there, $6.30. Shout out to my man Bovin for pointing that one out. KIDZ trying Bovin, I think, to reclaim that range that it was in before. I think it's having trouble though because it's rejecting off that 630 area again. So yeah, extend your trend lines as far as they will go. You're not getting that clearance of 630 despite the fact that we broke that 624 previous area high on KIDZ, but it's this one that I've done absolutely nothing on. This has been a very calm, steady trade. I'm talking about ACAD. It's not giving you huge percentage moves or anything like that, but it got going right at 930 there, and it's been putting up one hell of an upward channel essentially all day, with really no major pullbacks here. So ACAD has been a rocket ship, but nothing with me on that one on the day. PONY we also had in focus as it also started breaking up to the high side again with that upward channel. Not a bad look on this one either, but I haven't had anything on this one as well. It's been kind of more calm now ever since putting in that area high at around 1145, kind of stagnant a little bit, but it did find some support there at 16.5, a predictable area where it had found support prior to that. I'm talking about that 1045, that 11 candle, and yet again at 1130, all support in and around that area. V retracing back into what could be a key area of technical support. It's either going to be $8 or that 20 EMA on the 5 that it found support at last time. VEEE up 212% right now, but not exactly a glowing endorsement to get in on that aggressive retracement over here. So I'll keep my eye out on that. What are you guys looking at there in the chat? Are you guys keeping your eye on any small cap gappers? If not, any other names that we haven't talked about that are making moves on the day, tag myself or Joe and we'll have a look at that for you. I'm just having a look at my side chart over here to see if there are any outsized moves. Man, ARM has really recovered, guys. ARM is it SSR? No, it's not SSR on the day, but I thought it definitely would be because I think we started the day quite poorly. But look at that recovery, man. We're almost back into yesterday's low on ARM. My goodness. So yesterday we got into about a 120 low. We did pop up into 124 on the algo spike there on earnings. But look at this. I mean, working our way right back into that 120 area. So ARM, I mean, you can't keep it down for long. Technically, it is still down 5% on the day, but certainly off the lows there. Shout out to Tisha. Tisha's buying the dips on VEEE. Let's have a look at VEEE. What is it doing? Still south of 8, Tisha, but still holding up the prior candle low. The prior candle low is about 775. So not a bad look. Could be a double bottom here. We'll get involved with you here with small share size, see if we can get something at around there. But guess what, Tisha? I'm just going to get out of this one if it does break 770. So let's go ahead and throw out that order right now for the drop. So what do we got on? Let me just have a look at this super quick. We got 89s on, so let's go ahead and set up mid 90s, and then we'll set up north of there, obviously, Joseph, as we look to take profits. You got it?
Got it.
Go ahead.
Doing it live, man. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize.
Quick.
Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
Dang.
I've seen a lot of people in the chat going crazy about kids there, Sharif. Or is that Steve Dunn? Oh, yeah, he's
Bears versus Bulls.
Yeah. Adios, muchachos. Have a good day. Yeah, so there we go, guys. AMD broke down here, Sharif. We didn't sit on the backside of this trend right here, and you can see it broke through this support level, heading back towards that low of the day. I'm not saying it's necessarily close. They're about $1 or so off, but also that's going to drag NVIDIA down with it as well too. So we couldn't continue that move to the top side, constructing those lower highs on the session, Sharif. After that gap up, that gap is filled now, which is a positive sign. So again, we're going to have to wait for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to tell us a lot, especially we have a lot of contracts expiring, and then it's going to become Monday morning. We want to see what's been rolled over to that next weekly expiration cycle, and I think that's going to tell a lot. And I'll be sure to post it on X first thing Monday morning. So guys, make sure you follow your boy on X, and you're going to get those options change updates on the big names all the time, my friend.
Yeah, just hold on for a second.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So, yeah, guys, and this is it, right? So a nice bounce off the volume weighted average price. See, the thing is though, after this consolidation phase, you kind of want to see that volume step in and we break up higher just to display like, hey, we want more demand north of these prices. But you can see we broke down through those key support levels, and the same with the likes of AMD. So that was actually one of the names on the tickers because the earnings report was great, data centers doing great, etc. And I'm like, all right, let's see if we can put in a solid session here on AMD. And then we get this nice, strong opening drive with that continuation with that kind of that 5-minute bar play, ABCD pattern here, A, B, C, and then D, but then we just gave up a lot of what we had gained on that front. So, but still constructing a lower high, which is a higher low, sorry, which is a positive sign. But yeah, now back south of the volume weighted average price. So just be cautious. Let's wait for this 5-minute print. If this does close as a hammer and we get that volume to step in, that can be a positive signal as well.
Absolutely.
Lots of opportunities still throughout the day. We still got about 2.5 hours left, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. It's like we always feel like we're getting to the end of our show, so it's the end of the trading day, but we completely forget. There's Power Hour, baby. And there's a reason why they call it Power Hour, man. And the Katina Man and the Neil will be taking you through that as they typically do every single trading day. We're around. Here we go. We're long on VEEE at 79s. It's showing me 88s. It's really having trouble, though, breaking above that level. So I'm kind of trying to pack my patience. There we go. Showing me 88s again, having real trouble. There we go. We just took out all my orders. Okay, so good. We'll set up a little bit higher now. Let's wait at 94s. And then, obviously, we got to set up something a little bit higher than that. For the sell. There we go. We take out my, we're rejecting 94s. Kind of like everywhere I post, we reject that. I kind of just gotten used to that now. Let's keep an eye out on this one, looking for the hammer candle that's currently manifesting on the 5-minute chart to give this one a bit of a boost up. There we go. All right, taking out all the orders right now. Good look on this one, trying to make it back because we were negative on VEEE, but positive on ASST. So we'll keep an eye out on this, looking to take out some more orders. Can we get, there it is again. Can we clear 8? Boom, boom. All the levels getting taken out there, Joseph Wilson.
Let's go.
Let's keep an eye out on this one, looking for that move back up here on VEEE. Yeah, are about 25 pennies in the money, a little bit more now, still holding some shares. So let's go ahead and set up a little bit more on the north side. 808, still not printing. It's showing me 7s, random area, bro, for us to kind of find resistance there. So we'll wet the beak a little bit over here, see if we can get some more out. Try not to take out too much too quickly, looking for that bigger move up on VEEE. Still waiting for those area profit takers to trigger, but comfortable a little bit more as it gets away from your entry price, as it dips right back down below 8. So zigging and zagging right now, a little above $8, a little bit below. We know how these ones act. I don't particularly like the spread on VEEE for something that's done. What has it done? 67 million shares on the day. It should be a tighter spread, man. And it's just the fact that the matter is, it is not. Here we go, right back above 8, rejecting 808s again. 808 heartbreak, baby. We're going to keep an eye out on this one for a move back up on VEEE. Joseph, how you doing over there, bro?
We're doing good, man. 808, good here, brother. Did you used to DJ or something? Did you know?
Did I did?
Yeah, the 808s or anything like that? All right,
no, I like music.
All right.
I am 100, but, you know, I do like music.
Minus
almost 43, baby. Almost 43.
And maybe $100 richer, too, as well. So.
I don't know about that, but
or
stop trying to get me all excited when you know what exactly is going to happen.
Dude, I truly don't.
You too know what's going to happen, bro.
Like, listen, my guy, I mean, we're trading at 102. We tapped into almost to 102 today, man. I mean, it's probably not going to happen if I'm going to be honest with you, but who knows, right? Like, we'll just we'll take it day by day. But yeah, I'm already thinking about what I'm going to buy with that money and stuff like that. I'm just playing with my guy. But yeah, okay. So a nice topping signal here on IBIT. The shorts coming in, you can see that topping tail signal right there. And as we continue to move, I only literally have one out left anyways. So a percentage of what I just left for a little bit of a runner. A nice little bounce in Nvidia, AMD continuing to break down. So that's that look there, guys. Yeah, so we'll be patient. What are you guys looking at? Do you want us to go over everything? Oh, yeah, let's take a look at Tesla. To be honest with you, I haven't even looked at Tesla today. So shout out Elon and company.
V just tanked, bro.
V-
Oh
V-
my
V-
God,
oh,
yeah,
yeah.
man. They're
So
around
there
for a
you
good
go.
time, not a long time,
Nah,
Joseph.
good-
I got the hell out of
that's
that.
the thing,
bro.
right? What is it? What's it? How's the saying go? Ride like lightning, crash like thunder.
Is that what they say?
I think so. Yeah.
Adair said yes.
Yeah.
What's
Joe, have you
that
seen
Bitcoin
Place Beyond
at?
the Pines? 'Cause that's Place Beyond the
101.
Pines.
101.
Yeah.
So what do we say it again, Adair? I didn't know you even
Joe,
chimed
have
in.
you seen Place Beyond the Pines? Because that's from Place Beyond the
Oh
Pines.
my God, Adara.
He clearly has.
Adara, how sick is that movie?
It legit is the movie that made me want to be a screenwriter. I love that movie. I think it is fantastic. The
it's
middle
so-
third leaves a little to be desired.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Place Beyond the Pines with Ryan Gosling. I think Bradley Cooper's in it as well too. And then Eva. It's not. I don't want to
Longoria?
say. No, it's not. Mendez.
Eva Mendes,
and
from
then-
Too Fast, Too Furious.
Yeah. Just a great movie. Yeah, Adair, I don't know if you've seen The Sinners yet, and it's got a 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. I know you're an A24 individual like myself. I just don't think it deserves a 98. It's a good movie, but I just don't think it deserves a 98 on Rotten.
Yeah, is that the one you were telling me about yesterday?
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
what the hell? This is not 98.
Yeah. It's good, but it's not 98 good. I mean, like, we're talking Moonlight 98 good and something, some other things like that, right? So, all right, guys, AMD's
What happened?
really starting to tank here. Parent Trap? I don't even know what that movie is, to be honest. Yeah.
You don't know Parent Trap?
No.
Yeah, well, he's not 100 either, guys. That's why. I know that movie, and I know very little. Movies,
Yeah.
right? Like,
How,
yeah.
What
I
year was
that.
it made?
It's like, I don't know, the 90s.
Oh,
in the
yeah?
90s, yeah. You were like one.
Is that when they shrank the parent?
No. They have. Okay.
Neil, the look Neil just gave me is crazy.
It's
Jesus.
they're twins,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And their parents like hooked up in Morocco.
Yeah.
And then the dude. Basically, make a long story short, they switched. So they're twins,
Yeah.
right? One lives with the other, one lives with
lives with mom,
and so
yeah.
they switched up, and
Yeah.
like they're completely different people. They never grew up together,
really?
and their goal was they met at a camp. They met at like some summer
The
camp.
brothers met
No,
at-
they're girls.
They're girls.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So they
okay.
met at summer camp. They figured out they were actually related,
okay.
and then they switched up. Well, they look like each other.
They look like
Obviously,
each other,
it's
so they
very
switched
obvious
up.
that
Yeah,
they
yeah.
So then the one went back to England, one went back to the United States, and then they tried to get their parents back together.
Oh, okay,
That's
all
the
right,
whole
bang.
premise of the movie.
Sounds
bro.
like a face slap on.
It's good. It's like just one of those ones that
take it.
is like from childhood, so you like it like that for that reason. You know.
Not Honey, I Shrunk the
Joseph,
Kids.
I want to mention that all the small cap gappers are in a full state of tank right now. It's really ugly. It's really bad. VEEE, ASST, and KIDZ at the same time all dropped off a cliff. Very, very ugly retracements. They're still tradable though, except KIDZ under my system anyway. $5.50 is where KIDZ is, sell to volume weighted average price. ASST still above VWAP, likewise with VEE. PONY is making higher highs and higher lows. We haven't said much about that one, but keep your eye on the top three over here. They lost the bid very aggressively to the downside, and that is not good, especially if you're holding that one there. John, have I ever seen Duplicity? Ridiculously old movie. I haven't, John. No, tell me about it, man. Yeah, shout out to Tisha. Both are still above VWAP. Yeah, I see that, Tisha. I completely agree with you there. They're dropping off aggressively, though, but they're still above the volume-weighted average rate. Joseph, what's your favorite movie? Weapon to Head.
Weapon Ahead?
Yeah, just try not to say that word so we don't get dinged by YouTube.
What is my favorite movie of all time?
Yeah.
That's a tough one, man. Maybe SPR Saving Private Ryan or Gladiator.
Gladiator.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know
Those are like that's it. Those are the real. Those are your
off the
movies?
top of my head. Yeah,
All right.
yeah. Oh, and to be honest with you, I'm an A24 guy. There's a whatever they are production. There's a movie called American Honey that I really like as well too. So I wouldn't put it there,
Is it
but
smaller production or is it a big movie?
no, it's like it was smaller. It's with Shia LaBeouf and some other girl. It's not like the most popular one. It's just the whole story of it I like.
That's cool.
And everything like that. But yeah, I would have to go with either. I think Gladiator would probably be at the top.
Okay.
Top list. Yeah.
Let's see what people are saying here. Training Day.
Training Day.
Happy Gilmore, Pulp Fiction, Shawshank Redemption, Smokey and the Bandit, Ray. That's another
seen
one that I
Dunkirk.
think that's very underappreciated. Ray. Forrest Gump, Gladiator, Fight Club. I've probably seen 1,000 times since DJ 2AM. With Love to All, The Matrix. Okay. I'm loving this, man. Interstellar. That's definitely up there for me because I love space.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Neil. Joe, go ahead, Joe.
I seen Dunkirk there, Neil. That's a good movie as well too.
That's obviously a war movie?
War movie.
I'm assuming because Dunkirk, obviously,
yeah.
right? Beverly Hills Ninja, The Equalizer.
Crazy.
Yeah, there's so many. Goodfellas, The Departed.
Ooh, Departed's really
Interstellar's getting a lot. Goodfellas is obviously really good.
Someone said The Human Centipede.
I don't even know what that is.
Crazy.
What is that?
You've never seen that movie?
I don't even know. I don't want to watch that, man. What is this?
That movie is different. The Human Centipede 2 is absolutely insane. Like, yeah, it's a
Neil's not happy that you saw that, bro. Why would you even watch that, Joseph?
I like scary movies.
On now.
Man, I was a young kid and I used to watch like the likes of White Noise and stuff in my basement alone and just watch scary movies.
All right, okay, I didn't do that, but I would watch Unsolved Mysteries.
Unsolved Mystery, the older one
with Robert Stark.
Yeah,
oh my God,
that stuff is eerie, man. But
he's terrifying.
Yeah, that stuff is terrifying.
Why they found the scariest guy that they could find?
And it's just the whole voice. But as for Interstellar, though, Sharif,
Interstellar is great.
No, Merv, don't let him do it, Merv. It's like yeah. It's honestly so sick, and I like how they go to that.
Would you do what he did?
No.
Would you send the signal? Because remember, he lured them into the planet because he wanted to get saved, even though he knew.
Oh, what Matt Damon did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What a snake move by Matt Damon there, eh? That was crazy.
He lured them in because he wanted to get the hell out of there. What really twists my mind in knots, bro, is the difference in time because of gravity.
On that one planet?
And it's all that, Joseph, it distorts gravity.
Yeah.
Distorts time.
Yeah.
Gravity distorts time, which is insane.
They were gone for 25 or 20 minutes or something like that.
Years.
And he's like, yeah, how long has it been?
7 years.
It's like 23 years. And Matthew McConaughey just loses it. And I'm like, no. It's funny. I sent that saying to my boys literally 2 days ago. I'm like, this is the best part in Interstellar.
Easily
the best part. And he's like, no.
I think it's the one that we have a
here
hard.
Is 7 years.
Yeah,
exactly.
Man. 7 years. I remember
I've seen
that.
this too. Yeah, exactly.
Can you? Look at what it says. Good. We wait here for GTA 6 to be released.
That's crazy.
Fabian, tell us how you really feel, brother. Fabian's been waiting for GTA 6 for a minute, man. Give the man what he wants. My goodness. No, but seriously, I think only one objective. And it's for him to survive so he can actually play the game. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare, man. I know. You and a lot of people, brother. A lot of people have been waiting for that bad boy.
Sorry, Sharif. Jarhead Trader's been just tagging me throughout the whole day. Sorry, I'm signed out. I don't think I'm gonna sign in anymore here. So you can still tag me, but I don't wanna. Anyways, Jarhead Trader, I see where you're getting at. Please don't spam the chat and message me multiple times to take a look at your ticker. I will do so if I see it. We're just obviously talking fun stuff here because we were trading a lot today, putting on nice trades and everything along those lines. But we need to take a little bit of a step back. But yeah, I don't know about that breakout here, Jarhead. We're going to need that volume to step in. But I see what you're getting at here. Nice sustained volume through this up move. And then on this pullback, you see the volume by time profile really start to cool off. So what we need is this to start to pick up again here. And I think that may happen around 2 o'clock. So thank you very much, Jarhead. Okay, I'm back into the chat. I don't know why it just signs me out randomly sometimes, but that is okay. And here we go, guys. Let's get back into IBIT. I mean, I was red on the day, and then I'm nothing crazy green, but we battled back and we're slightly green here on this session. The fees, that's why. Okay. So, I mean, really, really nice stuff here. Putting on that size. Again, I was trading Nvidia. Wasn't thinking straight at some point, and that turned out to work out really well. Kept the composure, stayed contained, and then we got that big breakout, and we're really excited about that one on this front. So we initially started here, doubled up the position, and then it's just like boom, 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 through that whole ride. And then we literally caught the peak here as well, too, on that IBIT trade. So nice work. I told you guys I have a bunch of shares and I have a bunch of contracts in my swing account right now that after the show, I'm going to be looking to lock in some profits because I don't want to get too greedy. I mean, a really nice trade. Maybe I'll post the profit factor on X as well too, so you guys can go check me out at Trader TV Joseph, and I'll just show you the unrealized. It's nothing crazy, but a nice little, in the span of a week, a nice a mid four-figure gain right there. So we'll lock that in going into the weekend, and we won't be partying or anything. We'll hit the gym and just stay focused because that's essentially what we try to do. So yeah, we'll have some fun. Told Sharif I'm going to a Lebanese spot just in Yorkville. just up the road. We're gonna go check out some. I think it's some halloumi. I know Selena likes halloumi, and that's the cheese. If for those who didn't know. I obviously didn't know.
She likes Lebanese food?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can't really say I've had it, but we're gonna go test it out.
Is what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
So. We're gonna go try it out. So yeah, I'm sure she's had it. But
have you ever had tabbouleh, or some people call it tabbouleh?
No. What is?
You gotta smash that.
What is that?
Okay, so it's a Lebanese salad, and it's insane.
What is it comes in it?
It's okay. So it's just the regular stuff. There's parsley.
Oh, fire me up.
Parsley. There. I don't know. One of the ingredients I don't know how to say in English.
Yeah.
But there's obviously tomatoes. There is like cucumbers.
Bang.
There's green peppers. There's one of the ingredients again I don't know how to say in English, but it's rock solid. And they throw a little lime on there to hang it up.
Any cheese in there?
There is none, but
No
you can
cheese?
throw
We
some. You can throw some feta in that bad boy.
Feta in there.
I wouldn't mind.
There we go. So there we go. We're gonna
DJ,
go
it's
test it out.
awesome. I dated a Lebanese chick, and she made dinner. Isn't that still Lebanese food? Yes, but Lebanese is spelt wrong. Shout out to Alien Labs.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, shout out to you.
Natalia, the puppy's good.
Yes.
Thank you. The
It would
puppy's
be,
good.
yes, absolutely. Noli, $4.99 super chat, my man. Is it possible for ETH to hit $10,000? Love your show, guys. We love you right back. ETH is having one hell of a day, man.
Is it?
Did you see that?
Pull it up.
14%, Joseph.
Oh, wow.
That ain't a drop in the bucket,
Shout out
baby.
to
Let's
Taya.
show them.
Shout out to Sid.
Yeah, get it. She was on the position board yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at ETH, guys. Here it is. ETH, Ethereum. That's a beautiful looking
What a
recovery there.
there.
Joseph, we're above $2,000. Like, let's put some respect on this
above
one's name.
2,000?
We're above 2,000.
Well, I
my
mean,
man.
that's still about a 50. Yeah, exactly,
Katina, man,
right?
letting me know. Katina, man, it's actually higher than that, brother.
Yeah,
Going back to the COVID days, of course. Can you believe it went to 4,800? We knocked on the door of 5,000. Unlike Bitcoin, this one didn't make all-time highs after the election. It got up. It got into 43 and change, but it's really having trouble. Anyway, we know that this is not the most loved one.
No.
Right? Because there's not of them. You can create it. You can mint as many as you want.
Exactly.
So we'll keep an eye out on that, guys. Let's see what everybody's talking about here in the chat. Jamlock, it's called parsley. What did I say? I said parsley, Jamlossy. I swear. Holly, love tabbouleh. Yes. I wasn't an English major either, says Alien Labs. It's all good, bro. I'm just trolling you, man. Spell it the way you want. Not bother me at all. M. Patterson, my girlfriend makes it, man. Oh, I go pick it up from my parents' house once a week. There we go. Okay, so Sid is talking about bulgur. I didn't want to say the Arabic word. Nobody's going to understand what the hell it is. I didn't want to look it up either. Parsley, tomatoes, onions, and lemon juice. You forgot the cucumbers, my man.
Those are all my favorite vegetables right there. Literally,
Bro,
I kid you not.
Actually, try it. Make sure to get, even if it's a little bit.
Yeah,
try it. You're going to love it.
Eat. I want some chicken. I want some cheese. I want some salad. I want everything.
There's my man Nimrud coming straight from Israel.
There we go.
Parsley, nana mint, bulgur. Again, bulgur, and what else did you say there? That was it. I don't know what nana is. I'm assuming that's
bread, no?
No, that's naan.
Naan bread.
That's Indian bread. Yeah. Mint, apparently, maybe in Hebrew, nana means mint. It's what's mint in Arabic? It's I know this, bro. It's slipping from my mind right now, but it'll come back to me.
It'll come back to you.
Yeah. So it's definitely not nana. Otherwise, it would have triggered my memory. All right, guys. Yeah, we're talking a little bit of food here as we're calming everything down. Tisha, nice bounce off V. I was watching and waiting for that one. Yeah, I see it, Tisha. Good defend to 7 too. It doesn't even make its way down to 7, Tisha. 7.15. That's all they could do here. And now it's it's got a couple of bottoming tail candles, by the way. Still south of 8 though, Tisha. I don't know, man. These small caps are all starting to, give up the ghost a little bit. Not badly. I would say Pony looks the best. I don't know how you feel about this one, Tisha, but Pony right now, the one that I'm looking at here, because it's trading near highs. Pony AI is the stock we're talking about, guys, PONY. It's at the highs, 1768 right now. It's taking out all the highs. Here's a chart for PONY. Not as parabolic as it has been the last few days, but an upward channel and a respectable one nonetheless. Trading at the high, 1771. Every time I'm looking, it's printed a new high here on Pony AI. And I know the big boys talk about this one as well. I've heard them talk about Pony. They've got an association with Uber now for autonomous vehicle driving. So obviously associated with a big name cannot hurt. So that's my look there. Now. That's it. And what he called it? He called it something way different than me.
How do you say it?
Mana or now.
Now?
Yeah. There's a there's a letter in
Hey, now.
Arabic
Hey,
that we don't have in English. So like when you hear non-Arabic people try to say it, it's jokes.
Hey, now.
Yeah, well, there's
Hey,
many
now.
different sounds as well.
How is Palantir still this strong, man? Still around.
There's a Katina Man's in it. That's
Katina
why,
Man, you
bro.
bought it all.
Oh, there he is. He's popping up from the bottom of the screen. QBTS, he says, is the most on the day, right? It's definitely not more important than
Fill this in right here,
Palantir.
guys.
On the move on the day, absolutely. Let's have a look at QBTS, guys, because all the quantum names reported today, in case you're wondering.
Wow.
Yeah, well, let's have a look over here, Joseph. Into the high of the day. My goodness, fantastic. Look, right back to the top end of the range, huh?
What's RGTI
on QBTS
doing?
Rigetti, yeah, it's going to be probably just as good, you know, at the high of the day as well.
QBTS was definitely the play of the day. There's no question about that. What made you pick that up there, Katina Man?
Because all of them reported, brother. The sticky note, obviously, make sure you're getting that every day.
Sticky note.
On the Katina Man's X account, and he does post it on Instagram as well. And I love, by the way, I really like the new format that Marissa's been doing with the swipe thing. It's fantastic. Makes everything a lot easier to reach. Shout out to the Katina Man, and Marissa always helping out as well in the Katina household there, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got a minute left here, guys. We can go over the trades. Absolutely sick stuff there.
He's joking.
Yeah, it's all right. This guy's a joker. Yeah, John, you seen that? Right, exactly. That's all we got to do, brother, is just embrace it. But the Chilean nightmare partying behind us as
there
well,
he
too.
is.
So
What's going
it's
on,
been a
Fab,
good
man?
day here, guys. We don't have too much time, so we'll just go over the two. I only traded 2 names today. Yeah, there you go.
boy.
IBIT, boom. We sat in through that the whole session with you guys right around 11 a.m. to where we're currently sitting, where I finally got my last out right at 148 there. So there you go, sitting through that trade that whole time, and then we had Nvidia that we would have had it would have been more than a money storm on that one. Nvidia, it would have been a hurricane or something like that. Or whatever the largest category type of storm there is. But here we go. We got.
I love how like hurricanes have 2 different names depending on where in the world. Cyclones. There's another one too. Cyclone, hurricane, and another one. Isn't there another one?
I don't even know.
I don't know.
But yeah, there's that on NVDL, guys. We'll take the L's on that one, but that would have been a nice move. And that's what I was looking for, VWAP there.
You know?
So there we go. Solid day, guys. A typhoon.
Typhoon, that's
Hey,
it.
Shout out to Mike DeRider, my guy.
Mike DeRider coming in
Mike
hot.
DeRider, my
Coming in
guy.
hot, man.
Much loved
3
brother.
different names,
Yeah,
bro,
exactly.
depending on
That's
where they
insane.
show up, Joseph.
Mike DeRider on the ball.
Oh, yeah.
As always there, guys. Adios to AMD that is now broken and heading towards a pivot low. But I mean, it's 2 o'clock, Sharif.
Yes,
I'm hungry. I'm sure that you're pretty hungry yourself. So
I've been snacking. I've been snacking on these bad boys over here.
What is that there?
It is actually dates.
Dates.
So, yeah.
All right, dates. I'm not gonna go down that road. But anyways, solid day, guys. So much fun. I'm gonna load that snippet up of that IBIT trade live on X. So go follow your boy iTraderTV Joseph, and also check out for options updates as well, too, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. Make sure we're not muted here. Wow, Donald Trump said to buy, and he meant it.
You said again?
Yeah, it was in the middle. It was. Well, that was the big spike up. You were swimming when it happened, but he said.
Well,
I think
thank you.
specifically it was like. Was it? It's another good time to buy, or
What was that, like around 11? I mean, I see Palantir bumped around 11.
Yeah, like you can if you look at the
11:15,
Qs.
11:10?
Yeah, that's about right. It was like. You know what? I don't remember the exact time. Adara will let you guys know the exact time that it happened, but suffice to say, big Donald pump, big Papa pump, definitely let everybody know that it was time to buy. And the Qs were strong, but I remember like in the moment that it happened, like Bitcoin was kind of making its 100K move. So that was already in play. But I'm actually out of it. I want to get back into this thing because it's actually holding 101 pretty nicely. But the last one I got like a break-even stop that I'm not really proud of. But yeah, Bitcoin looking incredibly strong at this moment. I'm in some reversion trades, and it was weird because at the exact moment that Sharif was like on the midday show, ARM is holding up pretty well. I was like, it's about to break the entire day trend to the upside. So like to me, that's a short back into the volume weighted average price. I'm in that, and of course, I mean, Apple got to 200, and I have a really crappy price on the short. because I have like a 99.50 short instead of a 200 on Apple. But yeah, Donald did say to buy, which makes a heck of a lot of sense. I mean, based on any deals getting done, some of the earnings were good with the exception of these guys here in ARM. But yeah, he pumps the markets one more time.
Yeah, no, we're $20. We still have all the positions we had from the morning. This QBTS, I was saying to Joseph there and Sharif on the midday, like just now, like what a move. We're still in this position. Like we're very, very small in it, but there it goes all the way to the upside. Like I thought getting out at 9,950 was pretty good there. And then, yeah, 10 right now to the upside. We're long at $8. Nvidia, these are still the same trade. So there's Nvidia. We actually bought some just as we left you guys at 11 o'clock there at $16. You know where our stop is? 10 cents on this one. It's now $2 in the money. Palantir, what's up to some guy named C13L or something? Wants to know how many times I'm going to say Palantir today. I mean, it is by far the P&L number one. It's 100 times the next best stock. Palantir, huge. And then Quantum, QB, and then Tesla. Tesla, we bought this dip right there at 280. We have an out there, 289. This is when I came back from the gym and we took an out. Then we took another out right here at the 50 period, and we're going to let this continue to rock and roll. So it's a big day today. And we're just been trading the names that were on our list. We're going to look elsewhere, of course, but for now it's been a good one. We didn't have Tesla on the watch today, but that little move higher and then fall right back in. I mean, I'm a support and resistance trader, as simple as it can be. Like I said, everyone else is here because they're smart and everything. I'm not that. I just trade very, very simply right into there. So 280, nice move higher. Boom goes the dynamite to the upside. So yeah, man, it's been a really, really good day. We're 5 for 5 or 4 for 4 and huge on all of them. It's just been a good day. I mean, sometimes we'll, have bad days, obviously, but today's been a good one. I mean, the long really hasn't failed. I mean, if it has, it's been in the last hour and a half, right?
Oh, it's literally this move.
Yeah.
Like right now on the futures, that is the pullback. So look, here's the NASDAQ. Might as well. We'll probably talk about a lot of these names. We'll talk about the futures. Sharif usually does when he comes up first. But you broke this little higher. What do you call that? I'm not like a technician. What do you call like the channel up? Like it's still probably a bull flag, but there's probably like some other name for it. Whatever it is, this upward channel in the top end of the range just broke, and we're now underneath the overnight low. So, if you're a reversion trader, then that's where you would have entered into some shorts. By the way, Weeble's going again. If that had gone to $10, you knew it wasn't going to give you $10. But the next time this happens, I'm not going to actually wait for $10. If I see it bounce at like 13.5, like we did, it's like, yeah, just take the trade. Like you knew it was going to find a bid in front of 10 somewhere, and look, it hasn't done that. If you bought this early on the way down, or you bought it on the way up, you're obviously still way out of the money. But yeah, Webull having a pretty good day as well. But as far as the reversion trade goes, Apple's close to VWAP here, but I also have a trend line from the top on Apple. So if it breaks the trend line, I'm out. Currently, that'll be about 198.5, but I'm still wanting to get out in front of VWAP. The market's been strong, and Donald Trump said buy, so that just means that we're bouncing off VWAP until proven otherwise. That's the way I look at these shorts. Well, with the exception of Weight Watchers, because they're going bankrupt. So, they are.
Yeah, I mean, ever since those guys broke through $1, it's been. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing with all of my trades. So I'll be exiting all of them once they do break VWAPs, like Nvidia 117.50. The same thing for all of them. So I feel like it's a pretty easy trade right there. I don't know, Havana Wood, he said, can we do a, I don't know if Raider Trader is coming on today or not. He said, do you want to do a wellness check on Raider Trader? Why? What did he say? Did he say?
Why? What?
He said to go short. Look, the thing about every single trader that I know anyways is everyone says these ideas and then, they come on and we don't know if they're in or if they're out or whatever the story is. So, it's just like I talked about that with Michael Noss. I mean, I'll talk about it with him when he's on or whatever, was talking about the gold short. Gold goes to all-time highs. Is he still in? I don't know. He talked about Bitcoin being one of the greatest setups of all time. When it was breaking through 100,000, it went to 74,000, on that kind of a move. These are extremely smart guys. It's just when setups are there, I don't you know, like it's very hard to judge. Like you can judge me for what I'm worth, and it shows you every day. It's just a matter of I don't know the positions of these traders, if they're in or if they're out, when they're trimming, when they're not, you know, things like that. So, you know, to talk to these guys every week, I don't know. And if he's coming on, then we'll just ask him if there's any sort of play.
I don't think so.
That's why I was going to say, if there is something Havana Woody, let me know. I mean, we have direct link.
I think it's like every other week, maybe we have on.
That's okay. No, it doesn't matter. If he's not today, that's fine. I was just, what I'm saying is like, we have Michael all the time.
Yeah, he's on twice, three times a week because he comes on in the afternoon. No,
right. So it's like, see, here's,
I every time on Monday afternoon, I go through with Michael some of the stuff that he talked about, but I didn't discuss gold. We discussed natural gas. And
like gold, he was here on this day where gold was down here, talking about it being a short. So when he comes back on the show, will he say that he covered here? I don't know. Or will he say he's still holding? It's like, it's all of that, right? I mean, it's just, that's the whole thing. It's hard for us to say anything about that, you know. It's an example would be also we have to go because Sharif's over there, but I just want to give you another example. Like we had Mitch on, he was talking about some of the uranium stocks looking to get going. They really haven't, but there was a move up to 18. So I think he was talking about this at 17 or so. So like, where's the target? If you're out at 18, then yeah, you made $1. If you didn't get out, then you're still flat on it. So it's just like you got to play the ranges and you got to trade your own book. A lot of what we talk about and our guests talk about are ideas and trends and you know, hopefully answering some technical questions as well. So at the end of the day, that's just a little bit of a rant there, Havana, because I don't know what exactly all of our guests talk so many different things. It's hard to know, like IWM, you know, dollar, TLT. Like
the best thing to do.
There's so many different things.
And every time, especially in the aftermarket show, I always, when we do the interview, I always try to make sure we give some time for answering questions from the viewers.
Oh, so
like if you post it while we're talking to Michael, then every time in the aftermarket show, we always leave at least 1 or 2 questions from you guys. So if you're ever curious, like what's the plan of action, like where's the entry, the exit, that's what you want to talk through. Like if I say we're getting out of VWAP, we're getting out of VWAP, I keep looking at my phone because my wife won't look. So candidly, I've said it before, like my family, like I'm not in Qubit in my personal account. Earlier, when it was like at $1, we were discussing quantum plays, and she's like, what do you think about this quantum play? I'm like, well, quantum I think is going to be cool, but I don't know anything about any of these names. And then some people that she had met at a conference were talking about this QBTS. I'm like, hey man, why not take a shot? And so like I don't know which one to play, so if you have an insight, buy this one. And so she bought it at like $1 in her TFSA, and I messaged him like, you know, today might not be a bad place to trim in front of that triple top at 11 on the daily, because it's at the high right now. I don't want it failing the 11. It's like you keep talking about where would you trim it. I'm like, this is the spot. Anyways, my WhatsApp has not been read. You know when you see it's like it hasn't been read yet?
Yeah.
Where's the acknowledgement?
Appreciate you, Jason. Thank you. 5 years younger today. Appreciate that. That's what I say. You know, you come in, you know, you're feeling good. Got the trades on. Vibe is good. Got our coffee. But more importantly, we got Sharif waiting at the desk. So let's go over to Sharif at the big tree and see what he's talking about.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Big boys ready to go, locked and loaded, and ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But make sure to join Joe and I on the midday show, because that's how you get your tickers up there. You got to get into the chat. You got to vote. But the only way to do that is to make sure you're a subscriber. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. The one that takes the cake today, baby, the Russell 2000 up nicely here, 2.25%, followed by the NQ up 1.5%, outdoing just a little bit here, the ES up 1.25%, and then the weakest of the 4 major averages, believe it or not, is the Dow Jones Industrial. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, NVDA, but I think this applies to the majority of these microchip names because AI diffusion may be a thing of the past, at least momentarily here, as Donald Trump mentions that he will be looking at removing some Biden-era AI chip restrictions, boys.
AI.
Yeah, the diffusion.
Allen Iverson.
Is no more.
Wait a minute, NVIDIA had to deal with Allen Iverson?
What's he up to?
The original AI.
He had such a very smart financial plan. which was
Just pay all his boys?
No, he gave a bunch of his money to like an advisor, and then like the guy made sure he couldn't touch.
Right.
I forget how
That's
much of
good.
his. It was like he just couldn't touch. Whether it was 70% or 80%, I don't know. But he couldn't touch the bulk of it until like a certain age or whatever it is.
that.
So he could live lavish. So everyone's like, oh, look at how much he's spending here and there. But he knew he had that nest egg, which is he knew himself. He was smart.
Right.
Get it out of his hands. But no, Nvidia doesn't have a deal with Allen Iverson.
Ooh.
That would be cool if they did. And if you don't know who that is, you know,
Then your name is Obi.
well, obviously everyone.
No, he doesn't.
I'm trying to think contemporary. Who would you for a contemporary player?
He doesn't know who Allen Iverson is.
No, he
Okay,
doesn't know. Of course he doesn't know who he
right.
is.
Okay, Joe said he does.
No, of course he doesn't know who he is. No, Obi doesn't know. Really, Obi's not
1,000% he
into
doesn't.
sports.
1,000% he doesn't.
No, Obi's not into sports.
He didn't know who Michael Jordan was.
Yes, he
No,
did.
he didn't. I asked him what team he played for, what his number was. Not really. He did not really know who Michael Jordan was. Fine, $5, done. If you message him, you gotta have some integrity, Joe, my guy over there. I'll just message him right now,
Hold
and
on a
I'll
second.
show you the chat. I don't.
He did not. You said, do you know who Michael Jordan is? And he said no.
No, it wasn't like that. It was something about how I said something about 23 or something, and he didn't know that. And then I asked him if he knew anything about Michael Jordan. He didn't know what sport or what team, or he said Chicago Bears.
But that's like Ali. Like it's just there's certain.
Muhammad Ali.
You don't have to know sports.
He would know.
You don't have to know. You don't have to be into sports to know certain.
I mean, if
Tiger
anybody
Woods,
was anybody on the
Serena,
chat that was here. No, I'm not throwing. Obi's
No, we're
not getting
not.
thrown under the bus. All I'm saying is we're talking about AI.
Yeah,
And I said Obi doesn't know who that is.
Which that's.
And I say it when he's sitting right here. I mean, we already had this
we have
discussion.
fun.
Yeah. Anyways, he might know who.
Man, I can't tell you an
Steph
artist.
Curry?
I can't tell you any current artist, man. You make fun of me all day that I don't know. Like you'll talk about a lyric that the kids will listen. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
To each their own. I don't know all the Pokemon characters like Obi does, but
I should. My daughter has a card.
like Charizard. I know about Charizard. Chameleon. I know about. There's like a little turtle one.
You know more than me.
Squirtle. Pikachu. I choose you. I play
Squirtle?
the game with my kids. They have Pokemon Sword something.
See, you know way more about it than me. I'm kind of more impressed with your Pokemon knowledge.
I know a lot about Pokemon. I know if you collect them all or catch them all or something.
It's catch them all.
Catch 'em.
Oh
The
my-
guy's name is Ketchum or something.
When they had the Pokemon
Bulbasaur. Yes,
that was the most
Bulbasaur. That guy's
annoying
a
thing
jam.
ever. I hated the Pokemon Go because there was one
going around
night
chasing those guys?
outside of back when I was in the condo, and like one of them was like literally right outside. Must have
Yeah.
been right outside the front door, and there was like 200 people
You're right.
outside of our condo front door in the evening. You couldn't even get in or out. It was just utter nonsense.
Yeah.
But I forget what we're supposed to be talking about. We're on Pokemon now.
Oh, Obi said Chicago Bills. Oh, is that what it was? Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, Sean saying Sean is funny. Good. Thank you, Sean. I like the way you spell your name. SEAN. It must be Irish. Okay, so what are we
what it
talking
is?
about again? Oh, yeah. NVIDIA.
Oh, by the way, Apple's breaking trend. I'm literally punching out instead of moving my stop.
Well, NVIDIA today, okay, so let's just get on track here because Shree's got to get out of here. All right, so NVIDIA today, 115 to 116 was the levels that we wrote down. We wrote down 112 to 113 yesterday. Yesterday was a bang. Today was a bang. We're back in the building every single day. We love you, NVIDIA. We love you long time. And I mean, there it is right there, into 115, into 116, sorry. Nice downside move. We never got into 115, and the rest is history. There it goes. NVIDIA ripping to the high side right now as we speak, trying to break through 118. I like it. I like the stock. Continues to work. Why not? We nailed that trade yesterday right here. Boom. We had it yesterday down here at 112 and 113. Plus, we hit the momentum there. Plus, we reloaded it on the dip. I mean, NVIDIA's been helping me pay some bills for the last 24 hours, and it's doing it again here today. So thank you, NVIDIA. This coffee and many more is on you.
Yeah, well, I just punched out of Apple. I'm going to be getting out of ARM on this. It's not getting to VWAP, but this is a trend. So if it breaks actually this will be close to break even. It'll be close to break even. It just trended down. Doesn't get to the volume weighted average price. Intel I'll hold on to because it does want to get there. It's actually at VWAP and trying to bounce. But Apple, which is not on our list. Oh, ARM's next. See? The guide was poop. It's true. I can't say. I own ARM shares, and even I can tell you the guy was nasty. Really nasty, Sharif.
I use only the most elite language, Neil. All right, guys. Yeah, that's exactly what it was, guys. It was a couple of very bad guides. Q1, believe it or not, we're finishing Q4 for ARM. Their fiscal year is a little different. So Q1 guide, also light. But it was a 2026, full year 2026 that I think sent this one aggressively to the downside. But they did beat on the top and bottom line for the previous quarter, guys.
Yeah, so look,
I'm messaging
beating on the top and bottom doesn't matter. I believe you. Oops.
So I'm going to ask him two things. I said,
No, I
okay, we're
believe
just
you.
talking. He's already messaging me about some trades today, but so I said, we're just talking about AI. Do you know who that is? If I just asked you who AI is, and then he's going to probably say no, and then I'm going to say Allen Iverson, and then we'll get a true response.
He'll say yay sports. That's the patent of
So that would be no. So that would be no.
Yay
then.
sports is when he says, that's him saying no.
No. He's been
Or
fine.
go sports is when he says no. It's
No, but when he's been here, and obviously when you're not here, he's very honest. Like he tells me he knows nothing.
No, we have the same. We literally the same conversation. Because what'll happen is I'll make a reference and it'll be like, "Cause I know Sean would get this,"
Yeah.
but I'll say it without even
Same thing
thinking.
happens to me.
Which is fair.
I have a
which is
dentist
fine.
appointment today. My wife said.
I hate to be you.
Huh?
I hate the dentist.
I don't. I must have. Oh shit! Do I?
Well, first of all,
No. They always.
I know this.
confirm-
If my wife tells me something's in the schedule, I'm like, no, it's not. I am usually wrong 100% of the time. I'm being
No.
dead honest.
Like my wife is literally in charge of all of like.
That's what I'm saying. I guarantee you it's in your calendar. Because anytime.
It is in the calendar, but they didn't message me. I don't think I actually do have one.
Like, I remember one time she's like, Erin has swimming. So I'm like, no, she doesn't. Swimming's on another night.
Oh, with the
And
kids.
she's like, it's in the calendar. I look it up and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm taking her to swimming tonight. And
I'm not going if I
And
have
I was
that
like, 100p, I was right. I was ready to be like, psh, you're wrong. Okay, so ARM, they stink. They're the only chip name that stinks today. They're the only chip name that I have pulled up today that is weak. I shouldn't say they're the only chip name that's down or that stinks. Currently, my trail is going to be right in here, which I said it was break even, but it's actually just a tinge under that on this short. And it was just a mean reversion trade. Like the day-long trend broke, so I got in. It doesn't get to volume weighted average price. The good news here is that with the guide bad, the guide was before Donald Trump said buy the market. The guide was before you could have had any reaction to any curbs on chip deals. The guide was also before you have any positive news on deals happening in a general sense. So there is always the chance they could revise it, they could do nothing, they could just beat expectations next quarter because it's a different environment. So there is that going for it. But there's no way they would have guidance as bad as Sharif mentioned with a P like they do, which is exorbitant, and not be good. But 50 period is held. So I think it's a good look. I did recently buy, and I'm not selling anything. I didn't sell anything in front of 125, so I'm not going to sell now. I explained before. Trying to build a long-term position in ARM after bungling. And I don't mind saying this every single time. If you like an IPO, just buy it early. Don't like if you just want to be in the company, then buy it early or you'll end up in a situation where you have to buy it when the P's like really, really bad, and then you're waiting for it to give you these crazy dips. Like every time it gets under 100, I want to be a buyer of this thing. And it's still got a bad P. But you could have just been all in early on a stock like this, and then you just kind of hold it forever. So I point that out every single time, just so you can see. Like, that's a mistake that I made, and now I'm just trying to build a position in ARM. Giving you opportunities off to 50 today.
Yeah, look, I mean, my claim to fame on this stock would be today was just that I said that, when it was here, that it was going to get back to this 114 area. And it did that, but, you had to wait for it. And so if you waited about 4 minutes off the open, you would have had that 114, and then you'd be long right now at 114. It would be another feather. But I don't have the trade. I wasn't looking over there. But that was a good look again. Remember, I was just saying, like, when there's a gap, play it back to VWAP. Hasn't really seen it at all since then. There was a move, obviously, right into there, I guess, before we had that takeoff at 10 o'clock. But, down 5%. I've never bought this stock or anything like that, but I don't really ever trade. I've traded it before here as well. Like I would trade this breakout if it were to happen today, like a 120 break. That's a pretty sweet top right there. So if it got going, I think that would be a trade. But for me right now, I mean, I'm keeping this one at arm's length.
All right, guys, next on the list here is Ethereum. Big move up, over 10%. over 10% in the green today is ETH. Fantastic break of that key psychological level, boys, $2,000. But as Sean pointed out during the midday show, we are well off the highs. You got to go all the way back to 2021 and the COVID days to see the $4,800 all-time highs. Nowhere near the same price action as Bitcoin, boys.
So there's someone in the chat right before we came on to the afternoon show, I guess it would have been in the prior chat, was asking, do you think an ETH can get to 10K? I believe it was at 10 or 12. It doesn't, either way, I don't think it's all that likely. The good news is it's now clearly, it's broken the downtrend that it's been in since the high, and there's your consolidation break. The question is, how much juice is it going to have? You know, 22 was a big level before, and then 28 to 3,000 I think is going to be a whole world of trouble as well for ETH. So let's see how far it can go. Like maybe slap a trend on it when it breaks a trend. That's probably time to get out. It's Bitcoin's world, which apparently we're going to talk about too, because you can't see me. But ETH is on one today. I guess if you pull this up on a 15. If I do that, I'll probably, then I have to rescale it. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do it this way. Oh, all right, yeah, I hate rescaling this. Gotta zoom in. I'm not even gonna bother doing it. I want this on a daily chart anyway, or maybe like an hourly, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't like ETH anymore. At one point, I did have 20% of my crypto, somewhere around that number was in ETH. And then I moved half of that 20% into like Solana. That wasn't much better. And I'm getting out of all the ETH and putting it into Bitcoin and probably some XRP because everyone keeps telling me that's good. But I'm a Bitcoin person. We'll talk about that later. They're the best.
Yeah, look, I mean, this morning when Bitcoin was only up, or when Ethereum was up 7 or 8%, I said the exact same thing. I was like, I'm just going to sell it all, which I didn't do, and get into Bitcoin, which I think it would have probably been okay. I think it's better that we didn't sell it. ETHE, still the ETF. I think that you can trade with Grayscale. So 17 and change. So there it goes, up 15% there today. And well off. I mean, if you really do believe in Ethereum, and I don't know why it's up so much today, but if you do believe in it, then there is, so much more to go. I think it would be, I don't know, it's probably going to be foolish to sell some here, but again, like that all-time high of 4,300, 4,800, as Sharif had mentioned there. Huge play there. I got up to 42 or 4,300 after post-election, which is this high right there. And then I think it wasn't DJ TJ, it was the other one there. The one that everyone makes fun. Eric, he tweeted something out about Ethereum being hot fire.
Right.
I think that was like this day. And then since then, this happened. Maybe he put everything into Melania coin. I don't know. But right there, Ethereum, nice move, up 15%. I wish I knew more about it, but I don't. But I hold Ethereum, so yay me for today. I do want to get bigger in Bitcoin, of course, but it's still a pretty small percentage of the portfolio, but getting bigger as we show today. Look, man, we have Ethereum, then as you mentioned, we have Bitcoin, but it is Palantir. You could say, what the heck for Palantir? That is for sure almost back to all-time highs after being down 14 or 16% on earnings, and right now $8 in the money. Let's go find out what's going on with our favorite AI name.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Sean. I was about to say we're almost right back to those levels we were at before the earnings report, which was very good, but it was a sell the news kind of event in any case. We're right back up, right to those levels, 8 1/3% today. Independent catalyst. It looks like Palantir is teaming up with the Joint Commission to enhance patient safety and healthcare standards. Guys, it's not just military and AI that these guys focus on, diversifying in all sorts of categories.
Yeah, look, I mean, we had it written down today at 111 to see if we can get into that area right down there. It didn't happen. Basically, we took the breakout right there of the day's high of 113 when that happened. And then we got out a little bit. We talked about that, and that getting out, really we got about half on that initial pump, was about 30 or 40 cents, which wasn't that much, but it was just so early in the day. I was like, let me take some profit because we made trades like this before where breakouts haven't really worked. I mean, we broke this thing at 101, and it was, I think that was one of my biggest days when we had hit that breakout at 101. And then it just fell right back into VWAP. And at that point, I mean, you guys saw me put the stop order out. We put it out at 111.89. And we were long here at 112.50 or so, a couple fills. So we have one fill up there, two fills down here. So we did get a decent position. Then it just started to rip, man. And then once we barcoded up, I mean, this is 116. Like we start barcoding finally when we're $4 in the money. And then it goes up here to 117. We get out a little bit before we leave you guys. Then we put some offers up at 120. Actually, we don't have any offers there. Then we come back and from our gym, and then it's at 120. So I'm like, okay. We take some out, we take some out, we take some out, we take some out. We left it with like 10 or 15%, plus we had our stop order at VWAP, which never hit. So like when we left, our stop order was only 50 cents away. So like worst case scenario, it comes back into here and we get stopped. But then this happened. So if I was here, obviously I would have got some out on the way up. But we're still involved. I still keep getting it out here at 119.50. Look, at the end of the day, it's $7 in the money. This never went against me. And it's been absolutely fantastic. Palantir for the win. It is the number one stock for me. For me, sevenfold. So I made 7 times the money on this one than on Nvidia. So yeah, I mean, that's real talk, and it is what it is right there. So Palantir,
there it is.
We really like it.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable long, for sure, no question about it. The question becomes, what happens if you actually make the new high? You know what? My weekly chart doesn't really show the wicks on the chart. So remember, the actual high, it hit 130 exactly in the aftermarket on earnings day. So you can kind of put that in there. There's the wick in the daily chart, but I like the weekly chart. I just wanted to show the weekly chart because it gives you a better idea of the recent volatility, which oddly enough, I didn't realize this until it made that high. But if you go consolidation to top to bottom, like it was basically like a 50% retracement from that bottom to top. So, and very, very quickly too, in both directions. So I think some shorts, it's not a super heavily shorted name, but believe me, there's shorts in that are getting squeezed. And if it gets through the 130, they're in trouble. Valuation will always be something that people will talk about. That certainly does mean that when it does drop, it drops quickly. But the other side of the coin is it's just like Tesla, Amazon before it, and a host of other names that have been in this bucket before. So as far as I'm concerned, you don't want to fight it when it's in the upward trend, because when it's going down, it'll go down for a couple of days. And when it's going up, you just kind of ride the wave. Well, I'm glad there are some times where I actually would have taken this, like the reversion trade up there at the 120. Today it just didn't feel right. And Bitcoin, which we'll talk about later, was doing some things at that moment too.
Yeah, Bitcoin having a great day as well, guys. That's the chart on IBIT, around 57 and 2/3 right now as it closes in near that high a day. Lots of different predictions about where Bitcoin is going and what price target to look at. This article posits $112,000 soon, it says. Read an article this morning by an analyst from Standard Charter calling for that same, for a very similar breakout into the $120,000 level. In any event, guys, we saw huge inflows yesterday after seeing outflows the day prior.
Well, anybody that got out of their Bitcoin, well, you know what? Maybe you're happy with it. You could be absolutely happy with it. It is Bitcoin. Whoops, there we go. We did have this break. I don't know why I have it. Whatever. I have it by market cap because we broke that 2 trillion mark as well. But either way, the 100K break was pretty much like we were talking about in the morning show. We expected there to be a false breakout at 100, and that's pretty much what happened the first time through. I'm going to go to a 1 minute because you can't really tell. On a 3-minute chart, you can't tell that it failed. It just looked like it went up because this is the bar. Like, this is the bar when we broke 100K on Bitcoin. It was a good trade-off VWAP, except for the third time. The second time. The third time was good, second time wasn't. But then this dip buy was a breakout at 100, failed break, big red candle, and then there's the pump. Now, the misstep for me today was when I decided to, I don't know that it was a misstep. It was, I didn't buy this reload. And then I decided, well, I'm trailing out here, so let's buy more here and trail out there anyways. And if you look at that time of the day, like that was like the heaviest down move, and I was already on the bid. And then I decided, it was falling nice, so I bought more. Didn't get the patient entry, had a patient entry here and had it good. probably worth an ad when it broke out. Because now all of a sudden this 57.3, like right where the line was, is starting to hold. And I gave up on it when it failed that level. But those breakout trades, and especially on Bitcoin, like an obvious level, the first time through, fake out. Second time is when you buy that dip on the fake out. And then the second time through, a lot of times it's clean. And that's the one you want to have. Because they tend to rinse the first break because everyone's trying to get it.
All right, just a quick look on some of the other names today. We've already talked about Ethereum. Ethereum just breaking through $2,053 right now. So that's a nice move there for for ETH right over there. All right, more looks here. Tether, obviously, we're not going to worry about that. XRP 224, so that's a little look there. Binance Coin up 2.5% today to 618. Good little level there for BNB as well. Solana up 9% today. Great little level for Solana to get going. So that's nice for anybody holding that, of course. We're in that one. Dogecoin 10, Cardano 10. Other than that, Chainlink 12. I know there's some people wrapped up in that. Bitcoin Cash moving as well, as that was one of the spin-offs there. So nice move there for BCH. I had that at some point. I also had some Litecoin at some point. Where's that? $92, 4.5% there today. There's so much, man, to look at. But yeah, crypto's having itself a day. And the market cap right there, $3.2 trillion.
And, Coinbase. Coinbase went right to the to its breakout price on the daily and reversed on a dime. Like it was so close. Like this morning, because they made some, I forget who it was they bought. There was a deal with Coinbase this morning, volume spike, all that good stuff, and then Bitcoin went crazy. I got to go back to a 3-minute. I don't want the 1 minute. So in the pre-market, there was a nice spike on coin. It just trended higher. But this fail was the exact local high on the daily chart for Coinbase. So if it was a fail the first time, this afternoon we're trending up. I just remembered this because we're talking about crypto. Like there it is. It's essentially 210.5 right in here. 211 as well. You look for that for a bit of a breakout. Coin, wipeout bottom. I guess a reverse head and shoulders. So yeah, Coinbase, I'm going to like this breakout. We talked about it this morning and it came very close, didn't break. Looks like it could do it this afternoon.
All right, there it goes right now. Let's go bang, 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 bang. Here we go. Nvidia's finally starting to go. So we like that stock right now. Nice upside move here for Coinbase, or for Nvidia. We just got that days high is from the open, but we just got a nice little level there of 118 and change. So good level for sure right there for us on Coinbase. So on Coinbase, on Nvidia. Also, Palantir just takes 120. Are you kidding me right now again? There goes Palantir. Nice upside move now as we're going more on PLTR. Days high, now up 9%. So yeah, we are cruising real nice like right now. There goes Tesla right over here. Yeah, exactly just like Al Pacino, scent of a woman right up in here. Nice move there for Tesla. Upside over here as we have our Joey Famous over here doing an Instagram reel. I hope that goes well for you, my guy. Up there, 289 coming into play, 288 and change. So we're still long down here, man, $8. QBTS, Palantir, Nvidia. So those are the four names, that we're looking at right now to the upside. So it is a nice move right now. The name that I didn't get into, which we had written down and we were just pennies away, man, it's about a dime away from this, was Mara. So this name, we had written down 1360. It came down to 1375 there, and we wind up getting a little bit, I guess not aggressive enough, a little bit too conservative is the word I'm looking for there, as we should have been all over that one right there. So we didn't, and it's always, when you look back, you say, look at that level base out, that was the bid, right? But at least we had it marked down. We just don't have that trade on today. Another name, just to talk about other names, there's so many different stocks to trade, obviously every single day. Uber still doing its own thing here as well. It could be one of those things where you just play the range. Dip buys into this, take that out. But when the Nasdaq's up 1.7% and the ES is up 1.3 and Uber's down, it's not going to be something that
it was strong yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday maybe, but yeah, not really a name that I'm going to.
You know what tried today? Nike took a shot.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, so but it lost that 60 battle. I still think and I'll get to it on the daily chart because I still think there's a swing opportunity in Nike, but the day trade didn't work out on the breakout. So I kind of risked. I was in it from the reversion low, like off of, I guess it's like 59. Well, I got in at 59, but the low is like 58.84. So we had the reversion play on it, and then what I thought was a bigger shot, which obviously wasn't correct, was that the breakout here would be bigger. Right? Like take out the high. Let's get through that level on the daily, and let's go squeezing on Nike. So I was buying into the breakout, which failed. Then even if I'd taken it a second time, it still would have failed if I took it a second time through 60. So until it gets back above 60, bit of a failed breakout. Like I risked pretty much, like it looks like a small hit, but I risked almost all of what I made on that initial push because I thought the 60 trade is bigger. If you close, and if I'm ever looking at a daily chart and saying, well, if you're swinging it, it's got to break this level on the daily, to me that means it has to close above it. Like if you break out on a day trade above 60 and close at 58, let's just say, that's not a swing entry, I don't think, because to me it rejected that level. Accepting that level is closing above 60, and then I think Nike's got something. So day trade, yeah, I kind of like it if it can hold above 60, but that swing will have to wait on Nike. Even though I kind of thought when Trump's like, this is a good place to buy. That's exactly the kind of breakout that could have gone here on Nike. So you're kind of 1 for 2 on that bad boy. But market heading right back to the upside. Apple, I don't know if Coinbase is going to get to that. Bitcoin's not really moving all that rapidly anymore, so it might not get that breakout. Apple might take another shot at the 200 level, which has been the wall on this one for a while. Well, a week, I guess, for the last little week or so. And it didn't bounce off VWAP, but it is trending higher and trying to break out this 200 level. It's been a good short up there. At some point, this turns into a breakout long, but I've been waiting for it to break 201, not 200 on Apple. Outside chance of that today. I don't know how likely it is. It's kind of lagging the market a bit here on Apple, but I think 201's the break, not 200.
Yeah, Google. I mean, another name. If you guys have anything, you guys talking about the trade desk. The trade desk is going off today as well. We'll have a look at that huge move upside. But Google, we talked about its demise early, down to 153, and I was like, got to get out of this one. Got to get out of this one. But yeah, nice move back up to 155.50 again, as Google right now back up 2 days high and looking to go long now through this. I mean, I think you got to wait for 155.50, but Google, again, on that huge news yesterday about Apple and the search and everything like that. But yeah, nice downside play, battling back about, I was going to say it kind of looks like half, but it's not, about a third back there, as I thought we were down about 9%. We'll see if we can get going there on Google, but really nice bounce off that bottom for Google. Yeah, the trade desk here. Maybe, search ads and all that kind of stuff is not dead yet. As we look to some advertising here, the trade desk, nice upside move. I mean, almost complete opposite there of Google, but it doesn't have this in it, of course, Google. But there's the trade desk coming back in $63, $64.5, something like that. Good little level there. We'll see if it can come back in. That is the trade desk. So I just quickly here, yeah, good look there. I'm going to put an offer on QBTS breaking through 10. So this stop, again, was absolutely nothing to see what we have. But $9.94. Let's do that. We'll get out if it does break below $10. We'll get some out there on QBTS. Tesla, Palantir, Nvidia. Okay, so those are those names. I keep seeing Roblox.
Trade desk reports after the bell, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do. So we'll have to see what's going on there. How much did I say they were just up? Roblox is doing nothing, by the way. It just came on the scanner. I guess it's because of VWAP. Yeah, so up 7%, reporting after hours today. Their implied move is 12. So 12% implied move for TD. And yeah, great trading today if anybody has that. There's a new poll that just came in. Let me see what this is. First of all, get into the chat, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Do all of that, man. We're having a good time. All right, so vibe check. Yeah. Yes? Vibe check. Bullish, bearish, yes, no.
I don't understand.
I want to select bullish and yes at the same time. So, yeah, I don't know.
I understand. I understand bullish and bearish. What, yes?
You don't understand yes or no?
But like what? But like, oh, but then
I'm vibe every day.
But you want? But I think like they're not mutually exclusive. Like they're separate questions, man. Like you could be vibing and bearish, I suppose. You could be vibing and bullish.
Okay, how about chat? You decide whether
You guys
yes
decide.
or no on
I
that.
just feel it's bullish. People have mentioned, HIMS is also flying here to the upside. So HIMS is apparently not done at all and cruising.
Never.
It's never done. This stock, it's a double from some of these lows here, and it's much to the chagrin of Eli Lilly to a certain degree. But that little bull flag we have, the only concern I have is if you follow the 3-day pattern, I feel like tomorrow ends up like the short side of the play. That's a tomorrow thing. Like if you gap up again, failed high break at the open, 3-day reversal play after like 3 straight big up days. Usually look for that 3rd day for short. That's like an old trade on like gappers and penny stocks that people have done forever. And a lot of times these bigger ones have that same sentiment. But it's certainly breaking out right now. Like I wouldn't want to be fighting it. I think if you're playing it this afternoon, which I haven't looked at it really much until today, like the dip into the prior high makes a lot of sense. It already did that and then went ham. So you'd want it to hold probably 53.8 to 54 on any kind of dip. Coin's trying to get to the high here. Motion just said Lyft is reporting today. Hey, you know what? Maybe Lyft gives you an opportunity to buy more Uber.
15%.
That's all they're good for at this point, aren't they? Actually, it's not that bad. You know what? The chart's not as bad as I thought on Lyft. But it's Uber all the way. This could squeeze. What did you say the short float was?
Oh, I don't on Lyft. I'm not sure.
Oh, you meant
the expected move? Yeah, was 15. Here, I'll check.
I thought you meant short float 15%.
I think it's probably 7 or 8.
Because if it's a good short float, that might not be a bad breakout trade, I guess, if Lyft has a good print. But it's Uber's world, and I think you can trade Lyft, but you own Uber is the way to go, and that's an easy call to make. I don't think there's. I haven't used Lyft since 20. Might have been pre-COVID. Now that I think about it. Yeah, it was pre-COVID.
Really? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
pre-COVID.
don't remember the last time I used
That's
it.
bad.
Okay, so yeah, just there's the trade desk reporting, and tonight's report, as we had just talked about it, we have the trade desk. We have Mara reporting tonight. We have Affirm join Adara, myself today. Coinbase, Wolfspeed as well reporting tonight. So. Wolf is an NY stock? Yes. All right, so let's take a second for the chart to see how much this is up today. Up 8%. What did we just say? Affirm was up today as well. So these guys, come on, chart. They're going to be 7. Wow, everything I'm calling up is either 7 or 8% today. Also, we have Pinterest reporting tonight as well. How much is that up? We got the Josh Brown pump. I wonder how much he's paying for that segment on CNBC. That's pretty cool. All right, so there's Pinterest up to 28 and change. That's a 3% move. CLSK, Clean Spark, that they're reporting tonight as well at 405. They're expecting a 12, like another 9%. What can I look at that's not huge? Okay, here's another Josh Brown play.
No, just joking.
Toast. Reporting after hours as well today. So come on, Toast. How much is that up? 4% or just 4%? Neil already talked about Coinbase. They're up. SoundHound. Wow. Okay, Adair and I will be busy tonight. 6.5% for SoundHound. Or is that's SoundHound, right? Am I talking about? It's not SoundCloud. SoundHound, right? Yep. And then another one. Wow, where's my DJ thing there?
Another one.
Wow, another one. RKLB, a very, very well followed stock here from our viewers, that's for sure. Rocket Lab, that's SoundHound still. Come on, switch it up, man. There's Rocket Lab there, 4% straight fire. So wow, what a good day for earnings. So join us, man. Rocket Lab, SoundHound, Coinbase, Toast, Lyft, Off, Clean Spark, Pins, Wolfspeed, Affirm, Marathon Digital, and TTD all tonight. So you're not getting any Mag 7 names or anything like that, but that's big. That is for sure. It's kind of going to be an interesting one. And if you do hold any shares, we'll call them up live. We'll have some live level 2s and all that kind of stuff.
I feel like the over
Blasting
on
off.
Rocket Lab's expected move.
Yeah, it's
4%?
Yeah, it's only 4%. It's like when we saw the Microsoft one, and I was like, going way more than 4%. It went 9%.
Yeah,
I sneezed again myself.
Yeah, Rocket Lab, I mean, that's usually been a bit of a rocket ship when it wants to go. But it's been very, very calm. And again, sometimes these charts are way better than you expect. For some people, you'd pull this up and you'd be like, yeah, whatever. A company like that in this environment, it's probably way off the highs. Granted, 30% off the highs isn't that good, but in context, I think it's very good. Holding the 200, upward sloping 200 above the 50. And I don't know the short float offhand, but I'd imagine it's still looking pretty good. So I just want to get back to another runner, which is HIMS. It didn't. It got close to the high, but it hasn't done that break of the high pullback yet on HIMS. I stressed it yet because I feel like it's going to do it, where you get the break, play the fail break, look for the pullback off the break, and then dip by into the new high or the current high, because I guess it would be a fail break. That's what I'm looking for on HIMS. And let's go to Adair. We have news.
Boeing just got a little pop here. Trump trade advisor Peter Navarro is saying that the administration is, quote, going to take good care of Boeing during a Fox Business interview. In case you're wondering why Boeing is up the way it is, earlier today, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, during Donald Trump's press conference where he announced the UK trade deal, basically said that UK, as part of their deal, is going to be taking $10 billion. They're going to be buying $10 million worth of Boeing jets. Also, but the U.S. administration is going to not have tariffs on Rolls-Royce engines, so that Boeing can continue to use those engines. So BA benefiting pretty nicely here from these tariff agreements, and right now the stock benefiting as well. Back to you.
I mean, I talked about that. I thought Boeing would be the jump on the China deal because I thought the exact same thing that Adair just reported, I had reported a couple weeks ago about China, falsely reported because that was just an idea. But good to see that Boeing getting some love there. I think the same thing's going to happen when the China deal is announced. You're going to see Boeing going, much higher than it had been. What's up, Jarhead? All right, so 290 right there. Yeah, I do like that break on Tesla. Why not, man? You've been riding this 50 period the whole way. I'm going to take that trade right there, 290 on Tesla. Thanks for bringing that up. I think that that's going to be a decent level. I mean, I know the high is all the way up here, and we may get a little bit tired into the afternoon, meaning like the market, like it's nice right now. I mean, up 1.5%. I'm not sure how much more there is in this market here today, but I mean, Tesla seems to not really care about that. It's up 5% and still has some more to go, right? And so, good trade to get out of, I think, at this level. So I think we'll do that. 289.50. We'll try to get out if it gets back up there. We're only 50 cents away, and then we'll go bombs away on that 290 trade. And we'll see if we can get that, take that long. I mean, we had 281 the other day, 284 the other day, absolutely ripping it high side. So, yeah, man, like I'm all about that, right? And so, like I said here, trying to make a little bit of money, and I think there's a good opportunity here with Tesla. So why don't we do that? We'll put a 289 in. I mean, Palantir right now is still just doing Palantir things. This is what Palantir looks like. We're still long from down here, right into here. So we only have 5% left now, or less than 5% left of Palantir as we just be getting out pieces as we get back up to the upside. But 120.50, oh boy. This is similarly to where we closed. I think it was like 121, 122, something like that on earnings day. I mean, I can just go look at the charts. And then we touched 130 in the after hours, but at least in the next couple of days, we can get to 130 during the day. And then we'll see if that is the true resistance. I'll probably take something off. I'll probably take something off like at 125. Let's see where this goes tomorrow. No reason to think the market's turning around, right? And so, all right, let's take out another piece here at 06s. So there we go. We will, just in case we do fall back in. This is kind of looking like a top right there on Palantir. So we do have to, we can't just sit here and just watch all these stocks just continue to go without having, at least some top side outs. Like that's why when we got that Nvidia, we kind of celebrated a little bit for it because that was a trade that almost took us completely out of this. So I'm going to get some more right now out as we're trying to break through the 50 period again, down in through VWAP is going to be the ultimate out. But we're always looking for more trades. So it's only 250 right now, looking to get into a little bit more as we get into today's close, right? The hour of power is still 9 minutes away. So I'm going to go get all ready to go here on Tesla. That's too bad. All right, because I was going to get out of the last piece. All right, now I'm going to cancel it. Let's get out of this last piece of Tesla if and when it breaks this 200 period moving average, because it hasn't broken it since. That's 287.90 or so right into there. So we're going to get out if it breaks that. And that's my trade. And then we'll wait for 289.50 if not, and then 290 break long.
Absolutely. And speaking of the hour of power, it was the hour of power at about 9:45 last night when the Leafs took it down, getting us back to even after my homer bets on. We had 2 bets on the Leafs. We took them in the last series for a win, and then we took them last night for the over/under to get us back to flat. I was just losing doing homer bets on the Jays. But the best thing about ProfitX, which I want to talk about, is if anybody wants top-tier odds and total control, this is what it's all about here with ProfitX. It's cost efficient, and it is better odds than you're going to find on almost every single line. We think we found 1 or 2 where it's about the same, but most of the time you're going to get better odds. But you can make offers, place bids. If you don't like what's available somewhere, like you can sit on the book outside, bid, ask, or between this and other sites if you want to do that. Don't just place your picks, exchange them and trade them. It's a smarter and faster place to play. And you can use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. There's a lot on the NBA tonight. There's nothing I'm in love with. I feel like we'll put something down on the Leafs again in the next game. And one of the other things we always try to highlight is if you just go to any of the series, like if you want to go like a series special, I wanted NBA futures. That's what I wanted to do. There's always the no feature. Most places you can only bet yes. You can bet no and take the other side. Which is a good feature to have in there, and you can always make your odds, and then you get to be able to see like on the upcoming events like what has the heaviest interest. There's like twice as much money. That just tells you how much money's on the Golden State game. Literally twice as much as on whatever this baseball game in White Sox versus Kansas City. I can't even imagine why that game has that much on it, but it makes sense. People like Golden State. Unbelievable. I still can't get over that game, but for the Leafs. But one more thing, just want to go over to, we're talking about some breakout trades. Well, okay, so Coinbase just did this, which is distinctly not breaking out the high and is actually pulling back. So it might pull back into the volume-weighted average price, which it held before at 207. And while that happens, going down a bit in the market, but bouncing off VWAP, and this VWAP's wrong by a little bit because I'm missing some data. My charts just always do this in the afternoon. Break even stop now on the last of my intel. We got out of 85%, I believe, actually 90% of it, into VWAP. I had one more fill. We'll leave it in, see if it gets to VWAP again, or we'll just get out past the break even. And Patrick, is Steph out for sure? I didn't know that. I know he was possibly out. I didn't know that he was out for sure. He's out a week, eh? Well, that's probably why there's a lot of interest in that one. Because I bet you people were, trying to speculate on whether he'd play and trying to take advantage. Like if you thought it was likely he was going to be out, you're probably trying to get some bets in. So there would have been heavy action based on, hey, if Steph plays, they have a better chance of winning. If he doesn't play, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that
you can make your own lines. You can do all that.
Well, you can get really aggressive, and that's the fun thing about it. You can be on the bid ask while news is awaiting, just like trading, which is pretty cool. Like they're not going to suspend the line while they're waiting. Oh, it happens all the time in baseball. A key player's not in there or any sport. A key guy might be in, might be out. You can't make any bets until they figure it out. Well, here you can sit on the bid. Yeah, I'll take the shot.
I'm trying to get some more. Yeah, I'm trying to get some more Nvidia. Well, that's the thing. If someone hits you, it's like a market. It's like the market.
I thought he just got a bruise.
I thought he had something wrong with his thumb. I don't know.
I thought he took a hit and he got bruised.
Oh, did he take another hit? I don't know.
He's out for a week anyways.
Who knows?
I don't know. It could be really.
Dude, it's the NBA.
No, but bone bruises can be really bad. I shouldn't say anything. A buddy of mine was a catcher and he got a really bad bone bruise.
Yeah, the playoffs, I assume he's going to be legitimate.
Yeah, I would think
if it was regular season, he's just taking a vacay, but.
It can be bad, I guess.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Jimmy Butler he's probably going to take like 25 shots.
Oh yeah, that's right, Jimmy Butler. Let's have a look at what. Let's spin some money around. Let's see what the top traders here at Real Trading were doing yesterday.
The hamstring. Oh.
Who knows what's going to happen today? All right, so here we go. We're going to go on the top. Whoa, okay. So here's yesterday. Okay, so Tesla must have just broke down because we got that fill on Tesla. Let me just have a double check on that one. Yeah, Tesla just breaks 288. So we actually get out of that one, ending our Tesla trade. So good trade there, $7. Okay, this is what I want to show you about, and we always sit here all the time and talk about it. Our trading, how we trade versus how others trade versus how I trade versus Neil versus anybody versus blah, blah, blah. It's all the same. But at the end of the day, you know, looking here, I think is a good example. Paris, New York, Nasdaq, Milan, LSE, Canada, and Amsterdam. You're all around the world here. I mean, we have Asia as well as an opportunity. But like these kind of markets, like this is the opportunity that exists here at Real Trading, is to trade different styles, different markets, and you know, find your niche, right? And so yesterday we had a top trader, and this is just somebody. So like this wouldn't be me. Because I'm trading more than just NASDAQ. So when we show this to you, this are the markets that have been traded by these traders, right? And so for this example, you'd have only NASDAQ. This second trader only traded the Canadian market, the TSX, right? This trader traded 7 markets, including all of those. There we go. There's a Hong Kong. So there are some specific traders that are focusing on individual markets, and there's others like this. For example, could be me, let's just say, Amex, NASDAQ, and New York. I mean, those are all things that we would trade, you know, and then you come back in the same thing again. So just to show you, this is what, and we talk about the numbers from Trade the Pool. We read those for you guys, and this is just an example right here of some of the numbers that are put up at Real Trading. So these are just real numbers, right? I don't know. Normally they're a little bit higher than this, so I don't really
What's interesting is
know why they're so low. But
predictably, if you look at Real Trading, the top markets, like in terms of what traders trading that market, they're like, actually, by trader count, there's more traders that trade the Amex than the New York, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's NASDAQ, Amex, New York, Toronto, then Australia, then Canada is Venture, which is another Canadian market, and then Hong Kong, as you see there. Like you don't even, and Blue Ocean makes that list as well. Like by trader count, there's actually more in some of those than you have in like Europe. So it goes to show, like you can trade 24 hours at Real Trading.
Blue Ocean, Moon, we have
Blue Ocean is one of the top by per trader, per trader P&L, because the few traders that trade it do really well, which makes some sense because you get really big moves. We've seen it on Tesla like time and time again with Blue Ocean. I don't know if we're going to get these breakouts. Don't seem like they're going to happen here. So there was no false break of HIMS. It's starting to pull back in there. What else are you guys looking at? The trade rate's not really crazy popping off at this moment. We got a super chat we can get to from Randy. Randy Hudson, thank you very much, Randy. How do you know when to sell a profitable trade? I'm leaving money on the table or not taking profit early enough on most trades. Thank you, guys. Well, there's the magic elixir. It's so easy. There's 2 ways you can always think about this. You're always just trying to get a little bit better. So I'm going to show you a really, really terrible example of taking profit for myself, and then one that was much better. But it's using the same. It was using the same type of principle. Like on Apple, forget about the early short because I punched out of it, reading the tape and sort of getting tricked when the market made a bottom and the Nasdaq made a bottom and it held a prior close, so I punched out of a really good short. But like here, I get out of a long early because I'm holding it. I'm doing a trend reversal into a trend break. So I usually pull it back and just look at there's the prior bar, and then there's your trend break. So I get out of the trade when it breaks that initial trend from the low. If you pull up a 1 minute, it's much cleaner. That's an example of where it doesn't look that good. So you could have held for longer. But then when you do exactly the same thing from the high, it pulls back and you get the actual dollar move instead of the 50-cent move. Same principle. One time it allows you to hold long, and the other time it doesn't. So you just have to, just have a set of rules that end up working for you. You'll never be perfect. I think once you make sure that you're going back and seeing if you're using Fibonacci's, are they actually giving you good exit points? I used them when I used to trade penny stocks, and I found that it didn't make me better. It actually made me worse, so I stopped using them, and I had more success holding things using trend lines as opposed to like Fibonacci. Some people like to use RSI. Just find something that works for you, ultimately, because that's what it's all about. No two traders are going to be the same. In my experience, that's just never been true. I've seen traders that trade exactly the same things, or traders that try to trade exactly the same things, and they almost never have the same result. It's not going to happen. Even if you try to copy somebody, there'll be nuances that are different, and you got to find your own way. But just tinker with whether it's trend lines, RSI.
I mean, we have that example every day with us. I mean, you'll be in Nvidia, I'll be in Nvidia, this and that, and one of us will be up and one of us will be down, and blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, you're just looking at your monthly totals, your quarterly totals, and all that kind of stuff, and I can tell you from everything that we're showing here on the show for myself, I'm, been net positive doing all of that. So if you guys are following me, then then you would be net positive, but that's very hard. We have so many ins and outs, and we have so many different fee structure things that we go through. There's no way that just for me punching out of Nvidia right here, I actually get paid to do that. It's not like I can't spend, I can't spend $4.99 or $1.99 or even 99 cents for every trade that I make, because then it would be ridiculous, So, we have those advantages being here on the prop floor. So that's about it, right? Wow, tonight, I just got a note. So good thing I don't have the dentist appointment. My son has a Dungeons and Dragons in-person thing that he's starting today. He has to get home and create his character, apparently, whatever that means. What was that? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't know if he likes the wizard. I don't know what he likes, but we went to a live action Dungeons and Dragons thing that you walk through.
The immersive
thing at Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, that was really sick. We went to that. Then he has chess, and then my daughter has. I'm on the diamond today until 10:30. So I'm on the diamond at High Park tonight. Game 8 to 10 o'clock, and it's chilly. So, I'm not going to bed at least till midnight tonight, similar to last night, but we come back and hit it really good there. I got some marks on there. But anyways, okay, just hearing in my ear. Yeah, I'll let you know, Fabian, what character he winds up choosing there for D&D. But I think that's important too. Get your kids doing every single thing possible. And then there's a local wrestling event that I'm going to with my brother and my kids as well. Yeah, it's at Old Maple Leaf Gardens. It's
nice.
It's like a really gangster wrestling event here. I'm actually going to show it to you. He put this thing in our group chat here. This is hilarious. How do I open this image?
Say what's up to Mike for me.
Yeah, I will. Look at this.
I haven't seen
this is what it is. I don't know what any of this stuff is. There's a 20 Canadian 20-man gauntlet for the gold.
Hold on a second.
I just said, look at this dude right here. This is my guy right here. I don't know what's going on with this guy. I don't think there's anybody famous in here. This guy looks like Roman Reigns a little bit, but not really.
When we had our Barrie office,
Dom Latimer?
I'm not making. When we had our Barrie office, when I would go and take the guys out to the bar sometimes,
this guy.
There was one server at the bar that was like I'm trying to remember what her wrestling name was, and we're chatting because a couple of us were big wrestling fans. No, and it's gonna kill me because I swear that was her, and she was trying to get into wrestling.
But which one? This one or this one?
Because we were into wrestling. No,
dark hair or the
dark-haired one.
This one. Okay.
I swear. But anyways, that was years and years ago.
You can start at $30. How much do I owe my brother over here?
$30.
Triller TV. So, anyways, I will be apparently at this event with for sure my son. But I'm trying to cheer for this guy here. I don't even know what that guy's all about right there. Or this guy, the fake Jake Paul right here. I think that guy's pretty cool. They're fake Paul, a good one. I think that's pretty good right there. Yeah, man. All of this, or this guy here. Is that Rhino? I mean, Rhino was really cool back in the day. Anyways, Maple Leaf Gardens. I'm going to be there Saturday, and then tomorrow, and then Friday night is hockey again with the PWHL. So that's playoffs. So. Man, it's like no rest for the wicked, and then Mother's Day, and then I don't even want to tell you about Saturday, but anyways, lots of busy stuff.
We have a Jays Academy on Saturday.
Oh, good. That should be
cool.
Fun.
It's like basically the Blue Jays run a baseball academy for kids. So my daughter should be really excited.
Is it after the game or there's no game? It's just it's opposite. Like it's
I'm pretty sure it's early. I think it's early in the morning. I had to double check the calendar. Well, yeah, it has nothing to do with the game because they're on the road right now.
Yeah, that's right. They're in L.A.
Yeah, like my wife.
Didn't they lose to Yusei Kikuchi or something? Like, isn't that?
My wife is in L.A. for a business trip. Of course, when the Jays are visiting, and we are personally 0 for the season every game that we've gone to. We're like a jinx. So of course she don't go to the game. She goes to the game. Jays lose. They blow like a 5-run lead or something.
And I went to that game. They were down 6-0, and they won in OT.
And they won. So you should go to more games than I should go to.
Yeah.
Just quickly here. I'm in this WW. They're going bankrupt, and they're a potential deleting the imbalance locator. But there's like a brick wall here and a refresher at 46. So I'm canceling my bid until 45, and if it breaks this bottom, I want to punch short, but I think it's SS. It might be, no, it's not SSR. No, it is SSR continuation. So if it breaks 46, I'm adding to the short, which I have at 47, and trying to play it into the low. But it's going to have to break this level. So I'm just going to get can I put a stop? We'll have to use a different kind of stop to get out, and then I'll put a stop break to get in if we break this wall at 46. And if it comes out of buy and balance, I'm punching out. If I see this thing as a buy and balance at 350, I want no part of it. Just because they're getting bankrupt does not mean it's going to be a sell and balance. That's not how it works. Okay, so HIMS is really pulling back in here. So much for it doing a failed breakout and pullback. It's only doing a pullback. There is nary a green candle on this, so this is why I don't like buying those tops. It's not even giving you any indication of an entry here. 007 Kyle, shout out to whoever called out ASST yesterday. I believe that was on the watch list. ASST. And it was on it today as well, says Adara. So there you go. And I know a lot of viewers were mentioning this one as being fantastic. It ends up holding on to that $5 that we were talking about this morning. And I guess it'll halt up off of that. Like, how is that a halt up? And like that move, well, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm just missing some data and that isn't a halt. So I could be wrong. But that looks like a reopen based on volume. So we'll halt up, holds 5, holds the 200 period, sorry, the 50 VWAP, and it is a day 2 play. So watch out. Sometimes that third day can be a little bit tricky on these. You want to be careful with it. It is a bit of a habitual, it will go and then flush, but it is absolutely on a tear this time that it hasn't done in quite a while. But the volume, if you look at it, volume usually lasts for a couple of days and then pulls back, historically on ASST. So when you get this kind of a gain, you want to make sure you pay yourself out.
What the hell?
Sure.
We didn't even talk about DraftKings is also tonight, man. And Dara just added
Somebody
that.
somebody mentioned it.
Oh, did they? Yeah, no, I did it when I was going over it.
Someone in the chat did it.
Okay, 8% move on DKNG. Wow.
I like it.
And then Dara did update some of the expected moves. What was the one that you said was maybe a little bit off? There was one that, Rocket Labs, yeah, 11.
That's more like
yeah, 11.
His 4% for Rocket Lab didn't make any sense.
Yeah, yeah. So there we go.
Rumble?
Bumble.
Oh, Bumble.
Bumble. This Whitney girl got away with murder releasing this stock into the open, but nice move up to $5. This was like a $70 name or something on IPO, but Bumble getting a nice little bump today. Earnings yesterday, 13 cents Q1 EPS missing. Sales also missing, but I guess their guide a little bit better there, or short float right now. Nice move up there for Bumble. Just having a look. Yeah, look, I mean, we only say this as a cautionary tale because you're right back into this level again. So I always think that, I mean, I'm not in any of these names. Maybe you guys are ahead of earnings, but if you're in this name right against that 545, I mean, you made a huge move all the way back. We haven't been here since February. I think this is worth something at least to look at. That's Bumble. So I'm still waiting for Tesla to go through. I'm going to start looking more aggressively for some more names now because the market has pulled back a little bit and maybe we're getting some dip buy opportunities. So there's my out, which was a good one, it looks like anyways, on Tesla breaking through 288. It does go as low as 287.15s or so before now getting that bump back up. Not really at any levels for me to buy, but I am looking to get something on something. There has to be some decent dip buy opportunities. All right, yeah, there it was right there. I mean, Palantir at the 200 would have been great. We've really respected that the whole time, right? Today it's been great. So that would have been another level to have a look at there, 119.40s. So maybe ifs and buts or candies and whatever. If that comes out, then, you know, maybe something there to look at there for PLTR if we're able to get that dip buy opportunity. JP Morgan hitting the scanners there a little bit, so we can have a quick look over at JPM and say, what's up with that? 254 and change. What are we doing with JP Morgan? Okay, so again, looking to break a little bit lower. It doesn't actually really look that great, but this is breaking right here lower. If we think the market's going to give it up here, which I'm not sure, this is looking like a decent short right here. A shelf of JP Morgan, 254.50 right there, looking like it may want to break. My eyes are still looking over here because Palantir's now under 120, so some kind of ways about that, so we'll see. But yeah, right there, 254. I mean, we're right here right now. So what about that kind of a break? This looks pretty good for a break lower, and then using 255.25 as your stop. I'm just not sure if we really want to go short right now into this market. We're not anywhere near. The short is obviously much better up here. Zelensky is now speaking with Trump? No, that doesn't make any sense.
They're still talking.
No, Zelensky right now in our ear apparently is speaking with Vladimir Zelensky right now.
Like live somewhere?
That's what
Usually
the guy just said.
Be on
No. It's not a public thing.
Oh, it's not public. Okay.
No. This is going to be on the phone, man.
Well, that was
These are private talks.
It was must-see TV last
You know what I'm saying? Well, that's no. That guy ain't coming back to the White House. Not until there's a deal done or something like that. That is for sure. He ain't sitting in that chair. He ain't no Mark Carney. You know this guy does not. And just like President Trump said, kind of aggressively, obviously, he doesn't have the cards. You know, we are the largest trading partner with the United States.
It's a very different situation.
You know, we're not losing tens of thousands of civilians, you know, every single day. I don't think it's tens of thousands, but whatever those numbers are.
Well, it's more than I think it's more than any conflict happening.
It's just So I hope that they can get that all. I mean, that's great news. I want them obviously to get on the phone and figure that out, because if Russia and Ukraine can somehow, I think that would help the markets again spurn, especially potentially the oil markets. I mean, I know wheat and all that, like some of the big things that Ukraine has provided there food-wise, but again, it's for the rest of Europe. It's not really for North America. But there's all those sanctions, right, against Russia. So there's no tariffs or anything against Russia because there's all those sanctions.
There's no need for them.
Right. So maybe that could be a little hidden kind of tariff deal if it would be opening back up the Russian markets. I don't know if that's a good thing.
I think some oligarchs have access to their money is probably another thing that'll happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it probably just does happen. Now, at the end of the day, you want lives to get saved.
Yep.
It's a priority. And sometimes you may not like the way that it happens, but you just want it to happen anyway. I'm actually looking for maybe a trend break on HIMS. Maybe it gets into VWAP for a bounce. That's about, like, it's moving pretty rapidly to the downside, so a reversion there looks a little bit spicy. I'm going to do that and maybe let's go to a Dara at the desk, but I think that's what I'm looking for next.
I just want to let you guys know here, we do have some news potentially on Meta. Not really moving the stock, but I think interesting either way. Fortune reporting that Meta is apparently in discussions to deploy stablecoins. So interesting look here for META. Speaking of stablecoins, we have a lot of crypto names reporting tonight, and I am working currently on an implied moves infographic to give you guys a sense of what type of move we're expecting from each of these major earnings plays tonight. Stay tuned, that should be out momentarily. Back to you.
Yeah, Libra, that's what it was.
Yeah, Neil
just asking Sean, like, what was the name of that?
They had Libra. They were actually, the SEC or something back in the day there didn't want them to release Libra and all that kind of stuff. So they had already thought about all of that. But now it looks like maybe with this new administration and a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge gets you whatever you want. So yeah, we'll wait to see there if there's any. You were open for business. So we'll wait to see if there's anything going on with that one. So we have our Tesla play. I'm still looking. Disney had a big report, right, a couple of days ago. Let's see if this is like a day 3 or 4 play. Disney, wow, nice move there, man. This is no comeback to the downside at all. Just blast off right there for Disney. As a lot of their segments were firing on all cylinders, right? I mean, their parks were up again. Streaming was up. Everything seemed to be going. Sports with ESPN, I think that's like a big spinoff that they could eventually do right there. But yeah, Disney, a nice move. And taking out that $100 mark was a great trade. And it goes right out there to the upside. Now getting back into 104, 105. I'm not going to make the mistake. And I did sell some up here, but I think I just want to get out of all of Disney at this point. But if we do get back up to 114, 115, that's going to be a level of mine. Just like I was kind of thinking about Uber as well at some of these levels. So that's a good look there. Let's just have a look at Shopify. Shopify was running today for sure, and now almost back to Greensville. So this is another one that has really respected the 200 period moving average. I do need to do a little bit more work to try to figure out like where exactly do we want to trade this with only like, you know, a half hour left, 40 minutes left, things like that. Like if it breaks the 200, that's going to be a sign of weakness. So maybe we're looking to go short if it breaks it. But right now with the market being up and this stock basically being up, I'm thinking about a pullback into that for support. So that would be something that we're looking for. A lot of these plays I'm looking for are just support plays that just aren't hit yet. So we do have those on watch. I'm seeing Neil's already in Intel, so I'm not going to look too much at that one. And then if anything, if we're going to play real, then maybe we just go to the futures, right? This looks like a decent level here. I'm actually thinking about a break of this right here, $60 on the TQ. If we break down below that, then we have protection up here at $60.30, the 50 period and the 200 period. So I'm actually thinking that that's a decent area. Maybe we'll go short against that right now just to see if we fade out. you know, again, a lot of earnings coming tonight. I'm not sure exactly how successful those earnings are going to be, and that doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. The futures will trade as they're going to trade, but yeah, this looks like a decent break right here of $60, using that as our target. So why don't we do that? I'm going to load it up right there. Is that $60.10 or what? What exactly are we looking at here? $60.10. Yeah, let's just look at its recent break. So if we break down below that, $60 is not going to mean anything. This is an ETF that is triple levered. It's not like it's NASDAQ 20K or anything. This is just an easy go level there. $60.09, I'm going to push the button to go short and then use $60.30 as my out. So I am going to try to flip this name, the market short here, on a break lower into the close today. So that's going to be a trade that I'm going to put on very, very soon. Getting out, you know, Nvidia, we could get some out there. We've been getting out some Palantir. And then Qubits, we had it breaking 10. So I think we could just wait for that. Let's do that TQQ trade. If we break it, I'm so light in everything else right now. I'm just kind of seeing, like, if we drift higher at the end of the day, that's great. We still have these shares on. But if we're going to try to put on a new play, let's do it right here. TQs, let's take a little bit of a trade right now, breaking underneath this level.
Yeah, the thing I just found is I made a joke about ARM being like the only semi-name that was down on the day. It turns out that's not right. SMCI is in the red and down 0.5% into this strong market underneath VWAP and down 0.5%. So this is relatively weak. So it's got a flat bottom break if it breaks 32, but there's also, it's pulling back and trying to get into the volume weighted average price. So I think I found something which looks a little bit appealing. Clearly relatively weak on the session. It gets back into the volume weighted average price. I'm going to go short. And then higher time frame look for, wait a minute, do we have locates on it? Do we have to pay for shorts? Yeah, we do. I have to go pay for shorts on S. Well, I knew that. They haven't been free in a while. On a higher time frame look, it's also underneath some resistance at 34. But yeah, I'm going to try to short this one back into the volume weighted average price. Here at Real Trading, we generally, I'd say 99% of all symbols in the US markets are going to be free. And I promise you, SMCI, it's probably like 1/4 of 1 cent per share to get locates on. It's actually less than that. It's, wow. It's 2 cents for 100 shares?
For what, SMCI? Yeah, SMCI is going to be as cheap as it can go.
I don't think I've ever seen it that, like, yeah, it's as small as you could possibly be for locates. So yeah, we do have to pay, so I'm just going to process that now. If we get into the volume weighted average price, I should now be able to throw offers. And just to show you in real time, like, that's how fast it was. And now I can throw offers out on SMCI. So that took, what, 15 seconds? And I'm old man hands. You could probably do it faster than me if you're at Real Trading. I'd love it to get into the volume weighted average price. It's not really happening yet. I am taking a break, and I'm adding to WW if it breaks 46, but that hasn't happened. And if, as I said, if it comes out of buy imbalance at 350, then I'm just getting out of this. They're supposed to be getting deleted today. Not that there'd be any indexes or anything, but they're going chapter 11.
All right. Yeah, so out some more Palantir, out some more Nvidia. I am also, just to talk, okay, go then. I just want to show you that the TQQs, we actually take the other way. It actually comes up into this level right now. So we're now short at the high. And this is the danger, you know, about taking these trades when they come back in here. Because, like, if you would have punched short, we almost did. I mean, we were talking about it. Now I'm just going to give this trade just a little bit of room because we just got a decent, wow, okay. So this is I'm not really trading. I was going to say, let's give this to this high right here. But wow, okay, there has to be, I mean, something's going on. I'm glad we still have these other trades still on board there. There goes Palantir. I think we should try to get a piece out now of Palantir at 90. Let's just do that and sit there. And let's not panic here a little bit, but there obviously is something going on as the market right now is going back immediately to the upside. So we'll see about shorting a little bit of that. We're going to get out. I got to cancel my other stop on this name because we don't need that short stop anymore. Shout out to whoever's playing shortstop. Not my daughter. She'll be probably first base or second base tonight, or maybe catcher. But there's a little bit of a reload up there. So we're basically flat. We're short right now at $60.33. What's up, Adair?
for that is that the U.S. apparently is considering slashing China
hear her
tariffs
now.
to as low as 50%, down from 145% as soon as next week. That is the New York Post. Now, for what it's worth, Donald Trump has said in recent days that he has no interest in cutting these tariffs before making a deal or as leverage, but he said he's willing to consider lowering tariffs once a deal is made or once they start having talks. So again, New York Post reporting that the U.S. is considering slashing China tariffs to as low as 50% compared to the current rate of 145% as soon as next week. They're citing sources, but it is worth noting a little bit different from what we've heard Donald Trump and his administration say in recent days, including this morning. Back to you. It's just New York Post here reporting that U.S. is considering slashing China tariffs to as low as 50%. New York Post reporting it, contradicting what Trump has said. Back to you.
Well, anything factual would be, contradicting anything Trump has said. I mean, we already talked about the fact that, like, he already said that, there was already some meetings happening and all this kind of stuff. So until the one thing that I think we can all agree on, until there's like pen to paper,
exactly,
you're going to have like sort of this push and pull.
But while that happened,
this is dangerous to be in the future.
While that happened, I was never adding to Intel, but it got to the break-even stop. It looks like it's breaking out. I hate seeing the gap in the chart. It irks my eyes. But this could be breaking out the highs on Intel. So I was long Intel most of the day, and then we shorted it to VWAP, but it's breaking back out upside. You're all definitely seeing some strength into this market, but it's the Chinese names that are flying. Well, that's not only the Chinese names, because I just saw Nvidia break the high of the day as well. SMCI, we just gotten short going into the volume-weighted average price, and Alibaba, go Baba, I never bought back into this. I still only have a third of my position. The stock that I thought was headed to 80 is headed to a break of the 50 period and maybe the 130 level. It has been churning since the bottom. Like, this is, I believe, we were talking in the aftermarket show a little bit about what to buy in the Chinese space, and it was like, well, look at the chart of Alibaba versus some of the others, and it holds up a lot better. And look, I like it. I'm sort of talking up the own book as well, but it's right back to where I got out of a third, and I never got back in. That's the problem. If you sell, you take profit. Sometimes you don't get back in if you're a little bit too patient. So it seems good when you're selling for a win, but then if you don't get back into the position in the long run, how good is it really? It's kind of what I might be left thinking if Alibaba makes an all-time high again. Or no, sorry, a 52-week high again, I should say.
Yeah.
The all-time highs that would be nice. But there's the spike on Alibaba. My 3-minute chart hates me, but big volume spike on the Chinese name specifically.
Yeah, good move there as we wait to see where this market wants to go today. All right, so we're still in the futures. We're just going to wait to see where we're bid 40. I didn't get that. I'm bidding 40. Oh, that's Nvidia. My bad. I was going to say I'm bidding 45s. All right, so just quickly, I want to show you some stocks. Nvidia ripped to highs again. So we just sat there and got another fill at 118.40, so 45. So there it is again. Obviously, it's a little bit higher than where we got it right now. As that goes to the upside, our TQs does run the 60s. But then, once we get out immediately as our stop order was in there, that it's a good thing we didn't punch short there. And it's also a good thing that we talked about this trade before it actually came through. So let's wait to see if we can get a little bit back now. I mean, I think if this story was extremely...
We'd be flying fast.
Right. So let's just wait to see. And again, that just said, like, if there's a deal made, then they'd talk about tariffs. So I don't really know what exactly that means, but I mean, the market looks like it likes it. So it's fine. I mean, we're not making it. I mean, I might just get something out maybe at 51s there because this looks like it wants to go higher right now, the futures. I'm going to stop out at that high of 65. So if we break 10 cents away from this thing, it's only going to be an 8-cent hit, but I'm watching it right now. There it goes. So that's why I just decided to change. I just put it there. It's going to go. I just put a 51 there. It's fine. Like I am taking a hit on this, so I can obviously see where my net is right now. But at the same time, it's not that bad because we have the other stocks that are also going higher. But we do have a new position in this, so this is my biggest one right now, and it's the futures. And we're just trying to play off that high, but I'm not actually waiting because if this is real news, then yeah, we should take out the high, no problem. So it's like I might as well just tap out right now, 10 cents from here, and then just say, all right, we're out of there. Not even wait for, I mean, it's not that much higher. It's 72s, but I mean, we could wait for it. The game has changed, right? I mean, when you're in a stock and something has changed, that's kind of when you want to get out of it. We were just sort of sitting here waiting for something to happen, and it looks like we might have got that something right there, which has sort of sparked the market a little bit here. But we are getting a little bit of a pullback. Where's my bid, man?
Not sparking again.
All right, so yeah, it just went to 51. We never got that fill. So hopefully it does come back down again, and we'll be able to get that. As most likely, someone will report that story is not true. But if it is true, it's definitely holding the highs right now. NASDAQ up 1.8%, as everything is trying to moon. Remember, we do have that Tesla 290 break. That almost came in. So I still do have that trade ready to go. So I do like that trade if it does come through. So, getting stopped out of the futures puts us into this one, I would think anyways. So there it comes back in a little bit. Here comes the futures falling back in. We'll bid some 49s just to grab that. There it is. We're also going to be on 45s because that's where we were initially. So now let's wait to see if we do get a 45 fill. Futures coming back in. We just got out of 10%, so not that much. Let's see if we're at another 10% at 45. Hopefully that will fill. Here it comes back in. There it is. So now we just got that 45. Now we'll be able to wait to see where this market goes. Wouldn't be surprised if we do come a little bit back there on a fugazi. So $60.35.
Yeah, not at all surprised. I feel like we would be breaking the highs if that were true, because everyone's waiting for a China headline to be legit. And we've seen the algo. So think of it this way. Remember the algo buying action when there was the Nvidia news yesterday? Well, it's not Nvidia news. It was the chip news yesterday about the rollback of the Biden restrictions, the AI restriction. Like the quotes were going so crazy that you could barely even read your level 2. You had to rely on the time and sales. We're not getting that kind of price action here, so that's why I'm a little bit skeptical. SMCI did a slight move up, but not much. It's trying to work its way back down, but I'll get some out on the first initial move just because we are still trending higher. You mentioned that Tesla might have broken out. Coinbase came close and then pulled back, so that's still not breaking out either. Bitcoin is holding 101. That's a good sign. It's nowhere near the 100,000 mark. Well, I mean, obviously 101 is near 100,000, but it's nowhere near pulling back and losing 100,000. So there's still a chance for a late break. We are getting a little bit long in time. It's about 328. I wouldn't love a breakout trade into the imbalances. So you still have about 15, 20 minutes, because I don't like taking a break right as the market's hitting imbalances, because that's usually a reversion time of day for a lot of stocks. Nothing on the early look-see yet. But I still want to take this break on coin if it does happen. We're just running out of time for it to get there. So SMCI, we're going to hang on to it. HIMS, for the entirety of that bounce, it really didn't bounce. It's pulling back pretty heavily into the volume-weighted average price. It's not looking like the garden variety pullback that you would want to buy the dip on. Like, it looked like it was long, and I almost pressed into the long, and there was just not enough buyers in there. So I'm going to back away from that one until I see it show some strength. When the market made this bounce into the highs, the result was HIMS dropping almost $1. So that, to me, means it's a little bit weak here. We're going to put that one on the back burner.
All right.
Shop apparently is running here.
Yeah, we had looked at Shopify. I mean, that's going to go green to red. So red to green.
Oh, it's already, it's a percent up now.
Oh, well, Shopify is green now. Okay, so that was a level that we had looked at, and we talked a little bit about Shopify. So congratulations, anybody that hits that one. All right, we take advantage of that move again. Nvidia basically at the high of the day right now, sans that very open print. But there it is right there. So another piece out. We are getting some more out of the futures as that's come back in. We're slightly down on them if I get out right now, but I think that there could be a little bit of a push lower. We have one last tranche for Palantir. Palantir, though, wow. I mean, we are at the high of the day for Palantir. Like, we have an $8 winner on right now on PLTR. So yay for that trade. What's up, Adara?
Here is the implied earnings moves for tonight after the bell. Now, as Sean and Neil were saying earlier, there are no Mag 7 names here, but there are a ton of heavy hitters and some big movers. Not one, but three crypto names reporting: Coinbase, Clean, Spark, and Marathon. As you can see, the bulk of these are going to come out at 4:05, but we have some at 4, 4:10, and 4:15. So if you want to see how these names are expected to move after the bell, check out this infographic on X at TTV Research. I make these pretty much every night we have any major earnings, and they go on X usually around this time, about 3:30, as we head into the end of Power Hour. X at TTV Research for all of your infographic and market-related needs. Back to the guys.
I love how it's broken up by time as well.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go retweet that. So
yeah, like it's so legit, and thank you, Adara, for that. The other thing that might get a breakout is Apple. Apple want that 200. Granted, I only went short off the 200. Don't sneeze. Only went short off the 200, so that's possibly in play again. But it's a very I need to see it start to turn. Like the short that didn't work off for 200 was when I just sort of took it. Oh, it got to 199.90 and backed off. Let's short it there, and then it just broke the high. That was very impatient. The better short was when it showed you the double top, broke the trend, and then did all this nonsense in here, and then pulled back into the volume-weighted average price. But it needs to do something along those lines, like fail the break like it did before. And I still think 201 is the bigger breakout on Apple. When that happens, because at some point it can't hold this level forever. Multiple days in a row, it's been above 200 with the exception, actually even today by a couple of pennies, 201 break on Apple. Whether it's tomorrow, next week, China deal, whatever happens, I think that's going to be a big breakout trade for AAPL. I'm not saying the bottom's in on this stock. I'm still mildly concerned about them, but a temporary bottom, at least a pullback into the 50 period on that break would make sense to me. SMCI, we're still in. WW's not really doing anything. Want to see this try to break that low of the day. I'm not sure why SMCI would be relatively weak compared. I know their earnings were bad, but they literally told us the earnings were going to be crap, and it went down like 14% or something that day. So you felt like the worst would be in there, and then all this positivity that you're getting with regards to China, and this failed 33 again. So yeah, a little disappointing of a day, but it's under VWAP. That's why we're short. Adara?
I am actually currently reading through this New York Post article that did give the market a little bit of a move. In case you missed it, basically New York Post reported, citing sources close to the negotiations, that the Trump administration is considering lowering China's 145% tariff here to about 50 to 54%. Now, the more you read here, it does not sound like Donald Trump himself is behind this or a part of this. Apparently, U.S. officials are discussing a proposal to lower these rates, and apparently this 50 to 54% range came about from conversations that Trump and the administration had earlier this year with some CEOs from retailers, including the CEO of Walmart. So that's where these 50 to 54% comes from, according to the report. Furthermore, in addition to these lower rates that would reportedly be placed on China, there'd also be apparently lowered rates for neighboring South Asian countries of about 25% tariffs. Now, again, I want to clarify, what's happening here is they're describing that these rates would come in as negotiations happen or before negotiations happen. We know Donald Trump himself said today very clearly that he is only interested in taking these tariffs down potentially from 145% should there be talks and some kind of deal in place. So Donald Trump does not want to lower the rates as a negotiation factor. I think that's important to mention because he said so himself earlier today. But regardless, I wanted to read this report, give you guys a little bit more clarity on this New York Post tariff story. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we stay short right now. Watch out for QBTS, man. We are getting ready to get out of this one at the highs, 1080, man. If we can do that, then giddy up, man. We'll do that. I mean, a great trade there on QBTS as we look to get out. And also a great trade, hopefully. We'll wait. Going short on the futures there as, we sort of, I didn't want to call BS, but I mean, that story right there is just crazy. It's like, someone reports something. I mean, of course, part of the negotiations is going to be trying to cut some of these tariffs. So we'll just end the percentage points. So we'll just wait to see where it goes from here. Nothing's going to get announced anytime soon, I don't think, for China. And if it does, you're going to see the markets really starting to go ham.
They could leak the possibility to bring them to the table, maybe.
China ain't playing like that, man. Honestly,
maybe, but
they're not. They don't care about.
It's the fact that he literally said like hours ago that he would not do that. That's what gets me.
What a surprise!
You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's one thing, like it may be outlandish, but if he says he's doing something, people are like, oh, it's crazy. Trump's not going to do that. Well, then he does it anyway. So, try to respect what gets said. You didn't even eat. You got to eat. Those have been so fire. The plums.
Plums,
yeah. But still no breakdown. I thought the early look might have given us something interesting, but unfortunately, there's nothing there just yet. So still waiting on the low here on SMCI. Sure. I don't want to add on a flat bottom break here. I want to just hold through the break. So our next bid is in front of 32.10s. If we break that, we're holding through the breakdown of the low of the day, as it looks like the market does want to come back in, which should help us to said downside. I guess Apple. I mean, it wasn't close enough. to that 200 level. I want it a little bit tighter to that top. But if it's going to head down, then
Oh
the
boy,
guy's going to go with.
Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, finally a nice little move downside right now. We'll put that banana down. We're not. This ain't no monkey business happening around here. Nice move there for the futures. Yeah, buddy. There it goes, man. Yes, sir. All right. That was a good take there. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower. I'm going to put some bids. Well, right there, we're right where we need to be, right near that low. So let's put something else out right now and just tell you guys all. I can't guarantee that I'm going to be trading like this every day, but I can guarantee you that E-signal right there, if you trade smarter, not harder with E-signal, get your first, I mean, we're 6 for 6, 5 for 5. Get your first month completely for free with E-signal. Again, all the markets, I just went through all of those lists with you about the different markets that we do have here at Real Trading. E-signal completely entitleable, so you can get entitlements to any of those markets and trade them. There's people obviously here doing that. This is why I've been using E-signal for 20 plus years, looking at different markets, looking at different opportunities. So I encourage everyone to try to sign up with E-signal. First month for free. You're gonna have to pay for whatever entitlements you get, but it's all the scanners. They connect to 50 plus brokers. I really like it. I've never used their connection to any other broker because I've only ever traded here with Real Trading. But again, from what we've heard, it's been great. And these tools, the scanners and all of that, that's what it is. Yeah, no, I've been here since 2002, so 23 years of trading and a lead trader here, obviously at Real Trading. I used to travel around the world, teaching people how to trade, and that's what sort of started this show, was, trying to help people out, get people to trade, talk strategies, so on and so forth. Then we partnered up with Neil here, just to give some more color to everything, because, me just talking about myself would be pretty boring for a while.
Not literally.
Yeah, exactly. So we partnered up there, and then he joined.
That actually was a really good story.
Joined on the show, and it's been ever since then. Now over 515,000 subscribers.
You got to. Sean was in Paris on vacation. It was vacation, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he was. I think it was Paris.
Yeah, it was Paris. Yeah,
it was Paris. Okay, I got it
on
right.
vacation.
So Sean was in Paris, and the show was going to start. Well, it was an internal broadcast at first. It wasn't really a show, but anyways, it was going to start on Monday morning. And so the logistics of what was going to get shown was happening on the bridge, where I was the risk manager on the floor. So we had the producer was there, and we were just talking through. While Sean's not there, we were just talking through, like, what do you think of this? Because, like, if he's going to be showing this screen, I was just kind of giving my input. And then the producer's like, you know what? Like on Howard Stern, those radio shows, they're always talking back and forth, and there's the play-by-play, and there's the analyst. He goes, that's so much better. And then he just turns to me and goes, and I was like, yeah, okay, I guess we're doing the show. And Sean didn't even know until Monday morning, or did somebody email you while you're on vacation?
I think I knew when I was in Paris there.
And someone might have told him when he was in Paris, but I then came back on Monday, and that was it. And it was really corny at first. Some of the segments we used to do were pretty ridiculous. There's a garbage right here.
Maybe you want to get some entertainment here?
There's a garbage right here.
Put that garbage underneath the bell, and I'll see if I can throw the banana peel.
I got you.
Let's see.
You better just...
Yo, what's up, Fabian?
Let me duck out.
What are you guys looking at over there?
Let me duck first.
David, who the heck is David Reischer?
Look, he's the CFO of Lyft.
Oh, okay.
Or CEO of Lyft.
Okay, you ready, Fabian? Watch out, my guy.
No.
Watch out, Neil.
No, I'm going to...
I don't know how this banana peel is going to fly.
Just...
Watch out, Fabian.
Fabian, why are you right there? He's going to hit you with it.
Ramin's got to get something for socials here. Okay, ready for this? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, missed. I'll come pick it up.
You had to adjust for the... No, what doesn't...
Damn, that was close.
You saw it. It was like one of those where it brushes the netting on the way back in.
Oh, man, that was like a free throw. That was like a missed opportunity there. All right, well...
Fahad would have hit it.
Oh, man. Yeah, Fahad would do anything. Okay, there it is right now. We are getting to the downside right now. Thank you, Mr. Donald Trump. I mean, the next time you have a fake announcement to make, please just keep on doing it, because that was great right there. Or at least just send your minions out there to talk about it, only so we can get short. So there it is, man. It's a banger of a trade right there to end the day on the futures. We are getting out of everything else. Oh my gosh, our QBTS also comes out. Wow. You guys might be like, yo, what's up with that trade? We were long off $8. It's right here on our sticky note. And I want to thank Adara and whoever was responsible for making the trade, Hold on a second. I don't want to show you my whole email. What am I even doing? Right there. It's on the watch list today. That's what I was going to show you, but we had it on here. There it is. I retweeted that. Thanks, Dare. That's a great graphic there. This is kind of cool. All these stocks with all of their implied moves and their symbols and everything like that right there. But there it is right there. QBTS, $8 long. So we took that. It was so nice. We had it twice, but the first time it was a failure. I know Neil had this as well, but did not get back in. We busted it through $8 again. So once that happened, I actually noticed it. Then we didn't play the break, but we did play that back in with that as our out. So we take it early. We get stopped out there. That's quick. Then we buy it back. Then this. So nice move to the upside right there. Normally we get out a lot earlier, but that's about a 30% move or so there on QBTS. Palantir just continues to be the one for sure. Nvidia, look at that. We're almost out of everything right now. And there it goes right here. The futures now downside. We've just been shorting this. This is this afternoon, man. Today's going to be, again, a very, very big day. And it's not like we all trade completely separately, right? So all the trades that we make are all independent decisions. So, for you guys, I think that's a good advice that we try to give to everybody. Try to understand what we're doing, and you can ask us if we're green or red or anything like that. But at the end of the day, whether or not I scalped this out, like right now, I only have a third left of this TQQ position. Why? Because of this. We got hit there on that crazy story. Then I was like, whatever, we'll see. And then it comes all the way back down. So now I'm going to try to cover at past resistance, or in this case, support. Right down there. So that's what I'm doing right now today. And if we can break that level, that's kind of what I'm waiting for now. But we only have minutes until the imbalances. And you've heard Neil and I talk often about these imbalances.
How things can shift.
And how things can shift. So, yeah, hopefully this breaks through $60. Actually, this is the break level that I wanted. So I'm going to put out another bid here at 03. Hopefully get that fill, which we just did. So there it is through 03. So, I mean, it's a big trade, right? So hopefully this will continue to go a little bit lower and we'll cash out even more here near the end of the day. But another good one here to close the day.
So you'll see, in about 7 minutes, those imbalances are going to come through. There's an outside chance. Well, it's not an outside chance. There's a chance that WW is going to be on there. It did break that 46. It was a long time flat bottom break, but it's short sell restricted today. So that means you can hit the bid all you want. It doesn't mean that you have to get a fill. There literally wasn't an uptick when it broke that shelf. So if there's a sell imbalance, I'll probably get back into the short. Until then, it's going down into the yesterday's low or the afternight low, aftermarket low, pre-market low, morning low, all at 43. Taking some out at 45, 44, bids in front of 43. But if it's a sell imbalance, I want to be adding to this one. Obviously, the market's going to be heading lower. I want to hold this through. The SMCI is trying to break that low of the day. I'm going to hold that through the imbalances with a break-even stop. So if it gets back into break-even, I'm jumping out of it. And thank goodness we didn't go long in HIMS. That was sometimes you got to pull the plug. Just because you want to buy the dip doesn't mean you have to buy the dip. And I was looking for it to make some kind of a bounce. It just didn't do it. It lost VWAP. It actually tanked another $1.30 on him. So that's going to have to wait. And clearly Coinbase's breakout will have to wait till post earnings, hopefully. If they miss, then maybe we're not taking that breakout for a while. You just absolutely never know. So hold on to these shorts for about 5 minutes or so. And BKS Fly says ETH is still moving up. Really? Because Bitcoin's not doing a darn thing. And Bitcoin is, ETH is continuing to rise. You know what? It's a big trend break here. A really big trend break. It could easily get back. Sorry, these are not Ethereum prices because this is like the ETF. So I don't know the exact level that this would be if ETHE gets to 20. So my bad. But it could at least go another 15%. I can say that 17 to 20 is about a 15% move to another big level. So yeah, ETH is looking stronger than Bitcoin. I don't think that will last, but right now it's the thing. I think it's going to be a good opportunity to get more out of ETH. If you're trying to take profit on it. If you like to hold, then hold it. I'm not that much of a believer anymore. What's crazy is I only ever believed in Bitcoin. I basically got into ETH because our buddy was in it and kept talking me into it. I'm like, whatever, I'll put a little bit into it. That's never a reason to do something, even if it works, because it did work.
I mean, hopefully I can try to convince some of you to take some of these trades. Oh boy. What's up, Tia? What's up, everybody that's in the chat, man? This is just one of these days again, right here. So shout out to all, and to all a good night. What's up, Adara?
We have comments coming through here from J.D. Vance, Vice President of the United States of America, and he's talking here about Elon Musk. We know that there's been a lot of talk as whether or not Elon Musk will be stepping down from the Department of Government Efficiency. He's slated to stay until mid-2026. And Elon said recently during his earnings report for Tesla that he's going to be spending significantly less time at Doge. Now we have J.D. Vance saying that apparently Elon Musk is not going to be stepping away from Doge or stepping down from Doge because there's more ways to be found. So it sounds like, according to J.D. Vance, president of the U.S., Elon Musk is not likely to step down from his government role, at least entirely or in any large capacity. Back to you.
Not necessarily the best news, but...
Yeah, I don't know what to think about all of that, but let's go over and have a quick look. I just punched out of Tesla. I just punched out, Nvidia and Palantir. I'm just going to ride the short in the market. I mean, we've done real well on this play. Now, I mean, we just shorted the futures, man, and right now we're 80 handles, almost 100 handles, like 80 cents in the money now. Obviously, the handle thing has changed, but there it goes. Nice move to the downside as we are cracking lower, and you know, we believed in it, and it worked out right now. We're going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day on that trade. So far, so good there, but there's Tesla. Not too much movement on that. We did get a nice move the other day when they were talking about that and him potentially leaving the government there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just getting out of pretty much out of everything right now. I mean, Nvidia, my number one stock today by far, as I said, is Palantir. But now 25, so it's actually about 4 times the net. That is Nvidia, but that was a good one. We did just get some out right there on Nvidia, the last little piece. We had about 2% left of everything. So Palantir out right there after that long. Nvidia out there after this long. And Tesla, QBTS probably, I mean, to have the low and the high of the day on QBTS, pretty lucky there. So we won't worry too much about it with only 2 minutes, though, until the imbalances. I actually restarted that computer over there, so I got to go see if it's all good. But yeah, right now, just the futures. And just so you guys know, 12% left on the futures because it came into our levels, right? I mean, why not put money in your pocket? I already told you about what these kids are costing me. Right into there, 59.90 was the low. So we were able to get out a bunch, and then we kind of got like a gift there into the 70s. So yeah, man, I mean, a great way to end the day. I'm going to go over and just double check over there. But yeah, this is this has been quite the afternoon. I'll be back just before the imbalances.
Yeah, make sure you get ready because it's actually more earnings than I realized are happening in about 12 minutes. One of the big ones is going to be Affirm. I actually wanted to mention something about Affirm. We'll do so after the imbalances on the other side of it. So just so you know, I'm just going to take advantage. At the end of the day, like if you're short 47 with a stop at 48 and it goes to 43, that's a 3-to-1. So whether it's a sell imbalance or not, I just made sure that I took the profit. I held on to 10%. If it comes my way, we'll get a little bit more. But I was unable to add to this on that break of the trade. And that's sometimes how it is. If it's SSR, short sell restricted, sometimes you have to get it on the way up, and that's the only chance you can get into the short. There was one other chance, but I was already into that thing. We were talking about it in the afternoon. And I'm going to hold SMCI. If it breaks a low on an imbalance, great. I doubt it has an imbalance, but other chip names could have imbalances. Nvidia particularly usually has a pretty big one. We'll see what happens with that. In about 10 seconds or so, we'll get the net order imbalances. On an up day, a lot of times they can end up being sell imbalances just as people take profit. So first things first, I don't see anything big yet. Just a bunch of small names. Nvidia is there. 1 million. It's a sell. 1 million to the sell side. Apple's a sell. Only 1 million shares. Amazon 900,000. Intel's a buy for some reason at 950K. Alphabet's a sell of 800,000. So small sell imbalances. Nothing crazy overwhelming there. So yeah, they're not huge, but it's going to cause a spike down anyways. The futures just made another low. I think Nvidia did have on that 1 million. It did make a pretty decent move to the downside and continues to flush. So it does look pretty good to said downside. I see WW is a buy, which means punch out. Small buy, I was anticipating sell, so it comes out a buy. That's why we took out 90%. Had it come out a sell, maybe I add to it, but if we're taking one shot at it, if it comes out a big sell on a delete, then I'm gonna jump out. But if it doesn't work for you, just because it's in the money, it's a buy imbalance. So why would I hold on to that short trade? Let's go to the desk. Adara has another update.
I don't have any news, but I do want to remind you guys, we have tons of earnings coming after the bell. Join Sean and myself on the market recap show to get all of that. But I also want to let you guys know Lyft, oh, hello, Sean. Lyft is reporting tonight, and you might remember Lyft had a pretty memorable earnings report back in Q4 2023 when this happened. Basically what happened is they accidentally said there was a 500 basis point expansion in their gross margin being guided. And then they said actually an extra zero slipped in and they were only guiding a 50 basis point increase. So here's just one of many earnings gaffes. This is going to be a whole series that I'm going to do on X at TTV Research of notable earnings mistakes, scandals, or sticky situations. Here's the first edition. I'm going to be posting these in the coming days. So if you want to take a little trip down earnings memory lane, join us on X at TTV Research. Of course, inspired by Lyft's earnings tonight. Back to you.
And in the I love it. And hopefully, I'm kind of hoping that Lyft gives us some good trading opportunities on Uber tomorrow. That's going to be a big one. A sympathy play. I was very disappointed with Uber. To be frank with you, I thought it was a little bit stronger than it was. I'm just glad I didn't make any trades on it because obviously it ended up a lot weaker than before. A potential squeeze name. I love what's happening on the chart of Affirm. I love when you have a stock breaking out, and this is nothing against anybody that went short on the death cross, but this is the 50 crossing the 200 period. That's known as the death cross, and the immediate reaction is the stock is breaking out. So there are people who short this move, and I'm not one of them. I've said it before. I'm not a huge believer in it. That said, there's your death cross, there's your breakout, and now you've got earnings. So I do like this one. If they miss, clearly it could be a bit of a bad thing, but so far, so good for Affirm. We'll see after the bell, I believe at 4:10, they're one of the bigger expected moves.
Oh, boy. I mean, here we go. Often imitated, never duplicated, man. It's Trader TV Live. I mean, who next, as a famous boxer once said. Nice move to the downside right here.
Undisputed heavyweight
We're back.
champion of the world.
Yeah, exactly. We're back.
What? Who next?
We're back. We're flushing down. We are starting to get into the gates of hell. Yeah, man. Come at me, Mike DeRider. No, he's saying nobody F's with Trader TV Live. We really, really respect that, man. And there it is, man. Have a glass of water on me. There it goes, man. Nice downside move. All right. I mean, that's for real, right? This is real. So there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside. Man, I should go over to the desk and fix my charts a little more often over there. All right, bang. Yeah, you're right there, Farm Trader. I mean, this is the trade. So, what's up there?
Here is, thank you to our friends at Trade the Pool. Traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking $5,300, $15.2 thousand, $36,000, even $29,940 on one trade. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that is your total risk. You trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital. Keep 70% of the profits. There's no margin calls and no account blowups. Scan Trade the Pool's QR code to get 10% off and start your journey. Also, I just want to let you guys know I'm seeing a statement coming through here from UK officials. Apparently, they're saying that the US deal is not a finished trade agreement, but it is substantive, and that they still have serious work to do. This was basically echoed here. We know Donald Trump said that they're going to get the final details sorted out in a few weeks. So we knew already this wasn't a finalized agreement, but the UK officials just confirming this. They also said here there's going to be a commitment to bring down or totally liberalize a large number of tariff lines. So, yeah, they're just talking here on some tariffs, saying this agreement with the U.S. is far from over. Back to you.
Over.
I mean, keep bringing it, Donald. I mean, this has been an absolutely crazy end to the day. We already sort of talked about, kind of the run that we've been on here today, including now Nvidia. We're going to go 5 for 5. Nvidia, Palantir, QBTS, which was one of the most impressive ones. I mean, this one was absolutely huge. To Tesla, looking at that 290 break that didn't happen. That was a crazy long there, out there, out there, out there. Then good fade there. I mean, we could have waited, I guess, for that top. It's a good thing we didn't get punched in on that BS, but nice move down into 285 again. But there it is, man. Now, wow, we are really getting going here into the close. So, okay, man. Yeah, stay tuned for the after show. The traders will stay late, and you guys will stay late with me and Adara. I don't know if we have any guests on, whatever. If we do, great. But there it is. Nice move down there for the TQs. I don't know if we have Steve Tileman or whatever. Oh, no, he got moved to Friday, right?
It's tomorrow.
Yeah, so, okay. So, anyways, big movements there into the close. We're on it. I hope you guys are on it as well. We're going to wrap this thing up. I don't even, like you said, I don't even know. I guess those imbalances were short. But there it comes.
Small short.
Yeah, small short. But again, the rhetoric.
The overall was 2 build sell, 2 million Nvidia, 1 million Apple, Amazon, and something else. All sells.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. So thank you, man. I mean, life is really good these days. And, it's nice to come into work and spend it with everybody. So keep watching, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Want to thank the whole team for all the work that they do here every single day because, I could sit here and trade by myself and do this, but it's great to show everybody what's going on right here and show people that these trades, with a little bit of obviously help from the market are possible. And, we sit here every single day and show you the kind of trading that we do. So there we go, man. Eduardo, the daily goal is just something that was hit at 9:35 today. So right now it's blasted, right? So we're not going to worry too much about that. It is a good day. And again, everyone makes different money around here. So everyone put your goals wherever you want them, or don't at all. It's completely up to you. I'm just doing that for the show.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually don't even have a daily goal. It's just for the show to show you guys that I'm actually making money. Like you can
just to make money, guys.
Right. And not everyone's making money. So that's
sometimes nobody is.
Exactly. Sometimes nobody makes money. Today, 1 or 2. It is what it is, right? That's the day. I love it when everyone makes money, but some days none of us do. Some days all of us do. So that's why you can ask us, but it doesn't matter. Everyone trades, like I said, different styles and everything, and we're just happy to be here and continue to grow, right? The show continues to grow. We've got a great team. Ramin's throwing down all these great Instagrams. Fabian's over there doing something. Andre as well, switching now. That's great. We have Mark. We have Ryan. We have all of these guys. We have Brendan in the back there. We don't have a Ryan, Neil.
We don't have a Ryan.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who Ryan is.
And then
I know. I
Adara.
remember one Ryan is a trader. You know the guy I'm thinking about.
Yes, yes. Oh yeah, that
There's
Ryan.
only ever been one
shout out to
Ryan.
that Ryan.
It's the only Ryan ever on the floor.
Yeah.
He owns his own floor now. Yeah, he runs his own floor.
What's up, Ryan? If you're watching, my guy.
At least he did. I'm assuming he still does.
I assume he doesn't actually.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. But who knows?
no idea.
Maybe he does. I don't know. What's up to Shemyers is over there with that guy.
Yeah, I remember Shemyers.
Shemyers. I remember throwing this guy in my Honda Accord because he had drank too much.
Even trading.
Yeah, exactly. We went to Croc Rock, if anybody knows anything about Toronto back in the days. We went to Croc Rock when we were just little traders, and I had already graduated and this and that, and we all went there and we were drinking, celebrating. This guy couldn't even walk. I think he got kicked out the back door, actually, and I had to bring the car around for that guy. Because I don't know if I lived in Brampton or not, but he did that time. So anyways, long story short, I'm out of here.
That's where
good day, I'm out of here.
My grad party was at the Croc Rock.
Right, everyone.
And our boy was on the table. It's not a dance club. It's just a bar, and he was dancing on the table. I don't want to out the guy, but I think you might know who it is. There's only about 10 seconds to go in here, everybody, because the market is closing, and obviously it's closing in the green, but to the downside. I don't have to hit a key. We're just going to see it in 2 and 1. Adara.
Before I get back to my desk, back over there. So Obi got back to me. He says AI as in artificial intelligence or as in Al Brooks. He's known for his work on price action. Okay, so there we go.
Al Brooks.
So we get it again, man. We get it again. All right. Oh boy. All right. I'm going back over the desk.
We've been saying that about, but you know what?
LeBron James will see you guys tomorrow, but I'll see you in a couple seconds.
In pure trading fashion, like only Obi would be talking about Al Brooks, who is a technical analyst. I'm just reading it off Wikipedia, everybody. Professional trader, author, lecturer, trading room presenter, and Futures Magazine contributor. So when we say AI, like he thinks this, like Al Brooks or AI, like, and he's wrote some books. That's what I love about Obi, man. And like everyone just has to do them. At the end of the day, like you don't have to like sports, you don't have to like whatever, you know, you don't have to win every trade, you don't have to be whatever everyone expects you to be. And so I love that about Obi. The guy is definitely himself. We have some earnings coming out already. I didn't think there's Tesla, but I believe I just heard in my ear Expedia. Big shout out to the entire crew and shout out to everybody here, which we usually do. But Expedia just dropped $10 here. So it looks like, yeah, it's trying to bounce. A $10 drop on Expedia. There are some dark pool prints coming off higher, but believe me, it legitimately dropped down into 161. So there are earnings coming into play already. It's a big, busy one. We're going to throw you to the aftermarket show. I just want to thank the midday guys. I want to thank Fabian and Ramin. I want to give a big shout out to all of our viewers. It's been an unbelievable run. News out the wazoo, and a host of earnings to get to today, guys. So let's go on over to the desk. Your market recap starts now.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, the trade desk is out. Adara, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Great, let's get going.
We can get started.
No small talk. No, it's been great. Yeah, thanks for all the work today. There's been a very, very busy day, obviously, in the market.
Oh, yes.
But the trade desk is out and flying higher. Right now, $67 for the trade desk. Thank you, everybody, for watching, man. We're going to have a lot of fun here. It was a huge day, one of my biggest days in a couple weeks, for sure, there today. But there goes the trade desk. Nice move to the high side right now, up 19%, and it was cruising all day. So there goes TTD. Nice move to the high side right now. We also had, and we didn't cover this one because we missed it, Expedia. Ciao. Where's those vacations? I need to take one. But Expedia, nice move to the downside right there. That's gone.
I have it.
We also have Lyft. I'm just going to quickly go. Adara's going to give us the numbers in a minute. I just want to show you some of these moves. Bye-bye, Lyft. So there goes Lyft to the upside as well. So a couple names there. The trade desk upside, Lyft upside, Expedia, Adara, downside. So right there, couple bangs and a fail. So those are the three so far. Which one do you want to tell everybody about?
I'll start with Lyft because I just have that up right now on my Benzinga. Gross bookings, $4.2 billion. That is up 13% year over year. Revenue, $1.5 billion, up 14% year over year. And that's actually above estimates that I'm seeing here of $1.46 billion. Net income here of $2.6 million per share compared to a loss of $31.5 million last year. So nice year over year increase. I'm trying to see where we have for EPS. I'm not seeing EPS right now, but yeah, generally good report here from Lyft. Let's go over TTD. Trade desk here, I am seeing apparently GAAP earnings of 33 cents per share.
Boom.
That is above estimates of 25 cents. Revenue, $616 million, above estimates of $575.3 million. Let's take a look at Expedia because that one is expediting itself to the downside. It's taking a trip lower. Q1 earnings of 40 cents per share, above estimates of 29. Sales, $2.99 billion, below estimates of $3.01 billion. So that would be a miss on sales and a beat on EPS. I'm going to take a look out for any of these other many earnings.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff coming out. Dropbox coming out. Lyft has been huge right there with a nice move. Expedia, nice move down on the daily chart for Expedia. It's been trading well. So Expedia has made a nice little top there of 170, but now down into 160 right there for Expedia is where we're looking for it on the daily. But there's the move, what we're looking for there. DBX, I just teased with Dropbox. I want to thank everybody for staying. I've got the chat open. So as more names come out, man, I'll be in there to let's go there. What's up to everybody that's here? Pelican, Tia, hope you're having a good time watching the show right now. So there it goes. Look at Dropbox. Bye-bye to Dropbox, but not too bad. Right there, we go from trading to over here to the desk, and there it is. Nice move to the downside there for Dropbox. As we watch out for some of these cloud names going through, it's Coinbase's world, and what is going on? They're coming out very, very soon. I just heard it in my ear. I don't see them out yet, but that's a nice move, right? 206 right now up to 208. We're expecting a little bit more than that. We're expecting the move here for Coinbase, and we have the written down at 410. So if they come early, they do. But right now, 6.5% is the expected move. So at 200, you'd think that could get to maybe 220 or so. So we'll see what happens with Coinbase. Not out yet. Affirm possibly out. Nice pop there for Affirm. The number that we're looking for on Affirm right now is EPS of -8 cents. So still not going to make money. If they did, great. Looking for the implied move of 12%. But there goes Affirm from $54 up to $58. Let's just check what it looks like on a daily chart. So all the way up here. Wow, what a great dip buy that was with a Robinhood, with a SoFi. Affirm, a new finance, making the move to the upside right now and pulling back just a little bit, Adara. So what are the? Oh, now Affirm going red. All right. You're not going to get this action in one spot where you just see Affirm all the way up there, and now you see Affirm all the way down here. Adara, what just turned this? Anything that you're coming up with?
Yeah, I have. Okay, so here's the thing. Affirm's one of those ones where you have to go on their website to find the report.
Oh.
And so, yeah, they do not have the link up, so I don't know why they sent me to their website. I'm sorry, I don't have Affirm yet, though it is out. And if their website would like to cooperate with me, we'll give you guys those numbers post-haste. What else are we getting here?
Pinterest is out.
Pinterest, so perfect. Let's go over PINS.
Ooh, nice move higher.
And Pinterest moving up here. Okay, revenue, $855 million, up 16% year over year. I was seeing estimates of $846.1 million. As of right now, looks like a beat. Global monthly active users up 10% year over year to 570 million. GAAP net income, $9 million. Adjusted EBITDA, $172 million. Apparently, the CEO saying that there's continued momentum in revenue. His name is Bill Ready, which honestly, I think that's a great name because he's ready to rumble.
Toast is out.
And so is PINS. Let's see how Toast is doing.
Toast is relatively flat.
His bread?
Toast is like about a 3 out of 5 shade right now.
Oh, yeah, that's the earnings are kind of mixed.
You know, it's got a little butter on it right there. There's not too much jam on this thing yet. So we'll pass on that.
I have the numbers.
Okay, let's go to Wolf speed quickly. Okay, we will talk about Toast. Wolf is making the move down. All right, do you want to talk about Toast quickly? I mean, I know this is a name, a Josh Brown name, restaurant name.
I think it's worth mentioning here. 9 cents per share here, missing estimates of 12 cents. Sales in line. When I said mixed, I really did mean it. We had that this EPS miss, but pretty close to estimates, and then sales exactly in line with estimates. Affirm, would you like to publish your results? I would love to see them.
Let's have a look at what it's doing. So Affirm still is going lower quite significantly right now, down more than 10% from its close, right? It closed at $55 and you're down through 50. Now you're up to 51. So what was a great day for Affirm today? Affirm was up 7 or 8% during the day, but giving it back right now as Affirm and turning red. So we're still waiting. Trust me, I mean, Adara's the best at this. So if she finds it, she's scouring right now.
Well, it's out. It's just like
it's out, but we don't have
website.
Right. So right now, HubSpot, a CRM name, downside right there. So now HubSpot, we're printing 6 bills on HubSpot. Is that what I just saw there? No, sorry, 640. So not that bad to the downside. Okay, just one second. 640 right there, right into here. So HubSpot, not really going too much. Is that Affirm that you're talking about, Dara?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what Affirm has been really nice, man. A lot of these names have been great since the bottom, but we don't really care about that. Let's go find out what Affirm's talking about, because there's the move lower, down now 10%. From the close, down 10%, but much more than that from the day's high. There goes Affirm. Adara, give us the goods.
Yeah, I would enjoy if they put their earnings on their website in a more visually palatable way, because it's kind of hard to read this, but $783 million in revenue. No, I was seeing estimates here of $783.1 million, so that looks basically in line, but it is up on a year-over-year basis, because last year for this quarter, they reported $576 million in revenue, so that's over $200 million year-over-year growth. Pretty solid. Transactions per active consumer up on a year-over-year basis. Active consumers up year-over-year. GMV up year-over-year. So there is some growth here. I think that's worth noting for sure. But again, I don't have the EPS yet, because the way they report their earnings is kind of weird. Let's see what else.
Lower.
People were asking here about CLSK. I'm going to take a look for CLSK here. See what's happening with CleanSpark. I am seeing CleanSpark earnings. There we go. There's that one time they, at the last minute, canceled them. So quarterly revenue, $181.7 million. We were looking for estimates that I'm seeing of 191. So again, sometimes the estimates I'm seeing are not the ones the street goes with, but it is worth noting here they did increase on a year-over-year basis. Net losses, 49 cents per share compared to net income of 59 cents per share last year. That is not great here for CleanSpark. So they're getting a little bit cleaned up here. Lower, people asking about Coin. Coin was not set to be released yet. They're coming in at 410. Other people asking about Net, another one that I'm expecting at 415. But what about Mara? Mara I'm expecting at 405. Oh, and Mara is out. They came out right even at 405, and it's another one I have to go in their link, so I'm going to deal with their website right now.
Flat. Okay, go get their numbers. What we're looking for is an EPS of -4 cents on Mara. Let's see a profit, but it doesn't look like it. This is a 2-minute chart. I actually zoomed out. I mean, the big one I think for what? MNST just reported Monster Beverage. I was like, if MSTR is hitting this, then we have to watch out for that. But I wanted to just zoom out. I went to a 60-minute chart just to show you guys on a firm. Like all you are is pushing right back into the first of the month. It's the first of the month, you know, Bone Thugs?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's easy. You're not Obi. I got that. Right down there. $46. So there it is, man. You're getting back into this level. So a firm just giving back the last week of trade right now. But it is a bad number. Like if you were hoping that this was going to go high side, it is not. So there goes a firm right down to the downside. We didn't really cover Wolf speed, but I do see someone in the chat there saying, Wolf, what's up, Sarb? Yeah, Wolf down, then right back up. Not doing a whole heck of a lot. I do want to show you though that I am scouring, and so Soundhound is now up as well. So SOUN. We are looking. SOUN. We're doing this all live, by the way. Like we're typing this in ourselves. No producer in our ear. No nothing doing anything. And that's why I wanted to show you that I'm just scouring this. Like I'm looking at the chat, I'm looking at the Benzinga Pro. We're giving you as many information for these reports. Like there's pins right there. I saw Soundhound. So we just flipping it over, right? So if we miss a couple names, give us a little bit of a second there. But Soundhound now down to $9 and change. Not great again, losing a little bit on that. We were up to 10, back into 9. You know, that's about a 10% down play there, but we'll wait to see what's going on. What do you, sorry, Dick Tracy there. I say Wolf's not doing a lot. Well, it's right here at 417. So, I mean, it was closing in around 444. It was doing something and it was down here. But right now, still down that 10%. So you're right. Wolf speed is down a little bit. Just doesn't look dramatic. That's for sure. Which numbers do you want to go with?
I'll go with Mara, but I want to go with Wolf too, because we actually did a super chat for Wolf
go ahead.
from our friend Nimrod with just a lot of Wolf emojis. Thank you for that 6 shekel super chat. Mara, missing EPS, as I mentioned here. So 1.55. They're losing $1.55 per share versus estimates of 4 cents per share. Like CleanSpark, we were expecting profit. We got a loss per share. So CleanSpark and Mara are kind of twinning here. Sales, missing estimates, 213.88 million versus 221.64 million expected. Wolf, I did put Wolf speed earnings in the chat. I'm going to go over them here too.
That Mara number was
a fun little thing. Yeah, they had a miss on both bases. They had unexpected loss per share. Wolf speed, smaller than expected loss per share, 72 cents versus estimates of a 77-cent loss. So that would be a beat. Sales were not a beat, $185.4 million versus estimates of $194.13 million. People are asking about DraftKings. DraftKings is not supposed to come out until 4:15
Where's Coinbase?
Net was supposed to come also. I don't have DraftKings yet. Net, do I have them? No, I do not. Coinbase is late, and they're still not here. But let's go over here Soundhound, because I know you mentioned Soundhound stock move. I can go over the numbers if people would like. Soundhound, let's go.
Soundhound is getting crushed.
They said this is record, apparently, first quarter revenue. It's up 151% year over year. They reported revenue of $29.1 million. And that revenue amount I have here is not correct, so I can't really see compared to estimates yet, like on my end anyway when I wrote the estimates. But 29.1 million is what they reported, up 151% year over year. GAAP gross margin 36.5%, non-GAAP gross margin 50.8%. GAAP earnings here 31 cents per share. Again, not always seeing how some of these compare to estimates, but kind of a mixed look here for SOUN. That 151% year over year record Q1 revenue, not a bad look, but I need to see how these compare to estimates because right now I can't tell.
All right, down goes Mara to a level that we were at earlier today, this 1374, 1375 level. So I'm just actually going to go into a 5-minute chart right here. Look at Mara giving everything back today. So forget about Bitcoin 101,000 right now. Mara getting downside. Let's just have a quick little look at what crypto's up to. Oh yeah. Right there, 5% in the last 24 hours, up $5,000, 1014 right now for. Here, zoom in a little bit. There it is there, 1014 for Bitcoin. Watching that because we're doing it live, but there's Mara coming back in again. So, all right, Pinterest upside now. It was starting to head down a little bit early. Now Pinterest starting to go back upside. That's going to be a winner, right? Expedia was an early loser, trying to battle back again as well. Right here, 163 and change for Expedia. We still wait for Coinbase. All right, it looks like it is out. So there's Coinbase right now. We'll drop down to a 1-minute chart. We are looking at, again, a move of 12%. 2% or so expected. It looks like Coinbase now making the moves to the downside. Little surprising, Meg, considering the trading in Bitcoin over the last little while. We were thinking that maybe Coinbase, with the transaction volume and whatnot, could have picked up a little bit, but it's just dropping back in. Nothing to worry about. This is actually the 200 period moving average. So you're still above where we were yesterday, but Coinbase right now trying to give some back today. We did have a nice move, obviously, up to that 210. And if you're going to look at a daily chart on Coinbase, which it's right here, it needed to get above. That's 212, right? So if we can get above that 212 area, then the next stop would be the 50 period, the 200 period moving average, 2.25. So we'll see if Coinbase gets going, and Adara, once we get those numbers, she'll dump them on you, because right now we are getting a data dump.
Wolf's trying to bouncing, though.
There it goes, man. Coinbase is now bouncing from the depths of hell right now. That's a reference to wrestling. Right there for Kane. But there it is, Coinbase coming back nicely. You just said DraftKings, Donkey Kong, right there now out. I saw Jameson say in the chat there, why would you ever want Affirm when it's buy now, pay never? That's something that I coined back in 2020. Right there, so Affirm still downside. You just said Net, so NetApp is now out.
Oh no,
Cloudflare, sorry. Net, yeah, so wow, Cloudflare. So we saw some good talk about some of the cloud names, like Azure was pretty good. We saw AWS for Amazon, but it's looking like right now Cloudflare taking a hit on this number downside. But again, they've been producing pretty good. You're just back in here into the 50 period moving average on the daily. All right, Adara. I mean, there's a lot of names that we've sort of covered. Is there one specifically that you want to give us the numbers on?
So I'm just trying to, I have DraftKings, I have Cloudflare.
DraftKings.
Do I have Coin? I do not have Coin. Let's start. I'm seeing a couple people saying that Coin is out on X, but more people are saying it's not. So I don't really know. I don't want to give you guys any false numbers, which is not why I'm waiting on giving the numbers. Right now, I can give you guys DraftKings.
Oh, Rocket Lab getting killed.
DraftKings was a double miss, though. So DraftKings, 12 cents earnings versus 22 cents expected per share. Sales, 1.41 billion versus 1.44 billion expected. Double miss here for DKNG. What about, you said RKLB?
Yeah, it's out. It's tanking. Rocket Lab. So there goes Rocket Lab. A nice move down into $21, giving everything back again today. I'm actually going to zoom out because this 1 minute chart is great, but not giving us a crazy idea. So Rocket Lab, we could see some bouncing right around here, 22.50 or so. That was where we really consolidated early before taking off into the close. Someone thought they were going to have a good report. It got run up into the close. There's the hit rate back down. And then, just to give some sort of a look on this, we're just right back to here. This is not the end of the world for Rocket Lab, but it is a downside play. And if you're on the options there, then you're down about $1 right now on RKLB. DraftKings lowered. I don't know if you just said this, Adara. You probably did.
I did just go over those numbers.
Yeah, so they lowered their guidance. So that's going to be a problem, but they are battling back. So I think that low tick down there to 30.
I have Coinbase.
Okay, now we do have Coinbase. So that low tick down there on DKNG, probably an algo that reads lower guidance. Now it gets bought back up on decent sales numbers. Okay, so Coinbase is now out, which makes sense because now we're back in to those lows again of $200. I see the shareholder letter that's been released.
And it won't let me open the letter. So that would be allegedly where we have earnings. I click on the letter and it says site does not work. And I'm like, well, okay.
You know what? It's probably getting blasted. Keep clicking it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep trying to refresh this. But yeah, so we can go over.
All right, we can go over
RKLB if you guys want,
sure.
though. So RKLB beating here on both metrics. Apparently, according to their CEO, Sir Peter Beck is his name, they said that actually the sales are near record and they're up significantly year over year. Smaller than expected loss per share, 12 cents versus 13 expected. So that would be a beat. Sales, 122.57 million versus 121.38 million. On both of these metrics, they beat by literally a hair. What about Cloudflare? Let's take a look at Cloudflare.
People say it's green now.
Cloudflare is kind of flat. So they had revenue up 27% year over year, 479.1 million for the quarter. I'm seeing estimates of 468.74 million. It looks like they might have beat, but again, I always say these estimates do vary. GAAP loss from operations here, $53.2 million. Looks like we were expecting profit per share, so we're gonna have to wait out and find what happens. GAAP, they did profit here, GAAP gross profit of 363.5 million. I want to see the final numbers here because there's a lot in this report and I want to make sure we're digesting it properly. Coinbase, where are you at? Come on, Brian. Where is your thing? Why can I not click on this link? This is pretty arm weak right now, I gotta say here, because why can I not see this letter?
DraftKings trying to go green.
Keep looking here.
That's okay. Yeah, look, do your thing. I was just running over. Come over to me, Fabian. Thanks. Yeah, we'll just continue to watch this. So right now, DraftKings does have that move down. Now it's actually trying to turn positive right there on DraftKings. So I was actually also looking at Mara. They're having that little bounce back a little bit as well right now. Just noticing that today we had gold down. Look at that dump there on gold as Trump right around this time, around 11 o'clock, came out and was talking about the market a little bit. Must have, gold traders must not have liked that, maybe dumping some gold into equities. Right now, gold pulling back 2% today. KWeb, some of the big Chinese names, that got a little bit of a boost there on hope really, that there was going to be a deal coming through for China sometime soon. I don't think that's anywhere close. XLE today up 1.3%. But again, if you like energy, man, you got to like XLE trying to base out in there as well. US oil, I noticed, was up a little bit today. But again, if you like oil, you're at some crazy lows right now to try to pick something up. If there's going to be something about this world, and that is some sort of stability, then maybe oil gets back into play one more time. Okay, Adara now has official Coinbase earnings. So this could give us a little bit of a move. I'm going to go to a 1 minute chart as Adara's reading this so we can all have a look. It's very choppy here in the after hours, Adara, with Coinbase.
Yeah, for the record, I'm still not seeing this on their official investor website. This is from a source that I trust on X, but they're still posting them here. 24 cents per share for earnings, and then revenue here of 2.09 billion, missing estimates of 2.12 billion. That is the deal with Coinbase. Also, some people on X I was seeing were not happy with CEO Brian Armstrong. They did not like the revenue results, so I don't know about that. But Affirm will go over again here because I know I earlier could not find their earnings per share. Smaller than expected loss here for Affirm. 1 cent loss versus 3 cent loss expected. And as I said here, sales are basically in line, 783.13 million versus estimates of 783.03 million. Benzinga counts this as a beat. I would say this is basically in line with estimates.
Right.
But yeah, they did beat here on earnings per share. I also want to mention Howard Lutnick, our friend at the Commerce Secretary's office here, is talking tariffs because, of course. So basically, he is saying that as you get to bigger economies, there's going to be more work and it's going to take more time. But he thinks they'll get there for trade deals by July 8th. On which countries? 8th. I don't know. He hasn't said, but he thinks they're going to get there to some kind of trade deal of unspecified nature by July 8th. He thinks the baseline 10% tariff will stay. And if countries are in an open market, the best they're going to be able to do is 10%. But their goal for China is going to be de-escalating and bringing rates down. So I don't know. Here's Howard Lutnick. There are times where he'll say things and then Trump will say something that's exactly the opposite the next day. So I really want to keep that in mind. But regardless, Lutnick talking tariffs, I think it is worth noting here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where he gets July 8th from, but that's good. It's probably a Monday because you have July 4th and maybe the holiday, maybe Donald Trump. I have no idea.
We'll be calling everybody like over the weekend. Like, gosh, we really need these deals.
Guys, again, make America great again. All right, so right there, bang for TTD. There goes the trade desk. I think this is the biggest winner and widely held name, right? I mean, market cap of over $30 billion for the trade desk.
Apparently, July 8th is the end of the 90-day pause.
Okay.
Thank you guys in the chat for telling me that.
Perfect.
Appreciate that.
That makes sense. All right, so yeah, that would be great. I mean, look, there is that 90-day pause still on, right? So hopefully there is some negotiations from now till then. We're already May, June, July. Actually, it's a little closer than I thought right there. But yeah, the trade desk continuing escalation here to the upside. What a beat up name, man. They gapped there on that miss. And Warren, of course, as we all worried about search and ad revenues and things like that. But the trade desk right now making that move higher into, I mean, maybe they sandbagged the last couple quarters, but it looks like this one will work out. And you know what else just happened? DraftKings is pumping. DraftKings was lowered, and then now here, let me go over, that's a daily chart. Let me just go over to a chart here today. So I don't know what was going on down there, but we talked about how they had guided a little bit lower. I don't think people care too much about that for some reason because there goes DKNG ripping back there up to the upside. I'm just going to do a little bit of work here and just look for what DraftKings earnings were. Again, misses. So EPS of 12 cents, missing 22 cents. Sales also missing 141 versus 144. But then their FY sales guidance actually was a little bit higher. So, well, actually, no, their guidance was a little bit lower. I mean, I'm reading this right here on Benzinga, and I can't understand this. So they lowered their FY sales guidance, right, for FY 25, their forward year, to 6.4 as the highest versus 761. They're nowhere close. These are miss, miss again on that. So I wonder if there's a little bit of misreporting there, but yeah, there goes DraftKings upside right now, up 7%. That's on the day. Really on the close, you're up about $1.50 right there on DKNG as that continues to go higher. Let's look at the 200 period. This is another name that I was a little scared to buy, but I did say I like DraftKings in and around this level. So that's a big one. All right, so just to talk about this quickly, Affirm doing this. Down, okay. Coinbase. Well, is there something about Lutnick again? Nice move there.
And Navarro.
Yeah, okay. SoundHound coming back in. Like all of these puppets that are coming out, Lutnick, Bessent, Navarro, keeps going on and on and on. The White House press secretary there.
Caroline Levitt.
Yeah, Caroline Levitt, yeah. I heard you say each of these names probably like 100 times a day.
Oh, yeah,
like,
and I think about them probably even more.
Yeah, and it's just like, no matter what happens, really, we already know who's in charge here. It's the big man. And until we actually get something from that, I'm not really sure what to think about all of this. But there goes SoundHound. Let's just check on the temperature of the NASDAQ. So it had a move down there. It's not really reflecting any of these earnings. So the NASDAQ's just kind of chilling out, which makes me think that Nvidia is not having a day here.
Lyft announced a $750 million buyback.
Oh, well, that's probably ripping the stock.
Yeah.
LYFT. Okay, what was that?
$750 million buyback announced by Lyft. Hopefully next year's zero didn't slip in. No, I'm joking.
No, yeah.
Like legit. But $750 million buyback is a great look. And then as Pug Life is saying in the chat, tomorrow we get the Fed parade. We do get the Fed parade tomorrow. So many Fed speakers. Oh my gosh, they do not stop. At times there are going to be 3 talking at the same time. I'll definitely get some visuals and stuff prepared for you guys on X tomorrow ahead of that so we can prepare ourselves. But they start early and like they start at like 6:30 and they end at like 7:30 p.m. So they're going for more than 12 hours, of course, spread out. Also, I want to talk about these comments I'm seeing from Navarro and Lutnick. Lutnick just ended a CNBC interview. That might be the end of Lutnick. But Lutnick here saying that they want 50% of chips to be made domestically. Okay. So keep an eye on that. Also here, Peter Navarro saying that the U.S. is not getting rid of all tariffs on steel and aluminum. So steel and aluminum tariffs apparently still going to be in play, at least to some extent.
I like Nucor.
So much here with regards to these here markets. Again, Lyft, they did announce a $750 million buyback program.
All right, we just looked at Nucor. We looked at a little bit of United States Steel here. I really like Nucor. Nucor's been beat up as well. So again, if you're trying to diversify, I'm going to sneeze in a minute. Nucor, a nice move down into 115 and change right there. So again, a steel name that we could look at. The trade desk looks to be the biggest winner. If we just look over some of these names, we had the trade desk. Let me just go over. I'm going to 2-minute chart so we can see what's going on. Wow. TTD just continue upside right there. I'm going to run over all the big names right now. So Mara downside here today, but this is just the open. Tomorrow, just giving everything back from today. Fine, okay, probably up tomorrow. AFRM, we'll look at that right there. Downside, not sure this one will be up tomorrow, but we did see some nice moves today. We saw Shopify, by the way, today go like this on earnings. So yesterday when you had Neil and Adara doing the same show, this move pulled back down into $87 and it all looked pretty dead. And then it all of a sudden ripped back up. So I'm wondering if Affirm will have something very, very similar happen to it tomorrow. Wolfspeed that I said wasn't really doing anything. Then I was corrected. It was down about 10%. I mean, can we still say now it's not doing anything? It's down 20 cents right now, but I know it's only a $4 stock. So, okay. Right there. Coinbase is another big one. Yeah, thanks for that one, Adara. Coinbase near the lows of the day of the after hours, but we've already broken through the day's low right there at 203, but we're just at $2, right? And so if we zoom back out here, $200 is right here. It's above where we were yesterday still. Okay, so Coinbase, puff, puff, pass, it looks like on that one. All right, Pinterest, another one right now. Wow, this one's really starting to get back up to the upside right now. Up 14% goes Pinterest there today. And we're printing up here $31. That's where the green is. So we're at the 200 period. Nice move back up there for Pinterest as we look at that Wolf stock. CleanSpark, CLSK, another name heading lower right now. CleanSpark looks to push that envelope a little bit lower. Lyft is another winner, lifting. Hopefully, we'll check out what's going on with Uber quickly there. All right, not doing anything, but Uber actually gotten hit the last couple of days. I wonder what's up with that. I'm thinking about getting out double tops, triple tops on Uber as well. So that's downside. Toast. If anybody's going to any restaurants lately, it's that sort of automatic where they put the food in, the order taking, all that goes to the back and
I've
front.
seen some places using Toast
Yeah,
lately.
front desk, back back office, but it's the back kitchen there. So Chef Joe, if you're here, you may be familiar. Anybody in the industry there as well. We already looked at a little bit of Coinbase. That's downside already. SoundHound.
More about coin.
Yeah, okay, we can do Coinbase in a second. Sound going to the downside right there as well. DKNG, a surprise move higher, as it looked like they missed everywhere, but DraftKings, nice move there as we get higher there. And then we're just going to wrap this up with 1 minute left in the show. I want to thank 4,500 of you for staying. No guests today, no problem. Nice move there for Cloudflare. Upside now, was down, now up. And the last one before I need to get out of here as well, it's Rocket Lab 2261. All right, give me some information on Coinbase.
So Coinbase, I'd read the earnings here off of X. The earnings that Bensing is going with are slightly different. So with Coinbase, always the EPS and adjusted EPS are going to be different. I had the EPS number previously. Here's the adjusted EPS, 194. That is missing estimates of 211 per share. Sales, 2.03 billion. I was initially saying 2.09 billion. But either way, they still missed estimates of 2.12 billion. So at that point, it's kind of a shrug. Either way, they have missed estimates. Coinbase is losing some coin right now to the downside. So that was Coinbase. I really wanted to go over that again. Thank you guys for being patient with us while we went through so many earnings reports today. It was a doozy, but we had fun.
Yeah, it was an absolute great one. All right, there it is, man. We got to get out of here. Okay, because we talked about toast, because we talked about a little bit of a restaurant. All right, let's just say you were going out today with a girlfriend or whoever was in town, maybe your sister or something like that, and you wanted to go out to a restaurant. All right, so this is what, not nationality, but what style of food would this be as we dab ourselves out, like Thai food or something?
Seafood.
Seafood, okay, we like that. And a seafood would be, what would be a dish?
Oh, I like shrimp. I like my shrimp.
Okay, we like the shrimp.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You have the Red Lobster story. You used to kill Red Lobster.
I'm pretty sure my friend and I bankrupted Red Lobster because we took such advantage of the all-you-can-eat deal. They're not supposed to let you take things home, but we would basically over-order, hide the food, and then order. Yeah, we bankrupted the restaurant.
Hey, man, nothing wrong with that. I like that kind of strategy. Get your money's worth, that's for sure. Yeah. Thank you, Adair. What a great show one more time that we just put on. I hope that you guys enjoyed it as well. I do want to thank everybody that was in the chat, and we'll do that right now with a quick little roll call because we do have to get out of here. We did forget to say shout out to Nimrod. Thank you so much again right there for 10 live memberships. So you guys will automatically grab those. We want to thank you so much. This man's been super chatting all day. So we want to thank you so much for that. Yeah, go Leafs. You're darn right about that one. I've got Dungeons and Dragons tonight, chess, and baseball. I'm not even going to hit my house until 10:30 tonight, so it should be a good one. But we love it, man. This kid life right there. What's up, Andrew? David Bryant is here. Alexander's here. Michael's here. TH. Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much. Pepper Potts again. Go Leafs. You're right about that one. The philanthropist Baker as well. Anybody catching your eye here?
Never, always, ever. DDT Crypto FOMO. Just do it. Shout out to Nike. I don't know if you're long Nike, but shout out to you. Just do it. El Santo Padre. Chris, yummy Thai food. Shout out to another type of food there. YOLO Fire, Marcus Stevenson Johnson, and Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to everything you do every single day. Support this community. Thank you to everybody who we named, everybody who we didn't name, and everyone who's just here watching and not even in the chat.
Yeah, TKO delivering a knockout punch a little bit right now. Shout out to WWE and everybody else. All right, thanks, everybody. We're back here tomorrow at 8:30. Until then, we will see you then. Thank you, Derek.
See you soon. Bye. Thank you.
You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.